Chapter 1833, Hanyu Palace Tianzhao Challenge. Bai Xingjian's complexion looked a little unsightly. He was born in the Bai family of the venerable clan of Hanyu Prefecture, and his martial arts talent was extremely high. When he entered the Hanyu Palace, he was favored by venerable Haoyu and worshipped him. Since Bai Xingjian was born, it has been very smooth and has never encountered any setbacks. However, he suffered losses in Jiang Chen's hands one after another. First in the 7-star refining pavilion, then the city lord of Cold Moon God City, and then to the current Cold Moon Palace. He didn't get any advantage in Jiang Chen's hands. Now that Jiang Chen has become the disciple of Venerable Zan Dao, he wants to deal with Jiang Chen. I am afraid it is not an easy task. Prince Bai, I have targeted Jiang Chen some time ago. Now that he is a disciple of Venerable Profound Dao, he is most likely to be dissatisfied with me. Please be sure to call the shots for me. Zuo Qiuming saw that Bai Xingjian hadn't spoken, and he couldn't help crying with grief. With Jiang Chen's current status, if he really wants to deal with him, I am afraid that only one sentence will be enough to make him have no place in the Dantang. Zuo Qiuming could only come to Bai Xingjian for help. Don't worry, you, as the first seat of the high-ranking guest in the Dantang, even if Jiang Chen becomes the disciple of Venerable Profound Dao, you can't easily do anything to you. Go back first. Bai Xingjian waved his hand and directly ordered Zuo Qiuming to chase off. Zuo Qiuming didn't do what he explained, which made Bai Xingjian feel extremely unhappy. Now his mind is completely on Jiang Chen, so why is he still in the mood to care about Zuo Qiuming's life and death? Hearing Bai Xingjian's words, Zuo Qiuming's heart sank slightly. He was outside. How could he be the first seat of the Dantang high-class guest? After taking refuge in Bai Xingjian, he should be able to occupy a certain amount of weight in Bai Xingjian's heart. Now it seems that everything is that he takes himself too seriously. Bai Xingjian was clearly using him. Zuo Qiuming's eyes couldn't help but a flash of cold light that was not easily detectable, and he retired from the room without saying a word. After Zuo Qiuming left, Bai Xingjian also stood up and walked outside. The news that Jiang Chen became a disciple of Venerable Profound Dao has not yet spread in the Cold Moon Palace. He wants to confirm whether the news is true. Bai Xingjian was very clear. For tens of thousands of years, Venerable Zan Dao has received very few disciples in the Cold Moon Palace. Even if Jiang Chen really became the disciple of Venerable Zan Dao, he still had to know whether Jiang Chen was the named disciple of Venerable Zan Dao or his disciple. If it was just a registered disciple, Bai Xingjian wouldn't care too much. If Jiang Chen became a direct disciple of Zan Dao Venerable, then Bai Xingjian would have to take it seriously. Brother Bai. Just when Bai Xingjian was about to leave, a figure outside the door hurriedly walked in. Bai Xingjian looked at the handsome young man who appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but froze slightly. Junior brother Jiang, what happened? This handsome young man was just the last disciple Jiang Han, who was the last disciple of Master Haoyu Venerable decades ago, and his junior brother. Jiang Cambrian Dao is extremely talented. After entering the Hanyu Palace in just a few decades, his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of a superior true god, and he is deeply loved by Venerable Haoyu. Bai Xingjian knew better than anyone that Jiang Han had mastered 2 complete sources of martial arts, and the 3rd source of martial arts was not far away. Once his junior brother breaks through the heavenly god realm, I am afraid that at least it will be a heavenly god and above. Such a genius is rare even in the history of Hanyu Palace for tens of millions of years. The relationship between Bai Xingjian and his junior brother Jiang Han is very good. Every time something happened, Jiang Han would be the first to tell him. Now that Jiang Han came to look for him in such a hurry, I was afraid that something major had happened in Hanyu Palace. Senior brother Bai, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Venerable Profound Dao has accepted a personal disciple named Jiang Chen. This news has spread in the Cold Moon Palace. It is said that Venerable Xuandao personally made an exception to register for Jiang Chen's Tianzhao challenge in the Cold Moon Palace not long ago. When Jiang Han said this, he couldn't help but said with a general expression, Venerable Zan Dao has always had a very high vision, and I don't know how talented Jiang Chen is to become a direct disciple of Venerable Zan Dao. That kid actually became the disciple of Venerable Profound Dao. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Bai Xingjian's pupils suddenly shrank. Originally, he wanted to find out the situation himself, but it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. Jiang Chen not only became the disciple of Venerable Zan Dao, he also signed up for Jiang Chen for the Hanyu Palace Tianzhao challenge. The Hanyu Palace Tianzhao Challenge will be held 1 year later. This time the Tianzhao Challenge is related to the qualifications to participate in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Club once in 1,000 years. This time the Tianzhao Challenge is more critical than any previous one. Because this time the Tianzhao Challenge is more related to the incident that happened in Hanyu Palace 5 years ago. It is said that if you win the first place in the Tianzhao Challenge, you will be able to have such a world heart crystal left by the elder Taixu. Bai Xingjian had already coveted the spirit crystals left by the Supreme Elder. Bai Xingjian felt that his biggest competitor was his brother, the first genius of Hanyu Palace. Among the many young arrogances in Hanyu Palace, Bai Xingjian could only face the palace mausoleum, the figure who had climbed into the great desolate heaven's jade, without any certainty in his heart. But now Jiang Chen's participation in the Genius Challenge will undoubtedly add another to his competitors. At the beginning of the 7-star refining pavilion, Jiang Chen showed a terrifying force that overwhelms the 6th order celestial god, and he was not sure to defeat it. It seems that before the Tianzhao Challenge is brought, we must find a way to break through the 5th rank of the gods. Bai Xingjian's eyes flickered slightly. In the Tianzhao Challenge this time, he has to fight hard anyway to get that world heart crystal. But to get the Jia Xin Shen Jing, you must win the first place in the Tianzhao Challenge. With his current cultivation base of Tier 4 Heavenly God, it was obviously not enough. If he could break through the 5th rank of the gods and reach the same realm as Gongling and Jiang Chen, he might not have the chance to defeat them. Junior brother Jiang, don't come to me during this time. I plan to retreat and practice for a period of time. If the 5th rank of the gods does not appear before the Tianzhao Challenge, I will not go out. Bai Xingjian took a deep breath, and a decisive expression flashed in his eyes. Bai Xingjian didn't have the trouble to find Jiang Chen either. Since Jiang Chen has signed up to participate in the Tianzhao Challenge, he will naturally meet Jiang Chen in the Tianzhao Challenge, and it will not be too late to find Jiang Chen to settle the accounts. For him now, the most important thing is to improve his strength. Only with stronger strength can he better face the Tianzhao Challenge a year later. Chapter 1834. Accidentally Practiced. Pill Hall of Hanyu Palace, the residence of Venerable Xuandao. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in the room, tirelessly comprehending the 7-star heaven sword art in front of him. Ding! You successfully comprehended the 7-star heavenly sword art of the God King. With such constant insights, 3 months passed in a flash, and Jiang Chen also successfully mastered the martial art of the censored king given him by Venerable Xuandao. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but opened his eyes suddenly. His figure appeared in the courtyard outside in a flash, and then used the 7-star heavenly sword art he had in his mind. 7 different powers soared into the sky from Jiang Chen. Above the endless void above Jiang Chen's head, 7 stars with dazzling light emerged, transforming into a Big Dipper pattern. Under the influence of Jiang Chen, the power of 7 stars burst out 7 sword lights of stars with different attributes. The star sword light seemed to contain endless divine might, enough to smash everything in the world. Yes, I finally mastered it. Jiang Chen dissipated the power of the 7-star heavenly sword art, and the corner of his mouth could not help but lifted up a slight arc. In the past, every time he faced some more powerful opponents, Jiang Chen could only use divine body visions and cultivation techniques visions to fight. Although these magical powers are powerful, their consumption is also extremely terrifying. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen to have such a heaven-defying treasure, he would have died without waiting for him to defeat his opponent in many battles. And the Divine King's skill 7-star heaven sword art not only consumes a lot less, but is also extremely powerful. If it is used in conjunction with the world's divine weapon, the heavenly fire god sword, I am afraid that compared to the vision of the Taixu sacred dragon chart cultivation technique, it is even worse. With this censored king skill, he will undoubtedly become more calm about the enemy. At the moment Jiang Chen had just dispersed the 7-star heaven sword art, the figure of Venerable Profound Tao appeared in front of him spooky. Disciple, have you cultivated into the 7-star heavenly sword art? Venerable Profound Tao felt the sword light of the stars gradually dissipating in the void, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. With the current strength and status of Venerable Profound Tao, there is almost nothing in this Hanyu Palace, which can make his emotions fluctuate too much. Even when he took Jiang Chen as a disciple not long ago, Venerable Xuandao was only slightly excited. But this time, Venerable Xuandao was really stunned by Jiang Chen's terrifying talent. In just 3 months, Jiang Chen actually succeeded in cultivating the 7-star heavenly sword art of the Divine King's skill by relying on the cultivation base of the 5th order heavenly god. This is too incredible, right? 7-star heavenly sword art, this is a god king skill that can only be cultivated by a super grade, censored, or above. Although Jiang Chen possessed the power and was very close to the super ranked celestial god, there was still some distance from the real super ranked celestial god. But even a true super grade god, it is impossible to successfully practice the 7-star heavenly sword art in 3 months. It took several years to comprehend the 7-star heavenly sword art with the cultivation base of the Venerable Realm god before truly mastering the skill of this god. Jiang Chen looked at Venerable Zan Dao and couldn't help, but smiled and said, "Master, my disciple thinks that this 7-star heavenly sword art is easy to practice, so he succeeded in his practice accidentally." It's easy to practice. Rao Yi Zan Dao's disposition, his heart could not help but twitch. Venerable Zan Dao is very clear about how difficult it is to master the skills of God Kings. Even the disciples of Tianzhao in the power of the gods in the realm of the gods, after obtaining a censored king skill, it is difficult to cultivate without a pavilion for 10 or 8 years. Successfully practiced a master skill in 3 months. Even the Venerable Profound Dao, who has always been knowledgeable, has never seen anyone in this world so enchanting. It seems I really picked up the treasure this time. Venerable Xuandao's eyes flickered slightly, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Although Jiang Chen's comprehension was terrifying to the extreme, it was not impossible. Legend has it that in the ancient times of God's domain, various terrifying ancient gods were born between heaven and earth, and each ancient censored has incredible abilities. This disciple of him possesses the existence of some kind of peerless divine body. Disciple, with your comprehension ability, as a teacher, I feel that I really have nothing to teach you. Venerable Xuandao shook his head with a wry smile, and several crystal fruits exuding strange spatial fluctuations also appeared in his palm. This is Zan Kong Guo. Jiang Chen looked at the crystal fruit in the palm of Venerable Profound Dao, and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Yes, these 6 profound Kong fruits were bought by an old friend. Venerable Profound Dao nodded and smiled. With these 6 profound Kong fruits, you can practice in retreat next. Strive to complete the origin of the space within a few months and break through the 6th order of the gods. Jiang Chen thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Master. Zan Kong fruit, this is a kind of divine fruit that can enhance the origin of space. Although it is not comparable to the ultimate god, it is also a very rare god. He had already mastered 80 to 90% of the origin of space. Now that he has swallowed these 6 profound sky fruits, he might be able to complete the origin of the space in an instant. Why would it take months? Jiang Chen heard that Venerable Profound Dao let himself fight for a breakthrough within a few months, but he keenly caught something in his heart. There was a flash of light in his eyes. He couldn't help but raised his head to look at Venerable Profound Dao, and said in a deep voice, "Master, will things happen to my mother in a few months? It seems you have already guessed some clues." Venerable Profound Dao was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded and said, "Yes, there are still a few months left. It's the Tianzhao challenge of the Cold Moon Palace. This Tianzhao challenge is related to your mother." When Jiang Chen heard this, his brows couldn't help but twisted together tightly. This Tianzhao challenge should be a competition for Hanyu Palace's young Tianzhao. How could it be related to his mother? Don't think too much, your top priority now is to practice hard. Venerable Xuandao smiled slightly and said, "Master has already signed up for you to participate in the Tianzhao challenge. If you can win the Tianzhao challenge in a few months, your mother will not have any problems." Is the Tianzhao challenge no? 1. A sharp burst of light burst into Jiang Chen's eyes. That being the case, Jiang Chen is going to be the number 1 in this Cold Moon Palace Tianzhao challenge. If anyone dares to prevent him from becoming number 1 in the Tianzhao challenge, he should blame his ruthless men. Chapter 1835. The Truth 5 Years Ago. Master, the disciple wants to know the truth 5 years ago. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said solemnly to Venerable Profound Dao, "Now there are only a few months away from the Tianzhao challenge. Please tell me everything about my mother, so the disciples have some preparations." Well, if you don't tell you this, I'm afraid you won't be able to calm down and cultivate in the past few months. Venerable Profound Dao shook his head, and soon talked about the affairs of the Cold Moon Palace 5 years ago. Hanyu Palace Realm God Realm Supreme Elder is about to arrive, and he went out to seek opportunities, but there was no news. Unexpectedly, just 5 years ago, the Supreme Elder of Hanyu Palace suddenly brought a personal disciple back to Hanyu Palace. This disciple was Jiang Chen's mother, Ji Wushuang. Soon after returning to the Hanyu Palace, the Supreme Elder passed away after sitting Washian, and passed all his life inheritance and the Jexin Shenjing to Ji Wushuang. This incident caused a divergence of opinions among the senior officials of the Hanyu Palace. Some people who are loyal to the Supreme Elder unconditionally support the decision of the Supreme Elder. Others felt that the Elder's Jia Xin Jing Jing should not be passed on to a new disciple. The two sides faced each other tit for tat, and even almost caused a civil unrest. The two great masters, Lord Haoyu and Master Zan Dao of the Palace Lord of the Cold Moon Palace, appeared, only to suppress this civil disturbance. After a round of discussions, the two sides decided to use the Tianzhao challenge to determine the fate of Jia Xin Jing Jing. Who can win the first place in the Tianzhao challenge? Whoever can have the Jexin crystal of Hanyu Palace. In this Tianzhao challenge, you should all participate in the top geniuses of Hanyu Palace. Hanyu Palace puts the Jia Xin Shenjing in the Tianzhao challenge. What is the difference between this and forcing and winning? Hearing the whole thing, Jiang Chen's complexion also became extremely gloomy. Mother was able to become one of the few virtual gods in the profound spirit continent, and her talent was naturally extraordinary. But after all, the time she came to God's domain was too short. And the top genius of Hanyu Palace is probably at least the cultivation base of the third rank or higher of the gods. Unless there is a system like him, it is almost impossible to upgrade from the Void God realm to compete with the top genius of the Cold Moon Palace in such a short time. In God's domain, everything is respected by strength. After the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace fell, his prestige in the Cold Moon Palace was greatly reduced. Even if there are still some loyal to her, how can they compete with Venerable Haoyu as the leader of the Cold Moon Palace? In the beginning, Venerable Haoyu wanted to forcibly take away the Boundary Heart Crystal. Because the teacher had a good relationship with the Supreme Elder of Hanyu Palace, he came forward to save her disciples. But, Venerable Haoyu is the Palace Lord in charge of the Cold Moon Palace after all, and he can only fight for your mother for 5 years as a teacher. Venerable Xuandao sighed lightly. Ji Wushuang is the only personal disciple of the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace. It should be natural to inherit the Jia Xin Shen Jing left by his sitting. But the competition in God's domain is cruel. In the sect, there are many cases of fratricidal fighting for some cultivation resources. And the Jia Xin Shen Jing is the supreme treasure that can cultivate the Venerable Jia God and even dominate the rise and fall of the sect. Venerable Haoyu, as the Palace Master of the Cold Moon Palace, would let someone who had just entered the Cold Moon Palace receive the Supreme Elder's Realm Heart Crystal. When Jiang Chen heard the words of Venerable Profound Tao, he fell silent. The Supreme Elder of Hanyu Palace sits in a seated position, and there is no strong backing behind his mother. It is inevitable that the Jexin Jingjing on her body is coveted by people. Fortunately, Master Haoyu made the move 5 years ago, allowing Venerable Haoyu to place the ownership of the Jia Xin Shen Jing in the Tianzhao challenge. The Jia Xin Shen Jing on the mother's body was probably taken away in 5 years, and there is even a possibility of accidents caused by it. Now that he is here, no one can think of taking away the Jia Xin Jing from his mother. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then raised his head and said, "Master, where is my mother now?" She was on the Luoyue Peak where the elder Taisheng once practiced and lived. Now the entire Luoyue Peak has been put under a ban by Venerable Haoyu. No one in Cold Moon Palace is allowed to approach Luoyue Peak, and your mother is also forbidden to step out of Luoyue Peak. Once the Tianzhao challenge starts, unless she can win the first place, I am afraid there will be trouble. Speaking of this, Venerable Zan Dao couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen and said, "This is also the reason why your teacher made you the first place in the Tianzhao challenge." Jiang Chen's eyes flashed, "Master, don't worry, I know what to do. Since Jia Xin Shen Jing is the number 1 in the Tianzhao challenge, as long as he can win this number 1, all problems can be solved. With your strength, other geniuses in the Cold Moon Palace are not a concern. The only thing that can threaten you is the mausoleum of Venerable Haoyu's chief brother. This palace tomb cultivation base has already broken through the 5th rank of the gods, and is slightly stronger than you. It is for the top 32 in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list." Venerable Profound Tao said solemnly, "So, you want to defeat him. In the past few months, you must break through the 6th rank of the gods as much as possible. Regarding talent, Jiang Chen might not lose to Gong Ling, but the palace tomb has been cultivated in the Hanyu Palace for hundreds of years, and it has been given the guidance of Venerable Haoyu. With Jiang Chen's current strength in the palace, the victory or defeat is probably only 5-5. Only by breaking through the 6th rank of the gods, will there be a greater chance of being in the Palace of War. Jiang Chen said confidently and authentically, Master, rest assured, before the Tianjiao challenge, I will definitely practice the origin of space to the perfect state. With the 6 profound Kong fruits given to him by Venerable Profound Tao, it would be easy for him to raise the origin of the space to the consummation realm. Why would it take a few months? After a conversation with Venerable Zan Dao, Jiang Chen went straight back to the room and began to swallow Zan Kong fruit to enhance the origin of the space. Ding! You ate a Shuangkong fruit, and the origin of space martial arts gained experience 18,888,888 100. Ding! The origin of your spatial martial arts has reached the perfect state. After eating 5 Shuangkong fruits in a row, Jiang Chen's spatial martial arts origin also successfully reached the state of consummation. This Shuangkong fruit is indeed second only to the existence of the ultimate god, and it is really powerful. With just 5 Zan Kong fruits, his origin of spatial martial arts successfully reached the perfect state. The effect of this Zan Kong fruit is at least as good as 102 virtual spirit pills. Jiang Chen did not rush out after the origin of space martial arts was completed. He used the system to swallow 5 profound sky fruits, and instantly the origin of the space reached the realm of consummation, which was too frightening to the world. Even if Venerable Zan Dao was his master, Jiang Chen would never know the system. Jiang Chen practiced alchemy in the room on his own. Chapter 1836. Brother Jiang, can you discuss one or two? Under Jiang Chen's alchemy practice, several months passed in a flash. It has been less than half a month since the Hanyu Palace Tianjiao challenge. Jiang Chen finally ended his retreat and walked out of the room where he had stayed for several months. Apprentice, come here as a teacher. Just as Jiang Chen walked out of the room, the voice of Master Zan Dao directly rang in his mind. Jiang Chen was also about to meet Master and learn about the specific situation of the Tianjiao challenge from his mouth, so he went directly to the place where the Zan Dao Venerable lived. When Jiang Chen came to the courtyard where Venerable Xuandao lived, he could see Venerable Xuandao sitting alone in the middle of the courtyard. Jiang Chen stepped forward and bowed to Venerable Xuandao. Venerable Zan Dao opened his eyes and couldn't help sweeping his gaze over Jiang Chen. He asked, is there any gain in retreat for months? Even though he is a realm god, he can't see through it at a glance, to what extent Jiang Chen's spatial martial arts originated. With the 6 profound Kong fruits given by the master, the origin of the spatial martial arts of the disciple has successfully reached the state of consummation. Jiang Chen didn't hide it either, and replied directly. Venerable Profound Tao nodded in satisfaction. Next, you will make time to break through the 6th rank of the gods, and protect the law for you by your teacher. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, Master, the disciple doesn't plan to break through the 6th rank of the gods at this time. Every time he broke through the celestial tribulation, he had already become his biggest hole card. Now his heavenly god tribulation of tier 6 heavenly god, the power must be extremely terrifying. If the realm censored is involved by surprise, maybe it will cause some trouble to the realm god. Although the mausoleum of Hanyu Palace's first genius was strong, Jiang Chen believed that with his current strength, it should be enough to cope. Without being forced, Jiang Chen didn't want to easily break through the 6th order of the gods. Why? Venerable Profound Tao was taken aback for a moment. If you have a teacher, you don't need to worry about other things. The teacher will make full preparations for you to ensure that you can survive the heavenly tribulation perfectly. Master, it is true that the disciple has a special physique. Every breakthrough can ignore the laws of heaven and earth and make the gods retreat. I think a breakthrough at a critical time may have a better effect. In order to make Venerable Zan Dao feel at ease, Jiang Chen directly told the matter. Venerable Xuandao couldn't help but suddenly shrink when he heard this. Although he had already guessed in his mind that Jiang Chen's physique was extraordinary, he did not expect that Jiang Chen's physique had reached such a state of defense. Ignore the laws of heaven and make gods retreat. Such a physique, even in the ancient gods circulated in God's domain, it is an extremely rare existence. Since Jiang Chen had such a special physique, Venerable Xuandao would naturally not let Jiang Chen break through. Now Jiang Chen doesn't break through, but can paralyze his opponent. When a breakthrough occurs at a critical moment, it will surely be able to surprise the opponent with a fatal blow. Venerable Xuandao didn't get too entangled in this issue either, and he smiled and said, "Trainer, you have been apprentice for nearly a year. I have called your two brothers over, and you will get to know each other in a while." Jiang Chen naturally knew that the two senior brothers in the mouth of Venerable Xuandao were his registered disciples. Venerable Xuandao received 3 disciples in the Hanyu Palace. One of them fell unexpectedly when he went out to practice, and now only 2 are left. Among the remaining 2 people, one of them was Xu Tianming, the first alchemy genius of the Dantang, Jiang Chen had already met. Another person named Shang Hong, practiced martial arts, is also the top 10 Tianzhao figure in Hanyu Palace. Jiang Chen didn't care too much about this, but asked about the Tianzhao challenge. "Master, Hanyu Palace Tianzhao challenge, what is the specific situation?" Venerable Xuandao smiled and said, "The Tianzhao challenge is a competition specially held for Hanyu Palace Tianzhao. Only the disciples of the celestial god of tier 3 and above can participate. Tianzhao has a great relationship." Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. The Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting. Seeing that Jiang Chen knew nothing about the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society, Venerable Xuandao couldn't help introducing Jiang Chen. The Great Wilderness Tianzhao meeting is a grand event held once every 1,000 years in the Great Wilderness Realm, held by the Great Wilderness Shenzong. All Tianzhao in the Great Wilderness Realm will gather in the Great Wilderness God Sect to participate in this grand event. Every time the Great Desolate Tianzhao list is mainly arranged through the Great Desolate Tianzhao. The Great Wilderness Tianzhao Society is not only a good opportunity for the Great Wilderness Genius to become famous, but there is also a chance to get huge benefits. The Great Desolate Tianzhao Club is not something anyone can participate in. Even the realm-censored forces such as Hanyu Palace only have 3 places to participate in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. Before each session of the Great Wilderness Tianzhao, Hanyu Palace will hold the Tianzhao Challenge, the main purpose of which is to determine the ownership of the 3 places. This Great Wangtianzhao Club, I have a chance to see it. After understanding the situation of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club, Jiang Chen couldn't help but murmured in his heart. In the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Club, many top Tianzhao in the Great Wilderness world gather to compete. Such a scene, thinking about it makes people feel excited. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts continued, 2 sudden voices came from behind him. Jiang Chen looked back and saw 2 human figures strode in from outside the courtyard. One of them was Xu Tianming, who Jiang Chen had seen. The other person was dressed in a golden robe, burly in figure, and magnificent, giving people a great sense of oppression under the gauntlet. This one is another named disciple of Master, Shang Hong. "You are here." Venerable Xuandao glanced at the 2 of them, then smiled and introduced to Jiang Chen, "These are your 2 senior brothers, Xu Tianming and Shang Hong." "I have seen 2 seniors." Jiang Chen couldn't help but greeted Xu Tianming with a smile. "You don't have to be polite, junior brother Jiang. I admired your alchemy skills when you taught in the alchemy hall. I didn't expect that we would still have the chance to become a senior brother. I hope we can learn more alchemy in the future." Xu Tianming also said with a smile. On the other side, Shang Hong simply nodded, as a response to Jiang Chen's greeting. Shang Hong looked directly at Venerable Xuandao, and said respectfully, "Master, I heard that you let junior brother Jiang participate in the Tianzhao Challenge, and the disciples also want to participate in the Tianzhao Challenge in half a month. What are you doing in the Tianzhao Challenge?" Venerable Xuandao frowned slightly. "The main purpose of the Tianzhao Challenge is to determine 3 places for the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. With your strength, you can't get the top 3 at all, and there is no point in participating." Chapter 1837. 10 Strokes Battle. Shang Hong heard the words of Xuandao Venerable, and he was a little unwilling to say, "Master, then why would you let junior brother Jiang participate in the Tianzhao Challenge?" "That's because Jiang Chen has the ability to compete for the top 3 and even the first." Venerable Xuandao looked at Shang Hongdao faintly. "I know that you are not convinced. In that case, I will give you a chance to discuss with Jiang Chen. As long as you can persist in 10 moves undefeated, I will allow you to participate in the Tianzhao Challenge." Shang Hong's eyes flashed, and then he looked straight at Jiang Chen. "Junior brother Jiang, I wonder if I can discuss 1 or 2. Although Shang Hong didn't know Jiang Chen's strength, he was very clear about Master Xuandao's vision. Since Master thinks that Jiang Chen has the strength to compete for the first place in the Tianzhao Challenge, it is enough to prove that Jiang Chen's strength is probably not below the zero of the first Tianzhou Palace in the Hanyu Palace. Even so, Shang Hong still wants to try to get the qualification to participate in the Tianzhou Challenge. When Jiang Chen heard Shang Hong's words, he hesitated slightly. It is not difficult for him to see from Shang Hong's eyes that his senior brother seems to want to participate in the Tianzhou Challenge very much. In the Hanyu Palace Tianzhou Challenge, as long as the disciples whose cultivation base reaches the third rank or higher of the gods, they are eligible to participate. Although the main purpose of this challenge is to get the quota of the Great Wilderness Tianzhou Club. But if other contestants get a certain ranking, they can also get a lot of rewards from the Cold Moon Palace. Jiang Chen really couldn't understand why Venerable Xuandao wouldn't let Shang Hong participate in the Tianzhou Challenge. Even if you can't compete for the top 3, it's a good thing to be able to experience it in the Tianzhou Challenge. Jiang Chen didn't know whether he should defeat Shang Hong within 10 moves, or give Shang Hong a chance to participate in the Tianzhou Challenge. Jiang Chen, you are doing everything you can. If I can't even hold on to your 10 moves, there is indeed no need to participate in the Tianzhou Challenge. As if seeing the hesitation in Jiang Chen's heart, Shang Hong couldn't help but smile. Although Shang Hong wanted to participate in the Tianzhou Challenge, he was always upright. He also knew that Venerable Xuandao did not allow him to participate in the Tianzhou Challenge because of his protection. He participated in the Tianzhou Challenge, with the sole purpose of defeating the palace and taking back his own things from him. If he couldn't take 10 moves to connect with Jiang Chen, even if he went to participate in the Tianzhou Challenge, he would only be humiliating himself. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "Okay, Brother Shang, please make a move." "Junior Brother Jiang, then I'm not welcome." Shang Hong's voice fell, and he stepped forward, and the 4 mighty powers of the world surged out of his body like a tide. The tremendous pressure made the surrounding space become a bit distorted. Shang Hong is the top 10 celestial arrogant in the Hanyu Palace, and his cultivation has reached the 4th stage of the celestial god, which is only slightly inferior to that of Bai Jiangxing. Although this level of strength is already a rare genius in the Cold Moon Palace, it is impossible to pose any threat to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, be careful." Shang Hong gave a soft sigh, and his feet slammed on the ground. A violent wind suddenly rose in the courtyard, and Shang Hong's figure disappeared instantly. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed slightly, and his figure moved a distance of 3 feet without warning. And at the moment when Jiang Chen's figure just moved, a hand that was tearing apart the space brought a strong wind, and instantly passed by him. What a keen perception! Shang Hong was shocked, and quickly took 2 weird steps. The whole person fighting turned into a whirlwind, and he pounced on Jiang Chen again. Faced with Shang Hong who had attacked again, Jiang Chen just smiled indifferently, avoiding like a walk in the courtyard. Shang Hong's gaze condensed, his shot speed became faster and faster. Every time he attacked, Jiang Chen was easily avoided by taking a walk in the garden. The attack failed again, and Shang Hong's eyes became more solemn. Shang Hong finally understood why Master was so optimistic about Jiang Chen. With his strength, among the many arrogances in the entire Cold Moon Palace, there will never be more than 5 who can defeat him. But now that he has come down with 8 or 9 moves, he didn't even touch the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes. Such strength is truly unfathomable. This junior Jiang Chen, I am afraid, really has the ability to compete for the top spot in the Tianzhou Challenge. Junior Brother Jiang, the last resort, you are careful. Shang Hong took a deep breath, then suddenly screamed, and took several steps around Jiang Chen. With every step he took, a figure that was somewhat similar to Shang Hong's figure was also directly condensed out of thin air. After Shang Hong took 9 steps in succession, the illusory figure of 9 Dao directly sealed all Jiang Chen's retreat with the momentum of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams. This time, how do I see you hide? Shang Hong looked at Jiang Chen who was blocked, and finally a smile appeared on his face. Just when Shang Hong thought that Jiang Chen was inevitable this time, Jiang Chen slowly stretched out his palm, and a faint word was instantly spit out from his mouth. A spatial fluctuation instantly diffused out of the courtyard, and the illusory figure of Shang Hong Judao, who was besieging Jiang Chen, was directly frozen. And at the moment when the 9 figures solidified, Jiang Chen stepped straight out, and walked out of Shang Hong's trick lightly. He looked at Shang Hong, who hadn't recovered from the shock, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Brother Shang, let it go. Senior Brother Yang's strength is shocking, and Senior Brother feels ashamed. Shang Hong shook his head and gave a wry smile. In the discussion with Jiang Chen just now, he has almost done his best, except for not using some powerful killer moves. As a result, after 10 moves, he didn't even touch the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes. Jiang Chen's strength is obviously far above him. Shang Hong couldn't help turning around to say to Venerable Xuandao, "Master, I would like to give up the bet, and my disciple promises that he will never mention participating in the Tianjiao challenge. Let's end this matter. There are still some things for the teacher, you brothers can communicate more." Venerable Profound Dao nodded, and then disappeared in front of Jiang Chen ghostly. "Junior brother Jiang, I played against you just now. I have gained a little bit. I plan to go to retreat and practice. I will be there to cheer for you in the Tianjiao challenge in half a month." After Shang Hong finished speaking, he greeted Xu Qingming, and quickly turned and left. "Brother Jiang, senior brother Shang is actually a good person, but he has a cold temper. I hope you don't mind." Seeing Shang Hong who left straight away, Xu Qingming couldn't help being a little helpless. "Don't worry, I won't mind." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then asked curiously, "Brother Xu, I think senior brother Shang seems to want to participate in the Tianjiao challenge. Do you know why Master did not let him participate?" Chapter 1838, Tianjiao Challenge opens. Master does not allow senior brother Shang to participate in any sect contest in the Cold Moon Palace, just to protect him. Xu Qingming sighed lightly. Senior brother Shang and the First Genius Palace of the Hanyu Palace have an antagonism. Once he participates in the sect contest, I am afraid he will find the palace and the palace will not let him go easily. What? Jiang Chen was shocked. What the censored is going on? Xu Qingming didn't conceal it either, telling the grievances between Shang Hong and Gong Ling. Shang Hong was born in a small family in Hanyu Prefecture, and the ancestor with the strongest family cultivation was only in the fourth order of the gods. About 100 years ago, the ancestor of the Shang family got a world artifact by chance. This matter happened to be known by the palace tomb who went out to experience, and the palace designed to frame the Shang family and snatched the artifact from the Shang family. In order to cut the grass and roots, the palace even wiped out the Shang family. In the entire Shang family, except for Shang Hong, almost no one escaped from the evil hands of the palace. When Shang Hong was chased and killed by the people sent by the palace, he happened to meet Venerable Xuandao who was out in desperation. Venerable Xuandao felt sorry for him, so he took him back to Hanyu Palace and accepted him as a named disciple. Shang Hong worshipped the monk of Xuandao and kept practicing with great concentration in order to seek justice from the palace one day. Venerable Xuandao was also worried that Shang Hong would be dazzled by hatred, so he went directly to the palace to trouble him, and this strictly prohibited Shang Hong from participating in various sect contests in the Cold Moon Palace. Junior brother Jiang, you must be careful when you participate in the Tianjiao challenge this time. Although that palace is the #1 genius in the Cold Moon Palace, he is cruel, ruthless, and unscrupulous to achieve his goals. Because of senior brother Shang, this time the Tianjiao challenge, he will probably also target you. After Xu Qingming finished talking about Shang Hong, he could not help but solemnly exhorted Jiang Chen. "Thank you brother Xu for reminding me." When Jiang Chen heard the words, he couldn't help but smile, but he didn't care too much in his heart. Because of his mother, this time the Tianjiao challenge is #1, and he is already bound to win. When Venerable Haoyu set the ownership of the Jia Xin Shen Jing in the Tianjiao challenge, he obviously wanted Gong Ling to get the first place in the Tianjiao challenge, so as to get the Jia Xin Shen Jing in the hands of his mother. In this case, there must be a battle between him and the palace. He might be able to get back some justice for Shang Hong, and even take the world artifact of the Shang family back from the palace for Shang Hong. After talking with Xu Qingming for a while, Jiang Chen also returned to his residence, waiting for the start of the Tianjiao challenge while practicing. After waiting like this, half a month passed in a flash. Soon came the day when the Tianjiao challenge was held. Shang Hong and Xu Qingming arrived at Jiang Chen's residence early, preparing to participate in the upcoming Tianjiao challenge with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the two and couldn't help asking directly, "Two seniors, won't you watch the Tianjiao challenge? Master has never liked such scenes. What's more, as a world god, even if he doesn't go to the scene, he can understand the situation of the Tianjiao challenge." Xu Qingming smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, Master will follow this challenge secretly." Jiang Chen nodded, without saying more, and left the residence of Venerable Xuandao directly with Xu Qingming. The three of them came to a huge martial arts field in Hanyu Palace. The stands around the martial arts field were already full of people, and there was a lot of people, so many people. Jiang Chen looked at the stands around the martial arts field, looking a little surprised. There are stands 10 meters high around the martial arts field, which can hold no less than 10,000 people. There were no empty seats in the stands, and nearly 10,000 disciples of the Hanyu Palace gathered together. The scene was spectacular. The Tianjiao Challenge is a rare event in the Hanyu Palace. It is not only rich in rewards, but also related to the quota of the Great Desolate Tianjiao Club. It is naturally attracting attention. Xu Tianming whispered, and I also heard that this time the Tianjiao Challenge is the number 1, and there are extraordinary special rewards. When Jiang Chen heard Xu Tianming's words, an imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. He doesn't need to think about it all. Xu Tianming's special reward should be the Jia Xin Jing in the hands of his mother. Just as the two were talking, a loud noise suddenly came from the stands. Look at it, Lu Chuan, ranked 8th among the top 10 arrogances of the sect, is here. There is also Han Feng, ranked 6th, and Shi Yunjian ranked 4th. The breath of these people is so powerful, they are worthy of being the top 10 arrogants of the sect. The many disciples of the Cold Moon Palace in the stands, watching the three people walking into the martial arts field, burst out in exclamation. There are a total of 10 great sect Tianjiao in the Hanyu Palace. Almost each of these 10 people is a genius among the geniuses and is admired by countless disciples of the Hanyu Palace. Jiang Chen glanced at these three people, then ignored them. The strength of these three is not weak, and their cultivation has reached the 4th rank of the gods, but the strongest is almost the same as Shang Hong. How can Jiang Chen put them in his eyes? In Jiang Chen's heart, this time the Tianjiao Challenge, his only opponent was the Palace Mausoleum, the first genius of the Hanyu Palace, who had already ranked 32nd in the Great Wild Tianjiao. Xu Tianming naturally didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking. After the appearance of the Three-Sect Tianjiao, he began to introduce Jiang Chen in detail, including the cultivation bases of these three people and what martial arts they are good at. Xu Tianming told Jiang Chen about them. Junior brother Xu, you should mainly introduce the Palace Mausoleum to junior brother Jiang. These three are far from junior brother Yang's opponent. Upon seeing this, Shang Hong couldn't help but interject. Although the three of them were all the 10 great sect Tianjiaos of Hanyu Palace, even the 4th-ranked Shi Yunjian was between him. How can such strength pose the slightest threat to Jiang Chen? When the three of them were talking, there was a louder cheering from the entire martial arts field. Look, it's the White Star Sword ranked 3rd in the top 10 sect Tianjiao, and Yu Wushuang ranked 2nd. There was a sensation in the martial arts field, and everyone's eyes were on the two young figures slowly entering the martial arts field. The young man on the left was in white clothes and white robe, with a handsome face with a faint smile, and the pupils under his eyelids, flashing cold light like sword light, fell on the body like a sword, making people shudder. The young man was surprisingly the White Star Sword that Jiang Chen was very familiar with. On the right side of Bai Xingjian, is a beautiful woman with unparalleled temperament. The woman's facial features are exquisite and perfect, and she is dressed in a simple dress, just like a transcendent fairy, and she is Yu Wushuang, the daughter of Tianjiao of Hanyu Palace. The two of them walked into the front of the martial arts field, a faint aura spreading overwhelmingly. Chapter 1839. The first arrogant of Hanyu Palace, Palace Mausoleum. With the appearance of the two Bai Xingjian, the strong aura caused many energetic Hanyu Palace disciples to instantly lose their confidence. Only a few other sect Tianjiao, the eyes that looked at them all burst out with a strong will to fight. These two people are the top 3 Tianjiao in Hanyu Palace, and they are also the ones who have the most chance to compete for the top 3 in the Tianjiao Challenge. As long as they defeat one of these two people, they can enter the top 3 and obtain a place to participate in the Great Desolate Tianjiao Club. As for the challenge to the Palace Mausoleum of the first Tianjiao of the sect, they dare not even think about it. As the 32nd genius on the list of the Great Desolation Tianjiao, Gongling is almost synonymous with invincibility among the disciples of the Hanyu Palace. As long as there is no accident, the first place in the Tianjiao Challenge this time is the Palace Tomb. Challenge by Xingjian and Yu Shuangshuang, they may still have a chance. But if you challenge the mausoleum, it would be no different from death. Junior brother Jiang, the strength of this White Star Sword seems to be much stronger than before. At this moment, Shang Hong looked at Bai Zhengxing, who walked into the martial arts field and couldn't help but suddenly said. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Xingjian, and couldn't help but smile indifferently. He should have broken through the 5th rank of the gods, not bad. With Jiang Chen's eyesight, he could naturally feel that the breath of Bai Xingjian had become a lot stronger, and in all likelihood, he should have broken through the 5th rank of the gods. Even if the Bai Xingjian broke through, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. In his eyes, Bai Xingjian couldn't even compare to the woman named Yu Wushuang beside him. Not only did this woman not breathe under the White Star Sword, but she also gave people a very mysterious feeling. Intuition tells Jiang Chen that Yu Wushuang is probably much harder than Bai Xingjian this time. Jiang Chen now has the perfect origin of spatial martial arts and can break through the 6th order of the gods at any time. Once the celestial tribulation of the 6th order celestial god is triggered, there is no fear of any opponent under the Venerable Realm god. Unless the Venerable World god takes the shot, he is bound to win the first place in the Tianjiao challenge this time. When Jiang Chen and the others were looking at the two of Bai Xingjian's gaze also turned towards Jiang Chen and the others in response. Jiang Chen, in the Tianjiao challenge for a while, I will accompany you to have fun. Bai Xingjian sneered in his heart, and a touch of cold light flashed across his eyes. While everyone's eyes were still on the bodies of the Bai Xingjian too, a bright purple sword light suddenly shot from the sky toward the martial arts field. I saw a purple-clothed young man with a purple long sword standing in the sight of everyone. The purple-clothed youth's eyebrows are sharp like a sword, and the gaze under the eyebrows is like a heavenly sword, shining brightly, as if even the space has been pierced wherever he goes, and his whole body exudes a fierce aura that people dare not look at. At the moment when the purple-clothed youth appeared, the huge martial arts field fell into silence for an instant. Jiang Chen didn't need to think about it. This purple-clothed youth should be the first sect Tianjiao of Hanyu Palace, the Palace Mausoleum. It deserves to be the first sect Tianjiao of the Hanyu Palace, and the top Tianjiao on the list of the great wildest arrogance. It really deserves its reputation. Jiang Chen looked at the imperial sword coming from the palace, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Since stepping into God's domain, Jiang Chen has also seen a lot of God's domain geniuses. The palace in front of him is undoubtedly the most powerful existence among the geniuses Jiang Chen has ever seen. The strength of this guy. If he had the strength before he became the Master Zandao Venerable, facing this Hanyu Palace's first arrogant, perhaps he was really not sure of winning. The palace. Shang Hong looked at the palace tomb from which the sword came, and could not help clenching his fists, his eyes almost bursting out of fire. Brother Shang, don't be impulsive. When I meet the palace in the Tianjiao challenge, I will definitely seek justice for you and bring back the world artifacts belonging to the Shang family for you. Jiang Chen looked at Shang Hong beside him and couldn't help but said quickly. He was really worried that Shang Hong would be dazzled by anger for a while, so he rushed to find trouble with the palace. Shang Hong took a deep breath and suppressed his impulse. He also knew very well in his heart that even though he had devoted himself to practicing under the door of Venerable Profound Tao for 100 years, there was still an insurmountable gap between him and the palace. If he really rushed to find Gong Lin's troubles, he would only be insulting himself. Junior brother Jiang, thank you very much. Shang Hong glanced at Jiang Chen gratefully, and then said solemnly, although I hate Gong Ling, but I don't admit it, this guy is very strong. When you meet him, be careful. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, brother, I have a sense of measure. When the two were talking, the palace tomb where the sword floated down was also found in the martial arts field Shang Hong. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and immediately under countless gazes in the field, he walked straight to Shang Hong and said coldly, Shang Hong, I didn't expect you to appear in this Tianjiao challenge. Are you planning to continue doing the tortoise? In order to obtain a realm artifact, he did not hesitate to destroy the Shang family where Shang Hong was located. Only Shang Hong escaped by chance, and happened to be rescued by Venerable Zan Dao and taken into Hanyu Palace as a named disciple. In fact, the palace tomb had always wanted to get rid of Shang Hong's remnants of the Shang family, but Venerable Zan Dao protected Shang Hong extremely well and did not give him any chance at all. If Shang Hong participates in the Tianjiao challenge, even if he can't kill Shang Hong, he will abolish Shang Hong and make Shang Hong a waste forever. Isn't that one of the 10 great arrogances of the sect? Why did the palace go to Shang Hong's troubles as soon as he appeared? It is rumored that there is a grievance between Gongling and Shang Hong, which seems to be true. Tisk tusk. I didn't expect that the Tianjiao challenge had not yet started, and there was a collision between Zhongmen Tianjiao. Everyone looked at this scene, and they couldn't help but talk. Hearing the public humiliating words of the palace, Shang Hong's fist was exposed with blue veins, and even his nails pinched blood on his palm. Before Shang Hong could speak, Jiang Chen stood up first. He looked at the palace in front of him, and said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I may disappoint you. This time the Tianzhao challenge, I only need to participate in the Tianzhao challenge. You don't need Brother Shang Hong to take action." The palace mausoleum looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes condensed slightly. "Are you the new disciple Jiang Chen of Venerable Zandao?" Naturally, the palace had already heard about the fact that Venerable Xuandao newly accepted a personal disciple. Originally, for such a new disciple, Gong Ling didn't care about it. But when he really saw Jiang Chen, he just realized that he was underestimating Jiang Chen. The aura on this kid's body could not even be completely seen by him. He even vaguely felt a dangerous breath from Jiang Chen's body. This son may really become his worst enemy in this Tianzhao challenge. Chapter 1840, Mother and Son Meet. Who is that kid who dares to talk to Gong Ling like this? Did you not see that he was with Shang Hong and Xu Tianming? If I guess right, he is the direct disciple that Venerable Zandao received not long ago. Tisk tusk. It turned out to be him. Now there is a good show to watch. Everyone looked at the scene before them, and they couldn't help showing a strange look. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to the surrounding comments. He looked at the palace with a calm expression, and said lightly, "Yes, it is the disciple of Venerable Xuandao, Jiang Chen." Gong Ling stared directly at Jiang Chen. "You are good at strength. No wonder you can be favored by Venerable Zandao. I hope you will take the Tianzhao challenge. Don't let me down." Jiang Chen also stared at the palace without shying away, and said domineeringly, "Because this time the Tianzhao challenge is the number one, I have to decide." An icy chill flashed across Gong Ling's eyes, and he ignored Jiang Chen, turned around and walked away. 5 years ago, the Supreme Elder of the Hanyu Palace sat down, leaving behind a precious Jingxin crystal. Unexpectedly, the Supreme Elder passed it to a new disciple named Ji Wushuang. Master Haoyu Venerable originally wanted to help him capture the Jia Xin Shenjing, but at the last moment, Venerable Zandao made a concession and placed the ownership of Jia Xin Shenjing in the Tianzhao challenge 5 years later. This time the Tianzhao challenge, the palace has only one purpose, to win the Tianzhao challenge, to win the Jia Xin Shenjing. As long as he obtains the Jia Xin Shenjing, he will definitely increase his strength to another level. At that time, he will be able to shine in the great desolate Tianzhao. It is not impossible to even win a place in the top 10 list of the great desolate Tianzhao. Gong Ling is already bound to win the Tianzhao challenge. If anyone dares to take the first place in the Tianzhao challenge, he will make the opponent pay an extremely heavy price. Junior brother Jiang, when Gong Ling challenged the 32nd place on the great desolate Tianzhao list 20 years ago, he was already at the top of the 5th tier celestial god. I am afraid that he has already broken through the 6th tier celestial god. Shang Hong looked at the back of Gong Ling's departure and couldn't help but stared at him solemnly. Although he and Jiang Chen had a 10-stroke battle half a month ago, knowing that Jiang Chen's strength is far better than himself, but Gong Ling is the absolute arrogant on the list of the great desolate Tianzhao. Each of the 36 Tianzhao on the list of the great desolate Tianzhao is an amazingly talented generation. Even though Jiang Chen's strength is extraordinary, it is probably not an easy task to challenge the genius of the great desolate Tianzhao. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, brother, I won't be careless. The first place in the Tianzhao challenge this time, but has a close relationship with his mother, Jiang Chen will naturally not be careless. Even if it caused the heavenly tribulation to break through the 6th order heavenly god, he would never give the palace any chance." Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but search on the martial arts field. If today's pride challenge is about to begin, why hasn't my mother shown up yet? Could it be? What accident happened to my mother in the Cold Moon Palace? Seeing that his mother Ji Wushuang hasn't appeared yet, Jiang Chen couldn't help showing an anxious look. Just when Jiang Chen was a little impatient, a breath that made Jiang Chen blood connected suddenly came in from outside the martial arts field. Jiang Chen was shocked and couldn't help looking up suddenly. "I saw a beautiful and peerless woman slowly walking in from outside the martial arts arena. Her face is exquisite, the green silk is like a waterfall, and the aqua dress is on her body, like water waves, and she exudes a breath of elegance. This handsome figure, who is not his mother Ji Wushuang? Mother, I finally found you." Seeing this familiar figure after years of absence, Jiang Chen couldn't help but an expression of excitement appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen also knew that it was not the time to go up to meet Ji Wuxuang at this moment, so he had to take a deep breath and forcibly suppress the excitement in his heart. Who is this? Why have I never seen this before? Some disciples of the Cold Moon Palace looked at Ji Wuxuang, who suddenly appeared, and a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Others who knew Ji Wuxuang's identity couldn't help but quickly said, "Hush! Keep your voice down, she is Ji Wuxuang, the personal disciple received by the elder Taixu before sitting down." It turned out to be her. Many disciples of the Hanyu Palace were shocked. 5 years ago, because of the appearance of this one, Hanyu Palace almost broke out in civil strife. Later, the two great realm gods of the Hanyu Palace took action and suppressed the incident, and the personal disciple of the Supreme Elder was also missing. Unexpectedly, this time the Tianjiao challenge, even this one appeared. Just when everyone was shocked, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the center of the martial arts field, and a white-haired old man appeared silently in everyone's sight. The old man looks ordinary, but in the ordinary, he is sharp and vigorous, and his old eyes are also piercing, making people afraid to look directly. Everyone, it's the new Tianjiao challenge in the Cold Moon Palace. The old man Zhang Lishui, the great elder of the Cold Moon Palace, is also the host of this Tianjiao challenge. The Tianjiao challenge is a grand event held only once in my Hanyu Palace 1,000 years ago. Therefore, as long as the disciples who participate in the Tianjiao challenge have performed well, they can receive a generous reward from the sect. In addition, the top 3 in the Tianjiao challenge will be eligible to participate in the Great Desolate Tianjiao Club in half a year. Zhang Lishui's gaze swept slightly across the martial arts arena, and the old voice instantly spread to every corner of the martial arts arena. As Zhang Lishui's voice resounded in the martial arts field, the eyes of countless disciples who signed up for the Tianjiao challenge became extremely hot. The Tianjiao challenge is a grand event in Hanyu Palace that was born because of the Great Desolation Tianjiao meeting. It will only be held once in 1,000 years. In every Tianjiao challenge, if you can get a good ranking, you can get a lot of rewards, especially the top 3. They can represent the sect to the Great Wilderness God Sect and participate in the Great Wilderness Tianjiao Society, and thus they are admired and famous. Zhang Lishui ignored the excitement of the crowd, his eyes swept across Ji Wuxuang's body, and the faint voice resounded through the entire martial arts arena again. Everyone, after the discussion of the senior sect, this time the Tianjiao challenge will be the first and will receive a very precious reward. This reward is the mind crystal of the world left by the elder sitting 5 years ago. Chapter 1841. Jiang Chen's Self-Confidence. With Zhang Lishui's words, there was an uproar on the martial arts field. This time the Tianjiao challenge is the first place, and he can still get the world heart crystal left by the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace 5 years ago. Jia Xin Shen Jing, this is the essence of the condensing of the Lord Jia Shen. A realm spirit crystal can not only greatly accelerate the speed of cultivation, it can even increase the chance of a realm censored to break through the realm censored by at least 50%. Everyone knows very well in their hearts that the first place in the Tianjiao challenge this time is definitely the palace tomb. This world heart crystal is basically prepared for the palace. When everyone was shocked, their eyes couldn't help but looked at Ji Wuxuang. After the Supreme Elder sat down, he passed the Jia Xin Shen Jing to her newly acquired disciple, and even caused a turmoil in the Cold Moon Palace. Now that Jia Xin Shen Jing is regarded as a reward for the Tianjiao challenge, it seems that this one has not kept the Jia Xin Jing in the first place. Zhang Lishui began to introduce the rules of the Tianjiao challenge. The Tianjiao challenge is divided into 3 rounds: qualifying, ranking and challenge. The top 3 Tianjiao of Hanyu Palace Zongmen do not participate in the qualifying and ranking competitions and are the top 3 candidates for the Tianjiao challenge. All the remaining contestants will first be divided into 3 groups to participate in the qualifying rounds, and a lottery is adopted. Which 2 people's numbers are drawn, the 2 will go to the stage to fight against each other and decide the winner. Each person has 10 mobile phone meetings, and the final ranking is based on the number of wins. The top 4 winners of each group are eligible to enter the ranking competition. And the top 3 in the rankings can enter the final challenge and get the qualifications to challenge 3 candidates to compete for the places of the 3 great sacred arrogance clubs. Announce the rules of the challenge. Zhang Lishui announced the rewards for the Tianjiao challenge. As long as you pass the qualifying rounds and enter the ranking rounds, you will be able to obtain 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones and the opportunity to choose a martial arts skill. The rewards for the 3 people who entered the final challenge after the ranked competition were doubled. Finally, the top 3 in the Tianjiao challenge will not only get the quota of the Great Wild Tianjiao Club, but also have free use before the Great Wild Tianjiao Club starts. The privilege of any resource in the Cold Moon Palace. Hearing Zhang Lishui's announcement of the award, the eyes of many participating disciples became much hotter. For most of the disciples, it is obviously impossible to compete for the top 3 in the Tianjiao challenge. As long as you can pass the qualifying rounds and enter the ranked matches, the rewards are already very attractive. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to 100 million low-grade spirit stones. For any cultivator in the realm of heaven and God, this is a huge asset. In addition, you can choose one of the martial arts of the world. Realm God martial arts are very rare even in Realm God sects like Hanyu Palace. The vast majority of ordinary disciples, even if they have been struggling for a lifetime in the Cold Moon Palace, may not be able to obtain a realm-censored martial skill. Zhang Lishui looked at a pair of eager eyes, and the faint voice resounded through the audience again. Now I announce that Hanyu Palace's Tianjiao challenge has officially started, and all participants are invited to come forward and draw lots. As Zhang Lishui's voice fell, many of the Hanyu Palace disciples who participated in the Tianjiao challenge all around burst out toward the center of the martial arts field. 2 brothers, I will draw lots first. Jiang Chen and Shang Hong greeted them, and they flashed directly toward the center of the martial arts field, and then landed beside Ji Wushuang. At the moment Jiang Chen appeared, Ji Wushuang also sensed something, and couldn't help but raise his head and look towards Jiang Chen. When she saw Jiang Chen's figure, the whole person was stunned for a moment, some could not believe her eyes. An expression of excitement also appeared in Ji Wushuang's indifferent eyes. Chener, is that you? Ji Wushuang looked at Jiang Chen, and the excitement sounded directly into Jiang Chen's ears. When entering the martial arts field just now, Ji Wushuang actually also had a sense of connecting her blood. It's just that she never expected that Jiang Chen could find Hanyu Palace so quickly. Mother, it's me. I know you have a lot to say, but now is not the time to say these. When the Tianjiao challenge is over, I will tell you in detail. Don't worry, I will take the first place in the Tianjiao challenge, and protect you from the Elder's Spirit Crystal. Jiang Chen quickly spoke to Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang could not help being surprised when he heard Jiang Chen's voice transmission. Hanyu Palace, as a well-known realm god sect in the Great Wilderness Realm, is extremely powerful. Zongmin's first Tianjiao Palace mausoleum was ranked 32nd in the Great Desolate Tianjiao list. Among the disciples of the Hanyu Palace, it was almost invincible. Jiang Chen actually wants to compete for the first place in the Tianjiao challenge. Is he confident that he can't compete with the palace? After Ji Wushuang entered God's domain, by chance, she was taken by the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace and came to the Cold Moon Palace. Soon after she came to Hanyu Palace, this Super Elder sat down and passed away. And when Qixian passed away, not only sealed a piece of energy in her body, but also gave her the Jia Xin Shen Jing left by her sitting. Relying on the energy sealed in her body by the elders and the many resources left behind. In just 5 years, Ji Wushuang surpassed the 3rd stage True God from the Void God realm all the way, and directly reached the level of the 3rd rank of the Heavenly God. Jiang Chen entered God's domain, only a few years longer than her. Even if Jiang Chen is a talented evildoer, I am afraid it will be difficult to grow to the point where he can compete with the first day of the Hanyu Palace Tianjiao, right? In fact, Ji Wushuang didn't hold much hope for keeping the Jingxin Jing. This time coming to participate in the Tianjiao challenge, Ji Wushuang could only do his best. There is no hope anyway. Ji Wushuang naturally does not want to involve Jiang Chen at this time. Mother, don't worry, the mausoleum was only on the first day of the Cold Moon Palace, and that's it in my eyes. Ji Wushuang took a deep breath. Just when she was about to speak, Jiang Chen's confident voice rang in her ears again. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ji Wushuang's beautiful eyes could not help but reveal a look of surprise. She glanced at Jiang Chen slightly, sending out her own 3rd-tier cultivation base. She couldn't see Jiang Chen at all. Most of Jiang Chen's current cultivation base is already above her, at least he has reached the 4th stage of the Heavenly God. Thinking of the miracles that his son had created in the profound spirit continent back then, Ji Wushuang's beautiful eyes couldn't help showing a look of hope. Jiang Chen can really defeat Gong Ling and win the first place in the Tianzhao Challenge. Chapter 1842, Qualifying Round begins. Chenur, that palace mausoleum can be ranked on the list of the great desolate Tianzhao, by no means an ordinary person. Even if your strength is extraordinary, you must be careful when facing him. Ji Wuxuang took a deep breath and couldn't help reminding Jiang Chen. Jia Xin Shen Jing was passed to her by the Supreme Elder Sitting Hua. In Ji Wuxuang's heart, naturally he didn't want the Jia Xin Shen Jing to be taken away by others. If Jiang Chen could compete for the first place in the Tianzhao Challenge and obtain the Jia Xin Jing Jing, it is undoubtedly Ji Wuxuang's opinion. With Jiang Chen's talent, if he could obtain the Realm Heart Crystal, he might quickly hit the Realm God Venerable. Not long after entering God's domain, the two daughters of Meng Qingshe were forcibly taken away. Only Venerable Breakthrough World God, Jiang Chen had the strength to look for Meng Qingshe and the others. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Mother can rest assured. When Jiang Chen and Ji Wuxuang were communicating with each other, nearly 100 talented disciples from the Hanyu Palace soon gathered in the martial arts field. Seeing this scene before him, Jiang Chen also had to sigh the cruelty of the Tianzhao Challenge. Nearly 100 talented disciples of Hanyu Palace participated in the competition, divided into 3 groups, each with more than 30 people. Only the top 4 can enter the next round of ranking competition. The probability of this promotion is almost as low as 1/10. Zhang Lishui directed several referees to start grouping, and 60 or 70 disciples were divided into 3 groups. Jiang Chen drew a number from 1 to 6, which means he was placed on the 6th in the first group. The draw is complete. As soon as Zhang Lishui's palm moved, a mysterious bead exuding the might of a powerful world censored also emerged from his palm. I saw the mysterious bead directly in the center of the square, transforming into 3 arena full of 100 meters in size. It's worthy of being the sect of the gods of the realm. It's really a big hand. It is actually used as the venue of the Tianzhao Challenge to evolve the ring with the magic of the world. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 arenas appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the martial arts arena, and a shocked look appeared in his eyes. With the emergence of the 3 arenas, the 3 referees also began to preside over the draw of each group under the sign of Zhang Lishui. The first group, the 5th to the 19th. The second group, number 6 versus number 23. The third group, 1 to 8. After hearing the 3 referees announce the numbers for the first round of the match, each of the trainees boarded the ring and played against their opponents. Jiang Chen was not drawn in the first round, so he watched the game from below the ring of the first group. In the first match of the first group, Lu Chuan, one of the top 10 sects of Hanyu Palace, was drawn. His opponent is a skinny boy, the cultivation base of the late Third Order Tianshan. Ice Dragon broken. The skinny boy obviously knew that he was inferior to Lu Chuan, and wanted to seize the opportunity, so he attacked with all his strength as soon as he came on stage. The surrounding air was instantly torn apart by the power of the world erupted by the thin young man, and then turned into an ice dragon, with the breath of frozen space, roaring away at Lu Chuan with its teeth and claws. Lu Chuan held a black short knife in both hands and stood motionless. It wasn't until the skinny boy's attack appeared in front of him that he slashed it out gently. The ice dragon with the cold energy was smashed by Lu Chuan in the blink of an eye, and the thin young man was shocked to take several steps back. With one move to repel the thin boy, Lu Chuan won the power and did not forgive. The black in his hand was woven into a knife net for a short time, and he blocked the thin boy. The skinny boy gave a wry smile and quickly gave in. There are 10 rounds of qualifying. Facing Lu Chuan, one of the top 10 sects, even if he tried his best, he didn't have much chance of winning. It's better to save his strength and deal with the next game. In this case, there may be a chance to compete for the top 4 and qualify for the rankings. Chapter 1843. The first 6-game winning streak will only be me. It's worthy of being among the top 10 arrogances of the sect, and it is really strong. On the audience stage, everyone looked at the scene in front of them, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. With Lu Chuan's victory, the remaining 2 battles were quickly settled and the second game began. The battles in the first round of the Tianzhao Challenge qualifying tournament are almost endless. Generally, after one party has the absolute upper hand, the other party will choose to actively admit defeat. Just the first round of qualifying, there are 10 games. Even Lu Chuan, who is among the top 10 in the sect, will try to preserve his strength to deal with the next game. At the end of the first game, the referee on the ring quickly announced the opposing sides of the second game. The second match of the number 1 ring was Jiang Chen's number 6 versus No. 13. Jiang Chen flew onto the ring, and a burly young man quickly came to the ring. The young man is extremely strong, his arms are as thick as his calves, and his muscles are mixed, like a piece of steel, exuding a domineering and mighty aura. Wang Meng, disciple of the inner sect of Cold Moon Palace, please enlighten me. The burly young man gave a violent shout, kicked the sole of his foot on the ring, his right fist brought a burst of fists that shattered the space, and directly blasted towards Jiang Chen. This burly young man majored in strength, although it seemed fierce and domineering, but it was only the third-order cultivation base of the gods. Jiang Chen lifted his palm slightly, and a layer of transparent qi glowed all over his body. The fist of the burly young man fell accurately on Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen took the blow abruptly, he didn't seem to be affected at all, and he didn't move half of his footsteps. And the burly young man's figure, the counter-shock force from his fist, slammed to the outside of the high platform, and the whole person looked embarrassed. The burly young man had to admit defeat with a look of unwillingness. As the referee announced the result, Jiang Chen easily won the first victory. It's worthy of the arena evolved from the world's artifacts, but it is somewhat similar to the temple arena in the Eternal Temple. Jiang Chen defeated Wang Meng lightly, and could not help but let out a low whisper. The arena evolved from this world divine weapon not only has a strong defense, but also has a great suppressing power, which greatly reduces the scope of the power of the gods. Fighting against the gods, energy fluctuations can easily sweep across the void. With such a big movement, this Tianjiao challenge is really difficult to run. It seems that this venerable Zhan Dao's disciple personally passed on. It is really not easy, no wonder he dared to openly challenge the palace. The crowd around watching the disciples saw the situation on the ring, they couldn't help being surprised. Wang Meng, a burly young man, is also known among the inner sect disciples of the Cold Moon Palace. Jiang Chen was able to defeat Wang Meng with an understatement, and his strength might not be inferior to that of the top 10 arrogances of the sect. Qualifying rounds continue. Next, it was Ji Wuxuang's turn to appear soon. Like Jiang Chen, Ji Wuxuang was assigned to the first group. Moreover, her luck was not so good, she encountered the 4th-ranked Zhongmen Tianjiao Xu Yunjian in the first battle. Ji Wuxuang directly chose to admit defeat. Although she had obtained the lifelong inheritance of the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace, she finally came to God's domain for too short a time. In the past 5 years, even though she had practiced with all her strength, she had just broken through the 3rd rank of the gods and barely qualified to participate in the Tianjiao challenge. With her strength, facing Xu Yunjian's such sect Tianjiao, there is almost no chance of winning. If before meeting Jiang Chen, in order to follow the last words of the Supreme Elder, she might also consider a desperate fight. Her son not only came to Hanyu Palace, but also had the confidence to compete for the first place in the Tianjiao challenge. Why should she know nothing about it? Ji Wuxuang's surrender did not cause much disturbance. Except for the 3 people who don't need to participate in the qualification and challenge, Xu Yunjian, the 4th arrogant of the sect, is almost the strongest existence. Who wants to fight Xu Yunjian in the first round? As game after game progressed, the first round of competition soon ended and entered the next round of duel. In this way, until the 5th round, Jiang Chen easily defeated his opponent and won 5 consecutive victories. After 5 rounds of competition, Jiang Chen and their group of 4 have won 5 consecutive victories. 2 of these 4 are the top 10 arrogances of the sect. One of them is Lu Chuan, ranked 8th, and the other is Xu Yunjian, ranked 4th. The 2 remaining who maintained a complete victory record were Jiang Chen and another disciple named Fang Ming. Although Fang Ming is not the 10 great arrogants of the sect, but his cultivation has reached the 4th rank of the gods, his strength is extremely not weak. The 4 firmly occupy the top 4 positions in the first group. As long as there are no accidents, the first group will pass the qualifying round and enter the ranking round. It should be Jiang Chen and the others. After 5 rounds of competition, Zhang Lishui announced an hour of rest to allow everyone to recover their wasted strength and physical strength. An hour later, the 6th round of the qualifying round started. In this round, Jiang Chen was drawn in the 3rd game. His opponent was Lu Chuan, one of the top 10 sects of Hanyu Palace. The draw was over, and the 2 entered the first ring one after another. Everyone in the stands watched this scene and couldn't help but boil. Even Gong Ling and Bai Xingjian, who did not participate in the qualifying rounds, had their eyes on the first ring. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect Jiang Chen and Lu Chuan to meet in this round. Who do you think can win this battle? I am more optimistic about Lu Chuan. Although Jiang Chen is very strong, he wants to challenge the top 10 arrogances of the sect, but I am afraid it is not an easy task. That's not necessarily the case. Jiang Chen's strength may not be worse than Lu Chuan. There was a lot of discussion. Although most of them supported Lu Chuan, a small number of people still liked Jiang Chen. Lu Chuan and Jiang Chen stood opposite each other and said indifferently, Jiang Chen, you are not my opponent, don't waste time, give up. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Among the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace, no one can let me Jiang Chen surrender. Among us, the first person to win 6 consecutive victories will only be me. Jiang Chen's words also stunned everyone. Lu Chuan, this is one of the top 10 sects of Hanyu Palace. Listening to Jiang Chen's breath, it is clear that Lu Chuan, the 8th-ranked Tianzhao of the sect, was not in his eyes. Don't be ashamed. If you insist on humiliating yourself, then I will fulfill you. A cold light flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes, and the powerful aura of the 4th-order Tiantian was also oppressing Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. Chapter 1844. Defeated Zongmin Tianzhao. Facing the oppression of Lu Chuan's aura, Jiang Chen stood proudly in place, motionless like a mountain. Even though it is the oppression of the power of the 6th order, censored, of heaven, he is fearless at all. How can he care about the oppressive power of the 4th order, censored, of Lu Chuan? Lu Chuan couldn't help but condensed slightly when he saw that his aura could not even shake Jiang Chen. His figure instantly turned into a violent wind, and he appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye, and a terrifying palm power that shattered the space, whistling toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and just threw a fist in an understatement. A fist and a palm strangled together instantly, making terrifying bursts of sound. As soon as his fist touched, Lu Chuan's gaze immediately changed, and his whole body was backed by 7 or 8 steps. He looked up at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and there was an incredible horror in his eyes. I didn't expect you to have such strength, but I underestimated you. But if you want to defeat me, you are still not qualified. When the voice fell, Lu Chuan's whole body's momentum rose a little in an instant, the 4 world powers intertwined in his palm, and then transformed into a transparent giant palm, covering Jiang Chen in the air. A loud noise erupted over the entire arena, like thunder. I saw that the space above Jiang Chen's head seemed to collapse under the pressure of the giant transparent palm. Had it not been restricted by the ring, Lu Chuan's palm shot could almost instantly shatter the Chenjiang void into nothingness. Really, I said just now, this 6-game winning streak, I'll take it. While Jiang Chen spoke, the figure did not retreat but moved forward, lifting 7 or 8 points of strength and blasting out with a punch. The two figures slammed together once again, and the strong impact spread to the surroundings, causing the entire arena to rippling with space cracks like water waves. The transparent giant palm that Lu Chuan transformed into suddenly collapsed in just a moment. When Jiang Chen's punch was about to hit Lu Chuan's body, the corner of Lu Chuan's mouth was slightly sneered. A series of mysterious chi of water blue appeared ghostly from Lu Chuan's body. Jiang Chen's fist hit the water blue chi, causing the chi to vibrate violently, but was not crushed. A terrible force bounced back along the arm, shaking Jiang Chen back 2 or 3 steps. This is Tai Chi Gang Chi. Unexpectedly, Lu Chuan would use the world-censored martial arts so quickly. Tai Chi Gang Chi, this is one of the most powerful defensive martial arts of the Cold Moon Palace. Not only is it unbreakable, but it can also rebound attacks. Jiang Chen is afraid that he will be in trouble now. When everyone looked at the situation on the high platform, they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Brother Shang, junior brother Jiang seems to be in trouble. Seeing the situation on the high platform, Xu Tianming couldn't help but tighten. Shang Hong smiled faintly. Don't worry, Lu Chuan's level of merchandise will not cause any trouble to Jiang Chen. It's not that Lu Chuan's Tai Chi Gang Chi has never been taught. With his strength, he just felt that this Tai Chi Chi was a bit difficult. And Jiang Chen's strength is far above him. How can this Tai Chi Chi pose a threat to him? Jiang Chen, I am such a world-censored martial arts, even if it is an ordinary 6th-tier powerhouse, it may not be easy to break through. I think you should give up. Looking at Jiang Chen who was retreated, Lu Chuan couldn't help but a smug look appeared in his eyes. But it's just a mere martial skill of the world, if you think that you can stop my winning streak with this, it would be too whimsical. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, flipping his hand and smashing Lu Chuan with the seal of the censored of openness. Holding the heavenly fire sword in his hand, he lightly stroked Lu Chuan with a sword. The Tai Chi Gang Chi on Lu Chuan vibrated violently, cracking every inch. Lu Chuan's throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Your cultivation base has reached the 5th rank of the gods. Lu Chuan went back more than 10 steps with a pale face, and an incredible horror appeared in the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's cultivation base is actually the 5th rank of the gods. Hearing Lu Chuan's incredible scream, everyone in the stands looked dull, and it took a long time to recover from the horror. Even the 10 great arrogances of the Hanyu Palace sect, most of the cultivation base only stayed at the 4th level of the gods. Doesn't this mean that Jiang Chen has already surpassed most of the 10 sect Tianzhao's existence in terms of martial arts cultivation alone? But the current situation makes them have to believe. The magical martial arts of the Hanyu Palace realm, Tai Chi Gang Chi, are extremely powerful in defense. It is almost impossible to defeat Tai Chi Gang Chi unless the strength exceeds the person who uses Tai Chi Gang Chi. Jiang Chen was able to defeat Lu Chuan's Tai Chi Gang Chi so easily. I'm afraid he really has the 5th order cultivation base of the gods. Unexpectedly, Chener's cultivation base has reached the 5th rank of the gods. Looking at Jiang Chen standing proudly on the ring, Ji Wuxuang's beautiful eyes also showed an inconceivable surprise. As far as she knows, the first Tianzhao Palace mausoleum of Hanyu Palace was nothing more than the cultivation base of the 5th rank of the god. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he is fully qualified to compete with the palace. Lu Chuan, do you want to continue? On the ring, Jiang Chen stood with his hands in his hands, looking down at Lu Chuan from a high level, faintly authentic. Lu Chuan's complexion changed for a while, and finally he chose to admit defeat. Jiang Chen has the 5th tier cultivation base of the celestial god, even the 10 major sect Tianzhao of Hanyu Palace, few people can compare with it. Even though he still has some whole cards, if it is displayed, he may not be able to fight Jiang Chen. But now it's just a qualifying match, and Lu Chuan naturally doesn't want to expose all his cards so early. In this game, number 6 Jiang Chen wins. As Lu Chuan took the initiative to admit defeat, the referee quickly announced Jiang Chen's victory. And Jiang Chen also became the first group to win 6 consecutive victories. The 6th round soon ended. The 7th round began immediately. As the qualifying round draws to a close, the battle on the ring has become much fierce. The qualifying rounds have reached the final 3 rounds, and some of the 5th and 6th placed people are beginning to get fierce and want to win a place to advance to the rankings. After a battle with Lu Chuan, Jiang Chen undoubtedly became a lot easier in the next 2 rounds. He took the stage twice and his opponents resolutely chose to admit defeat. In the face of a ruthless man who can defeat even the top 10 princes of the sect, no one would choose to fight stupidly. Unconsciously, the qualifying round has entered the final round. The referee of the number 1 arena directly announced the first matchup loudly after a new round of draws. The number 1 arena, the first game of the 10th round, the number 6 versus the number 11. As the referee announced the confrontation between the two sides, the entire martial arts field was boiling at this moment. Chapter 1845. Ranked Battle. After the previous rounds of duel, everyone remembered the corresponding numbers for the talented disciples who performed brilliantly in the qualifying rounds. The first set of number 6 versus number 11 is exactly Jiang Chen versus Shi Yunjian. These two are also the last 2 in the first group to maintain a 9-game winning streak. Whoever can win this battle will be able to get the first place in this group in the qualifying round. Under the gaze of everyone in the martial arts arena, Jiang Chen and Shi Yunjian stood opposite each other on the number 1 arena. Both of them just stared at each other quietly, never making a move. Jiang Chen finally broke the tranquility on the ring. He glanced at Shi Yunjian on the opposite side, and said lightly, "Don't waste time, are you going to fight this battle or not?" "I want to fight you, but not now." Shi Yunjian's eyes flashed, and he immediately looked at the referee on the side. "This time, I give up." In the previous battle between Jiang Chen and Lu Chuan, the strength displayed was unfathomable. Even Shi Yunjian did not have absolute certainty in defeating Jiang Chen. If it changed to normal, Shi Yunjian wouldn't mind directly fighting Jiang Chen. But now it is the Tianzhao challenge of Hanyu Palace. Shi Yunjian's sole purpose is to enter the final challenge and win a place to participate in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. Now for the first place in a qualifying group, fighting against a strong opponent like Jiang Chen is not a choice of name. When Shi Yunjian said this, it seemed as if a stone was thrown into the calm lake, causing 1,000 waves of waves. I heard you right, Shi Yunjian, as the 4th-ranked Tianzhao of the sect, unexpectedly chose to give in. You heard that right, Shi Yunjian did take the initiative to give in. This is incredible, right? If Jiang Chen took the initiative to surrender, everyone might not have had such a big reaction. Shi Yunjian is the 4th sect Tianzhao in the Hanyu Palace. The top 3 Tianzhao in the sect were the top 3 candidates in the Tianzhao Challenge and did not participate in the previous competition. It can be said, Shi Yunjian is definitely one of the best in today's qualifying competition. He chose to surrender to Jiang Chen, causing many people to show incredible expressions. After Jiang Chen and 2 stepped down, the game continued. Not long after, the 10th round of the game ended. The 3 referees in charge of the game reported the results of the group victory. In the first group, Jiang Chen ranked first without any surprise with a record of 10 wins. Shi Yunjian and Lu Chuan both won 9 victories in 10 matches, tied for second place. The last place for promotion is Fang Ming, who has won 8 victories. Soon, the other 2 teams qualified for the ranking competition were also announced by the referee. Almost none of the 10 major sects of Hanyu Palace, Tianzhao, successfully entered the rankings. The remaining few promotion places are also well-known inner disciples of Hanyu Palace. The qualifying round is over. Zhang Lishui returned to the center of the martial arts field again to preside over the next ranking match. The 12 disciples who advance to the ranking tournament will face off against each other by drawing lots. The winner advances to the top 6, and the loser is eliminated directly. The top 6 players will compete in the second round of draws to determine the top 3 in the ranking. And the top 3 in the rankings can enter the final challenge, get the qualifications to challenge the top 3 candidates, and compete for the place in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. After Zhang Lishui announced the next rules of the game, he quickly pinched a seal with both hands. In the center of the martial arts field, 3 finished glyphs of thunder came, as if being drawn by some kind of force. At the same time they moved closer to the center. The 3 arenas merged into one, evolving into a giant arena over 1,000 meters in size. After Zhang Lishui merged the 3 arenas into one giant arena, the loud voice resounded through the audience once again. Now, in the first round of the ranking tournament, the top 6 battle begins. As Zhang Lishui's voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire martial arts venue burst into flames, and the audience blasted into the sky. Those who can pass the qualifying rounds into the ranking rounds are all geniuses in the Hanyu Palace genius. The rule of the ranked game is to determine the outcome. Everyone wants to enter the next round, must burst out 100% strength. These levels of battle are obviously much more intense and beautiful than qualifying matches. With countless expectant gazes around the martial arts field, Zhang Lishui draws lots to announce the opponents of the first game. The first game of the first round of the ranking, Lu Chuan played against Han Feng. There was a commotion around the martial arts field after hearing the first match. They also didn't expect that the first matchup of the ranking match would be so fierce that the top 10 Tianzhao disciples of the 2 major sects would meet directly. Lu Chuan and Han Feng did not hesitate, and successively boarded the central ring. Han Feng looked at Lu Chuan and said lightly, "Lu Chuan, you are not my opponent, give up. Whether it's an opponent, you won't know until you have played it." Lu Chuan sneered coldly, and directly urged the power of the 4 gods in his body to evolve a world of gods covering 100 feet of space. The cold light in Han Feng's eyes skyrocketed, and it was also the evolution of a heavenly world that collided with Lu Chuan's heavenly world. One of them ranked 8th in Hanyu Palace's sect Tianzhao, and the other ranked 6th, with little difference in strength. For this ranking match that determines the outcome, the 2 have no reservations at all, and almost showed their strongest strength when they shot. The worlds of the gods of the 2 were intertwined above the ring, each evolving various supernatural powers to collide together. If it weren't for the battle arena to evolve from the world's artifacts, it would probably be enough to knock the sky above the entire martial arts field. Is this the real strength of the top 10 arrogances of the sect? It is really scary. It seems that in the qualifiers just now, they all hid their strength and didn't take it seriously at all. Seeing the 2 fighting in the ring, the eyes of countless Hanyu Palace disciples were shocked that could not be concealed. Jiang Chen, do you think either of them can win? Xu Tianming looked at the two people who were fighting, censored, the ring, and didn't ask Jiang Chen beside him. Jiang Chen said indifferently, the ranking of your top 10 sect Tianzhao is quite reliable. If nothing else, Lu Chuan might be defeated. The difference between the two in the ring is actually not that big. However, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the power of the world in Han Feng was stronger than that of Lu Chuan. Among the power of the world controlled by Han Feng, there is the power of the way of life. On the endurance of the battle, Lu Chuan is even less popular. If this continues, Lu Chuan will almost certainly lose. Chapter 1846. A series of spikes, Megatron. After Lu Chuan confronted Han Feng for a while, he was finally overwhelmed, and gradually began to be at a disadvantage. Even if he used the world-censored martial arts Tai Chi Gang Chi and various whole cards, he could not stop the attack of the cold wind, and finally completely defeated. This kid is really extraordinary. Seeing that Jiang Chen judged the outcome so accurately, Xu Tianming couldn't help but feel a little bitter. The top 10 sects of Hanyu Palace, Tianzhao, are not far behind in the rankings. Even for him, it was difficult to judge the outcome of Lu Chuan and Han Feng from the beginning, but Jiang Chen could easily judge it. This vision alone is not comparable to him. In the second game, it was Jiang Chen's turn to play. His opponent was a Cold Moon Palace disciple named Luo Feng. This person was hailed as the first disciple of the inner sect of Hanyu Palace, and he was second only to the 10 great arrogances of the sect, and his strength was extremely strong. As soon as the two of them came on stage, Luo Feng preemptively took the initiative and tried his best to kill Jiang Chen. Luo Feng naturally looked at the situation where Jiang Chen defeated Lu Chuan before. He clearly knew in his heart that there was a certain gap between his own strength and Jiang Chen. Only by proactively attacking and preemptively do you have a chance to defeat Jiang Chen. Tianshu Sword Energy, Fall. Jiang Chen's complexion was calm. He directly activated the 7-star Heaven Sword Art, mobilizing the power of the stars, and condensing the first sword energy. God King Skill 7-star Heaven Sword Art. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even if only one of the sword auras of the 7-star Heavenly Sword Art was condensed, Luo Feng could not resist it at all. The resplendent sword energy, like a flying sword outside the sky, fell from the 9 heavens. Luo Feng hadn't reacted at all, and the whole person was directly sent flying by Jiang Chen's sword aura. In this scene, the entire square suddenly became silent. As the first inner disciple of the Cold Moon Palace, Luo Feng's strength is almost no less inferior to the lower-ranked Zongmin Tianzhao. Everyone thought that there would be a fierce battle between the two. But no one thought that Jiang Chen just condensed a sword aura lightly and killed Luo Feng in seconds. What a strong sword! Xu Tianming looked at the situation on the ring, his pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Chen's strength has almost exceeded his imagination. Fortunately, in the previous qualifying competition, he did not choose to fight against Jiang Chen. If facing Jiang Chen's weird and powerful sword, even with his strength, it would not be easy to want the next thing. Senior Gong, what martial skill is this? How can it be so strong? Bai Xingjian saw the sword Jiang Chen was displaying, and his eyes also showed unconcealed shock. Even the world-censored martial arts swallowing moon sword art he mastered was hard to compare with Jiang Chen's sword. His sword has surpassed the realm of magic skills. Gong Ling took a deep breath, and said, I heard Master Zan Dao master a censored king skill. It seems that he has passed such a censored king skill to Jiang Chen. God King skill. Hearing Gong Ling's words, Bai Xingjian's expression couldn't help changing slightly. From the Hanyu Palace Keqing's assessment, Bai Xingjian has been preventing Jiang Chen from entering the Hanyu Palace. Bai Xingjian didn't expect that not only did he fail to prevent Jiang Chen from entering the Cold Moon Palace, he also made Jiang Chen a direct disciple of Venerable Profound Tao. Now it is the censored king technique taught by Venerable Xuandao. Thinking of this, Bai Xingjian felt mad with jealousy. The top 3-sect Tianzhao in his dignified Hanyu Palace had never possessed the skill of the censored king. Why can this guy be favored by Venerable Profound Tao, and get the inheritance of divine king skills from Venerable Profound Tao? Gong Ling ignored the change of Bai Xingjian's face, his eyes fixed on Jiang Chen on the ring, his expression also became more solemn. The most shocking thing in his heart was not that Venerable Zan Dao had taught Jiang Chen the skill of the King Chen. Jiang Chen entered the Cold Moon Palace, and it took only 1 year for his full budget. But this guy actually mastered the Master of the Divine King's skills taught by Venerable Xuandao in just 1 year. Such a terrifying comprehension can be said to be against the sky. Regardless of Jiang Chen's cultivation level or talent, he would not be inferior in the slightest. Coupled with his mastery of the censored king's skills, the combat power will definitely reach the point of a few terrifying. This guy, maybe it will really become his biggest obstacle to winning the Tianzhao challenge. No matter how evil you are, I am the #1 genius in the Cold Moon Palace. No one wants to take the #1 position in the Tianzhao challenge. Gong Ling muttered to himself, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. There was hardly too much suspense in the successive matchups. Shi Yunjian and the 3 Zongmen Tianzhao did not collide with each other, and naturally they defeated their opponents smoothly. Only in the last game, Fang Ming tried his best to defeat his opponent and advance to the top 6. Next, enter the second round of the top 3 competition. Jiang Chen was the first to play against Han Feng, the 6th-ranked Zongmen Tianzhao of Hanyu Palace. Han Feng stared at Jiang Chen sternly. Jiang Chen, although you are very strong, I have to set the top 3 places in the rankings, no one wants to stop me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. If you want to enter the top 3, you don't just rely on your mouth. Don't talk nonsense and do it. Han Feng's eyes were cold, and a sharp breath burst out of him instantly. An invisible pressure swept all over the ring, causing the entire Yanwu square to become still at this moment. Han Feng evolved into the world of the gods and enveloped Jiang Chen. A terrifying thunderstorm swept out from the sky, as if to destroy Jiang Chen and the space around him. Sky Jade Sword Energy, cut. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, directly pinched a sword tactic, pointed out at the void. A star sword aura that was more terrifying than before, as if piercing through an endless void, fell from the sky. Sword chi fell on Han Feng's celestial world, and in the blink of an eye, Han Feng's celestial world collapsed into nothingness. The world of the gods collapsed, and Han Feng's whole body flew out embarrassedly under the impact of the sword aura of the Sky Jade, and blood spurted out of his mouth like a fountain. The scene on the ring, and the huge square suddenly fell into a dead silence at this moment. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen on the arrogant arena, like a ghost. Some couldn't believe their eyes. Han Feng, the 6th-ranked Zongmen Tianzhao, was actually killed by Jiang Chen's understatement. Chapter 1847, Challenge the Palace, Martial Arts Field. Everyone looked at this scene on the ring with shocked faces, and it has been a long time for them to return from the shock. The 6th-ranked sect Tianzhao in Hanyu Palace was killed by Jiang Chen with a single move. Such strength is truly terrifying. Before the Tianzhao challenge started, almost everyone felt that this time the Tianzhao challenge was the first place to be the palace. But now Jiang Chen's birth turned out, directly making the situation confusing. Although they knew that the palace was very strong, they were the top arrogant talents on the list of the great arrogances. But even if the palace is shot, I am afraid there is nothing more than this. In the next 2 games of the 3 final battle, Shi Yunjian, the 4th arrogant of Zongmen, faced Lu Xiao, the 9th arrogant of Zongmen, and Mori, the 7th arrogant of Zongmen, faced Fang Ming. Shi Yunjian, the 4th-ranked sect Tianzhao of the Cold Moon Palace, was stronger than Lu Xiao by more than 1 level and easily won. And Mori also defeated Fang Ming by an overwhelming advantage to get the last 3 final place. The ranking battle is over. Congratulations to the 3 of you for qualifying for the challenge. Now I will give you half an hour to adjust your breath and enter the final challenge in half an hour. Zhang Lishui stood proudly in the void, his faint voice resounded through the audience again. Shi Yunjian and Mori didn't talk nonsense, and directly began to meditate and adjust their breath. In the next challenge, they faced the most powerful genius in Hanyu Palace. They can only maintain their peak state, and perhaps there is still a chance to compete for a place in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. Jiang Chen didn't meditate and adjust his breath. Regardless of whether it was a qualifying or ranking match, Jiang Chen was extremely easy to deal with. Even Zongmen Tianzhao as strong as Han Feng did not cause much consumption to Jiang Chen, and naturally there was no need to meditate and adjust his breath. Zhang Lishui's eyes swept over the 3 Jiang Chen, and said lightly, "Half an hour has come, now is the final challenge. All 3 of you have a chance to challenge the top 3 candidates. The first challenger, Mori." Hearing Zhang Lishui read his own name, even if Mori didn't want to be the first one in his heart, he had to step forward and board the ring. The top 3 candidates in the Tianzhao challenge are the top 3 geniuses in Hanyu Palace. The Palace Mausoleum, the first of the 10 great sects of the Hanyu Palace, is the only peerless Tianzhao among the Hanyu Palace's disciples, and it is almost invincible among the disciples of the Hanyu Palace. Yu Wushuang, the top 10 sect Tianzhao of Hanyu Palace, ranked second. Although it has never been exposed in the Cold Moon Palace, its strength is mysterious and unpredictable. The third-ranked Zongmen Tianzhao Bai Xingjian in Hanyu Palace clashed with Yu Wushuang and was suppressed by Yu Wushuang's 3 moves. These two people are almost two legends among the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace. Mori knew very well in his heart that their only chance was to challenge the White Star Sword if they wanted to get a spot in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. If all 3 of them challenged the White Star Sword, it would undoubtedly be the most disadvantaged for the first person to appear. At this point, Mori had no choice but to face Zhang Lishui. I challenge Bai Xingjian. No matter what, now that he has reached this point, he has to fight for the place of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Association. Do you really think I am the best bully of the 3? Bai Xingjian sneered coldly. When he moved, he instantly turned into a dazzling white glow before falling in front of Mori, with a disdainful expression on his face. Mori, do you want to challenge me too? Bai Xingjian, stop talking nonsense and fight. Mori roared, his eyes overflowing with brilliance. His right hand suddenly made a fist, and his fist blasted towards Jian Wuji. A horror fist with countless thunder electric lights, like a thunder dragon, with the sky full of thunder, roared out at the White Star Sword. Bai Xingjian's face was expressionless, and his right hand pointed out. The meaning of sharpness spread out, and a sword light penetrated through the void, smashing that thunder fist instantly. Sweeping vigorously, Mori's footsteps were unstable, and he stepped back several steps in a row. Shen Lei heaven-breaking fist. Mori roared wildly and smashed the ground with one foot, and his figure rose into the sky. The power of the silver thunder rose from his body, gathered on his right fist, and hit the white sword star again with a punch. An ant-like existence, dare to challenge me and defeat me. Looking at the thunderous fist that shattered the Beizong void and rolled and pressed, Bai Zhengxing was still like a mountain, his 5 fingers stretched out, and he volleyed. Thousands of sword auras pierced through the endless void in an instant, and then killed Mori in all directions. I saw that Mori's thunder fist was strangled by hundreds of sword chi, instantly becoming riddled with holes, and finally burst open in midair. Mori's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly condensed the world of the gods, trying to resist the powerful blow of the White Star Sword. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, sword energy flew from all directions, hitting Mori's world of gods. I saw that Mori's world of the gods shook violently under the continuous bombardment of endless sword energy, but it never collapsed. It's just that I underestimated you, and I was able to block me. However, you will stop there. Bai Xingjian's faint voice fell, and the whole person was like the same heavenly sword, bursting out an extremely sharp and striking breath. At this moment, the White Star Sword was like a king who wandered all over, with a terrifying force of swordsmanship in his wave, sweeping toward Mori. Just listening to the loud bang of the sword, Mori's heavenly god world was completely shattered under Jiang Chen's sword. Mori's figure trembled, and his whole body flew out of the ring like a broken kite. Seeing Mori flying upside down from the ring, the whole square was full of finches. Everyone looked at the Bai Xingjian standing proudly on the ring, showing a look of awe. It's worthy of being the top 3 candidate in the Tianzhao challenge. It's really strong. I'm afraid that this White Star Sword cultivation base has also broken through the 5th rank of the gods. While everyone looked at their hearts in awe, they couldn't help but cast their eyes on the 2 Jiang Chen. Bai Xingjian has always been the weakest among the top 3 candidates. Now that even Bai Xingjian is so powerful, can Jiang Chen really succeed in the challenge? Before everyone had recovered from the shocking scene in front of them, Bai Xingjian's sharp gaze shot directly at the 2 Jiang Chen under the ring, and his proud voice also instantly resounded over the square. You two, who else wants to challenge me, then come up and fight me. Chapter 1848, Only for the First. Brother Jiang Chen, you or me first. Hearing Bai Xingjian's proud words, Shi Yunjian couldn't help but turned his head to look at Jiang Chen beside him. Although the strength displayed by the White Star Sword was extremely powerful, Shi Yunjian didn't mean to shrink at all. Now that I have reached this point, in any case, for the place in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club, he has to do his best to fight. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. You go first, I have no plans to challenge him. This time the Tianzhao challenge, I only come for the first place. Only for the first. When Shi Yunjian heard the words, he couldn't help taking a breath. Does this guy want to be so cruel? Is he still planning to challenge the palace? Shi Yunjian shook his head, no longer thought about it, and immediately jumped onto the ring. Bai Xingjian glanced at Shi Yunjian and couldn't help but contemptuously said, Shi Yunjian, give up. If you can break through the 5th rank of the gods, you may still cause some trouble for me. You are not worth mentioning in my eyes. Shi Yunjian ranked second only to him in the top 10 sects Tianzhou of Hanyu Palace. If it were before that, Shi Yunjian's strength could indeed pose a big threat to him. But now that he has broken through the 5th rank of the gods, his strength is no longer what it used to be, so how can he put Shi Yunjian in his eyes? It's useless to say more, let's fight. Shi Yun's sword and tiger eyes overflowed with brilliance, and the aura of the 4th order peak of the gods also burst out with all their strength. Bai Xingjian's voice fell, and an extremely powerful sword burst out of his body, with endless invisible sharp edges, tearing the air out of pitch-black space cracks. Bai Xingjian smiled coldly, and a bright silver long sword flashed out of thin air in his palm. The moment he held the long sword, he immediately swung the sword with all his strength. The power of the vast world turned into countless sword shadows, and with the white star sword cut out, everything merged into it, turning into a dazzling ice sword aura. Sword chi ran through the void like frost. Wherever it goes, the space is frozen. Shi Yunjian's eyes were dignified, and an ancient sacred mountain evolved behind him, and his aura skyrocketed to the limit. On his right fist, countless mountain shadows were also rapidly evolving, a punch with the momentum of breaking the world and blocking the river, blasted out against the oncoming sword. Shi Yunjian's powerful punch only shook the frost sword chi, but did not collapse. The frost ice sword chi had completely frozen Shi Yunjian's fist strength, and then turned into thousands of ice cubes and exploded in midair, causing Shi Yunjian to explode awkwardly by dozens of feet. Bai Xingjian is too strong, and Shi Yunjian is not an opponent at all. Looking at the Shi Yunjian that was completely below, many Hanyu Palace disciples all around, their eyes were amazed. Among the 10 major sects of the Hanyu Palace, these two ranked 3rd and the other ranked 4th. They were both top talents out of a million. If the two are at the same level of cultivation, the outcome may still be 5-5. But now the white star sword has broken through the 5th rank of the celestial god, completely suppressing the Shi Yunjian in the cultivation base, and it is simply difficult for the Shi Yunjian to compete with the white star sword. Shi Yunjian seems to be losing. Looking at the situation on the ring, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Compared with the white star sword, Shi Yunjian does not have an advantage in terms of talent and background. If the two are in the same realm, Shi Yunjian might be able to contend 1 or 2. But now the Bai Xingjian cultivation base has been higher, and Shi Yunjian has almost no chance of winning. Even though Shi Yunjian tried his best, it barely blocked the next 2 swords of Bai Xingjian, and then completely defeated. After defeating Shi Yunjian with 3 moves, Bai Xingjian carried his hands on his back and shot directly at Jiang Chen below the ring. Jiang Chen, you are the only one left. Come up and fight with me. Ever since the 7-star refining pavilion in Hanyu God City met Jiang Chen, Bai Xingjian's heart has been holding back a lot of anger. Taking advantage of the Tianzhou challenge today, he is determined to defeat Jiang Chen upright and let this kid know the cost of offending his Bai Xingjian. Following Bai Xingjian's words, everyone in the field focused on Jiang Chen's body. This time the Tianzhou challenge, of the 3 people who broke through the siege and obtained the qualification for the challenge, 2 of them have already been defeated by Bai Xingjian, and now only Jiang Chen is left. Can Jiang Chen, the biggest dark horse in the Tianzhou challenge, be able to go to the end? Facing Bai Xingjian's call for battle, Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely calm. In this Tianzhou challenge, he only came for the 1st place, and it didn't make any sense to challenge the white star sword. After he stepped onto the ring, he didn't even glance at Bai Xingjian, and said flatly, I challenge the palace. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone in the square looked sluggish, some could not believe their ears. Jiang Chen actually wants to challenge the palace. Palace Mausoleum, this is the peerless Tianzhou who has overwhelmed an era in their Cold Moon Palace, and the only existence in the Hanyu Palace that has made it to the great desolate Tianzhou. Among the top 3 candidates in the Tianzhou challenge, Dongling's strength is definitely the well-deserved first. Jiang Chenhui ignored the white star sword in front of him and directly challenged the palace. Does this kid not only want the top 3, but also want to compete for the top spot in the Tianzhou challenge? Seeing that Jiang Chen ignored his existence and directly challenged the palace, Bai Xingjian's expression also instantly became extremely gloomy. It doesn't mean anything, I want the top spot in the Tianzhao challenge, challenging you is just a waste of time. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he looked directly at Gong Ling. Gong Ling, I said, I'm going to be the first in the Tianzhao challenge. Come up and fight with me. Jiang Chen, do you want to challenge senior brother Gong? The cold light in Bai Xingjian's eyes skyrocketed, and the whole person became murderous in an instant. If you want to challenge senior brother Gong, let me pass the test first. Just when he felt a little impatient, a bright purple light suddenly burst into the ring. The purple light fell between Jiang Chen and Bai Xingjian, turning into a cold-faced purple-clothed youth, who was the first genius of the Hanyu Palace. Bai Xingjian, you are not his opponent, step back. Gong Ling didn't even glance at the Bai Xingjian behind him, staring straight at Jiang Chen, and his faint voice resounded. Yes, brother Gong. As for the palace mausoleum, Bai Xingjian naturally did not dare to violate it. He had to look at Jiang Chen bitterly, and then flashed away from the ring with an unwilling look. Jiang Chen and the palace are standing opposite each other. The two of them haven't made any movements yet, and the two surging weather conditions have caused the sky above the ring to change and twist. Chapter 1849, Pinnacle Showdown. The palace mausoleum stood holding the sword, standing straight, with a pair of eyes looking at Jiang Chen condescendingly, exuding a noble aura. Jiang Chen, your strength is very good, but my Gong Lin Tian Zhao list first place, but no one said that you can take it away. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm and he said lightly, if you can take it away, you'll know in a moment. Gong Ling's pupils shrank, his eyes were like two sharp swords that pierced the sky and the earth, shooting directly at Jiang Chen. Since I entered the Cold Moon Palace, no one among my peers has ever been qualified to let me draw a sword. I hope you will be qualified to let me draw a sword. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. I will not only let you draw the sword, but I will also defeat you and win the first place in the Tianzhao challenge. The cold voice of the palace fell, and a sword force of extreme cold suddenly rose into the sky from the palace. I saw him put his censer together and pointed at Jiang Chen. The condensed sword light turned into a giant sword in midair, splitting 100 meters of space in the blink of an eye, and forced it in front of Jiang Chen. The cold is overflowing, making the scalp numb. Jiang Chen also gathered the strength of his whole body and raised his hand to point out. A sword power that was not inferior to the palace's mausoleum rose to the sky, vast and mighty, like a rushing river, and collided with the oncoming sword light. Two equally terrifying kendo powers collided together, causing countless sword chi to shoot out. Looking from a distance, I saw that the entire arena was cut into a huge space crack by the scattered sword aura. The sword energy shattered, and both of them on the ring stepped back on the ground for 10 steps. Gu Janqi. Gong Ling's face was expressionless, using the finger as a sword, and pointed out again. A silver sword energy full of solemn meaning, like moonlight shining on the earth, fell down from the void. Tianshu sword chi, break. Jiang Chen's eyes condensed slightly, directly arousing the power of the stars, condensing the first sword energy of the 7-star heaven sword art, and colliding with the sword energy of the palace with an extremely domineering aura. The collision of sword chi caused layers of space cracks to appear over the entire arena. Under countless shocking gazes around, Jiang Chen's Tianshu sword aura tore through the ancient moon sword aura of the palace, unabated, and crushed towards the palace. The sword light shone, and the fierce sword power burst out, instantly dissipating Jiang Chen's Tianshu sword energy. The palace mausoleum has drawn a sword. Looking at the palace mausoleum holding the long sword, many of the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace couldn't help being dumbfounded. The palace tombs are almost invincible among the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace. Even for the other 9 sect Tianzhao, no one had ever let the palace shed a sword. Now that Jiang Chen can only fight the palace with less than 2 moves, he actually forced the palace to draw his sword. With a sword in his hand, the palace seemed to change to another person in an instant, and his whole body exuded endless sharpness. The sharp gaze is like the essence, enough to easily strangle an ordinary strong man in the heavens and gods. For so many years, you are the first disciple of this Cold Moon Palace who is qualified to let me draw a sword. Gong Ling stared straight at Jiang Chen. This sword is called Jingyu. Since I got it, I have rarely used it. Congratulations on being the 3rd person who can see its power. You should have taken this heavenly artifact from my senior brother Shanghong, right? Jiang Chen stared at the heavenly artifact in the palace's hand, his eyes cold. The palace's face was expressionless. Wu Hua Tianbao, who can live in it? Why, don't you want to take it back for him? I have this plan, Jiang Chen said. Immediately with a move of his palm, the heavenly god sword appeared out of thin air in his palm. This sword is called Tianwo, and it is also a heavenly artifact. I will take a gamble with you with this sword. You win the heavenly fire god sword for you, and I win the sky fire god sword for me. Jiang Chen held the heavenly fire god sword, and his eyes revealed a hint of provocation. How about it, do you dare to bet? Hee hee. If you want to bet, I'll be with you. For so many years, I have never been afraid of these two words in the eyes of the palace. Since you have to accompany a realm artifact, do I have any reason to refuse? The aura of the fifth order peak of the palace celestial, censored, erupted with full force, violently swinging the moon-shocking divine sword to split it out. Under this sword, the sea of clouds above the ring of thousands of feet was split for it. This sword seemed like the Milky Way falling above the 9 heavens, vast and mighty. Without seeing the head and tail, it was impossible to imagine. Okay. What a terrible sword. Is this the real strength of the palace? It's worthy of being an existence that can be ranked on the list of the arrogance of the wild. It is too terrifying. Around the martial arts field, countless disciples of the Cold Moon Palace looked at the sword of the palace, and they couldn't help but pale in shock. In Hanyu Palace, although everyone knows that the palace is very strong, and he is also the only Tianzhao figure in the Hanyu Palace to rank on the list of the Great Desolation Tianzhao. No one in Hanyu Palace can make the palace draw a sword, and no one has seen the palace make an all-out effort. Witnessing the shocking sword of Gong Lin today, they really knew how terrifying the strength of the palace was. This sword even vaguely surpassed the power of the heavenly god realm. Even if it is some elders of the sixth order of the celestial god in the Cold Moon Palace, I am afraid it is difficult to compete with them. How could Jiang Chen, who was on the opposite side, stop such a peerless sword? Jiang Chen looked at the trembling sword of the palace, his eyes rising with war intent. Since entering God's domain, Jiang Chen has seen a lot of God's domain geniuses, but there has never been any genius who can compete with him in the same realm. Although the palace mausoleum in front of us is only the peak of the fifth order deity, its combat power is better than that of the Nanli clan's patriarch, Yan Wuji, the sixth order deity, and it is even better. Today, this palace mausoleum can let him fight a battle. Heavenly sword Qi, condensate. With a soft drink, Jiang Chen directly urged the 7-star heavenly sword Zhu to slash out the power of the heavenly jade star. Two shocking sword lights collided in the sky above the ring. The fierce sword aura instantly formed a devastating storm of sword aura centered on the confrontation between the two. Everything past, as well as the space, is instantly transformed into nothingness. Even the arena that evolved from the world divine weapon trembled fiercely under the impact of the sword Qi storm. Sword energy rushes into the sky, a sword of moonlight and cold. Gong Ling's expression was indifferent, and the shocking moon sword in his palm trembled slightly, like an immortal pointing the moon at Jiang Chen. The Chenjiang void above the ring was split in half by the sword of the palace. The endless space storm surged from the cracks in space, causing the entire ring to fall into chaos in an instant. Chapter 1850. Compress Hanyu Palace's first Tianzhao. This is Cold Moon Palace Town Hall's unique skill of the Moon Emperor's sword. Seeing the sword displayed by the palace, some disciples of the Cold Moon Palace couldn't help but scream in surprise. Moon Emperor's sword technique. This is a peerless sword technique created by Venerable Yuehuang, the founder of Hanyu Palace. This sword technique is the ultimate attack technique. If you cultivate to the extreme, the power is not even inferior to some false gods. The Moon Emperor's swordsmanship is also known as the first magical skill of the Hanyu Palace, and it has always been the secret skill of the Hanyu Palace. The cultivation conditions of the Moon Emperor's sword technique are extremely harsh. It is said that only by comprehending a sword mark left by the Moon Emperor in the Cold Moon Palace can he be qualified to practice the Moon Emperor's sword technique. Since the establishment of Hanyu Palace, in the history of tens of millions of years, there are only a handful of disciples who have been able to practice the sword technique of the Moon Emperor. The palace not only obtained the qualification to practice the Moon Emperor's sword technique, but also successfully practiced it. Jiang Chen, even if you have the Divine King's skill passed to you by Venerable Profound Tao, I want to see how you can block my sword. Gong Ling stared at Jiang Chen coldly with a clear gaze, like an emperor descending, with all the aura, a sword slashed towards Jiang Chen. Tianji sword qi, Tianquan sword qi, Yuheng sword qi, give me condensation. Jiang Chen waved the heavenly fire divine sword in his hand, igniting the power of 3 stars in a row, turning into 3 sword qi to fall from the 9 heavens. The 3 sword auras of Jiang Chen's 7-star heaven sword art collided again with the Yuehuang swordsmanship of the palace. The violent sword aura radiated in all directions, causing the entire arena to vibrate violently. And at the moment when 2 terrible kendo skills collided, I saw the palace mausoleum figure, directly exploding more than 10 feet away in a slight embarrassment. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly opposite, and finally there was an unconcealable horror in his eyes. Hi! The palace tomb was actually repelled. Around, countless onlookers of the Hanyu Palace disciples couldn't help but breathe in their hearts. As the first heavenly arrogant of Hanyu Palace, although his cultivation base is still at the 5th rank of the gods, his strength surpasses the vast majority of the powerhouses of the 6th rank. With the power of the mausoleum, holding the world's sacred weapon shocking Moon God sword, he used the sword technique of Hanyu Palace Town Hall to learn from the Moon Emperor. They are simply unimaginable. What kind of horror has the power of the palace sword reached? But no one thought that even if the palace used such a shocking sword, Jiang Chen would still be easily defeated. It's terrible. I didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so terrifying. It's worthy of being regarded by Venerable Profound Tao and being accepted as a disciple. With the strength of this guy, it may be possible to defeat Gong Ling and win the first place in the Tianjiao challenge. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, who even had the upper hand in the ring, with unconcealable exclamation on their faces. Before the Tianjiao challenge starts, almost everyone believes that the first place in the Tianjiao challenge this time is no longer the palace. But I didn't expect that in this Tianjiao challenge, a dark horse like Jiang Chen would appear, and he would suppress the palace. How could this kid's strength be so strong? Bai Xingjian stared at Jiang Chen standing proudly on the ring with a dull gaze, and there was also an unconcealable panic in his eyes. Bai Xingjian originally thought, after breaking through the 5th rank of the gods, he already had the strength to fight Jiang Chen. But it wasn't until this moment that Bai Xingjian realized how big the gap between him and Jiang Chen was. Bai Xingjian has a deep understanding of the unfathomable strength of the senior brother's palace. Now that even the senior brother is doing his best, he can't find any advantage in Jiang Chen's hands. If he really fought Jiang Chen before, I'm afraid he wouldn't know how he died. Gong Ling took a deep breath and suppressed the churning breath of his heart. He raised his head slightly, fixed his eyes on the opposite Jiang Chen, and slowly said, "Venerable Zan Dao's divine king's skill is indeed well deserved. I didn't expect you to be able to master it in such a short time." Jiang Chen smiled faintly. "Don't talk too much nonsense. Do you take the initiative to surrender or ask me to beat you to surrender? Choose one of the two. Since I entered the Hanyu Palace, I have never known how to write the word confession. Jiang Chen, even if you master the divine king's skill taught by Venerable Profound Tao, the name of the first heavenly arrogant of my Hanyu Palace can't be caught." Gong Ling's words fell, and the moon-shocking divine sword slammed into the sky. "Yi Jiantian is outside, and you can cut the moon with only one hand." With bursts of sword chants soaring into the sky, a sword light that destroys the sky and the earth seems to come from outside the sky, instantly piercing through the endless void, with more domineering power of swordsmanship, as if the top of the mountain is pressed down against Jiang Chen. There are 3 swords in Hanyu Palace's palace. Facing Jiang Chen, the biggest enemy he encountered in his lifetime, Gong Ling fully used the second sword of the Moon Emperor's sword technique. Hanyu Palace Town Hall has a well-deserved reputation for learning the Moon Emperor's sword skills. Jiang Chen looked at the sword that ruined the world, and a look of surprise passed in his eyes. When he was speaking, his whole body also exuded in vain an aura that dominated the world. The arrogant laughter echoed slowly over the martial arts field. "Gong Ling, I have said long ago, this time the Tianjiao challenge is the first place, and I, Jiang Chen, will decide. Today, I will let you know what is the real God King's skill." With Yang's proud laughter rippling through the heavens and the earth, Jiang Chen directly urged the 7-star heavenly sword art. The 7 stars of Tianshu, Tianshuan, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang were all mobilized by Jiang Chen, and then they turned into 7 heavenly sword qi and gathered around Jiang Chen. The sharp glow in Jiang Chen's eyes skyrocketed, and his cold scream resounded through the world. 7 stars, out of the sky sword, cut it for me. As Jiang Chen's shout fell, the 7 heavenly sword auras instantly merged and converged on Jiang Chen's head, and finally turned into a heavenly sword containing the power of endless stars, which fell from the void with one sword. Chapter 1851. Defeated the palace and aspired to be the first. The 2 peerless sword skills collided with a violent sound, and the violent sword energy bombarded in all directions, making the arena of the world's divine weapon evolution seem to be on the verge of collapse. The 2 peerless sword lights intertwined in the sky above the ring for a moment. I saw the second style of Gongling Yuehuang's sword technique, which broke directly under Jiang Chen's Star Heaven sword. The palace tomb flew out in embarrassment, spouting blood in the air. He looked at the undiminished Star Sky sword, only feeling that his whole person was enveloped by an inexplicable chill. 3,000 sword shadows of divine body vision. Kanjing Gaiyu with a vision. Gong Ling pressed down the surging aura in his body, did not dare to hesitate, exploded out all his strength. Jiang Chen's Star Heavenly Sword carries an unrivaled power and power like a broken bamboo. Whether it was the 2 great visions of the palace or the evolving world of the gods, under this Star Heaven sword, they all fell apart in an instant. However, Jiang Chen's Star Heavenly Sword's remaining power remained undiminished, and with the indomitable power of the strongest swordsmanship, he severely smashed the palace's body. 3 consecutive strengths were instantly broken. The palace tomb was in front of this Star Heaven sword, and there was no resistance at all. The bodyguard's chi shattered, and blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. There was only a loud noise, and the entire body of the palace fell hundreds of feet away. The place where his body fell, even this arena evolved from a world divine tool, was smashed out of a huge pit with a radius of 10 feet. The entire Yanwu square fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen on the proud arena with shocked faces, and it was difficult for them to recover for a long time. Jiang Chen's thin figure, in the eyes of everyone at this moment, is like a king who scorns everything, making people afraid to watch. Although Jiang Chen had already demonstrated extremely strong strength in the first 2 rounds of the Tianjiao challenge. But before this battle, no one thought it would be such a result. The palace mausoleum is the number 1 arrogant of Hanyu Palace, and it is also the top figure in the list of arrogant heavens. His invincible power among the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Although Jiang Chen is very strong, he is only a rising star after all, and it should be difficult to compete with the palace. With such a domineering posture, Jiang Chen would defeat the undefeated myth of the Imperial Palace in the Hanyu Palace and win the Tianjiao challenge. Brother Shang, junior brother Zhang really defeated Gong Ling and won the first place in the Tianjiao challenge. Xu Tianming came back to his senses, and his expression was extremely surprised. Haha, junior brother Zhang deserves to be the personal disciple whom master had fancied, and that fellow Gong Ling finally lost. Shang Hong also laughed in excitement, as if the man who defeated the palace was himself. Ever since the family was destroyed by the palace 100 years ago, Shang Hong has hated the palace in his heart and does not want revenge all the time. But the palace mausoleum not only came from the door of Venerable Haoyu, but also the first arrogant of Hanyu Palace. Even if he was lucky enough to be in the door of Venerable Profound Tao, he couldn't help the palace at all, so he could only work hard to make up the gap between himself and the palace. Even though he has worked hard for 100 years, there is still a huge gap between him and the palace. Now that his fellow junior has defeated Gong Ling in the Tianjiao challenge and won the first place in the Tianjiao challenge, how can Shang Hong not be excited? Chen'er. He actually did it. Ji Wushuang looked at Jiang Chen on the ring, and finally showed a gratified smile in his cold beautiful eyes. Originally in the lower realm, when Jiang Chen first entered the Xuanling continent, he used a domineering force to overwhelm the genius of the Xuanling continent and ascended to the throne of the emperor. Jiang Chen led the profound spirit continent human race to defeat the blood spirit race with the momentum of thunder and created an almost impossible myth. Even though he has come to God's domain, Jiang Chen has grown to an incredible level in just over 10 years. Even the top arrogant of the great wilderness, such as the palace, was still easily suppressed by him. Yeah, I didn't expect to be defeated by Jiang Chen with the strength of the palace and the Moon Emperor's sword technique. With Jiang Chen's strength, he is fully qualified to be on the list of the great wilderness Tianjiao. I'm afraid it won't be long before Jiang Chen will be famous in the great wilderness world. When everyone returned to God, the gazes looking at Jiang Chen also showed an expression of wonder that was hard to hide. The palace is actually defeated, how is this possible? Above the ring, Zhang Lishui looked at the incredible scene below, and his expression became extremely difficult to look at. Venerable Haoyu put the Jia Xin Shen Jing of Taishang Elder Saihua on the Tianjiao challenge to determine its ownership, in order to let the palace's name get the Jia Xin Shen Jing rightly. Before the Tianjiao challenge started, Zhang Lishui did not feel that anyone could pose a threat to the top position of the palace. But I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be killed halfway, and he would defeat the palace. Now that something like this happened, Zhang Lishui really didn't know how to explain to Venerable Haoyu. Is it? He really wants to declare that the Jia Xin Shen Jing belongs to Jiang Chen. Elder Zhang, the victory or defeat of this battle is already divided, can we announce the result? When Zhang Lishui's heart was hesitating, Jiang Chen's faint voice rang directly in his ears. At this moment, a sharp roar resounded abruptly in the square. The palace tomb was censored and burst out from the huge pit. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, with an extremely crazy look in his eyes. Jiang Chen, if you want to defeat me, let's dream. My palace is the strongest arrogant of Hanyu Palace. It used to be, is now, and will be too. The voice of Gongling Senran fell, and a mysterious scroll that exuded the light of the moon appeared ghostly in his palm. A supreme divine might that made everyone's soul tremble also diffused in the martial arts field. Jia Shen's decree. Looking at the mysterious scroll in the hands of the palace, many of the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace couldn't help but cried out. Gongling, you despicable villain, if you can't beat junior brother Zhang, use the decree of the world god. When Shang Hong and Xu Tianming saw this scene before them, their expressions became furious in an instant. If you dare to hurt junior brother Zhang with the decree of the world gods, our master will not be able to spare you. Gong Mausoleum, hurry, stop it. When Zhang Lishui witnessed the crazy behavior of the palace, his expression couldn't help but change drastically, and he even spoke to stop him. Under the anger of the palace, the world god's decree given by Venerable Haoyu was sacrificed. Chapter 1852. Two great lords appeared. The decree of the realm, censored, contains a wisp of incarnation of the realm god, which is a power that completely surpasses the realm of the gods. Once the imperial mausoleum urges the decrees of the world gods, even if Jiang Chen's strength is shocking, it is absolutely impossible to resist. If Jiang Chen was really killed by the imperial decree of the out-of-bounds god, then the matter would be serious. Jiang Chen is a direct disciple of Venerable Zan Dao, and Gong Ling's use of powers such as the decree of the world censored in the Tianjiao challenge is completely illegal. If Gong Ling accidentally caused Jiang Chen in this way, it would surely make Venerable Profound Dao angry, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Lishui was obviously too late to stop. The palace tomb, which had been dazzled by anger, didn't pay attention to Zhang Lishui at all, and directly urged the world god's decree in his hand without hesitation. The dazzling moonlight light soared into the sky, causing the square ring that the Deji divine tool evolved to burst. The moonlight divine light that penetrates the sky and the earth condenses. 1,000-meter phantom, which is Venerable Haoyu, the lord of the palace of Cold Moon. Venerable Haoyu looked down at Jiang Chen below with indifferent gaze. A round of bright moon covering the sky and sun appeared behind him, and then with the aura of ruining the sky, it suppressed Jiang Chen below. World God's decree. Ji Wuxuang looked at the scene before him, and a cold light appeared in her beautiful eyes. The Supreme Elder of Hanyu Palace had already left the Realm Heart Crystal to her, but the high-level leaders headed by Venerable Haoyu forced her to hand over the Realm Heart Crystal. Later, because of the presence of Venerable Zan Dao, Venerable Haoyu retreated to the next best place, and placed the ownership of the Jia Xin Shen Jing at this Tianjiao challenge meeting. Ji Wuxuang hadn't reported too much hope for keeping the Jia Xin Jing, but he did not expect Jiang Chen to appear in the Tianjiao challenge of Cold Moon Palace, and defeated the palace with a crushing advantage. Now, this Tianjiao challenge is the first place, and it is Jiang Chen. Gong Ling, the despicable villain, wanted to use the decree of the world censored to deal with Jiang Chen. How could Ji Wuxuang make her wish? Just when she was about to sacrifice the world god's decree left by the elder Taishang, it was seen in Jiang Chen's palm that a simple scroll filled with the power of the world censored emerged directly out of thin air. Chen'er also has the decree of the realm god. Ji Wuxuang was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly relieved. It is not unusual for Jiang Chen to worship the sect of Venerable Zan Dao and possess the decree of the world censored given by Venerable Zan Dao. It seems that I am worrying about it. Ji Wuxuang could not help but shook his head secretly. Venerable Profound Dao, this is one of the two venerables of the Cold Moon Palace today, and its status is not inferior to that of Venerable Haoyu, the Lord of the Cold Moon Palace. Since Jiang Chen has become a direct disciple of Venerable Zandao, how could Venerable Zandao just ignore the situation before him if he hadn't been prepared? The center of the martial arts field. Jiang Chen held the world god's decree given to him by Venerable Profound Tao, and fixed his eyes on the suppressed bright moon in the sky. This Venerable Haoyu is indeed the palace master of the Cold Moon Palace. The decree of the realm censored he condensed seemed to be a bit stronger than any realm censored decree Jiang Chen had seen before. With his strength, if he wants to resist the decrees of the gods on his own, I am afraid that the only way is to provoke the sixth-order gods of the gods. Jiang Chen obviously didn't intend to break through at this time, and only sacrifice the realm god's decrees that the master gave him. The realm of the gods aims to transform into the shadow of the Venerable Xuandao under the urge of Jiang Chen. I saw an illusory finger appearing in the sky above the martial arts field, with a finger across the sky, blocking the suppressed bright moon in the void, and no further progress. In the hands of junior brother Jiang, there is also the world god's decree given by master. Both Shang Hong looked at Jiang Chen's decree of the world god, their expressions also turned into surprise in an instant, and the hanging heart also slightly relaxed. The power of the two realm gods in the void is constantly intertwined, and the terrifying energy ripples centered on the confrontation, and quickly spread over the martial arts field. Under the impact of energy ripples, the space with a radius of thousands of meters turned into chaos. Zhang Lishui's figure receded 1,000 feet in a row, and his expression instantly became extremely embarrassing. The energy ripples caused by the collision of the two realm gods are really terrifying. If the ripples of energy continue to be swept down, I am afraid that the hundreds of miles around the square will instantly become nothingness. Even the many disciples of the Cold Moon Palace on the square will suffer heavy losses due to this. Zhang Lishui took a deep breath. This matter was completely beyond his control. Just when he was about to contact Venerable Haoyu, a strange spatial fluctuation came in vain from the sky. Over the entire martial arts field, time and space seemed to have fallen still at this moment. The rapidly spreading energy ripples were also instantly frozen in place, and then quickly dissipated in the void. The originally chaotic void has once again returned to peace. Everyone looked up and saw a figure dressed in a silver moon robe, shrouded in the light of the moon, standing proudly in the sky above the martial arts arena. He just stood there quietly, an endless pressure radiating from his whole body, which made people feel like he wanted to worship. Palace Master. Zhang Lishui looked at the visitor and couldn't help but bow before his face. This mysterious figure that suddenly appeared and resolved the crisis in the martial arts was no one else, but the Lord of the Palace of the Cold Moon Palace, Venerable Haoyu. Venerable Haoyu ignored Zhang Lishui. He calmly looked at a void on the opposite side, and said lightly, "Zandao, why hide in hiding since it's here, come out and see it." Haoyu, it seems that you have grown a lot over the years, and you can find the existence of the deity. With a faint laughter resounding in the void, I saw Venerable Profound Tao dressed in blue clothes, also out of thin air in front of Venerable Haoyu. Venerable Haoyu glanced at Jiang Chen below, and said lightly, "Zandao, you have a good vision this time, but you have accepted a good disciple. The deity's vision has never been worse." Venerable Profound Tao snorted coldly, "Haoyu, let's talk less nonsense, this time the Tianjiao challenge should have a result, right?" Venerable Haoyu frowned slightly. "Zandao, your disciple has won this battle. However, the deity intends to discuss with you one or two about the mind crystal of the elders." "Haoyu, there is nothing to discuss about this matter. Jia Xin Shen Jing belongs to the first place in the Tianjiao challenge. This is your own proposal." Venerable Zandao's expression was suddenly cold when he heard the words, "Why, do you want to turn back?" Chapter 1853, Domineering Zandao Venerable. "Don't worry, what the deity said will naturally not go back." Venerable Haoyu said in a deep voice, "It's just the realm mind crystal, which is very important to the Hanyu Palace. As long as Jiang Chen is willing to let the outer realm mind crystal, any conditions can be proposed." The fall of the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace was a very heavy blow to the Cold Moon Palace. In today's Hanyu Palace, there are only two world gods, he and Zandao. Strictly speaking, Venerable Profound Tao is not a member of the Cold Moon Palace, but is only a guest in the Cold Moon Palace, and he may leave the Cold Moon Palace at any time. Once the Venerable Zandao left, in the huge Hanyu Palace, he was the only one of the world gods. The dominance of Hanyu Palace in Hanyu Prefecture is about to be lost. As the Palace Master of the Cold Moon Palace, Venerable Haoyu is very clear about the state of the Cold Moon Palace. Only Venerable Haoyu desperately wanted to cultivate a venerable world god. And the Jia Xin Shen Jing left by the Supreme Elder Sitting Hua is undoubtedly the supreme treasure that can quickly give birth to a Jia god in the Cold Moon Palace. 5 years ago, the Supreme Elder passed the Jia Xin Shen Jing to a new disciple, only then would Venerable Haoyu stop him. He did this only for the consideration of the entire Cold Moon Palace. Haoyu, you're a bit too late. Venerable Profound Dao snorted faintly. In this Tianzhao challenge, Jiang Chen has won the first place with an open mind, so why should I give up the Jia Xin Shen Jing? Jia Xin Shen Jing, for the warriors below the realm of Jia Shen, it is invaluable. As his personal disciple, Jiang Chen has now won the first place in the Tianzhao challenge and solemnly obtained the ownership of the Jia Xin Shen Jing, so no one can censor the Jia Xin Shen Jing from Jiang Chen's hands. Zan Dao, it seems that there is really no room for negotiation. Venerable Haoyu's face sank slightly. Don't forget, I am the palace master of this Cold Moon Palace. Haoyu, Jiang Chen is now also a disciple of the Cold Moon Palace, and is more qualified to own the Jia Xin Shen Jing than the palace. As the palace master of the Cold Moon Palace, you do have the qualifications not to give the Jia Xin Shen Jing to Jiang Chen. Venerable Profound Dao looked at Venerable Haoyu with a domineering look, but you better think about it. If you insist on going back, the deity will leave the Cold Moon Palace, and will never have anything to do with the Cold Moon Palace. Venerable Haoyu's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. The fall of the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace had already greatly damaged the strength of the Cold Moon Palace. If Venerable Profound Dao leaves at this time, it will undoubtedly make Hanyu Palace even worse. Venerable Haoyu took a deep breath, and then smiled bitterly. Zan Dao, I didn't think about it well. Since you didn't intend to let Jiang Chen give up the Jia Xin Shen Jing, then I have not said it. Haoyu, I know what you are worried about. No matter what, the deity and Jiang Chen are both from Hanyu Palace in name. In the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting a few months later, Jiang Chen will participate in the Cold Moon Palace as a disciple. I am afraid that the benefits he can bring to the Cold Moon Palace will be more than the palace. Venerable Xuandao glanced at Venerable Haoyu, faintly authentic. Venerable Haoyu was taken aback for a moment, and immediately understood the meaning of Venerable Xuandao's words. As long as the Venerable Profound Dao is in the Cold Moon Palace, even if he leaves later, it is still enough to deter some Xiaoxiao. Jiang Chen's participation in the Great Desolate Tianzhao party can indeed bring more benefits to Hanyu Palace. Gong Ling is already on the list of the Great Desolation Tianzhao. Unless it can get a higher place in the Great Desolation Tianzhao this time, it is of little significance. But Jiang Chen is different. Once he enters the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, it means that Hanyu Palace will have two peerless Tianzhao who will be on the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. The deity understands. Venerable Haoyu nodded, couldn't help looking at Zhang Lishui beside him, and said lightly, Elder Zhang, I'll leave it to you here. After speaking, the figure of Venerable Haoyu disappeared silently over the martial arts arena. Apprentice, the Tianzhao challenge is over, come here as a teacher. Venerable Zan Dao smiled and glanced at Jiang Chen below, his figure quickly faded into nothingness in the void. Seeing the two sages leave, Zhang Lishui was also slightly relieved. He looked directly at the two Jiang Chen below, and faintly announced, Jiang Chen successfully challenged the palace mausoleum of the first candidate, replaced the palace mausoleum, and temporarily ranked first in the Tianzhao challenge. Seeing Master Haoyu come forward, but in the end he had to choose to compromise, the palace could not help clenching his fists, his face also showed an extremely unwilling look. As the first genius of Hanyu Palace, the palace tomb has almost always been invincible among the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace for hundreds of years. But I didn't expect that this time the Tianzhao challenge would actually kill Jiang Chen, defeat him with absolute strength, and take the first place in the Tianzhao challenge. Thinking of the Jia Xin Shen Jing that should have belonged to him, it was taken away by Jiang Chen. Gong Ling only felt that his heart was bleeding. Jiang Chen, you wait for me, today's insult, sooner or later I will pay you back 10 times. Gong Ling's eyes suddenly flashed a touch of cold light, and he turned around without saying a word and was about to leave. Just as Gong Ling had just turned around, Jiang Chen's voice came from behind him. Gong Ling paused, and then turned his head and stared at Jiang Chen coldly. You are already the number 1 in the Tianzhao challenge. What else do you want to do? Nothing, just to remind you, you seem to have forgotten our bet. Jiang Chen said indifferently, I wish to accept the bet and leave the shocking moon god sword. When Gong Ling heard Jiang Chen's words, his complexion became even harder to look. This shocking moon divine sword is a realm divine tool that is extremely rare in the great desolate realm. At the beginning, for this shocking moon divine sword, he spent a lot of money to get it in his hands. Do you really want to use it as a bet now and give it to Jiang Chen? But if he didn't hand over the shocking moon divine sword, he had just treated all the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace just now and agreed to Jiang Chen's gambling. If he turns back now, will he still have a foothold in the Cold Moon Palace in the future? Take it. Gong Ling's eyes changed uncertainly for a while, and finally threw the shocking moon divine sword to Jiang Chen, and then quickly turned around and disappeared in Yanwu Square. Zhang Lishui looked at the leaving palace, his brows were twisted together involuntarily. Although Gong Ling was defeated by Jiang Chen, but with his strength, he continued to challenge the other two and was still able to win the top 3 in the Tianzhao Challenge. The top 3 in the Tianzhao Challenge are related to the quota of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. Now that Gong Ling directly gave up the challenge, doesn't it mean that he directly gave up the opportunity to participate in the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting? Chapter 1854. The Whereabouts of Meng Qingshe. Zhang Lishui looked at the back of the palace and shook his head with a wry smile. Since Venerable Haoyu had no objection to the palace's move, Zhang Lishui naturally wouldn't say much. He took a deep breath, looked directly at Yu Shuangshuang and Bai Xingjian, and said lightly, You two, who else has to challenge? Now with Gong Ling abstaining, Tianzhao challenged the top 3 in the match, and it was Jiang Chen and the 2 in front of him. Jiang Chen defeated the palace and took the first place temporarily. According to the rules of the Tianzhao challenge, both Moon Hands and Bai Xingjian have a chance to challenge and compete for the first place in the Tianzhao challenge. Yu Shuangshuang just spit out 3 cold words, even if Zan turned around and left. But after Yu Shuangshuang left, only Bai Xingjian was left. If it was before Jiang Chen's battle with Gong Ling, he would have liked to fight Jiang Chen, and then he would humiliate Jiang Chen, and then he would be ashamed. But now that Jiang Chen has broken the undefeated myth of senior brother Gongling, how can he have the guts to fight Jiang Chen? Without any hesitation, Bai Xingjian directly gave up the challenge, and then left Dinji. Because Yu Shuangshuang and Bai Xingjian gave up the challenge at the same time, Jiang Chen also became the number 1 in this Tianzhao challenge. Upon seeing this, Zhang Lishui had to announce the result directly. Everyone, Hanyu Palace's Tianzhao challenge has ended successfully. Congratulations to Jiang Chen for becoming the number 1 in the Tianzhao challenge. Yu Shuangshuang and Bai Xingjian ranked 2nd and 3rd. The 3 will be eligible to participate in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. All participating disciples who have received rewards can go to Zongwu Hall to receive the rewards. Jiang Chen, the first place in the Tianzhao challenge, can go to Shaoyu Peak to receive the special rewards. As Zhang Lishui's voice fell, the eyes of the many Hanyu Palace disciples who looked at Jiang Chen showed a complex expression. Jiang Chen, the dark horse that appeared out of thin air, was able to break through to the end, breaking the undefeated myth of the palace and aspiring the top spot in the Tianzhao challenge. Almost everyone knows that the era when Hanyu Palace belonged to the palace is over. But the myth that belongs to Jiang Chen is about to be born. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes of the many disciples of the Cold Moon Palace. He flickered and went straight back to the place where Shang Hong and the other 2 were. Then he threw the shocking moon god sword to Shang Hong, and said with a faint smile, Brother Shang, this shocking moon god sword, I will get it back for you. Up, Shang Hong looked at the shocking moon divine sword in front of him, and his whole body was shaking. It was because of the shocking moon divine sword that caused the entire Shang family to be destroyed. Only he survived by chance. Shang Hong still vividly remembers the situation when the ancestors of the Shang family died. He once vowed in front of the ancestors' grave that he must take back the shocking moon divine sword in order to sacrifice the ancestors' spirit in the sky. Regardless of status or strength, Palace Mausoleum is second to none in the entire Hanyu prefecture. Even though he was worshipping the master of Zandao, he still couldn't make up the gap between the 2. Shang Hong originally thought, he probably has no hope of defeating the palace in his life and regaining the shocking moon divine sword from the palace. But I didn't expect that I would suddenly have a wicked junior like Jiang Chen, and easily defeated the palace and took back the shocking moon divine sword for him. Junior brother Jiang, I don't want to thank you for your kindness. I have written down your kindness. Shang Hong took a deep breath, and then solemnly said to Jiang Chen, as long as junior brother Jiang can use my place in the future, I will never frown. Brother is serious. Jiang Chen smiled and said, senior brothers, it is also right to help each other. At this moment, Ji Wuxuang also walked straight over, with a smile on his face. Chen'er, congratulations to you for winning the first place in the Tianzhou Challenge. When will you follow me to Xiaoyu Peak to get the Crystal of Mind? After hearing Ji Wuxuang's words, Shang Hong and the others couldn't help but quickly said, Junior brother Jiang, let's go to Master and wait for you first. Go ahead. Jia Xin Shen Jing, what it means to a celestial god realm practitioner, they naturally know very well. Just in case, they naturally hope that Jiang Chen can hold the Jia Xin Shen Jing in his hands as soon as possible. Although he didn't plan to ask for the Jia Xin Jing Jing, he had many things in his heart that he wanted to say to his mother, so he was ready to go to Xiaoyu Peak with his mother. Jiang Chen followed his mother Ji Wuxuang to Xiaoyu Peak. If today's Pride Challenge is over, Venerable Haoyu has lifted Xiaoyufeng's seal, and Jiang Chen has obviously been able to enter it without hindrance. Chen'er, for more than 10 years, I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level in God's domain. Ji Wuxuang looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and her beautiful eyes could not help showing a touch of relief. If you can inherit the realm of mind from the Elder too, maybe it won't be long before you can break through the realm of God. Mother, I don't need it. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, since Elder Mother Taishang passed the Jia Xin Jing Jing to you, you should inherit her Jia Xin Jing Jing. When Ji Wuxuang heard Jiang Chen's words, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Chen'er, God's realm is not a plane of the lower realm. Only those who break through the realm censored can truly gain a foothold. Your talent is far better than mine, and this realm mind crystal is in your hands to exert greater value. Mother, after I entered the realm of the gods, I have already obtained a realm mind crystal by chance. This realm mind crystal may not be so useful to me. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, what's more, I'm going on a different path. I shouldn't be able to break through the realm of mind so quickly. Chen'er, you. Ji Wuxuang seemed to have thought of something, and was suddenly startled in his heart. Yes, I want to follow the way of a super-grade god, and even a god-grade god, so this mind crystal is not of much use to me. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately changed the subject and said, Mother, where are Qingshe and others? Chapter 1855. Ancient Shenfeng Clan. At the beginning, in the profound spirit continent, facing the true god projection of the blood spirit race, he finally had to teleport back to Hualong City and directly entered the god's realm. Jiang Chen naturally knew Meng Qingshui's temperament very well. Now that her mother had already arrived in God's domain, it was absolutely impossible for Meng Qingshui to stay in the profound spirit continent. Now his mother appeared in the Cold Moon Palace, but Meng Qingshui was missing. The 1898 had separated from her mother after entering the realm of God. When Ji Wuxuang heard Jiang Chen ask about this, his expression became a lot more solemn in an instant. She took a deep breath and slowly told Jiang Chen what happened. More than 5 years ago, Ji Wuxuang took Meng Qingshui and Ji Yufeng'er through the plain channel of the profound spirit continent and entered the God realm together. Because the three of them are extremely talented, they have been recruited by many forces after entering God's domain. Ji Wuxuang and the three met the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace, and felt that he was a good person, so they joined the Cold Moon Palace at her invitation. But on their way to the Cold Moon Palace, a mysterious powerhouse appeared and took Meng Qingshui away. Mother, listen to what you mean. That mysterious powerhouse took the two Qingshui away in the presence of the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace. Hearing his mother Ji Wuxuang's account of what happened, Jiang Chen also had a solemn expression in his eyes. The Supreme Elder of Hanyu Palace, this is a realm censored who has lived for tens of millions, and his strength is probably much stronger than the average realm god. But the mysterious powerhouse can ignore the Supreme Elder of the Hanyu Palace and take away Meng Qingshui directly. Such a character is by no means an ordinary person. Yes, that person did take away the two Qingshui in front of the Elder too. The Elder Taishang saw someone blatantly forbearing in front of her, so naturally he was furious, and he acted directly with the mysterious strong man, and was seriously injured by the opponent's move. Ji Wuxuang smiled bitterly. Originally, the Supreme Elder had at least a lifespan of nearly 100 years, but because of that palm, he fell short after returning to the Cold Moon Palace. When Jiang Chen heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. The Supreme Elder of the Hanyu Palace is also a real world god. One move to severely injure the venerable world god. What kind of terrifying strength did the mysterious powerhouse who took away Meng Qingshui's two people? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and then said in a deep voice, "What message does the mysterious strong man leave?" "Have," Ji Wuxuang slowly said. "When the mysterious powerhouse took Qingshui and two people away, he seemed to have mentioned the ancient gods and Phoenix clan." Ancient god wind race. Jiang Chen frowned involuntarily. He has been in God's domain for more than 10 years, but his knowledge of God's domain is still limited, and he has never heard of any ancient god wind clan. One thing is certain, this ancient censored wind clan is definitely not a force in the great wilderness, and its strength is much stronger than that of the realm gods like Hanyu Palace. Chenur, even though the elder Taisheng has never mentioned anything about the ancient gods and Phoenix tribe, I can guess that it must not be easy. Ji Wuxuang took a deep breath and said, "If you want to find Qingshui and the others, at least you have to break through the realm gods. So you should inherit the realm mind crystals of the elders sitting." "Mother, I'm going to take the path of a super-grade god. A realm of heart will not improve me too much, but will waste it." Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately smiled and said, "What's more? Mother is the queen of the human race from the Megatron profound spirit continent back then, with unparalleled talent. You have mastered the power of the Supreme Elder Realm Heart Crystal, and you can also quickly break through the realm gods. Well, since you insist on doing this, I won't force it." Seeing that Jiang Chen really didn't plan to ask for Jia Xin Jingjing, Ji Wuxuang had to shook his head helplessly. Since Jiang Chen doesn't need the Jia Xin Shenjing, she will grasp the power of the Jia Xin Shenjing, and cooperate with the power sealed in her body by the elders, striving to break through the realm censored as soon as possible. If it can break through the world gods, Jiang Chen will go to the ancient gods and Phoenix clan to look for Meng Qingshui two people. She can also help Jiang Chen. While his thoughts flashed, Ji Wuxuang's beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Chen again. "Chenur, what are your plans next?" Jiang Chen pondered slightly. "I will first go back to Nanlizhou to deal with some things, and then participate in the next Dawang Tianzhao meeting. When the Dawang Tianzhao meeting is over, I will look for Qingshui and the others." After talking with Ji Wuxuang for a while, Jiang Chen bid farewell to his mother and returned to the alchemy hall to meet with Venerable Profound Tao, and then reported the matter of Jia Xin Shenjing to Venerable Profound Tao. "Since you have won the first place in the Tianzhao challenge, it is your own business how Jia Xin Shenjing handles it." Venerable Xuandao smiled faintly. "Elder Supreme has sealed his lifelong strength in your mother's body, and her seated mind crystal is indeed more compatible with your mother. Since Jiang Chen wanted to take the path of a super-grade god, he didn't need to use the Jia Xin Shenjing to break through the realm god. With Jiang Chen, the ancient divine body that can ignore the laws of heaven, breaking through is almost as easy as eating and drinking water for him. Even if he really wants to break through the realm god, Jiang Chen doesn't need to use the realm spirit crystal at all. Apprentice, if you have won the first place in the Tianzhao challenge, you will represent Hanyu Palace in the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting held in half a year." Venerable Profound Tao slowly said, "This Great Desolate Tianzhao will not only be a grand gathering of countless great desolate realms, it also contains huge opportunities. You have to grasp it." After hearing the words of Venerable Profound Tao, Jiang Chen felt a little expectant for the upcoming Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting. The Great Wilderness Tianzhao will bring together all the top geniuses in the Great Wilderness realm. Even with the strength of the palace, it is the lowest existence in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao. It is said that in the Great Desolate God Sect, there is a peerless Tianzhao who has stepped into the super-grade god. If you want to stand out in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club, you must raise your strength to another level as much as possible in the past 6 months. Venerable Xuandao solemnly exhorted. With Jiang Chen's current strength, it is obviously not difficult to rank among the Great Desolate Tianzhao. But if you want to be ranked in the top 10 of the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, it is not an easy task. These top arrogant talents in the Great Wilderness are not only talented, but most of them come from the top forces of the Great Wilderness, with unfathomable background. Under the same realm, even if Jiang Chen faced those top arrogances, he might not have much advantage. "Master, don't worry, the disciple will not shame you." Jiang Chen was confident and authentic. Now he can not only break through the 6th stage of the gods at any time, but the origin of life martial arts will soon reach the perfect state. Once the origin of life martial arts, he can become a super-grade censored who masters the power of the 7 realms. Even if he is facing the super-grade, censored, of the Great Desolate Sect, he will not have the slightest fear. Chapter 1856, Changes in Nanli Shenchang. It's fine if you have confidence. Venerable Profound Tao smiled slightly and said, in the next half a year, you can practice hard, and you can tell me what you need as a teacher. When Jiang Chen heard the words of Venerable Zan Dao, he was a little embarrassed and said, Master, I am here to look for you. I actually want to tell you that I plan to go out recently. Are you leaving Cold Moon Palace? Venerable Profound Tao was taken aback for a moment, then frowned. Now it's only half a year before the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. Ranked first in the Tianzhao Challenge, you can use any resources in the Cold Moon Palace for free for the next 6 months. Hanyu Palace, as a realm-censored sect that has been passed down for tens of millions of years in the Great Wilderness Realm, has a very deep background. Although half a year is not long, Jiang Chen makes good use of this opportunity to cultivate in the Cold Moon Palace, and he will surely gain considerable benefits. But Jiang Chen proposed to leave the Cold Moon Palace at this time. This is what Venerable Zan Dao never expected. Master, rest assured, I will come back on time within 6 months to participate in the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting. Jiang Chen hurriedly said, when I came to Hanyu Palace from Nanlizhou to find my mother, I walked too hurriedly. There are still some things in Nanlizhou that I haven't had time to deal with, so I plan to deal with it. Before Jiang Chen left Nanlizhou, he teamed up with Wangfu's family to seize the Huiyan Venerables' legacy and killed many powerful Nanli people. In today's Nanlizhou, the Wangfu family and the Nanli tribe are probably on the same level, although the Nanli clan's strength is now greatly damaged. After all, it is the only realm-censored power in Nanlizhou, and the Wangfu family may not be able to shake the status of the Nanli clan. Jiang Chen planned to go back to Lizhou to see the situation of Gulong Chamber of Commerce. If it didn't work, he moved the Gulong Chamber of Commerce to Hanyu Prefecture. At the beginning, he promised Venerable Ancient Dragon to take care of the Ancient Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the Great Wilderness Realm. Naturally, he would not let the Ancient Dragon Chamber of Commerce have trouble in the Great Wilderness Realm. You are leaving Cold Moon Palace, I won't stop you, but... Venerable Profound Tao changed his words. This time the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society, if you can't be in the top 10, then you should blame the teacher for being rude to you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and said in a domineering manner, I can win the first place in the Tianzhao Challenge in the Cold Moon Palace, and then I can also be the first place in the Great Wild Tianzhao Club. After bidding farewell to Venerable Xuandao, Jiang Chen returned to his residence to rest for a night. Jiang Chen rented a flying treasure in Hanyu Palace, and then left Hanyu Palace alone, heading towards Nanlizhou. On the blue sky, a boat about 10 meters in size quickly shuttled through the sea of clouds. In the cabin, there was a black-clothed young man sitting quietly cross-legged. The young man in black is Jiang Chen, who rushed to Nanlizhou. With flying treasures, Jiang Chen's journey this time is undoubtedly much easier than last time. Jiang Chen's void boat has appeared in a place less than 1,000 miles away from the City of God. I'm finally going back to Nanli Shenchang, and I don't know how the situation in Nanli Shenchang is now. Jiang Chen walked out of the cabin and couldn't help but look towards Nanli Shenchang. In the mountains and forests hundreds of miles ahead, a violent energy fluctuation burst out abruptly. In that energy fluctuation, Jiang Chen also vaguely sensed a very familiar breath. Ji Yuminghe, president of the Gulong Chamber of Commerce, why is he here? When he left Nanlizhou, he asked Wangfu Lin to look after the Gulong Chamber of Commerce. Judging from Ji Yuminghe's current situation, the Gulong Chamber of Commerce had something wrong in all likelihood. There are only two possibilities in this situation. Either the Wangfu family did not take care of the Gulong Chamber of Commerce, or the Wangfu family also had an accident. In either case, it almost means that this Nanli God city is afraid that something has changed. Chapter 1857, Ji Yuminghe being hunted down. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately took the void boat, and quickly swept towards the forest in front of him. The distance of hundreds of miles will come in an instant. In the forest below, a figure familiar to Jiang Chen quickly appeared in his sight. This person is no one else, but Ji Yuminghe, the president of the Gulong Chamber of Commerce. At this moment, Ji Yuminghe was staggering, with some blood stains on his body, and he had obviously suffered serious injuries. Behind Ji Yuminghe, many figures in flame armors shone. Even if they were far away, a scent of killing intent had already spread. Nanli Shenwei, Jiang Chen looked at the group of people who were chasing and killing Jiu Minghe, and his eyes instantly became cold. Jiu Minghe, you can't escape, you won't be obedient and catch it. A leading Nanli Shenwei flashed in the void, and then stood in front of Jiu Minghe ghostly. More than a dozen Nanli guards from the rear quickly swept up and surrounded Jiu Ming River. Can't escape after all. Jiu Minghe looked at the scene before him, and a look of despair appeared on his face. The head Nanli Shenwei looked down on Guming River condescendingly, and said indifferently, Guming River, let me give you one last chance to tell me the whereabouts of Jiang Chen. I might also consider keeping you alive. Stop talking nonsense, today I fell into the hands of your Nanli clan. Jiu Minghe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, sooner or later, Elder Jiang will avenge me. Unexpectedly, you are still a hard bone. Since you are seeking your own death, then I will fulfill you. The headed Nanli Shen guard's expression turned cold, and the powerful aura of the third order heavenly god also spread from his body instantly. Just as he was about to take down Jiu Minghe, a faint voice rang abruptly in this mountain forest. Are you Nanlizu looking for me? The sudden voice suddenly changed the expression of the leader of the Nanli Shenwei. He suddenly raised his head and looked at a place in the void ahead, and saw a young man in black walking towards them with his hand in the air. Jiang, Elder Jiang. Jiu Minghe stared blankly at the black-clothed youth who had stepped into the sky, almost unable to believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes vigorously to make sure that this was not his own illusion, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. Jiu Minghe originally thought. Today, he was chased by Nanli Shenwei with no way to go to heaven and nowhere to go to earth. He was destined to die, but he did not expect that at this critical moment, he would meet the returning Elder Jiang Chen. This really won't kill him. It's you are Jiang Chen. The leader of the Nanli Shenwei looked at Jiang Chen's somewhat familiar figure, and suddenly thought of something. His pupils suddenly shrank. A year ago, the Nanli ethnic group changed. The patriarch of the Nanli clan ordered 3,000 Nanli Shenwei to go to the Huiyan mountain, and he was naturally one of them. They entered the Huiyan mountain range and were blocked by a young man in black. The black-clothed young man, with his own strength, fought against their patriarch Yan Wuji. Although he was far away at the beginning, he could only blur the outline of the black-clothed youth. But even so, he can still tell that the person in front of him is the young man in black who fought with their patriarch at the beginning, that is, Jiang Chen, who is now wanted by the Nanli clan. This Nanli Shenwei leader suppressed the panic in his heart and turned around and fled in the direction of Nanli Shencheng. The one in front of him, but the horror existence that can force their patriarch. With his third-tier cultivation base, he was almost the same as the ant in front of Jiang Chen. Elder Jiang, you can't let them go. The Nanli clan is now looking for you. Don't let them leak your news. Seeing this, Jiu Minghe couldn't help but remind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't speak, his body instantly turned into a light and shadow rushing out. There was a dull sound in the air, and a group of human figures fell from the sky, and smashed into the forest below, without any breath. Only a short time, Jiang Chen killed more than 10 Nanli guards. To solve these Nanli guards lightly, Jiang Chen looked directly at Jiu Minghe and frowned slightly. Jiu President Jiu, before I leave, I have asked Wangfu's family to take care of the Gulong merchant chamber. Chase, Elder Jiang Chen, no wonder Wangfu's family for this matter. Jiu Minghe gave a wry smile, and then quickly described the incident to Jiang Chen. In the first battle in the Huiyan Mountains that day, the Nanli clan lost the young master of the Nanli clan and the 3 powerful 6th order gods, and suffered heavy losses. And Wangfu Lin, who has obtained the Jia Xin Jingjing, has been able to lead the Wangfu family to contend with the Nanli clan. Wangfu Lin did not forget Jiang Chen's request. For the safety of the Gulong Chamber of Commerce, he directly asked the Gulong Chamber of Commerce to temporarily move to Wangfu's house. Because of the care of Wangfu's family, Gulong Chamber of Commerce has been in peace. Just over 10 days ago, the balance between the Wangfu family and the Nanli clan was broken. The ancestor of the realm god of Nanli clan suddenly returned to Nanli Shencheng. When he learned of the situation of the Nanli clan, he was naturally furious, and led the Nanli clan to attack the Wangfu's house, and soon put the Wangfu's house in jeopardy. Wangfu had no choice but to secretly send Jiu Minghe and some talented disciples of Wangfu's family out of Nanli Shencheng, allowing them to escape from Nanlizhou as much as possible. But this move of Wangfu's family still did not escape Nanlizu's sight. Ji Yuminghe and the others left Nanli Shencheng, and they soon encountered Nanli Shenwei from the Nanli clan. Fortunately, Ji Yuminghe had good luck and met Jiang Chen, who had returned suddenly at a critical moment, otherwise he would definitely die today. After hearing Ji Yuminghe's words, Jiang Chen's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. No wonder Nanli Shencheng has undergone such a change. It turned out that the ancestor of the realm god of Nanli clan returned. Although Wang Fu Lin had obtained Venerable Huiyan's realm heart crystal, it was obviously unrealistic to break through the realm of God in less than a year. Although Wang Fu's family is a clan of venerables, there is still a certain gap compared with the power of world gods like Nanli clan. Even in the battle of the Huiyan mountain range, the Nanli clan's vitality was greatly injured, and the Wang Fu family could only compete with the Nanli clan. Now that the ancestor of the Nanli clan realm god returns, how can Wang Fu family stop it? If no one comes to help, Wang Fu's house will be destroyed by Nanli clan. I am afraid it will only happen sooner or later. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and then said solemnly, "Gu President Gu, let me take a trip to Wang Fu's house." Chapter 1858. Wang Fu Family Crisis. Ji Yuminghe was taken aback, with an incredible expression on his face. "Elder Jiang Chen, are you going to Wang Fu's house?" Ji Yuminghe obviously didn't think of it either. Jiang Chen unexpectedly chose to go to help Wang Fu's house at this time. Venerable Kangan, the ancestor of the Nanli clan, this is a real-world god. Unless the venerable boundary god takes action, no one can compete with him. They are going to Wang Fu's house now. It is no different from sending them to the door to find death. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. "I am going back to southern Lizhou this time to solve the problem of the Nanli clan. Since the ancestor of the Nanli clan, Venerable Kang Yan, has returned, then I will meet the Venerable Kang Yan." When he and Wang Fu's family conspired with the Huiyan Venerables' legacy, the Wang Fu family felt good for Jiang Chen. During his journey to Hanyu Palace, Wang Fu's family also tried their best to protect the Gulong merchant chamber. Now that the Wang Fu family is facing an extermination crisis, Jiang Chen will naturally not die. Although Jiang Chen's current strength may not be the opponent of Venerable World God, he still has a whole card in his hand, that is, the celestial god rank of the 6th heaven god. The power of Jiang Chen's 6th order celestial tribulation is many times stronger than that of ordinary celestial 6th order celestial tribulation. If one of the world gods is involved by surprise, the power of the heavens will surely reach a terrifying level. Even compared to the world divine calamity that broke through the realm censored, at the 6th stage of the sky, it was even worse. Even this venerable Kangan had to peel off his skin even if he did not die. If you don't want to go, then find a place to hide. Once I have resolved the Nanli clan's affairs, you can go back to Nanli God City. Seeing that Ji Yuminghe hadn't spoken, Jiang Chen couldn't help but say a little, then stepped on the void and quickly swept towards Nanli Shencheng. Ji Yuminghe's eyes changed slightly, thinking of the miracles that Jiang Chen had created in Nanli Shencheng, and finally gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed Jiang Chen. South from the city of God to the north, Wang Fu's house. The sky above Wang Fu's house seemed to be shrouded in an atmosphere of silence. Countless guards of Wang Fu's house with fierce aura defended the entire manor extremely tightly, and even a mosquito could not fly into it. In the center of Wang Fu's house, in a spacious meeting room, the atmosphere seemed quite solemn. Almost all the people present here are the core senior members of Wang Fu's family. At this moment, most of their faces were extremely gloomy. In this Nanli God City, no matter who is regarded as the thorn in the eye of Nanli clan, it is difficult to smile much on his face. Lao Song, is Nan Lizu really ready to make a full shot? Wang Fu Lin was sitting at the top of the discussion hall. He looked at Wang Fu Song on the side, and his extremely pale face also showed an extremely solemn expression. Wang Fu Song took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Patriarch, the Nanli clan has already begun to move around. I am afraid it will be done in the next 2 days." Many senior officials of Wang Fu's family changed slightly when they heard this. Although they knew very well in their hearts, it was already a matter of time before the Nanli clan attacked Wang Fu's house. But when this really happened, many people's faces became much grayer. Hearing what Wang Fu Song said, Wang Fu Lin also sighed in his heart. Ever since he obtained the Realm Soul Crystal, Wang Fu Lin has taken a big step on the road to break through the Realm God realm. As long as he is given a few more years, he will be able to break through the realm of God. Time waits for no one. Wang Fu Lin didn't think about it anyway. He didn't know how many years the Nanli ancestor, who had left Nanli Shencheng, would suddenly return at this critical time. Venerable Kangen, the ancestor of the Nanli clan, attacked, and Wangfu Lin barely blocked Venerable Kangen with the background of the Wangfu family and the power of some of the world's mind crystals. Even so, he still suffered heavy injuries in the hands of Venerable Kangen. Now that Venerable Kangen is coming back, what does Wangfu's family use to resist? I'm afraid the Wangfu family is really dangerous. Just as Wangfu Lin was smiling bitterly in his heart, a thunderous sound exploded over the entire Nanli Shencheng. Chapter 1859. Nanli Clan Ancestor, Venerable Kangen. The sound of the explosion reverberated over Nanli Shencheng, causing everyone in the city to look up and look into the sky. I saw where the explosion sounded, a crimson flame formed by the concentration of energy, sputtering like a firework. This is Nan Lizu's offensive signal. Looking at the crimson flames in the sky, the entire Nanli God city burst out with exclaims. The Nanli clan and Wangfu are in the same family, fighting endlessly with each other, making the entire Nanli God city panic. With the strength of the Wangfu family, it is simply not enough to compete with the Nanli clan. But a year ago, in the battle in the Huiyan Mountains, the Nanli tribe suffered heavy losses and suffered a great loss of vitality. However, the Wangfu family got the Huiyan Venerables' legacy in the Huiyan mountain range, and their strength soared. This balance was completely broken after the return of the Nanli ancestors. Now that the Nanli clan has issued an offensive signal, in all likelihood, it is about to launch a full-scale attack on the Wangfu family. While the thoughts of countless people in Nanli Shencheng flashed, in a void outside Wangfu's house, crimson figures surged from the sky over the sky. As the first red-haired ancestor shrouded in red light, his whole body exudes an overwhelming aura. In his pair of red eyes, there was a faint flash of flames. Ordinary people just have to look at it, as if they are in a sea of fire. The whole person will be burned to ashes. This red-haired old man is no one else, but the ancestor of the Nanli clan, Venerable Kangen. Behind Venerable Kang Yan, there were many Nanli clan powerhouses headed by Nanli clan chief Yan Wuji. Hi, Venerable Kangen took all the Nanli clan to send out. It seems that he does not intend to give the Wangfu family any chance to breathe. He wants to destroy the Wangfu family in one fell swoop. Looking at the situation in the void, many viewers couldn't help but take a breath. This time, Wangfu's family was really dangerous. Wangfu is coming, get out quickly and die. Venerable Kang Yan stood proudly in the void with his hand, condescendingly looking down at the manor below, and the old anger resounded directly above Wangfu's house. The meeting hall of Wangfu's house. The expressions of the royal high-level officials headed by Wangfu Lin couldn't help but change drastically. The faces of some Wangfu disciples became extremely pale. A Wangfu elder even more panicked and asked, Patriarch, the ancestor of the Nanli clan, Venerable Kangen, the Nanli clan is about to attack in an all-round way, what shall we do now? What else? The Wangfu family and the Nanli clan have long been in an endless situation, and now they can only fight to the death. A sharp ray of light blasted from Wangfu Lin's eyes, and the whole person instantly became murderous. Today, even if Wangfu's family is destroyed, he wants Nanlizu to pay a censored price for it. His figure flashed, and his whole body rose into the sky. And behind him, Wangfu Song and others followed closely, appeared above Wangfu's house, and confronted Venerable Kangen and the others. Wangfu, don't take the stubborn resistance. With your own strength, you still want to turn the tide. Venerable Kang Yan stared at Wangfu Lin with a cold face. If you are acquainted, you should kneel down in front of the deity and beg for mercy, and the deity may still consider forgiving you. Wangfu Lin said sarcastically, Venerable Kangen, do you really think that Wangfu Lin is a 3-year-old child? In the first battle in the Huiyan mountain range, Wangfu's family and Jiang Chen joined forces to kill the Nanli clan young master Yan Jin and the 3 Nanli clan's 6-tier powerhouses. There is no room for relaxation at all for such censored enemies. He has now obtained Venerable Huiyan's Realm Heart Crystal. As long as he is given some time, he can break through to become Venerable Realm God. As long as Venerable Kangen is not stupid, he will not give him time so that he has the opportunity to break through the Venerable Realm God. Venerable Kang Yan's expression turned cold, and the cold cry filled with cold killing intent also resounded in the sky. Let's do it, today. This deity wants Wangfu's family to be completely removed from Nanli Shencheng. Chapter 1860. Jiang Chen returns. As Venerable Kangen's cold voice echoed in the sky. A series of monstrous auras suddenly erupted from Yan Wuji and other Nanli clan powerhouses, covering the entire Wangfu family. Patriarch, what shall we do now? It can be seen that the Nanli clan has no reservations at all, and will immediately launch a full-scale offensive. Many Wangfu's parents have turned pale. After experiencing the first battle in the Huiyan mountain range, the Nanli clan had suffered heavy losses, but there were still 3 major 6th-order powerhouses headed by Yan Wu extremely. These 3 people came out with the powerful Nanli clan, and it was not easy for the Wangfu family to deal with it. Nanli clan also has Venerable Kangan, Venerable World God. In today's battle, the Wangfu family had no chance of winning at all. This is the end of the matter, there is no choice but to fight to the death, kill me. Wangfu Lin took a deep breath, and a hideous look flashed across his eyes, directly leading to the many powerhouses of the Wangfu family, and violently colliding with Yan Wuji and others. The terrifying energy explosion sounded continuously in the void, turning the void that was thousands of miles away into chaos. The screams of sorrowful screams sounded horribly in this world. Wangfu Lin and Yan Wuji fought relentlessly, and the whole person was kicking the ground and retreating hundreds of meters away, and his pale face became even paler at this moment. Ever since he got the Jia Xin Shen Jing, Huang Fu has been in a confrontation with Yan Wuji and has been able to stabilize Yan Wuji. A few days ago, he fought against Venerable Kangan. Not only did he use the foundation he used, but he also suffered severe injuries and he hadn't recovered at all. In his current state, it seemed extremely difficult to deal with Yan Wuji, not to mention that there was a Venerable Kangan behind Yan Wuji. Repelling Wangfu Lin with a move, Yan Wuji coldly shouted, "Wangfu Lin, don't fight back in the negative corner. In your current state, you are not my opponent. Yan Wuji, don't talk nonsense. Even if my Wangfu family is destroyed today, it will cost you Nanli clan." Wangfu stared ferociously at Yan Wuji, and a crazy look broke out in his eyes. "Wangfu Lin, since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill you." Yan Wuji's voice fell, and a burning palm print that broke through the void of thousands of feet, came directly to suppress Wangfu Lin. Wangfu's pupils shrank suddenly, just as he was about to prepare to fight desperately. An abrupt sound of sword chants rolled from far to near, at the very beginning. The sword chants were still relatively vague, intermittently as if they did not exist. But after a short while, the sound of the sword chants became more and more high, and a bright sword aura came like a 9-day thunder. Under this sword aura, I saw Yan Wuji's burning heaven palm print, but it fell apart in an instant. The sudden scene also caused Wangfu Lin, who was about to desperately stun for a moment, and his gaze also looked in the direction where the sword energy was shot in disbelief. A strong aura that made Wangfu Lin feel a little oppressive, slammed across the space. What makes Wangfu Lin most delighted is that this breath has a smell that makes him extremely familiar. This is Jiang Chen's breath. An expression of excitement suddenly appeared in Wangfu Lin's eyes. Jiang Chen would return to Nanli Shencheng at this time. In Wangfu Lin's heart, Jiang Chen is a monster who can create miracles. At the beginning of the Huiyan mountain range, Jiang Chen made the impossible possible. Now that Jiang Chen suddenly returns, the Wangfu family may be saved. The sudden change in the void also surprised countless onlookers. Just before everyone recovered from the shock, a ghostly black shadow burst from the sky. In just a short time, the black shadow had appeared in front of Wangfu Lin. "Hey! Who is this kid who seems to have come to help Wangfu's house? This kid even dares to take care of Nanlizu's affairs. I think he really does not live or die. Don't you think that kid is a bit familiar? He hit the Nanli clan hard a year ago in the Huiyan mountain range and was wanted by Nanli clan Jiang Chen. Hi, I didn't expect this kid to dare to return to Nanli Shencheng." In Nanli God City, many people watching this scene couldn't help but talk. Jiang Chen and Wangfu's family joined forces to kill the young master of the Nanli clan and the 3 powerful 6th-order gods, named Zhen Nanlishan City. But now that the ancestor of the Nanli clan realm god Kangan has returned, how can Jiang Chen compete with the realm god no matter how strong everyone is? Jiang Chen's return to Nanli God City at this moment is no different from sending him to the door to find his death. "Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have the guts to go back to Nanli Shencheng. It's true that there is a way to heaven and you don't go, but there is no way to hell, but you broke in. Today, this Nanli God City is your burial place." Yan Wuji smiled violently, and a monstrous killing intent also spread from his body instantly. When he learned that Yan Jin and others had an accident in the Huiyan mountain range, Yan Wuji took the Sanqian Nanli Guard to the Huiyan mountain range, but Jiang Chen put them together and asked them to leave with the remains of Venerable Huo Yun. Afterwards, Yan Wuji even learned that almost all Yan Jin and others had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. Yan Wuji immediately became angry and wanted to break Jiang Chen's body into pieces, and directly issued a wanted order against Jiang Chen in Nanlizhou. This year, Jiang Chen seemed to have evaporated in Nanlizhou, and there was no news at all. Now that Jiang Chen appeared in front of him, how could Yan Wuji not be angry? Yan Wuji's breath broke out to the extreme, and 2 clusters of purple flames also instantly appeared in the depths of his pupils. The flames expanded rapidly in Yan Wuji's pupils, turning into 1 or 2 purple divine flames that burned the sky, instantly penetrating the space, and shooting towards Jiang Chen. The furious Yan Wuji didn't have any reservations at all, and as soon as he shot, he used the Nanlizhou town clan's divine skill Lihuo Mediantong. Brother Jiang Chen, be careful, this is the Nanli clan's Zhen clan magical technique Lihuo de Tiantong. Wang Fu Lin's expression changed, and he could not help but remind Jiang Chen quickly. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and the heavenly fire divine sword burst into his palm with a bright sword light that pierced the sky and the earth. The 7 heavenly sword chi that drew the power of the stars soared into the sky around Jiang Chen. 7 sword chi leading to the sky, like a pillar of chi roots standing between the sky and the earth, shooting directly into the sky with the momentum of the Big Dipper. In just blinking time, a heavenly sword containing the power of stars slashed directly from above the 9 heavens to Yan Wuji. Chapter 1861. One move to defeat Yan Wuji. The star heavenly sword landed from above the 9 heavens, and in the blink of an eye it collided with Yan Wuji's Lihuo median pupil. A thunderous explosion resounded suddenly across the sky, and a terrifying storm of destruction, like a wave in the sea, swept in all directions. Except for Venerable Kangen, who is still standing proudly in the void. Whether it was Wang Fu Lin and the others, or the powerful Nanli clan, under the impact of the devastating storm, they retreated in bursts. Almost the entire sky above Wang Fu's house was transformed into chaos under the impact of the destruction storm. If it weren't for the defensive bans set by the deities of the boundary gods of the Wang Fu family, I am afraid that the entire Wang Fu family would be reduced to ruins under the storm of destruction. And while the storm of destruction swept the sky, Yan Wuji, who was in the center of the battlefield, trembled, and immediately under countless horrified eyes, his body was like a sandbag that had been blown away. He flew upside down a distance of hundreds of meters before stabilizing his body in embarrassment. I saw him pale, his clothes bursting, there was almost no place intact, and bloodstains visible to the naked eye appeared on his body. Yan Wuji lost in this confrontation. Everyone looked at the situation in the void with dull eyes, and it was difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Yan Wuji, this is the patriarch of the Nanli clan, and his cultivation is already at the peak of the 6th order of the gods. In the entire Nanlizhou, Yan Wuji was the first person under the realm god, and almost no one in the sky god realm could compete with him. But Jiang Chen in front of him defeated Yan Wuji with one move. With such a strength and such a huge Nanlizhou, I am afraid that only Venerable Kangen, the venerable realm god, can do it. Everyone came back to their senses, and couldn't help but take a breath. Could it be? Jiang Chen is already a world god venerable. It hasn't been seen for a year, the strength of this kid has reached such a terrifying level. Yan Wuji strongly suppressed the churning aura in his body, and a look of unprecedented horror appeared in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. This kid in front of him is really evil. A year ago in the Canyon mountain range, even if Jiang Chen tried his best, he only matched him. Now, after a year, he couldn't even stop Jiang Chen's move. Old ancestor Kangen, he is the murderer who killed Yan Jin and the others, and asked the old ancestors to take action to kill them, so as to shock our southern Li family's power. Yan Wuji took a deep breath, and a sharp cold glow appeared in his eyes. This son's talent is too enchanting. If he was given some more time to grow up, it might be difficult for the venerable realm god to suppress it. In any case, Jiang Chen must be left in Nanli Shencheng today. Boy, you are very good, you deserve to be able to use your own strength to make my Nanli clan a lot of vitality. Venerable Kangen looked down at Jiang Chen, and said lightly, for your good talent, this deity will give you a chance. As long as you are willing to become my disciple, this deity will spare your life. With Venerable Kangen's eyesight, it is naturally not difficult to see how terrifying Jiang Chen's potential is. As long as Jiang Chen can be used by Nanli clan, the loss he caused to Nanli clan is not worth mentioning. When Jiang Chen heard Venerable Kangan's words, the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc. What if? I say no. Boy, don't know what's good or bad. Venerable Kangan said coldly. If you insist on this, today, Nanli Shencheng will be your burial place. Venerable Kangan, if you want to keep me in this Nanli God city, you have to see if you have that ability. Jiang Chen stared straight at Venerable Kangan, and his proud laugh instantly resounded through the world. If you are more acquainted, let me take the people from Wangfu's family to leave Nanli God city. Otherwise, I, Jiang Chen, don't mind killing a realm censored today. Chapter 1862, Venerable Kangan, today. I, Jiang Chen, don't mind killing a realm god. After hearing Jiang Chen's domineering words, everyone did not recover from the shock for a long time. In the god realm, there are almost everywhere strong people in the god realm. Even the existence of the sixth rank of the gods is countless. Even among the 10,000 powerhouses of the sixth rank of the gods, there may not be one who can merge the 6 ways into one and break through the world gods. Celestial God Realm and Realm God Realm, the two are like a moat. The vast majority of Heavenly God Realm powerhouses have exhausted their entire lives, and it is difficult to cross them. The strength gap between the Heavenly God Realm and the Realm God Realm can be described as a huge difference. Any venerable world, censored, can almost easily suppress the powerhouse of the 6th order peak of the gods. And this kid in front of him actually wanted to kill the venerable Realm God with the Heaven God Realm, should he be so rampant. Boy, don't think that you have some strength and dare to be arrogant in front of the deity. The deity will soon let you know how far you are from the real world gods. Venerable Kangan stared at Jiang Chen sternly, and the monstrous power of Venerable Realm God also oppressed Jiang Chen instantly. Although it is not impossible to kill the venerable gods of the Heavenly God Realm, it is at least the super-grade Heavenly God who masters the power of the 7 realms can do it. And Jiang Chen in front of him, his cultivation base was no more than the 5th rank of the gods. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen's talent is, it is absolutely impossible to use the 5th tier cultivation base of the gods to kill the world gods. 7-star Heaven Sword, cut. Facing Venerable Kangan's terrifying realm god's pressure, Jiang Chen's pupils shrank, and the star heavenly sword gathered by the 7-star heavenly sword art once again pierced the world. The star heaven sword was so dazzling and splendid that it seemed to divide the world into 2. Over the entire Nanli God city, there was only this celestial sword that smashed through the sun and moon, as if the ancient gods split the chaos. In the face of Venerable Kangan, the real world god, Jiang Chen had no reservations at all, directly urging his whole body strength to the extreme, and once again displayed the 7-star heavenly sword art. What a powerful sword! This sword is far more terrifying than the one that defeated Yan Wuji. Countless people looked at this scene in the sky and couldn't help but pale. How terrifying is the strength of the venerable world god! Many people in Nanli God City have never seen it in their entire lives. But even if it was a blow from the world gods, perhaps it was nothing more than that. Is this kid in front of him really able to use the power of the gods to compete against the realm gods? Just when everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's sword, an incredible scene happened for them. I saw Venerable Kangan standing with his hand in his hand, his body unchanged, but when the star heaven sword appeared within 100 feet of his head, it suddenly changed from extremely fast to still. Suddenly there was a loud bang in the air, and the star heavenly sword burst open without warning. Countless stars and sword lights splashing out like clear water blasted out in all directions, piercing through layer after layer of void, turning hundreds of miles around into a sword domain storm. Hi, is this the power of the world god? It is really terrifying. In this scene before everyone's eyes, there was an unprecedented shock in their eyes. No one could have imagined that Jiang Chen's masterful sword would be resolved by Venerable Kangan before he even approached Venerable Kangan Beizong. There are ants under the Lord. At this moment, everyone really understood that this sentence was not a false statement. In front of the real world god, even if it is stronger than Jiang Chen, it is no different from the ant. Patriarch, although brother Jiang Chen is very strong, I am afraid it will be difficult to compete with Venerable Kangan. Looking at the battle in the void, Wang Fusong couldn't help showing a solemn look in his old eyes. Can you contend? I'll know in a moment. Wang Fu's eyes flickered slightly. Since brother Jiang Chen dares to come, he will definitely be prepared. Jiang Chen can understand the situation of Nanli Shencheng just a little bit. Jiang Chen knew that Venerable Kangan, the ancestor of the Nanli clan, had returned, but he still dared to come to Nanli God City. How could he not be prepared? It's ridiculous that the worm shakes the tree. Venerable Kangen looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly. His eyes were as cold as the coldest glacier under the 9 secluded mountains, without a trace of emotion. Jiang Chen said calmly, "Then you can keep your eyes open and look at how my little worm can shake your big tree. When you die, you dare to speak up in front of the deity, and defeat me." Venerable Kangen's indifferent voice fell, and the entire heaven and earth vitality above Nanli Shencheng boiled at this moment. Everyone has a feeling, they seem to be stripped from the world. Even the powerhouse of the 6th Order Tianshan could not sense a trace of power from the heavens and the earth, as if the entire Nanli God City seemed to be the world of Venerable Kangen. A realm, censored, can evolve into a censored of his own creation. It is said that the place where the gods of the world set up is under their control, and all life and death are within one thought. The current Venerable Kangen finally used the power of Venerable World God. When everyone looked at the situation in front of them, they couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. The power of the realm gods is not at the same level as the sky gods. This time, Jiang Chen was afraid he would be dead. Divine body vision, condensation. Jiang Chen gave a soft drink, and the golden sword phantom behind his back soared into the sky, propping up the space of hundreds of meters, and blocking the terrifying power in the void for life. Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all, directly urging the spatial origin of the consummation realm and condensing the power of the 6th world. And at the moment when Jiang Chen condensed the power of the space world, wind and clouds gathered in the void, and the power of the terrifying thunder roamed in the sky like a dragon and a snake. Venerable Kangen raised his head to look at the lightning robbery that quickly condensed in the void. His expression changed slightly, and immediately stared at Jiang Chen with a frightened expression. You actually caused the 6th Order heavenly tribulation of the heavenly god." Even as a world god Venerable Kangen was frightened at the moment. This guy is simply a lunatic. Venerable Kangen never thought of it anyway. In order to deal with him, Jiang Chen did not hesitate to provoke the 6th Order celestial tribulation of the celestial god at this time and involve him in the celestial tribulation. The power of this guy's 6th Order celestial tribulation is already very great, and now he is respected by the world, censored, and then involved. The power is probably even more terrifying than his breakthrough world god's tribulation. Even with the cultivation base of the gods of the other world, facing this kind of heavenly power, you have to deal with it carefully. Chapter 1863, Venerable Kangen is angry. Hi, Jiang Chen actually triggered the heavenly tribulation in the battle. This guy is too crazy. Does he want to use the heavenly god tribulation to be together with Venerable Kangen? I don't know if Venerable Kangen can block this enhanced version of the heavenly god tribulation. Everyone looked at the situation in the void, and there was an incredible shock in their eyes. Brother Jiang Chen caused the 6th-tier celestial god to rob. Wang Fusang couldn't help showing a look of ecstasy in his old eyes when he looked at the god tribulation induced by Jiang Chen. I knew that Brother Jiang Chen must have a whole card. Wang Fu Lin also breathed a sigh of relief, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Jiang Chen is a rare ancient divine body that can ignore the laws of heaven. Jiang Chen incited the 5th-tier celestial tribulation of the celestial god in the Huiyan mountain range to break through the extermination of the realm god's decree. They are vividly visible. Now Jiang Chen repeated the old skills, involving Venerable Kangen into the 6th Order celestial tribulation of his own celestial god. Even with the cultivation base of Venerable Kangen, I'm afraid he is enough to drink a pot. Jiang Chen, you look down on the deity too. Venerable Kangen stared at Jiang Chen gloomily. Do you think that by involving the deity in your celestial tribulation, you can deal with the deity? Although Jiang Chen's celestial tribulation would become very terrifying because of his existence, but with the strength of his realm gods, it may not be impossible to deal with it. Even if the divine calamity of this day is so strong that he can't handle it, he can persist longer than Jiang Chen based on his cultivation base of the realm gods. After all, this censored catastrophe was Jiang Chen's censored catastrophe. As long as Jiang Chen, the righteous master, falls, the heavenly tribulation will automatically dissipate. Jiang Chen stood with his hand in hand, and Feng Qingyan said calmly, if you can deal with you will know soon. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't take the heavenly god tribulation to his heart, Venerable Kang Yan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Countless thunder dragons whizzed at the same time, quickly condensed into a thunder pillar that penetrated the sky and landed down towards Venerable Kangen. The thunder shook for 9 days, and the electric dragon roared continuously. Even if Wangfu was waiting for the heavenly god's six tribulations powerhouse, facing this terrifying thunder power, he felt a shivering feeling. Okay. What a terrifying god tribulation. When Wangfu Lin and others felt the terrifying thunder power, they were shocked. The celestial tribulation of the sixth order celestial tribulation is already the strongest thunder tribulation in the celestial tribulation, and there will be a total of 9 ways. Generally speaking, this first thunder catastrophe is often the weakest. But Jiang Chen's first thunder tribulation was more powerful than the last thunder tribulation of the sixth order ordinary gods. I am afraid they are even worse. If this is the 9th thunder calamity, what terrible power will it reach? Such a terrifying heavenly power, even if it is a realm god, may not be able to easily resist it. Venerable Kangan's pupils shrank, and a burning purple fire rose into the sky, colliding with the power of the thunder that had fallen, and instantly burned all the first thunder tribulation into nothingness. Destroying the first thunder tribulation, Venerable Kangan raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen standing still and proudly standing still. An incredible horror finally appeared in his eyes. How could this kid not be attacked by the heavenly tribulation? This is the god tribulation induced by Jiang Chen. If God Jia didn't hack Jiang Chen, the righteous master, but only hacked him, the victim, what happened to Nima? This guy is an ancient supreme divine body in the legend, can he ignore the law of heaven? Thinking of this, Venerable Kangan almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood. Thinking that he was a majestic world god, he was actually calculated by Jiang Chen. Countless onlookers looked at this scene in the void, and their eyes almost fell out. Jiang Chen induced the heavenly tribulation to involve Venerable Kangan, only Venerable Kangan was attacked by thunder tribulation, which is incredible. Just when everyone was horrified, several thunder and lightning fell from the sky one after another, one thicker than one, and one more terrifying than the other. All the thunder and lightning are transformed into a silver beam of light that penetrates the sky and the earth, like a Dinghai divine needle falling from the sky. Looking at the second thunder catastrophe that fell, Venerable Kangan didn't have time to think about it, and directly urged the power of the world god, and blasted towards the second thunder catastrophe. Venerable Kang Yan, as the venerable realm god, was indeed unfathomable. Even in the face of this enhanced version of thunder tribulation, it was easy to deal with. After 6 thunder tribulations in a row, Venerable Kangan was defeated by his terrifying strength. Venerable realm god really is an existence far beyond the realm of heavenly god. Looking at the situation in front of him, Jiang Chen also had a new understanding of the strength of the world gods in his heart. These 6 successive thunder tribulations, one after another, are more terrifying than one. With his current strength, even if he could stop these 6 thunder tribulations, he would have to peel off his skin to survive. But Venerable Kangan in front of him was easily defeated. With just 1 point, it was enough to see that Venerable Kangan's strength was far above him. Just when Jiang Chen was amazed, the thunder disaster did not stop because of this. Instead, it became more and more horrible. One after another, the thunder dragon roared and flew in the chaotic thundercloud. Each thunder dragon was thousands of feet long, shining with bright thunder and lightning. Countless thunder dragons gathered together and turned into an ancient thunder mountain, falling down from the 9 heavens. The power of this blow was terrifying to the extreme, even the face of Venerable Kangan showed a solemn look. Venerable Kangan broke out again, colliding with the ancient thunder mountain. This time, even with the strength of Venerable Kangan, he stepped back more than 10 steps in the void under the impact of the ancient thunder mountain. Just as Venerable Kangan stabilized his figure, the 8th thunder calamity was also brewing in the void. Hundreds of thousands of thunder powers condensed into a colorful thunderball in the void, and smashed from the air. The aura of destruction contained in it seemed to turn Venerable Kangan and the surrounding hundreds of miles into dust. Great Sun God Flame, Venerable Kangan put his hands together, and a round of sun with the breath of burning weather condensed from the back of Venerable Kangan instantly and collided with the 8th thunder. Venerable Kangan's figure exploded once again, and a pale look appeared on his face. Facing this increasingly terrifying thunder tribulation, even with the strength of Venerable Kangan, it was almost too much to bear. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was not affected by the thunder tribulation at all, Venerable Kangan's chest was full of anger, and the sky-shaking roar was instantly resounding through the world. Ah, Jiang Chen, you dare to calculate the deity, after this last thunder tribulation, the deity will surely break your body into pieces. Chapter 1864. There are ants under the Lord. just as Venerable Kangan's chest was raging to the sky, the last thunder tribulation was quickly brewing in the void. I saw countless rays of thunder, converging into an extremely bright golden thunder. When this thunder light appeared, the entire sky above Nanli God City trembled slightly. The golden thunder light carried a terrifying force that controlled the world and crushed the heavens, and fell towards Venerable Kangan. Feeling the terrifying power of this last thunder tribulation, Venerable Kangan couldn't help but suddenly shrink, and the power of the vast world, censored, surged out of his body. 10 layers of barriers condensed by purple flames appeared just above Venerable Kangan's head. And at the moment when these flame barriers condensed, golden thunder light came. I saw Venerable Kangan's flame barrier. In front of this golden thunder that overwhelming the world, as if it were paper paste, it collapsed when touched. 10 layers of flame barriers were all annihilated under the golden thunder in an instant. Even the figure of Venerable Kangan, together with the void of hundreds of miles, was submerged in that golden thunder. When the golden thunder light dissipated, there was no longer Venerable Kangan in the void, as if Venerable Kangan was bombarded into nothingness by this last golden divine thunder. All those who watched this scene were dumbfounded, like a ghost. Venerable Kangan, this is the ancestor of the Nanli clan, the venerable world, censored, who has suppressed Nanlizhou for millions of years. Such a venerable realm god was so killed by the heavenly god tribulation that Jiang Chen had triggered. Ancestor. All the members of Yi and Wuji's Shaonan outliers' face were pale, like a concubine. Patriarch, Venerable Kangan is gone. Wang Fusong's eyes were dull, and it took a long time to recover from the shock, and there was an expression of excitement in his old eyes. The reason why Wang Fu's family fell into a crisis of life and death was mainly because of the return of Venerable Kangan, the ancestor of the Nanli clan. As long as Venerable Kangan fell, their Wangfu family would have the qualifications to deal with Nanli clan. Venerable World God, I'm afraid it is not so easy to fall. Wangfu Lin shook his head solemnly, his eyes locked tightly on the void where the two Jiang Chen battled. Venerable Realm God is an existence completely above the realm of Heaven God. Jiang Chen Tianshan's sixth order Tianshan tribulation, because Venerable Kangan was involved in it, the power had indeed reached an extremely terrifying point. But wanting to kill Venerable Kangan with this, I am afraid it is not an easy task. Sure enough, just as Wangfu's thoughts flashed, a sharp spatial fluctuation suddenly spread out of the void. A figure wrapped in a purple flame, as if crossing a space, slowly walked out of another world. He looked pale, his body was covered with blood, and his gorgeous purple-red robe was turned into rags. Although Venerable Kangan blocked the last thunder tribulation with his powerful strength, he also suffered serious injuries under the thunder tribulation. This old guy is really alive. Many senior officials of Wangfu's family looked at the slowly emerging figure of Venerable Kangan, their complexions turned pale in an instant. Even the heavenly god tribulation that Jiang Chen spurred could not kill Venerable Kangan. Now who can stop him? Wangfu's house, I'm afraid it's completely over now. Don't panic, Jiang Chen will break through the 6th rank of the gods, and his strength will definitely rise, and he may not be unable to compete with Venerable Kangan. Wangfu Lin took a deep breath, his eyes locked tightly on the void. Whether their Wangfu family can survive this catastrophe today, everything depends on Jiang Chen. Boy, I didn't expect you to have a divine body that ignores the laws of heaven, but the deity looked down upon you. It's a pity, you are too weak after all. Even if it caused the celestial tribulation, and wanted to deal with the deity, it was still a bit close. Venerable Kangan stared sharply at Jiang Chen, and his whole body exuded a sharp killing intent. This sun is an ancient divine body that can ignore the laws of heaven. Even if it looks at the entire divine realm, few people can compare its talent. In the face of such a genius who is best in the past and present, even Venerable Kangan was shocked. Since this sun cannot be used by Nanli clan, it must be completely killed while it has not grown up. Once this kid grows up, it will surely bring disaster to the Nanli race. In the face of Venerable Kangan with overwhelming killing intent, Jiang Chen didn't fear at all, and a shocking war intent broke out in his eyes. Kang Yan, stop talking nonsense and fight. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and with a wave of the heavenly fire god sword in his hand, the 7 heavenly sword pillars instantly moved the stars, and then turned into the star heavenly sword, pouring down like a galaxy reversed. As Jiang Chen broke through the 6th stage of the gods, and once again used this censored king skill, the power was 10 times more powerful than before. Even Venerable Kangan couldn't help but move his face slightly, and there was a hint of wonder in his eyes, which immediately turned into greed. Boy, you are lucky, you can even master the skill of the censored king. You have accepted the skill of the censored king. Venerable Kang Yan gently raised his finger, and one finger popped out. Venerable Kangan's finger was like a mountain of thousands of feet, pressed on the star heaven sword pouring down from the 9 heavens, and instantly caused the star heaven sword to explode in the void. The sky full of stars spattered in the void, causing the void of thousands of miles to turn into a huge honeycomb, with countless black holes appearing. And Jiang Chen's body also flew out with a terrifying force, turning into a meteor, flying backwards for hundreds of feet in an instant. Just an understatement. Venerable Kangan would easily defeat Jiang Chen, who had broken through the 6th rank of the heavenly god. At this moment, all I saw in front of me were silent, and I could hardly believe my eyes. Is this the power of the world gods? It's terrifying. Yeah, I didn't expect that Jiang Chen, who broke through the 6th rank of the heavenly god, would still be unable to stop even Venerable Kangan's finger. Looking at this scene in the void, Wang Fulin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Jiang Chen is a legendary ancient divine body, and his talents are rare in the world, and may be able to bridge the gap between the celestial god realm and the realm god venerable. But from the confrontation between Jiang Chen and Venerable Kangan just now, Wang Fulin had already understood that the difference between the heavenly gods and the realm gods was too great. Even if Venerable Kangan hardly shakes the 9 thunder tribulation, he is not in his peak state at the moment, but Jiang Chen is still no opponent. Only then did Wang Fulin really understand what it means to be all ants under the venerable. Even Jiang Chen, such a peerless evildoer, couldn't cross this chasm. Chapter 1865. Today, I am a super-grade god. Jiang Chen, if you don't enter the realm, you will never know how far the difference between the realm and the noble is. Venerable Kangan looked down at Jiang Chen indifferently. Even though you are born with a divine body, you have the best talents of the past and present, but you can never think of the 6th order deity, the deity of the battle world. He stepped out in one step, full of vitality and blood, and the golden light behind him flourished, and then turned into a huge golden sword phantom. This golden sword phantom, condensed by the divine body vision, crossed the sky, as if to cut off the sun and the moon. Attacks of this level are still useless. Venerable Kangan raised his hand, and a purple flame condensed by the power of the world censored instantly burned the golden sword phantom to ashes. And Jiang Chen's body was once again shaken away by hundreds of feet. Venerable Realm God and Heaven God Realm are indeed one heaven and one underground. Jiang Chen strongly suppressed the churning aura inside his body, and the gaze looking at Venerable Kangan also instantly became a lot more solemn. He cultivated the techniques of the gods, mastered the skills of the gods, and had a lot of background. After breaking through the 6th rank of the gods, he should be able to compete with the realm gods. But now he knew that he was too naive. Even though Venerable Kangan was involved in his own heavenly god tribulation before, and forcibly shook the 9 thunder tribulation, he still couldn't handle it now. It seems that I can only ask Master to show up. Before leaving Hanyu Palace, Venerable Zan Dao gave him a jade slip just in case. Jiang Chen originally felt that with his current strength, he couldn't use this jade slip in Nanlizhou, but now he has to use it. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and just as he was about to urge Yu Jian to summon Venerable Profound Dao, a pleasant reminder sounded in his mind. Ding! Your life origin has reached the perfect state. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback by the sudden lifting sound. There was also a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Because of the existence of the sacred tree of life, Jiang Chen's life origin has been continuously improving, and now he has finally reached the state of consummation. This source of life, it is really timely to complete. Consummation of the origin of life means that he can condense the power of the 7th world, inspire the divine calamity of the super-grade god, and be promoted to the super-grade god. The super-grade gods can shake the world gods. He now has the capital to contend with the realm gods. Jiang Chen, just relying on your level of attack, can still pose no threat to the deity. Venerable Kang Yan looked down at Jiang Chen indifferently. Hand over the divine king skill you previously used, and the deity will keep you a whole corpse. Otherwise, the deity will let you know what life is better than death. Hearing Venerable Kangan's sentence, everyone in Wangfu's family looked desperate and gray. And the countless onlookers in Nanli God City couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen is, there is no resistance at all in front of the real world god venerable. Just when everyone thought Jiang Chen was over, Jiang Chen smiled suddenly, smiling like an innocent child. Venerable Kangen frowned and looked at Jiang Chen coldly. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance. Jiang Chen narrowed his smile, slowly raised his head, and his eyes were deep to the extreme. Although the realm god is very strong, it is not impossible that there are people who can defeat the realm god with the heavenly god realm. You're right, there are indeed some amazing celestial arrogances in this world. They master the power of 7 realms or more, enter the super-grade gods and even the god-grade gods, and use the celestial realm to defeat the world gods. When Venerable Kangen said this, he gave a slight tone, and then stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. You may have the potential to become a super-grade god, but unfortunately you won't have that opportunity. Venerable Kangen stretched out his hand and gently shook the void where Jiang Chen was. A giant claw condensed by purple flames instantly imprisoned the bily space around Jiang Chen, and suppressed Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. Hee, you said I have no chance. Jiang Chen looked at Venerable Kang Yan with a smile, but a strange arc of his mouth couldn't help. Jiang Chen directly urged the life origin of the consummation realm, merged with his own power, and condensed the power of the 7th world. As the power of Jiang Chen's 7th world condenses, the sky, which was originally a clear sky, has once again become turbulent. The 7th power of the world, this guy wants to break through the super-grade god. Looking at the scene in front of him, Venerable Kangen's expression also instantly became horrified. Jiang Chen actually has the 7th martial art origin to reach the perfect state, and with the power of the 7th world, he can break through the super-grade heavenly, censored realm. The previous divine calamity that Jiang Chen induced, the 6 calamities of the gods, had already caused him serious injuries. If he were to be involved in Jiang Chen's super-ranked celestial tribulation again, it would be difficult to resist even with his strength. Venerable Kangen was frightened, and quickly forcibly dispersed the claw that was heading towards Jiang Chen's suppression, and his body quickly retreated. How could Jiang Chen easily let go of Venerable Kangen? At the moment when Venerable Kangen was about to disperse the flame giant claw, he directly turned into a stream of light and slammed into the flame giant claw that was about to dissipate. The purple flame giant claws instantly dissipated invisible, and the power of the thunder that overwhelmed the sky continued to roll. Venerable Kangen was quickly furious to find that he was locked by the thunder tribulation in the void again. Looking at Venerable Kangen, who was once again locked by the divine calamity, Jiang Chen's proud laugh also slowly resounded through the world. Ha ha, today, I, Jiang Chen, became a super-grade deity. Kang Yan, taste the power of my super-grade deity. Super product god. Jiang Chen wants to be a super god. At this moment, countless eyes looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the void, and there was an unconcealable astonishment in his eyes. In God's realm, most of the heavenly god realm cultivates to the 6th rank of the heavenly god, and they will break through the realm god through 6 ways. Only some peerless arrogant talents who have the best talents in the past and present can cultivate the power beyond the 6 realms in the celestial realm and enter the super-grade celestial god. The super-grade deity is a deity that surpasses the limit of deity. It can cross the gap between the deity of the realm and the deity of the deity, and hardly shake the venerable deity. Such a character, even if you look at the entire god realm, it is rare. But Jiang Chen in front of them condensed the power of the 7th world in front of them, and triggered the divine calamity of the super-grade god. Today, they are probably about to witness the birth of a super-grade god. Chapter 1866. The terrifying super-grade celestial tribulation. Jiang Chen could condense the power of the 7th world and step into the realm of a super-grade god. Wang Fu Lin and the others looked at the situation in the sky, and their eyes were full of ecstasy. When they saw Venerable Kangen defeating the thunder tribulation of Jiang Chen Tianshan's 6th order and completely suppressing Jiang Chen, they felt that the general situation was over. Jiang Chen has actually been able to condense the power of the 7th world and provoke the thunder calamity of the super-grade god. Previously, Jiang Chen induced the 6th order, heavenly tribulation of the heavenly god, and it was able to cause Venerable Kangen to suffer. Venerable Kangen might not be able to withstand the power of this super-grade celestial tribulation. The super-grade gods can shake the world gods. Even if Venerable Kangen could block the super-grade celestial tribulation, Jiang Chen now has the qualifications to truly contend with Venerable Kangen. There Wang Fu's house is saved. Seeing that he was once again involved in the divine calamity triggered by Jiang Chen, Venerable Kangen's expression became extremely difficult to look. He stared closely at the roaring thunder and lightning in the void, and an instinctive crisis also filled his heart. Although Venerable Kangen was the ancestor of the Nanli clan, with a lifespan of more than 5 million years, he had never seen a real super-grade celestial tribulation. Through the records of some ancient books, Venerable Kangen also had a certain understanding of the super-grade celestial tribulation. Ordinary heavenly god realm, every time the cultivation base is upgraded, the divine calamity faced will increase by 1. Tiantian Tier 6 faces the largest number of thunder tribulations, with a total of 9 tribulations, which is called the 9 Thunder Tribulation. However, there is only one legendary super-grade celestial tribulation. The power of this divine calamity is even more powerful than the realm divine calamity that breaks through the realm god. He is now involved in Jiang Chen's super-grade celestial tribulation, making this super-grade celestial tribulation even 10 times more powerful. Venerable Kangen knew very well that if he was a little careless today, I'm afraid he would really fall under this super-grade celestial calamity. Just when Venerable Kangen was terrified, there was a sudden thunder in the sky. I saw that the sea of thunder covering thousands of miles turned into a huge thunder and lightning phenomena out of thin air. The Buddha's head is like a dragon, and its shape is like a horse. It is hundreds of miles in size. It steps on the thunderclouds, thunder and lightning flashes all over its body, and its pupils overlook all beings, as if suppressing the sky. With the appearance of this thunder and lightning phenomenon, the entire Nanli Shenchang was trembling violently, and a thunderous might that suppressed the heavens and the earth instantly filled the sky above Nanli Shenchang. Countless practitioners in Nanli Shenchang felt a trembling feeling from the body to the depths of the soul. Just when everyone was trembling because of the thunder, censored, withers that permeated the sky and the earth, the thunder and lightning in the void moved. It lifted the giant claw condensed by pure thunder and lightning, and slammed it down. The world collapsed, the space was shattered, and countless lightning bolts containing the power of destruction crashed down towards Venerable Kangen. Venerable Kangen's pupils suddenly shrank, and the purple flames of his body rose up into the sky, and then turned into a flame of sacred bird behind him, and slammed into the thunder and lightning in the void. The flame bird collided with the world-extinguishing thunder, wailing in an instant, and then bursting open with a bang. Myriad Tribulation God Flame Slash. Lihuo Tianpu. Venerable Kangen exploded with all his strength, and showed all his whole cards one after another. Under that terrifying world-destroying, censored thunder, almost all the power of Venerable Kangen was collapsed. Looking at the unstoppable world-destroying, censored thunder, Venerable Kangen was in horror, and the power of the vast world, censored, instantly evolved into a sacred mountain of flames that stretched through the sky. And the figure of Venerable Kangen quickly disappeared in the sacred mountain of flames. Could it be that this is the original world of the Venerable Realm God? Jiang Chen looked at the sacred mountain of flames that stood in the sky, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The true spirit realm can understand the origin of martial arts and condense the power of the world to break through the censored realm. However, to break through the realm of the gods of the heavens, it requires the unity of the 6 ways to evolve the power of the world in the body into a world of origin. The original world is the core of the realm gods. Once the source world collapses, the venerable world god will also suffer severe damage. Unless forced to do so, the venerable world gods generally will not easily manifest the original world. The Venerable Kangen in front of him was obviously driven to a desperate situation by this super-grade celestial robbery, and he had to manifest the original world. The endless world-destroying, censored, thunder crashed and fell on the flame mountain. The entire sky above Nanli God City trembled. I saw the sacred mountain of flames standing between the heavens and the earth, and the top of the Beizong mountain was instantly cut into flat ground by the censored of exterminating thunder. The entire flame mountain, under the bombardment of the world-extinguishing god thunder, continued to sink, and finally burst directly into the void. The flame god mountain collapsed, and the figure of Venerable Kangen was also smashed into the sky under the bombardment of the world-extinguishing thunder, and finally smashed into the ground, penetrating under 1,000 feet, almost not piercing Nanli God City. Up, in the southern part of God City, many people who were close enough had no time to dodge, and they turned into powder under the horrible impact. Is this the divine calamity of the super-grade celestial god? It is too terrifying. Some people who were lucky enough to survive hurriedly retreated hundreds of miles away, and there was an inconceivable panic in their eyes. Super-grade celestial tribulation should not be so terrible, but Venerable Kangen was involved in Jiang Chen's super-grade celestial tribulation, which brought the power of divine tribulation to an extremely terrifying level, and even Lord Realm God could not resist. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly in the sky, and it was a long time for them to recover from the shock. The whole guy named Jiang Chen in front of him was hidden too deeply. This kid clearly had the ability to break through the super-grade gods, but he had never chosen to break through. Now facing Venerable Kangen, it grasped its supernatural physique ignoring the laws of the heavens, and it would provoke the heavenly tribulation twice in a row, involving Venerable Kangen. Under this enhanced version of the super-ranked celestial tribulation, even Venerable Kangen's manifestation world God's origin world still couldn't stop it. Now that Venerable Kangen's realm God's original world was shattered by the divine calamity, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. And Jiang Chen broke through the super-grade gods, his strength was already comparable to the realm gods. Even if Venerable Kangen survived by chance, how could he be Jiang Chen's opponent? Venerable Kangen, this time he was completely planted. With the return of Venerable Kangen, everyone in Nanli Shencheng thought that the Wangfu family would undoubtedly lose this time. But Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, but he has reversed the situation. After today, the era when the Nanli tribe ruled Nanlizhou is going to be completely over. Chapter 1867, Venerable Deity of Killing World. The ancestor is defeated. The Nanli tribe, headed by Yan Wuji, had their eyes dull and almost couldn't believe their eyes. Venerable Kangen, this is the ancestor of their Nanli clan, and the only Venerable Nanlizhou who explains. For millions of years, Venerable Kangen suppressed Nanlizhou, and no one could compete with it. Such a venerable world god was still suppressed by Jiang Chen's super-grade celestial tribulation after manifesting the world god origin world. Many people from the Nanli tribe have a heart like an abyss. If Venerable Kangen fell, then their Nanli clan would be really dangerous. Compared with the people of the Nanli tribe like Yan Wuji, Wangfu Lin and the others who were watching the battle on the other side showed extremely excited expressions in their eyes. When they faced Yan Jin and the others in the Huiyan mountain range, Jiang Chen made it impossible, and with his own power, he wiped out all Yan Jin and the others, and won the Huiyan Venerables' remains. Venerable Kangen, the ancestor of the Nanli tribe, suddenly saw that their Wangfu family was in desperation, but Jiang Chen showed up at a critical time and triggered the heavenly tribulation twice, instantly reversing the situation. Brother Jiang Chen, really is an existence that can create miracles. Jiang Chen stood proudly with his hand, looking down at the Chenjiango go below, and said lightly, as expected of the Lord of the world, even the enhanced super-rank heavenly tribulation could not kill you. Did you come out by yourself, or want me to invite you out? As Jiang Chen's words fell, a blood shadow came out from the Chenjiango gully below, and it was Venerable Kangen. He saw his head full of purple hair dangled, and the corners of his mouth continued to overflow like a stream. The clothes on his body were almost annihilated. Only a censored armor engraved with flames was left, covering the key parts of his body. And the flesh and blood of the shoulders, arms and other parts exposed outside the battle armor were all exploded, revealing a trace of crystal-clear bones. Venerable Kangen relied on the world god's origin world and this world's sacred tool armor to resist Jiang Chen's enhanced version of the super-grade celestial tribulation, but suffered heavy losses as a result. Today's Venerable Kangen has not only suffered severe physical injuries, but the realm of the realm gods within his body has also almost collapsed, and his combat power has not survived. If he continues to fight, his realm god's original world will be completely shattered, and I am afraid it will be difficult to return to the realm of the realm censored in this life. Jiang Chen, how about giving up? The deity promises you that the Nanli clan will never trouble Wangfu's house and Gulong Chamber of Commerce in the future. Venerable Kang Yan took a deep breath and stared at Jiang Chen. Although you have broken through the super-grade god, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. I knew today, why bother back then? Jiang Chen shook his head, and immediately glanced at Venerable Kang Yan. You are now no longer eligible for peace talks with me. He broke through the super-grade god, even if he was facing the peak state of Venerable Kangen, he was qualified to fight. And now Venerable Kangen was severely injured by his super-grade celestial tribulation, and only less than half his life remained. How could Jiang Chen take it in his eyes? After returning to Nanlizhou this time, he would go to join the Great Wilderness God Sect to increase the Wilderness Tianzhou society, and even leave the Great Wilderness Realm to find the ancient God Phoenix tribe. For the safety of Wangfu's family and the Gulong Chamber of Commerce, the best way is to kill Venerable Kangen and flatten the Nanlizhou. Venerable Kangen's expression instantly became extremely difficult to look at when he heard this. Kang Yan, you are also a realm censored who has lived for millions of years, don't you feel naive to say this? I'm just going to bully you now, so what can you do? Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the power of the 7 realms surged out of his body in an instant, and then turned into a colorful fist that pierced through the heavens and the earth, and blasted towards Venerable Kangen. With this punch, Venerable Kangen's body broke into nothingness. Venerable Kangen, who was in the shattered world of the realm of the world within his body, had no power to resist at all, and his whole person was directly blown into a distance of thousands of feet. Venerable Kangen's souls were all gone, turned into a purple rainbow, about to flee. Super Great God, can shake the world gods. Now Jiang Chen's combat power is not inferior to him in the peak state. If he doesn't run for his life immediately, I'm afraid he will really fall in this Nanli God city today. Little bastard, don't let me run away in the end, otherwise the deity will definitely make you unable to survive or die. Venerable Kangen was fierce in his heart, but the speed was desperately urged to the extreme, and he appeared 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, and the 7-star heavenly sword art instantly urged, and then condensed in the void a mighty star heavenly sword. The Divine King's skill 7-star heavenly sword art was originally the Divine King's skill that could only be practiced by the super great heaven god. Although Jiang Chen successfully cultivated with the help of the system, he did not exert his true power. Now that he has broken through the super great gods, Jiang Chen can finally exert the power of this God King's skill to its extreme. I saw him cut out with a sword, the star heaven sword fell from above the 9 heavens, and a sword split the void, divided the yin and yang, and cut through the chaos. As for Venerable Kangen, who had appeared thousands of miles away, his entire body suddenly froze in midair. A weird star sword aura suddenly erupted from Venerable Kangen, and then penetrated his soul and flesh, and finally split him completely in half, without a trace of vitality. Venerable Kangen, the ancestor of the Nanli tribe, has fallen. The entire Nanli Shencheng, heaven and earth, was silent. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with dull eyes, and it was difficult to recover from the horror for a long time. The ancestor of the Nanli clan, Venerable Kangen, and the venerable realm god who had lived in Nanlizhou for millions of years, was just beheaded by Jiang Chen. Old ancestor Kang Yan has fallen. Yan Wuji and other Nanli clan powerhouses looked at this scene with horror. They all looked pale, like a morning test. The Nanli tribe suffered a heavy loss in the Huiyan mountain range, and their vitality was greatly injured. Even the Wangfu family was able to provoke the majesty of the Nanli tribe, which greatly reduced the reputation of the Nanli tribe in Nanlizhou. The ancestors of Nanli finally returned to Nanli not long ago. They originally thought that with the ancestor Kangen Venerable, Nanli would be able to easily suppress Wangfu's family and rejuvenate Nanli's reputation. But he didn't expect that at a critical time, Jiang Chen would be born again. He triggered the celestial tribulation twice in a row, causing Venerable Kangen to suffer heavy losses, and finally stepped into the super-ranked celestial god. Even Venerable Kangen was killed by Jiang Chen. Now that Venerable Kangen has fallen, facing Jiang Chen, the super great god, what are they using to resist? Numerous Nanli clan powerhouses are all ashamed at this moment. Nanlizhou, this time is over. Chapter 1868, Kill All. Patriarch, the ancestor has fallen, what shall we do now? Yan Tai, the leader of Nanli Shenwei, looked at this scene, and his expression became extremely solemn. With the fall of old ancestor Kangen, their Nanli clan's situation has reached an extremely dangerous level. Since the founding of Nanlizhou, they have never faced such a crisis. If you are not careful, the Nanli clan will probably be destroyed. Withdraw. Yan Wuji took a deep breath. In today's battle, Nanli clan was completely planted. Now he can only withdraw to the Nanli clan first, and use the background of the Nanli clan to save the Nanli clan. Just when Yan Wuji was about to retreat with Sanchin Nanli Shenwei, Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared ghostly in the sky above Yan Wuji and the others. The monstrous aura directly locked the emptiness of thousands of miles. Yan Wuji raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen in the void, his complexion could not help changing slightly. As the patriarch of the Nanli clan, facing the life and death crisis facing the Nanli clan, he also had to stand up and bit his head and said, Jiang Chen, my Nanli clan has no deep hatred against you. Why is it necessary to kill them all? Hee. There is no deep hatred. Jiang Chen laughed, his faint voice spread across the sky instantly. A year ago in the Huiyan Mountains, Nanli clan came to censored the remains of the Huiyan Venerable. If it weren't for my strength, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to live now. Afterwards, your Nanli clan not only attacked the Gulong Chamber of Commerce, but also issued a wanted order against me. This is also called no deep hatred. Yan Wuji's expression was ugly to the extreme. Jiang Chen, it seems that you really don't plan to let my Nanli clan go today. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. So what? The Nanli clan is a realm-censored family with a long heritage, with full heritage. If Nanli clan were given a chance to breathe, maybe it would come back to life. Only the Taiping Nanli clan, the Wangfu family and the Gulong Chamber of Commerce will not be threatened in this Nanli God city. Jiang Chen, if I want to destroy my Nanli clan, I will also make you pay a heavy price for it. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to let Nan Lizu go, a crazy look appeared on Yan Wuji's face. Sanchin Nanli Shenwei listened to the order and set up for me. With Yan Wuji's roar resounding, 3,000 Nanli guards including Yuantai erupted at the same time. The flame dragon roared in the void, and the sky turned across. The emptiness with a radius of thousands of miles suddenly turned into a sea of fire, and countless strong winds containing a fiery aura, like the burning blade of the sky, tearing everything apart. Facing Jiang Chen, the newly promoted super-grade deity, Yan Wuji didn't hesitate at all, and directly gathered the power of the 3,000 Nanli Shenwei. A strong blow was sent to Jiang Chen. The power of this blow, even if it is not as powerful as the blow of the realm god, is probably the same. Generally, the 6th Order Tianxian faced this attack, and I was afraid that he could not even hold a breath, and would be torn to pieces by the burning sky blade in the void. His seemingly flimsy figure stood still in the void. The colorful rays of light all over his body bloomed, and all the burning sky blades came into contact with the colorful divine light, and they dissipated automatically. The Nanli tribe's 3,000 Nanli guards are also well deserved. However, if you want to block me with this, it's a little bit close. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The super-grade gods can be enemies of the world gods, not just talk about it. Today, I will let you see what is the power of the super-grade gods. I saw Jiang Chen lightly clenched his palm into a fist, and slammed a punch at San Qian Nanli Shenwei. This punch seemed to be an understatement at first, without a trace of fluctuation. But after a while, as if the heavens hummed together, the mountains shook. In the void, there were only colorful fists that covered the sky and the sun, crashing down like a meteorite. Colorful fists fill the universe, covering all directions, as if they can crush everything. Where the colorful fist passed, all the burning sky blades instantly dissipated, and finally slammed heavily on the formation barrier that enveloped the Sanchin Nanli Shenwei. The formation barrier condensed by Sanchin Nanli Shenwei, it exploded without even holding a breath. Everyone, including Yan Wuji, is annihilated in the radiant colorful fist. What is a super god? This is an existence that has broken the limit of the heavenly god realm, and the power of the 7 worlds is far above the 6th order heavenly god. This kind of power is already comparable to the power of the realm censored of the world god. Although the Nanli clan's Sanchin Nanli Shenwei is strong, how can it compete with Jiang Chen who has broken through the super-grade god? Under Nanli Shencheng's shocking gaze, ignoring Dao, the colorful light slowly dissipated. When everyone looked at the situation in the void, they were horrified to discover that almost all of the 3,000 Nanli guards were reduced to ashes under Jiang Chen's fist. In the entire Nanli clan, only a few people, such as Yan Wuji and Yan Tai, remained. Their bodies were all embarrassed to the extreme. Even Yan Wuji, the patriarch of the Nanli clan, had loose hair, messy robes, and bleeding from 7 orifices. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and couldn't believe what was in front of them. The Nanli clan's 3,000 Nanli god guards were even more powerful than Yan Wuji, the Nanli clan chief, and was second only to the power of the realm god. Since the Nanli clan took the seat of Nanlizhou, the 3,000 Nanli guards have been shocked everywhere, and no one under the realm god dares to shake its edge. But Jiang Chen killed Sanchin Nanli Shenwei town with an understatement. How terrifying is such power? The super-grade gods are indeed a god-defying existence that can rival the realm gods. Ah, Jiang Chen, you slaughtered my Nanli tribe's 3,000 Nanli guards. This hatred is not shared. Sooner or later, I will pay back 10 times Yan Wuji. Yan Wuji had a ferocious look, gritted his teeth, his eyes almost burst into flames. Don't worry, you won't have that chance. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, just stepped out gently, and he was in front of Yan Wuji. Everyone hardly saw Jiang Chen making a move, and a colorful fist suddenly fell on Yan Wuji's body. The patriarch of the Nanli clan, whose cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 6th Order Tiantian, didn't even have time to react, and was strangled to pieces by Kikai Quanjin. Yuntai and the others only felt that the souls were all gone, and they quickly turned into a light, and fled towards the sky. Jiang Chen snorted, and the 7-star heaven sword art instantly condensed one generation after another of sword auras, cutting out one after another. Every time he slashed a sword, the body of a strong Nanli clan exploded. The few Nanli clan powerhouses who fled hurriedly are all under Jiang Chen's 7-star heavenly sword art. Chapter 1869, Nanlizu is destroyed. 2. Too scary. In Nanli God City, countless people who followed this battle had unconcealed panic in their eyes. Sanchin Nanli Shenwei was killed with just one punch. Many Nanli clan powerhouses, including Yan Wuji, the patriarch of the Nanli clan, were also killed instantly by Jiang Chen chopping melons and vegetables. After this battle, the Nanli clan's high-level powerhouse was almost slaughtered by Jiang Chen alone. Everyone knew very well, since then, the era when the Nanli tribe ruled this area has completely become a thing of the past. Nanlizu, this time is completely over. Wangfu Patriarch, let me go to ping Nanlizu. From now on, I will let this Nanli God City, and there will be no Nanlizu. Lightly killing the Nanli people, Jiang Chen's faint voice immediately stepped on the void and headed towards the center of Nanli God City. Chopping the grass does not remove the roots, but the spring breeze blows and regenerates. Now that they have reached this point, Jiang Chen naturally wants to completely destroy the Nanli clan and will not give Nanli clan any chance to stand up. Everyone from Wangfu's family listened to the order, and joined me to enter the Nanli clan. Before Wangfu suppressed the excitement in his heart, he immediately shouted, and hurriedly followed with the many powerful people in the Wangfu family. Since the return of Venerable Kangan, the ancestor of the Nanli tribe, the situation in Wangfu's family has become precarious. Today Venerable Kangan brought the Nanli clan to kill with all his strength, and Wangfu Lin thought that Wangfu's house was inevitable. Wangfu Lin never thought of it. At the critical juncture of Wangfu's life and death, Jiang Chen suddenly returned to Nanli Shencheng strongly. He triggered the heavenly tribulation twice in a row, severely inflicted Venerable Kangan, and broke the limit of the heavenly god in one fell swoop, stepped into the super-grade heavenly god realm, and with an invincible posture, he killed Venerable Kangan and all the powerful Nanli clan. Over the years, the Wangfu family has been crushed by the Nanli clan in this Nanli God City. Now that most of the Nanli clan has fallen, it is the best time to destroy the Nanli clan. How can Wangfu Lin miss it easily? As long as Nanli clan is destroyed and Jiang Chen, the super-grade god, exists, Nanlizhou will be the world of their Wangfu family and Gulong Chamber of Commerce. Under the gaze of countless eyes in Nanli Shencheng, Jiang Chen and Wangfu were waiting for Wangfu family powerhouses, and they went straight to the Nanli clan. Although the Nanli clan is a realm-censored family with a long history, it has an incomparably profound background and has many methods left by the realm gods. But Jiang Chen is now breaking through the super-grade heavenly god. Even if he is a real-world god venerable, he can't help him at all, let alone something left by the world god. Whether it was the divine forbidden left by the venerable world god, the decree of the world god and the world divine tool, they were easily defeated by Jiang Chen. The Nanli clan, who had been in charge of Nanlizhou for 30 million years, was completely destroyed under the attack of Jiang Chen and Wangfu's family. The entire Nanli God City shook violently. From now on, Nanlizhou will open a new era, an era that belongs only to the super-grade, censored, Jiang Chen. Nanli Shencheng, Wangfu's house. The entire Wangfu's house is full of lights and colorful, beaming and cheering. After the destruction of Nanlizu, Wangfu's house held a grand celebration banquet. Ji Yuminghe, the president of the Gulong Chamber of Commerce, felt like he was in a dream. Although he knew that Jiang Chen, an elder from the ancient dragon clan, his enchanting level had surpassed many great geniuses in the great wilderness. When Jiang Chen returned this time, he turned out to be a super-grade god, and with his own power, he suppressed the Nanli clan that Venerable Kangan had returned. Many senior officials from Wangfu's family looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting side by side with Wangfu Lin in the first place, and they all showed expressions of awe. Since the first battle in the Huiyan mountain range a year ago, the Wangfu family and the Nanli clan have completely broken away and become the enemy of life and death. Although the Nanli clan suffered heavy losses, and Wangfu Lin received the Jeksen crystal of Venerable Huiyan, the Wangfu family could barely compete with the Nanli clan. Most of the time, Wangfu's family is still at a disadvantage. Especially the return of Venerable Kangan to the Wangfu family, it was like the end of the day. All of this has been changed because of Jiang Chen's appearance. He almost used his own power to destroy Nanli clan, the powerful world-censored power. Without the Nanli clan, the huge rock on top of Wangfu's house will surely usher in a rapid development. Brother Jiang Chen, I respect you for this cup. I am here on behalf of Wangfu's family. Thank you very much. From now on, if Brother Jiang Chen is useful to my Wangfu's place, Wangfu's family will go through fire and water, and he will not hesitate. Wangfu raised his wine glass and said to Jiang Chen gratefully. Wangfu Lin knew very well that if it weren't for Jiang Chen's help this time, I'm afraid there would be no more Wangfu's house in Nanli Shencheng. Wangfu Patriarch is polite. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, I also want to thank you for your care of the Gulong Merchants Association during this period. If it weren't for your Wangfu family, the Gulong Merchants Association would have been destroyed by the Nanli clan. Wangfu smiled bitterly. Brother Jiang Chen's words broke me. I promised you that I would not harm the Gulong Chamber of Commerce, but I didn't do it. Venerable Kangan suddenly returned. I'm afraid no one expected it. This was purely an accident. How can you blame you? Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, this matter has passed, so please don't worry about Patriarch Wangfu. Wangfu Lin nodded, and did not get too entangled in this issue. He directly said to Jiang Chen, Brother Jiang Chen, now that the Nanli clan has been destroyed, I hope you can lead the Gulong Chamber of Commerce in charge of Nanlizhou. Wangfu's family is willing to take the Gulong Chamber of Commerce as the leader. Hearing Wangfu Lin's words, Ji Yuminghe couldn't help showing a touch of excitement in his eyes. The super-grade gods are comparable to the world gods. With the existence of Jiang Chen, Gulong Chamber of Commerce may soon develop into an existence comparable to a world god. Wangfu Patriarch, this Nanlizhou is still in charge of your Wangfu family. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, I will not stay in Nanlizhou for a long time. I hope that your Wangfu's house can take care of the Gulong Chamber of Commerce for me in the future. The strength of the Gulong Chamber of Commerce is too weak. Once he leaves, the Gulong Chamber of Commerce simply does not have the ability to take charge of Nanlizhou. The Wangfu family was originally a clan of the Venerable, and after Wangfu had realized the power of the Realm Mind Crystal, he was not far from the Venerable Breakthrough Realm God. It is naturally the most suitable for Wangfu's family to control Nanlizhou. With the existence of the Wangfu family, the Gulong Chamber of Commerce can also gain a firm foothold in Nanlizhou, and he has also completed his commitment to the Ancient Dragon. With the talent of Brother Jiang Chen, staying in this Xiaonan Lizhou is indeed a little talented. Seeing that Jiang Chenji was not in Nanlizhou, Wangfu Lin couldn't help but said with a smile, and immediately said, Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry, from now on, Wangfu's family and Gulong Chamber of Commerce will jointly take charge of this Nanlizhou. Chapter 1870, The Glacier Sect Strikes. Time is like water. Unknowingly, more than 3 months had passed since the shocking battle in Nanli Shencheng. During these 3 months, Wangfu's family used thunder means to root out the remnant forces of Nanli clan and become the new generation overlord of Nanlizhou. Although Wangfu's family did not have a world god, but Jiang Chen, a super-grade censored who suppressed the Nanli tribe alone, was sitting in town, and no one in the entire Nanlizhou dared to be stunned. The Gulong Chamber of Commerce was also rebuilt with the help of Wangfu's house. With the help of Jiang Chen, Ji Yuminghe broke through to the 4th stage of the Heavenly God. There was also Xu Yuankui, the 9th rank God Formation Master, and Jiang Chen also fulfilled his promise and handed over some 10 rank God Forbidden formations that he had learned through the system. After Xu Yuankui got these, he was also very excited, and he directly stayed in the Gulong Chamber of Commerce and became the elder of the Gulong Chamber of Commerce. With the existence of Ji Yuminghe and Xu Yuankui, coupled with the care of Wangfu's family, the Gulong Chamber of Commerce has almost no problem establishing itself in Nanli Shencheng. After handling everything, Jiang Chen did not stay in Nanlizhou for a long time. He bid farewell to everyone and set off to return to the Cold Moon Palace, ready to participate in the next great desolate Tianzhou party. Half a month later, Jiang Chen returned to the Cold Moon God City smoothly. After the Lord of the Cold Moon God City Wu Tianchi received the news, he greeted him almost immediately. Brother Jiang Chen, finally you have hoped you back. If you don't come back, I will be ready to send someone to Nanlizhou to find you. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. City Lord Wu, what happened? Wu Tianchi was so anxious to find him. In all likelihood, something happened in Hanyu Palace. Is it because of the Great Desolation Tianzhao Club? But now there are still 2 months to go before the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society, and he is completely too late to come back now. Wu Tianqi took a deep breath and said, "Not long ago, Venerable Tianhe, the Lord of the Glacier Sect, came to the Cold Moon Palace with several disciples of the Glacier Sect." "Oh, what are the people of Glacier Sect doing?" When Jiang Chen heard the words, his eyes narrowed slightly. Both the Glacier Sect and the Hanyu Palace are the realm gods of Hanyu Prefecture. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers, and there has always been a lot of friction between the two. Now that the Glacier Sect Master leads the team to the Cold Moon Palace, I am afraid it is not good. Wu Tianqi did not hesitate, and directly told Jiang Chen what happened. About half a month ago, Venerable Tianhe of Glacier Sect brought 3 disciples of Tianzhao of Glacier Sect to challenge the disciples of Hanyu Palace. Because Jiang Chen was not in Hanyu Palace, Gongling was closed to death after the Tianzhao challenge. Hanyu Palace wanted to refuse, but Tianhe Venerable did not intend to stop there. He asked the disciples of the Ice River Sect to ridicule and provoke the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace. Venerable Haoyu was forced to accept the challenge of the Glacier Sect after Jiang Chen returned. Hearing Wu Tianqi's introduction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, did the Ice River Sect often come to the Cold Moon Palace to challenge before? In the past, the Cold Moon Palace and the Glacier Sect had occasionally held some competitions, but it was the first time to challenge the Cold Moon Palace so openly. Since the elder Taishang has fallen, Cold Moon Palace is no longer able to beat the Glacier Sect like before. Wu Tianqi's face solemnly said, "If I'm right, this time the Glacier Sect's visit to challenge should also be a test of the Cold Moon Palace. In the past, there were 3 great world gods in the Hanyu Palace. Naturally, the Glacier Sect did not dare to provoke the majesty of the Hanyu Palace. Now that the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace has fallen, the Glacier Sect is also starting to move around. This time the Glacier Sect came to challenge, and only if Cold Moon Palace defeated it, could it keep the dignity of the overlord power of Cold Moon Palace. The position of Hanyu Palace in Hanyu Prefecture, I am afraid it will plummet from then on." Jiang Chen pondered slightly. "I wonder what the strength of the Glacier Sect Tianzhao disciple is. If there is no strength, how dare Venerable Tianhe come to the Cold Moon Palace to challenge?" Mo Zihan, the first heavenly arrogant in the glacier, possesses an unparalleled ice Dao censored body, and his cultivation speed is extremely terrifying. In just 300 years, he has broken through the 5th rank of the gods all the way. 20 years ago, Mo Zihan fought the Palace Mausoleum. The two fought for a day and night before Mo Zihan was defeated by the Palace Mausoleum. Today, Mo Zihan is probably no longer under the Palace Mausoleum. Wu Tianqi took a deep breath. Jiang Chen was shocked. Bingdao Divine Body. Jiang Chen is no longer a hairy boy who knows nothing about God's domain. He naturally knows that there are many different special physiques in God's domain, and these physiques far surpass Superman in one aspect, and are known as natural gods. For example, when he ignored the laws of heaven, he was mistaken for an ancient divine body. Bingdao censored body, although not the ancient censored body in the legend, it is also a rare attribute censored body in God's domain. With this kind of physique, not only is the cultivation speed extremely fast, but also has a natural affinity for the power of the ice road. In the breakthrough of the ice road power, there will be almost no obstacles, and the origin of the ice road can be easily understood. People with the ice Dao divine body will not encounter any bottlenecks in their cultivation all the way to the celestial divine realm. The vast majority of practitioners in God's realm would not be able to comprehend the origin of martial arts in their entire life, thus breaking through the heavenly realm. And with this kind of attribute divine body, it is effortless to cultivate to the heavenly censored realm. Although the attribute divine body is rare, among the many divine bodies, it is only a relatively ordinary one. It is said that there are still some terrifying divine bodies that have true divine realm cultivation at birth. Jiang Chen also sighed in his heart, the overbearing of various gods in God's domain. Some heaven-defying divine bodies are not inferior to his system, and they are completely open. Brother Jiang Chen, everyone who has a divine body in God's domain is a Tianzhao among Tianzhao. When you return to Hanyu Palace this time, you will definitely fight Mo Zihan, so be careful. Wu Tianqi solemnly reminded, although Jiang Chen defeated the palace in the Tianzhao challenge and won the first place. But Mo Zihan of the Glacier Sect is not an idler. If Jiang Chen is a little careless, I am afraid there is a real risk of defeat. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry, it's just a Glacier Sect disciple, I haven't taken it seriously yet. If the Tianzhao challenger faced the Mo Zihan of the Glacier Sect, he might still be afraid of one or two. But this time during his trip to South Lizhou, he had already broken through 2 realms and was promoted to a super grade, censored, in one fell swoop. In the Great Wilderness Realm, even the Great Wilderness Tianzhao ranked top few in the Great Wilderness Realm, it is only the realm of the super grade heavenly god. With his current strength, even the top spot in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list is qualified to fight. Even though Mo Zihan was born with a divine body, unless he reached a super grade god, how would Jiang Chen put him in his eyes? Chapter 1871. The Gambling Fight of the Two Great Gods, Hanyu Palace, Yanwu Square. Tens of thousands of Hanyu Palace disciples gathered in Yanwu Square, almost completely enclosed the entire Yanwu Square. After Hanyu Palace's newly promoted first-day arrogant returned to Hanyu Palace, he gladly accepted the challenge of Mo Zihan, the first-day arrogant of the Glacier Sect. Today is the day when the two peerless Tianzhao fight. Many disciples of the Cold Moon Palace came to Yanwu Square early, wanting to witness this unprecedented battle with their own eyes. Jiang Chen, accompanied by Shang Hong and Xu Tianming, went straight to Yanwu Square. With the appearance of Jiang Chen, many Hanyu Palace disciples couldn't help but talk about it. Do you think Jiang Chen can win this battle? Does this need to be said? Mo Zihan was defeated by the palace 20 years ago. Jiang Chen has the strength to crush the palace. Wouldn't it be easy to defeat Mo Zihan? It's not that simple. Since the Glacier Sect dared to challenge the door, wouldn't he have no preparation? It is said that Mo Zihan is a natural divine body, and I am afraid that it is no longer inferior to the palace. Among the many disciples of the Cold Moon Palace, some had absolute confidence in this battle, and some of them couldn't help but show a worried look on their faces. The strength of the sect Tianzhao's disciples, to a large extent, represents the strength of a sect. If Jiang Chen loses this battle, their dominance of Hanyu Palace in Hanyu Prefecture will undoubtedly be impacted by the Glacier Sect. There was a sudden fluctuation in space above Yanwu Square. Several white figures emerged directly from the void space. The head of the person is an old man in white with a fluttering robe, with a sense of fairy style. He doesn't seem to be very old, and there are no wrinkles that old people should have on his face. On the contrary, it is like a piece of warm jade, exuding a bright luster. The old man in white just stood there quietly, and a powerful pressure that made people kneel down and worship filled Yanwu Square. Looking at the few figures that appeared in the void, Shang Hong couldn't help but constricted suddenly. Jiang brother, the people of the Ice River sector here. The venerable from the white-clothed old man was released without reservation. Even without Shang Hong's reminder, he knew that this is the sect master of Glacier Sect, Venerable Tianhe in all likelihood. Beside Venerable Tianhe, there were 3 young disciples with extraordinary aura. All 3 were dressed in all white robes. The cultivation base of the 2 of them had reached the 5th rank of the heavenly god, and they were not inferior to the White Star Sword in the Cold Moon Palace. The last young man with a cold expression had already broken through the 6th order of the gods. There is a crystal clear pattern on the center of the young man's eyebrows. If a person with poor strength looks up, it seems that even the soul will feel frozen. This cold young man is the opponent he will face today, Mo Zihan, the first arrogant of the Glacier Sect. It's worthy of the existence of a divine body. With attributes, this cultivation speed really crushes the palace. With the strength shown in the Gongling Tianzhao challenge, facing Mo Zihan in front of him, I am afraid that he will definitely lose. Watching this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but said solemnly to Shang Hong, the strength of the disciples of Glacier Sect Tianzhao seems to be even stronger than that of Hanyu Palace Tianzhao's disciples. In recent years, the strength of Hanyu Palace has been declining, and it has been a long time since there has been a more amazing genius. At the peak of Hanyu Palace, 3 people were ranked in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, and the strongest one even entered the top 10 in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. In the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao list, Hanyu Palace even had a fault in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. It was not until Gong Ling defeated a genius from the Great Desolation Tianzhao list 100 years ago and barely squeezed into the Great Desolation Tianzhao list. Xu Tianming couldn't help but sighed. With the fall of the Supreme Elder, the strength of the Cold Moon Palace was once again weakened. It was precisely because of the decline of the Cold Moon Palace that the Glacier Sect had the guts to come to the Cold Moon Palace to provoke provocation. The Glacier Sect has been developing in a low-key manner, and all aspects of strength are indeed no less inferior than the Hanyu Palace. Shang Hong also said solemnly, before you came back, Bai Xingjian and Yu Wushuang had discussed with 2 disciples outside the Glacier Sect, and the results were 1 win and 1 loss. Now it depends on the outcome of your battle with Mo Zihan. How you, haven't you seen me yet? Just as the 3 of Jiang Chen were talking, Venerable Tianhe's vigorous voice echoed over Yanwu Square. In the billowing voice, there was a touch of supernatural power. Many disciples of the Cold Moon Palace in Yanwu Square turned pale in an instant. Tianhe, don't go too far. This deity, Hanyu Palace, is not a place where you can go wild at will. At this moment, a faint humming sound came from the void space, instantly suppressing the realm censored above the square into nothingness. I saw the figure of Venerable Haoyu slowly emerging from the opposite side of Venerable Tianhe. He glanced at Venerable Tianhe lightly. Stop talking nonsense, since you insist on comparing this one, then let's start. Venerable Tianhe looked at Venerable Haoyu with a smile. Haoyu, today is your Cold Moon Palace and my Glacier Sect's strongest Tianjiao duel today. I don't know if there is any interest in it. It seems that you are very confident in this battle. Venerable Haoyu smiled coldly. Speak, how do you want to bet? Venerable Tianhe said indifferently. The Great Desolate Tianjiao Club is about to begin, so let's gamble on a place in the Great Desolate Tianjiao Club. What do you think? Yes, if you want to bet, I will accompany you. Venerable Haoyu heard the words, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raised a slightly ghostly arc. If before Jiang Chen returned to the Cold Moon Palace, he faced the gambling fight proposed by Venerable Tianhe, Venerable Haoyu might still consider 1 or 2. Mo Zihan, the first heavenly arrogant of the Glacier Sect, not only had his cultivation base breaking through the 6th rank of the gods, but he also possessed the Ice Dao divine body, and his strength was far above the palace. Even if Jiang Chen has the strength to defeat Gong Ling, he may not be Mo Zihan's opponent. But when Venerable Haoyu saw Jiang Chen again 3 days ago and learned of Jiang Chen's current strength, the whole person was completely shocked. After not seeing him for a few months, Jiang Chen actually broke through 2 realms from the 5th rank of the god, and became a super-censored who broke the limit of the god. Today's Jiang Chen, even if he is a genius on the Dawang Tianjiao's list, he can count on him with just 1 hand. How could Mo Zihan, a Glacier Sect, be Jiang Chen's opponent? Since Venerable Tianhe wanted to bet on a place in the Great Desolate Tianjiao Club, Venerable Haoyu was naturally willing to accompany him. He will soon let Venerable Tianhe know what it means to lift a rock and hit himself in the foot. Chapter 1872. I'll play with you then. Seeing that Venerable Haoyu had agreed so simply, Venerable Tianhe couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Before coming to Hanyu Palace, Venerable Tianhe had already inquired about the situation of the Hanyu Palace Tianjiao Challenge. Although the breakthrough of Hanyu Palace emerged a peerless genius like Jiang Chen, who easily defeated Hanyu Palace's first Tianjiao Palace mausoleum. But Jiang Chen's cultivation base was only at the 5th rank of the gods. But Mo Zihan, the first arrogant of the Glacier Sect, successfully broke through the 6th rank of the gods not long ago. Mo Zihan is also an ice-censored body that is unparalleled in a million, and he is also one of the best in the great wild realm of Tianjiao in the same realm. With Mo Zihan Tianshan's 6th order cultivation base, defeating Jiang Chen of the 5th order Tianshan, wouldn't it be easy? Venerable Tianhe really didn't understand. Venerable Haoyu, where did the confidence come from betting against him? Now that the matter is over, it is naturally impossible for Venerable Tianhe to go back. He took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Mo Zihan, and said lightly, Zihan, go to meet Hanyu Palace, the newly promoted first arrogant. Mo Zihan responded, and immediately flashed down from the void, and landed in the center of Yanwu Square. The cold voice instantly resounded through the audience. Jiang Chen, don't you come out to fight with me. In Yanwu Square, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Shang Hong couldn't help but said solemnly to Jiang Chen, Junior brother Jiang, be careful, this Mo Zihan's strength is probably not easy. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and then slowly walked to the center of Yanwu Square under the gaze of countless eyes. He lazily looked at the opposite Mo Zihan and said casually, since you want to fight, then I will play with you. Is this the first arrogant Jiang Chen of Hanyu Palace now? Venerable Tianhe looked at Jiang Chen who slowly walked to the center of Yanwu Square, his pupils suddenly shrank. As Venerable Realm God, Venerable Tianhe felt so keenly that he could sense Jiang Chen's extraordinary at a glance. What shocked Venerable Tianhe even more? With his eyesight, he couldn't see through Jiang Chen's cultivation at a glance. Venerable Tianhe couldn't believe his eyes. Venerable Realm God and God Realm are two completely different levels. Even the cultivators of the sixth order ordinary gods have nowhere to hide in front of the world gods. Venerable Tianhe stepped into the Venerable Realm God for millions of years. In this life, he encountered the invisible young Tianzhao, almost all of them were few. And such an existence is undoubtedly not the kind of super-grade deity that surpasses the sixth order deity and breaks the limit. But Jiang Chen in front of him, in the Hanyu Palace Tianzhao challenge a few months ago, his cultivation was no more than the fifth rank of the gods. This guy should have treasures that can hide his cultivation. Venerable Tianhe's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't believe it anyway. Jiang Chen has now stepped into the realm of a super-grade god. Jiang Chen, I want to see today, what is your ability to defeat the palace in the Cold Moon Palace Tianzhao challenge? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes, Mo Zihan snorted in anger, and immediately stretched out his hand to face Jiang Chen's volley. The strange white ice cubes condensed out of thin air, and then turned into a dozen ice spears, rushing towards Jiang Chen like lightning. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, just lightly pointed out that the dozens of ice spears had broken apart in midair before they were close to the distance of 100 feet of Jiang Chen. Come on, let me see how powerful your Ice Dao divine body is. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the mighty power of the world whizzed out, but turned into a black square seal and smashed it against Mo Zihan. Soul Destruction Seal. Now that Jiang Chen's cultivation base breaks through the super-grade gods, even the first seal of the human emperor's seal has reached a terrifying level, and can easily kill the powerhouses of ordinary gods of the sixth order. Facing Jiang Chen's fierce offensive, Mo Zihan's expression could not help but slightly changed. With a move of his palms, a huge ice cone of hundreds of feet suddenly spun up at high speed, and violently collided with Jiang Chen's soul destruction seal. The sky-shattering energy soaring sound instantly resounded throughout Yanwu Square. The terrifying storm of destruction, also centered on the place where the two clashed, quickly spread around. Wherever he went, even the space was annihilated into nothingness. If this storm is allowed to sweep down, I am afraid that countless followers of the Cold Moon Palace around will be affected by the storm of destruction. Upon seeing this, Venerable Haoyu directly raised his hand with a wave, and saw that the thousands of meters in the center of Yanwu Square instantly turned into a vast and boundless plain. This vast plain seems to be an independent world in everyone's eyes. Jiang Chen looked at the suddenly changing environment around him, and he was amazed at the methods of the realm gods in his heart. Venerable World God, the original world has evolved in his body, and he has the ability to create the world. The plain in front of him was obviously a world created temporarily by Venerable Haoyu so that they could fight with all their strength. Thoughts flickered slightly. Jiang Chen looked up at Mo Zihan, who was forced to retreat hundreds of feet by the soul destruction imprint, and when he turned his hand was a mark of Zhu Shen and suppressed Mo Zihan. The incomparably brilliant Zuzi God seal smashed down with an endless force. The void within a radius of hundreds of miles is constantly collapsing under the pressure of Zuzi Shenyan. Damn it, isn't this kid only the fifth order cultivation base of the gods, how can he be so scary? Mo Zihan looked at the divine mark of Zhu Zihan from the suppression, and was also frightened in his heart. He gritted his teeth, the crystal pattern on the center of his eyebrows suddenly shone brightly, and the power of terrifying ice and cold was constantly pouring out. Under Mo Zihan's control, the force of ice cold quickly condensed in front of him, turning into a huge ice palm. With the appearance of the giant ice palm, the space of hundreds of miles around seemed to be frozen. Xuanming frozen heavenly palm. Mozi's cold face was like frost, and he slammed his palm against the mark of Zuzi in the sky. Under the gaze of countless eyes in Yanwu Square, the imprint of Zhu Zishen and the giant ice palm, like two meteors across the sky, crashed together. A terrifying energy storm spread from the sky, and there were huge space cracks that were thousands of feet long, like ancient fierce beasts with their big mouths open in the void, making people feel chilly. As the energy storm spread in the sky, a white figure suddenly flew out of the void. Every time he took a step back, the soles of his feet would stamp out a space black hole the size of 10 feet in the void. Chapter 1873. Bingdao Divine Body Vision. Mo Zihan's complexion was slightly pale and he stabilized his figure, and there was also a touch of horror that could not be concealed in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. This guy in front of him is definitely more than the 5th order cultivation base of the gods. He is an inexistent Ice Dao divine body, and he cultivates the top realm censored technique of the Ice River Sect, and his background is far better than ordinary people. Even in the same realm, there are only a handful of people who can completely suppress him like this. It seems that in the Cold Moon Palace Tianzhao challenge, this guy has hidden his strength in the battle against the palace. This guy's cultivation base, I am afraid it has already broken through the 6th rank of the gods. Huh, how you are a good method. Venerable Tianhe looked at the two people in the battle with gloomy eyes, and couldn't help but let out a slight cold snort in his mouth. Although Jiang Chen's situation was a little weird, it was difficult for him to see through Jiang Chen's details. Now that Jiang Chen and Mo Zihan are fighting each other, Venerable Tianhe's eyesight has naturally seen some clues. This Jiang Chen's cultivation has already broken through the 6th rank of the gods, and is even vaguely stronger than Mo Zihan. Venerable Tianhe also finally understood why Venerable Haoyu would simply agree to a gambling fight with him. I'm afraid that guy has a winning ticket in his heart. Venerable Haoyu smiled faintly, hee. I have been standing in Hanyu Prefecture for so many years in Hanyu Palace, but no one can challenge it. Tianhe, you have lost this battle. Haoyu, do you really think you are sure to win? Venerable Tianhe smiled coldly. Even though Jiang Chen broke through the 6th rank of the gods, he might not be the final winner. For Mo Zihan's strength, Venerable Tianhe was still very confident. The Bingdao divine body is a unique natural divine body that can crush the existence of the same realm. Even Jiang Chen has the 6th order cultivation base of the gods, and it is almost impossible to defeat Mo Zihan. Really? Then wait and see. Venerable Haoyu smiled faintly, and then stopped talking. If Jiang Chen really only had the cultivation base of the 6th order celestial god, it might not be so easy to defeat Mo Zihan who possessed the Ice Dao divine body. But Jiang Chen is now a super-grade deity who has broken through the limit of deity. A super-grade god, an enemy censored of the world. Even if Mo Zihan was born with a divine body and unparalleled in combat strength, he would definitely lose in front of Jiang Chen. When the two great realm gods were communicating, Jiang Chen didn't plan to give Mo Zihan any chance to breathe. His palm flipped again, and a golden seal that broke through 1,000 miles of void, like the palm of an ancient great god, once again moved toward Mo Zihan's suppression. Ice God Realm, Ning. In the face of Jiang Chen's more powerful blow than the previous two seals, Mo Zihan felt inexplicably cold, and the power of the 6 worlds in his body burst to the extreme. The power of the 6 worlds is centered on the power of the ice world, and quickly interweaves and merges into a 6-color ice mirror covering 100 miles of void. At the same time as the 6-color ice mirror condenses, the open sky, censored, seal in the void also crashed down. The loud noise spread all over the world. After Mo Zihan's 6-color cold ice realm trembled slightly, he actually blocked Jiang Chen's seal of the Heavenly Opening God. Jiang Chen looked at this scene with a look of surprise in his eyes. Although he had previously fought with Mo Zihan, Jiang Chen only used the power of the 6th order celestial god. However, he cultivated the God King cultivation technique, and the power of the world was far more powerful than the average 6th order, censored, of heaven. He used the cultivation base of the 6th rank of the gods to display the Emperor's seal. Even if he was ranked in the list of the Great Desolate Tianzhao, he might have to lose instantly. And Mo Zihan in front of him was indeed an Ice Dao divine body whose cultivation reached the 6th rank of the heavenly god, and even took down the 3 seals of the other's imperial seal. With the strength of this guy, even in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, I am afraid he can get a good ranking. Looking at the 6-color ice realm that blocked the seal of the open heaven god, Jiang Chen couldn't help but press hard with his palm. I saw a burst of brighter golden divine light once again erupted on the seal of the Cadian god. In the 6-color ice realm below, the smooth mirror surface became extremely distorted under the pressure of the Cadian divine seal. Faintly, a series of tiny cracks also slowly spread from the 6-color ice mirror. A crisp click suddenly appeared from the 6-color ice mirror. On the 6-color ice mirror, the spread of small cracks is getting faster and faster. In just a few breaths, the cracks were like a spider web, covering the entire mirror surface of the 6-color ice mirror. The 6-color ice mirror finally trembled suddenly, and burst directly in the void. Countless icy debris shot away, an astonishing cold air dispersed, and even Jiang Chen's heaven-opening god seal was washed away in terror. Mo Zihan's figure trembled, and his whole body was pale and flew upside down a distance of hundreds of feet. Mo Zihan strongly suppressed the churning aura in his body, and his expression became more solemn. He stared at Jiang Chen closely, and said coldly, "Jiang Chen, I have to admit that you are indeed very strong. But even with this, I will definitely not lose to you in today's battle." Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. "Then I am giving you a chance. If you have any means, just show it. Since you want to see, then I will fulfill you." As Mo Zihan said, his breath suddenly changed, and his cold voice resounded through the world. "Jiang Chen, today I will show you the power of the Bingdao Divine Body Vision." Chapter 1874. Ice-censored bow, one arrow will seal the world. The words of the ink word came down. A crystal-clear white brilliance suddenly swept out of his body. The temperature of the world for hundreds of miles is dropping at an extremely terrifying rate. I saw densely packed small crushed ice solidified in the air, shining with a cold luster. "Divine Body Vision, condense me." Mo Zihan let out a soft drink, and the densely packed small crushed ice gathered frantically behind Mo Zihan at a speed visible to the naked eye. A white icy bow phantom that was thousands of feet long, condensed directly behind Mo Zihan. As soon as this icy bow phantom appeared, the cold air between the heavens and the earth suddenly rose, as if to completely freeze the space of hundreds of miles. Bow. With a move of Mo Zihan's palm, the phantom of the Chenjiang ice bow behind him instantly turned into a Chenjiang-sized crystal divine bow and flew into his palm. Mo Zihan held the bow with his left hand, and slowly pulled the bowstring with his right hand. The terrifying cold air gathered around him. A white ice arrow the size of a length of 5 meters solidified directly on the bowstring. Where the white ice arrow pointed, a 1,000-foot icicle hung across the sky in the void. Bingdao Divine Body Vision, it's kind of interesting. Jiang Chen looked at Mo Zihan's condensed Bingdao Divine Body Vision, and there was also a strange look in his eyes. Mo Zihan possesses a rare Ice Dao Divine Body, and the condensed Divine Body Vision is indeed very powerful. Mo Zihan's Divine Body Vision has obviously reached a very high and deep level, and it can be transformed into reality. Even if Mo Zihan's blow could not be compared with the blow of the World God Venerable, it was not inferior to that. It could kill an ordinary heavenly god's 6th order powerhouse. "Jiang Chen, see how I defeat you with one sword. Ice-censored bow, seal the world with one arrow." Mo Zihan let out a cold drink and suddenly loosened the bowstring in his hand. And at the moment Mo Zihan released his fingers, the white ice arrow pierced the void with a sound, and shot out at Jiang Chen. The vast white cold air spread overwhelmingly at this moment. Under the terrifying cold air, huge blocks of ice began to condense in hundreds of miles of space. If the ordinary heaven and divine realm were located in this cold-shrouded space, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture by the terrifying cold surrounding them in an instant, and even the soul would be frozen to pieces. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the world of colorful heavenly gods instantly enveloped the space of the whole body, isolating the cold surrounding him. With the movement of his palm, the power of the 7 worlds intertwined in the palm of his palm, and finally turned into a bright 7-color flame. And when the 7-colored flames in Jiang Chen's palm condensed, the volume of the ice cubes in the void expanded sharply, and finally joined into one piece. I saw that the space where Jiang Chen was located was completely frozen in an instant. Looking from a distance, it seemed like a piece of ice for 10,000 years floating in the void. It's worthy of being the legendary ice-censored body, it's really scary. I don't know whether Jiang Chen can withstand Mo Zihan's blow. Many disciples of the Cold Moon Palace looked at this scene in front of them, and there was an inconceivable horror in their eyes. Mo Zihan's Bingdao Divine Body Vision is really terrifying, and junior brother Jiang may be in danger. Xu Tianming's eyes were solemn, and there was also a worried look in his eyes. Shang Hong took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, junior brother Jiang should not be defeated so easily." Although Mozi's cold Bingdao Divine Body Vision is indeed very terrifying, the strength of their junior brother Jiang is equally unfathomable. At the original Tianzhao challenge, Jiang Chen defeated the first Tianzhao mausoleum of the Hanyu Palace by merely showing the cultivation base of the 5th order, censored, of the open air. Now that Jiang Chen showed the cultivation base of the 6th order Tianshan, Mo Zihan might not be able to easily defeat it. According to Master's fancy to junior brother Jiang, if Jiang Chen's loss, how can Master really sit back and ignore it? How you? Even if you keep one hand, what can you do? The Bingdao Divine Body Vision is almost invincible under the realm gods. Unless Jiang Chen has a physique that is not inferior to the Bingdao Divine Body, this battle will be lost. In the void, Venerable Tianhe couldn't help laughing proudly. For countless years, the Tianhe sect in this Hanyu state has always been crushed by Hanyu Palace. For example, after a period of low-key development of Hezong today, Mo Zihan was born again, a genius with an Ice Dao divine body, and his strength is no longer inferior to that of Hanyu Palace. As long as Mo Zihan wins this battle, Tianhe sect will surely rise in popularity in Hanyu Prefecture. The Tianhe sect replaced Hanyu sect, and it is not impossible to dominate this area. Tianhe, you seem to be a little bit too happy. Seeing the proud appearance of Venerable Tianhe, Venerable Haoyu couldn't help but smile indifferently. I said, in this gambling fight, you will only be the one who loses. Although the Bingdao divine body was strong, it was not enough for Mo Zihan to break the limit with the 6th order cultivation base of the celestial god. But Jiang Chen is a super-censored who truly broke the limit. Mo Zihan wanted to defeat the super-ranked god of the enemy realm god by relying on the mere vision of the Ice Dao divine body, which was too whimsical. Really, the deity wants to see how Jiang Chen can block the power of this Ice Dao divine body vision. Venerable Tianhe smiled coldly, and immediately stopped paying attention to Venerable Haoyu, and looked at the place where the two Jiang Chen fought again. The bily space frozen by Mo Zihan's divine body vision finally heard a faint clicking sound. Countless people's hearts were shocked, and some sharp-eyed people soon discovered to their horror that a tiny crack had appeared on the huge profound ice in the frozen space of hundreds of miles. Gradually, the faint clicking sound became more and more dense, and finally it became almost a peace. This kind of voice is not loud, but it clearly penetrates the ears of everyone in Yanwu Square through the space created by Venerable Haoyu. And the cracks on the huge profound ice spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing that the bily space where he was frozen with the divine body vision, there were signs of being broken by Jiang Chen, Mo Zihan's expression changed, and a touch of horror that could not be concealed appeared in his eyes. His whole body exploded to the extreme, turning into horrible icy air, trying to fill the cracks in the profound ice space. No matter how hard he tried, the cracks in the profound ice space spread rapidly like a spider web, and soon spread all over the profound ice. A trace of colorful flames burst out of the ice-bound space through the cracks. Chapter 1875. World God Strike. Bright 7-colored flames shot out from the inside of the profound ice space, and the terrifying hot energy caused the entire profound ice space to melt rapidly. The entire Xuanbing space was unable to withstand the ever-increasingly terrifying power of the burning sky, and it exploded directly in the void. Colorful flames and white ice swept away, and the space for hundreds of miles collapsed instantly into nothingness. Mo Zihan couldn't evade at all. He was already hit hard, and the next bite of blood spurted out wildly, and his body fell from the sky like a broken kite. Mo Zihan, covered in blood, slammed down on the plain below under the gaze of countless eyes in Yanwu Square, and then smashed a huge pit on the ground. And his figure is annihilated in the huge pit of thousands of feet, and he does not know whether he lives or die. In the void space swept by the devastating storm, a figure shrouded in colorful divine light also slowly emerged in the sight of everyone. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was standing proudly with his hands in the world and completely unharmed, then looked at Mo Zihan who was submerged in the Chenjiang giant pit, and the huge Yanwu Square fell into a dead silence. It has been a long time for everyone to recover from the shock. I didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so terrifying. Yes, even Mo Zihan's strength was defeated. With Jiang Chen's strength, he must be able to shine at this great desolate Tianzhou meeting. The many disciples of the Cold Moon Palace came back to their senses, and their faces also showed unconcealed exclamation. Mo Zihan, whose cultivation base reached the 6th rank of the heavenly god, was still defeated by Jiang Chen despite the manifestation of the Ice Dao divine body vision. And the defeat was so miserable. Junior brother Jiang won. Shang Hong and Xu Qingming saw the scene before them, and their expressions were all excited. Facing Mo Zihan's horrible Ice Dao divine body vision, they thought that Jiang Chen might not be easy to resist. Jiang Chen would have completely defeated Mo Zihan in such a straightforward manner. The two looked at each other in midair, and both saw a wry smile in each other's eyes. Their junior is indeed a monster that cannot be treated with common sense. Seeing that Mo Zihan's blow with the Bingdao divine body vision was so easily broken by Jiang Chen, Venerable Tianhe's gaze was dull, and he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Mo Zihan was almost a personal disciple he had cultivated. Venerable Tianhe knew Mo Zihan's ability better than anyone else. With his background, Coupled with the inexhaustible Ice Dao divine body, he is definitely a great majority of geniuses who can stand up to the same realm. Even though Jiang Chen also had the cultivation base of the 6th order heavenly god, he would not be able to defeat Mo Zihan so easily. This Hanyu Palace's newly promoted first arrogant, still has a more terrifying physique and background than Mo Zihan. Haha. Nothing is impossible. Venerable Haoyu laughed loudly. Tianhe, I said long ago, you will lose this battle. Huh, the battle is not over yet, it is still unknown who wins and who loses until the last moment. Venerable Tianhe snorted coldly, his eyes locked tightly on the battlefield between Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen. Mo Zihan is one of the few peerless talents in the history of the Glacier Sect. Venerable Tianhe hardly left any spare energy for Mo Zihan's cultivation. Although Jiang Chen defeated Mo Zihan's Bingdao divine body vision, it did not mean that Mo Zihan would be defeated in this way. Because in addition to the Bingdao divine body vision, Mo Zihan also had a more powerful whole card on him, which was the Jia Xin Shen Jing. Ever since Mo Zihan entered the Glacier Sect and became his personal disciple, Venerable Tianhe passed on to Mo Zihan a realm of mind crystal he had obtained by luck. Mo Zihan, who has mastered the Jia Xin Shen Jing, can provoke the Jia Xin Shen Jing at a critical moment and explode with a blow comparable to the realm god. No matter how strong Jiang Chen's strength is, how can he block the blow of the realm god? Just as Venerable Tianhe sneered in his heart, he heard a crisp sound, and a figure wrapped in white light rose into the sky from the 1,000-meter-long giant pit. It was Mo Zihan. I saw his face pale, his body was covered with blood, and his white robe was turned into tattered strands, dyed a strange red with blood. Jiang Chen, you deserve to be a peerless Tianzhao who can defeat the palace. I didn't expect that my Ice Dao divine body vision would be easily defeated by you. Mo Zihan wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen became more fierce. What Bingdao divine body vision is nothing more than that in my eyes. Jiang Chen flicked his fingers, and looked at Mo Zihan with a look of surprise. Looking at what you look like, do you have any plans to admit defeat? This guy has the Ice Dao divine body, and the condensed Ice Dao divine body vision should be his strongest blow. Jiang Chen was a little curious, what kind of methods does this guy have? Give up. In my world of Mo Zihan, I have never given up these two words. The ink word stared at Jiang Chen with a cold and indifferent gaze, an inexplicable world god's coercion also slowly filled his body. This is the breath of Jexin Shenjing. Feeling the breath emanating from Mo Zihan's body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but condensed in vain. You have a world mind crystal. You have good eyesight, you can see it so quickly. Originally, I planned to use this trick at the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting, but I didn't expect you to push me to this point. Today's battle, even if I am Mo Zihan at all costs, I will never lose to you. Mo Zihan's voice fell, and a fist-sized ice crystal also flew out of his body. Mo Zihan held the realm heart crystal in his hand, and the power of the world with a radius of thousands of miles gathered towards Mo Zihan madly at this moment. The world in just a moment. The immense power of heaven and earth was turned into a huge ice dragon under the influence of Jia Xin Shen Jing. The ice dragon lay above the void, and a terrifying cold ice pressure also spread from the ice dragon in an instant. On Yanwu Square, Rao was the many disciples of the Cold Moon Palace outside that world, and seemed to have a feeling of soul trembling. Mo Zihan's sharp laughter also resounded across the world in an instant. Jiang Chen, this blow that I provoke the condensation of Jia Xin Shen Jing is not inferior to the blow of Venerable Jia Shen, I have to see how you can resist it. Chapter 1876. Even when the world gods came, I broke it with one punch. Mo Zihan actually mastered a realm of mind. Hearing Mo Zihan's sharp laughter, all the Hanyu Palace disciples in Yanwu Square couldn't help but change slightly. The Jia Xin Shen Jing is the essence of the condensing of the Lord Jia Shen. Once you master the boundary mind crystal, you can not only make the heavenly god realm break through the boundary god realm with half the effort, but you can also use the boundary mind crystal to make a strong blow. The power of this blow is more powerful than that of the realm god's decree. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he might not be able to resist the power of the realm god. Seeing the power of Mo Zihan urging the world's heart crystal, Venerable Haoyu's expression still seemed extremely calm. He looked up at Venerable Tianhe and couldn't help but smiled indifferently. Tianhe, you have spent a lot of work on this disciple, and even passed the Jia Xin Jing Jing to him. Venerable Tianhe smiled coldly. What? In your eyes, isn't Mo Zihan's talent worthy of possessing the Realm Heart Crystal? He is indeed worthy of you to give him the Realm Heart Crystal. Venerable Hao Yu nodded. An existence with attributes of a divine body, even in the entire God realm, is an extremely rare peerless genius. Decades ago, this son was even inferior to the palace. The strength shown now is completely above the palace tombs. If it hadn't been for the enchanting Jiang Chen, who could not be described by common sense, appeared in the Hanyu Palace, facing the challenge of Mo Zihan, they would really have lost the Hanyu Palace very miserably. Venerable Hao Yu shook his head, and then couldn't help but smile indifferently. Once the Jexin Divine Crystal strikes the Jejin, it will completely lose its effect. For this battle, you are really willing to pay for it. Venerable Tianhe cannot deny it. Mo Zihan has mastered the Jia Xin Shen Jing for many years, and his comprehension of the Jia Xin Shen Jing has reached the limit. Now, losing the Jia Xin Shen Jing will not have much impact. But this challenge, Venerable Tianhe is bound to win. As long as this battle is won, not only can he win a place in the great desolate Tianzhou Society for Tianhe Sect, but he can also send a signal to everyone. That is that Tianhe Sect already has the ability to challenge the dominance of the Cold Moon Palace. This is of great significance to the Tianhe Sect. Before that, Venerable Tianhe ordered Mo Zihan to win this challenge at all costs. Seeing that Venerable Hao Yu still looked calm and relaxed, Venerable Tianhe couldn't help being slightly surprised. This guy, isn't he worried that Jiang Chen will lose at all? The blow that Mo Zihan condensed with the Realm Heart Crystal is a power that truly belongs to the Realm God. No matter how powerful the enchanting genius is, it is impossible to resist attacks of this level with the cultivation base of the 6th Order God. Jiang Chen could also use the power of the World Censored level. But as far as he knows, although Jiang Chen won the first place in the Cold Moon Palace Tianzhou Challenge, he won the Jia Xin Jing Jing from the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace. But now it was only a few months before Jiang Chen got the Jia Xin Shen Jing. No matter how enchanting Jiang Chen's talent is, it is impossible to master the power of the Jia Xin Shen Jing in such a period of time. But Venerable Hao Yu in front of him still looked confident right now. Venerable Tianhe really couldn't understand. What other means could Jiang Chen use to block Mo Zihan's condensed world god's blow? Just as Venerable Tianhe's thoughts flashed, the ice dragon that stretched across the sky above Mo Zihan's head finally uttered a trembling dragon chant and slaughtered Jiang Chen. Mountains and rivers collapse, sun and moon rise and fall. Everything in a radius of hundreds of miles seemed to be reduced to ashes under the suppression of the ice dragon. Jiang Chen stood proudly, his figure as firm as a rock, without the slightest panic from the ice dragon that came from the suppression. He slowly pulled out a simple fist, and his faint voice instantly resounded through the world. How about the power of Jexin Shenjing? Even if the venerable realm god is here, he can break it with a single punch, not to mention the power of your mere boundary mind crystal. Words fall. The 7 powers of the super-grade gods also burst out from Jiang Chen's body in an instant, and enveloped Jiang Chen's entire body in a brilliant colorful light. He lifted his palm, and slowly made a fist. An overbearing colorful fist burst out, as if it was enough to shake the sky. Jiang Chen punched, a punch that can hardly be described in words, just so lightly and blasted at the 10,000 Jiang Ice Dragon. An extremely terrifying 7-color fist light burst into the void, causing the sun and the moon to turn upside down, the world collapsed, and the galaxy shattered. When everything disappears and the dust gradually falls, everyone was shocked to discover that the ice dragon that stretched across the void was blasted into nothingness by Jiang Chen's punch. But Mo Zihan's body was once again blasted down, and a huge black hole was smashed into the ground, which went straight to the ground. It was not knowing how deep and boundless. Jiang Chen stands proudly in the world, surrounded by colorful divine light behind him, like an invincible god of war. The entire Yanwu Square, heaven and earth, were silent. Everyone stared at this scene in horror, almost unable to believe their eyes. What Mo Zihan urged was the power of Jia Xin Shen Jing. With such a power comparable to a blow from the realm god, he was beaten by Jiang Chen with a punch. The punch Jiang Chen cast just now clearly contains the power of the 7 worlds. He is already a super-grade censored who has broken the limit of the god. Some people with better eyesight came back to their senses, and there was an incredible horror in their eyes. The super-grade censored who masters the power of the 7 worlds. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen who stood proudly in the sky, and it has been a long time for them to recover from the shock. No, Wonder it was able to beat Mo Zihan's realm spirit with a single blow. It turns out that he is already an existence that can truly compare with the realm gods. Super grade god, how? How is it possible? Venerable Tianhe's eyes were dull, and he couldn't help but scream out. Venerable Tianhe finally understood why Venerable Haoyu had absolute confidence in Jiang Chen even if it was a blow to Mo Zihan's world god. How can a super-grade deity who can rival the realm gods take a blow to the realm gods condensed by the mind of the mind? Venerable Tianhe came to challenge this time, wanting to try to challenge the dominance of Hanyu Palace in Hanyu Prefecture. But he didn't expect that there would be another existence like Jiang Chen in Hanyu Palace. This time, his Tianhe sect was completely defeated. Chapter 1877, News from the Ancient Shenfeng Tribe. Tianhe, you lost this gambling fight. Venerable Haoyu looked at Venerable Tianhe, who looked extremely ugly, and the proud laughter resounded over Yanwu Square. Since the fall of the Supreme Elder of the Cold Moon Palace, the Glacier Sect began to move around, wanting to provoke the dominance of the Cold Moon Palace. Venerable Tianhe even more openly took the Ice River Sect disciples to challenge him. Fortunately, Jiang Chen, a demon against the sky, appeared in Hanyu Palace. Their Cold Moon Palace, this time I am afraid they will be overwhelmed by the Glacier Sect. Haoyu, I didn't expect the existence of a super-grade censored in the Cold Moon Palace, I was convinced by the loss. Venerable Tianhe took a deep breath, and immediately moved his palm, a golden token engraved with the word Great Wilderness, and threw it directly towards Venerable Haoyu. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the volley in the center of Yanwu Square. Mo Zihan's censored figure quickly shot out. Venerable Tianhe glanced at Jiang Chen deeply, took Mo Zihan and the other two Glacier Sect disciples directly, and disappeared over Yanwu Square without a word. After watching Venerable Tianhe and others leave, Venerable Haoyu set his gaze on the center of Yanwu Square. He waved his palm and dispersed the plain world where Jiang Chen stood. Jiang Chen, this Great Wilderness Order represents a place for participating in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Party. You won it for the Cold Moon Palace. I don't know how you plan to deal with it. Venerable Haoyu looked at Jiang Chen below and couldn't help but said with a smile. As the palace master of the Cold Moon Palace, Venerable Haoyu was actually not that kind of selfish villain. The purpose of everything he did was just to make the Hanyu Palace stronger. The reason why he insisted on handing over the Supreme Elders Jia Xin Jing Jing to the palace, he also hoped that the palace could grow up faster and prop up a piece of heaven and earth for the Hanyu Palace. In Hanyu Palace, however, there was such a super-grade censored as Jiang Chen. A super-grade god, for countless forces in God's domain, is even more shocking than the birth of a realm god. With Jiang Chen, the super-grade deity, Hanyu Palace's dominance in Hanyu Prefecture was unshakable. Venerable Haoyu naturally became more polite to Jiang Chen. He didn't even regard Jiang Chen as a disciple of the Cold Moon Palace, but regarded him as an existence with the same status as him in the presence of Venerable Profound Tao. Although he hoped in his heart to give this place to Gongling, he finally gave it to Jiang Chen to decide. This is the result of a gambling battle between the Palace Lord and Venerable Tianhe. I think the Palace Lord will handle it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and handed this quota to Venerable Haoyu to deal with. He has not been in Cold Moon Palace for a long time. And he has not known many people. If he was allowed to deal with it, he could only give this place to his senior brother Shang Hong. But the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Club is a grand gathering for countless top Tianzhao in the Great Wilderness world. It is said that the competition in this Great Desolate Tianzhao will be very cruel. Every time the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society, many of the top geniuses of the Great Desolation Realm have fallen. If Shang Hong participates in the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting, his strength is almost the bottom, and Jiang Chen does not want to harm him. Well, if that's the case, then I'm not welcome. Venerable Haoyu smiled slightly and said, now that there is not much time before the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting, you should not run around, we will set off for the Great Desolate Divine Sect in a month. Jiang Chen nodded, and under the gaze of countless eyes, he turned and left Yanwu Square. Jiang brother Jiang, you are really not an ordinary pervert. I didn't expect that you would have already broken the limit and become the super-grade censored of the enemy of the world gods. Fortunately, Brother Shang and I were worried about you just now. Xu Tianming looked at Jiang Chen who was walking over, and suddenly couldn't help but said silently. Junior brother Jiang is humble, how can the realm of the super-grade gods be reached by luck? Shang Hong shook his head, and immediately smiled heartily. To be honest, I am a little looking forward to this year's Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting. Such a peerless Tianzhao, even if you look at the entire Great Wilderness Realm, it is rare in existence. It is said that in today's Great Desolate Realm, except for the Great Desolate Divine Sect, the only God-King power in the Great Desolate Realm, there is almost no super-grade God. This time, the Great Desolate Tianzhao will at least be enough to make it into the top 3 of the Great Desolate Tianzhao. Even that number 1 throne, Jiang Chen may not be unqualified to fight for it. After chatting with Shang Hong for a while, the voice of Venerable Xuandao suddenly sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen bid farewell to the two and went straight to the residence of Venerable Xuandao. Master, are you looking for me? Jiang Chen looked at Venerable Profound Dao standing in the courtyard, and quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Venerable Zan Dao turned around and looked at Jiang Chen in front of him. He couldn't help but said with a gratified expression, "Disciple, you really didn't let me down. I didn't expect the old man to meet a disciple like you in his lifetime, it would be considered dead." "No regrets." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and said, "It is also my blessing to be able to meet Master." "Blessed, what you said is a blow to me." Venerable Zan Dao shook his head with a wry smile, and immediately raised his head to look at Jiang Chen. He wanted to say, "Chener, after the Great Huang Tianzhao meeting is over, what are your plans?" Jiang Chen looked at the way Venerable Zan Dao was hesitant to speak, and couldn't help but smile. "Master, you and I will be apprentice. If you have any questions, just say it." "Okay, then I won't talk nonsense." Venerable Profound Dao nodded, and then took a deep breath. "You have stepped into a super-grade God. Although the Great Wilderness is the great realm of this area, it is not the stage for you to display. I don't know if you want to follow suit. I go to other places to practice." Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment. "Isn't Shizan a person from the Great Wilderness world? I came to the Great Wasteland only because something happened." Venerable Profound Dao looked at Jiang Chen with a serious look. "I originally thought I would never have a chance to go back in my life, but now because of your appearance, it has given me hope. Master, in fact, according to my original plan, after the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting is over, I won't stay in this great wilderness. Since Master is not from the Great Wilderness Realm, I am naturally willing to let you see the outside world." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and then he pondered slightly. "I originally planned to look for a force called the Ancient God Phoenix Clan. Master has a lot of knowledge. I don't know if I have heard of this force." Venerable Zan Dao's face changed slightly, and he looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. "You know the Ancient Gods and Phoenix Clan?" Chapter 1878, Go to the Great Wild God Sect. Master really knows the Ancient Gods and Phoenix Clan. Jiang Chen saw the Zan Dao Venerable's reaction, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. The Ancient Gods and Phoenix Clan did not belong to the Great Wilderness, and they were very mysterious. Jiang Chen read many ancient books of the Hanyu Palace, but even with the long history of tens of millions of years in the Hanyu Palace, there is no record of the Ancient Gods and Phoenix Clan. If there are any forces in the Great Desolate Realm who know the existence of the ancient Shenfeng clan, I am afraid that only the Great Desolate Divine Sect that has existed since the birth of the Great Desolate Realm. This time participate in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao meeting. A large part of Jiang Chen's reason is that he also wants to use the Great Desolate Divine Sect to see if he can find information about the ancient Shenfeng tribe. He, a master of mysterious origin, even knew the existence of the Ancient Gods and Phoenix Clan. So, it saves him a lot of trouble. The Ancient Gods and Phoenix Clan is a powerful race that has existed since the ancient times of the gods, and has a prestigious name throughout the gods. The Great Wilderness is just a drop in the eternal void, and its location is remote, so few people know the existence of the Ancient Gods and Phoenix Clan. To talk about where the Ancient Gods and Phoenix Clan is located, we must first talk about the current pattern of the gods. Venerable Xuandao said quietly, "God's domain pattern." When Jiang Chen heard the words of Venerable Zan Dao, his eyes could not help showing a look of doubt. "Master, since the ancient times, the world has changed drastically, and the divine domain has turned into billions of dust, distributed in the eternal void. Is there anything in it? Is it hidden?" That's actually true. The God realm of the ancient times has indeed turned into billions of dust, scattered in the eternal void. But few people know that in the center of this eternal void, there is actually a continent that remains relatively intact. The area of this continent is extremely large, almost equivalent to the sum of countless realms in the eternal void. This continent is today's God's domain continent, and that is the core of today's God's domain. Venerable Xuandao explained with a smile. The center of the eternal void, God's domain continent. Hearing the introduction from Venerable Profound Tao, Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrowed his eyes slightly. So, the ancient gods and Phoenix clan is on the continent of God's domain. Yes, the ancient gods and Phoenix clan, even on that continent, their strength belongs to the top-level existence. Venerable Profound Tao nodded, and immediately looked at Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. Chenur, how did you know the ancient gods and Phoenix clan? I have two friends who came from the lower realm with my mother. They seem to have been taken away by people from the ancient Shenfeng clan. Jiang Chen didn't conceal it either, and told Venerable Profound Tao about the two of Meng Qingshe. Unexpectedly, the sudden fall of the Supreme Elder of the Hanyu Palace is actually related to the ancient god Phoenix clan. Venerable Xuandao couldn't help but a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes when he learned what had happened. The distance between the Great Wilderness Realm and the Divine Realm continent is more than 108,000 miles. Generally, it would take decades or even hundreds of years for the Heavenly God Realm to reach the God Realm continent from the Great Wilderness Realm. Even with the power of the world gods, not even 10 or 8 years is impossible. Even if the powerhouses of God's domain continent travel through the eternal void, they rarely appear in remote areas such as the Great Desolate Domain. The ancient gods and Phoenix clan are the famous censored king forces in the continent of the gods, and their conditions for recruiting disciples are extremely harsh. Your two friends, if they can be favored by the ancient gods and Phoenix clan, their talents must be extraordinary. But, since they belong to the ancient god Phoenix clan, even in God's domain, few people can provoke them. There shouldn't be any problem with safety. If you go to God's domain continent in the future, you should have a chance to meet them. Venerable Xuandao groaned slightly. Regarding the words of Venerable Xuandao, Jiang Chen couldn't deny it. God's domain is a very cruel world. If the two daughters of Meng Qingshe could be sheltered by the power of a censored king, they would indeed be much safer. Since the ancient Shenfeng clan was in the faraway God's domain continent, everything can only wait for him to reach the God's domain continent before making plans. He couldn't help but raised his head and looked at Venerable Profound Tao. Master knows so much about God's domain continent, so he must be from God's domain continent. Yes, I am indeed from the continent of God's domain. I had to leave there because of some things. In the end, I ended up in this great wilderness after several things. Venerable Zan Dao said this, with a complex expression in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and immediately took a fancy to Jiang Chen and said, my business is a long story. When the great desolate Tianzhao will leave you and me out of the great desolate realm, I will talk to you along the way. Jiang Chen hesitated with a smile, and said, Master, it doesn't matter if I participate in this great Wangtianzhao meeting. If you don't participate, the fellow Haoyu is going to run away again. The elders of Hanyu Palace are kind to me, so please help Hanyu Palace again before leaving. Venerable Profound Tao smiled and said, moreover, after every great desolate Tianzhao meeting, Great Desolate Divine Sect will hold a banquet for the gods to entertain the Tianzhao of Great Desolate Tianzhao. This will also benefit you. God King Banquet. This so-called God King Banquet should be the banquet held by the Great Wild God King in the Great Wilderness Realm. In that case, Jiang Chen didn't mind going to see it. In the blink of an eye, a month passed quickly. Hanyu Palace Yanwu Square, Jiang Chen, Yu Wushuang, and Bai Xingjian were all qualified to participate in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. In addition to the three, the palace mausoleum also appeared here. Venerable Haoyu handed over the place he won from the Ice River Sect to the palace. The two of Gongling looked at the oncoming Jiang Chen, and their expressions suddenly became a little unnatural. Only Yu Wushuang greeted Jiang Chen with a smile. But shortly after Jiang Chen reached the square, the heaven and earth energy in the void suddenly agitated, and a faint light of moonlight suddenly appeared. A huge black shadow rushed out of the void. This is a huge warship, shaped like a crescent moon hanging in the void, and it is covered with dense inscriptions, shining with bright moonlight. Board, follow me to the Great Desolate God Sect. In the crescent moon warship, the faint voice of Venerable Haoyu quickly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. The Great Wilderness Tianzhao meeting is a grand event in the Great Wilderness Realm once every 1,000 years. Venerable Haoyu apparently also liked this very much, planning to personally lead the team to the Great Desolate Divine Sect. The Jiang Chen 4 did not hesitate, and flew onto the crescent moon warship. After a while, the battleship quickly started, and a torrential weather wave was rolled up in the sky, flying towards the distant sky. Chapter 1879, Great Wilderness, Tianzhao Gathering. There are a total of 13 states in the Great Wilderness. In addition to these 13 states, in the center of the Great Wilderness, there is a region that does not belong to any of the 13 states. This area is called a Great Wasteland. Here, it is also the location of the Great Desolate Divine Sect, the only God-King power in the Great Desolate Realm. The Hanyu Palace is far from the Great Wasteland, and there are two major states in between. Jiang Chen and the others also sailed for more than a month before entering the sphere of influence of the Great Desolate Sect. Jiang Chen stood above the flying ship, looking down into the distance. The abyss, ancient forests, mountains, and rivers are intertwined into a magnificent world. Is this the Great Wasteland? In this area in front of him, the air seemed to be exuding an aura of ancient times. There are some fierce birds and beasts everywhere. Although most of these birds and beasts were stunned by the breath of venerable Hanyu Realm God, there were still one or two fierce roars. Whoosh! After the crescent warship flew in the wild and ancient land for a while, its speed suddenly decreased, and finally landed in a huge valley. In the valley, there are camps and forces of different sizes. Each force is led by a number of young talents with extraordinary breaths by a world god. Of these young geniuses, the weakest cultivation bases have reached the 4th rank or higher of the gods, and most of them have even reached the 5th rank or even the 6th rank of the gods. Like Bai Xingjian, the cultivation base of the 5th stage of the heavenly god in the early stage, among the many young geniuses in this valley, it was only at the middle and lower reaches. The valley in front of me is really like a cloud and a arrogance like rain. These are all people participating in the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting. How can there be so many? Jiang Chen swept his gaze in the valley slightly, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The entire 13 states of the Great Wilderness have at most 20 realm gods. Jiang Chen was outside, calculated according to the 3 places of the power of the realm of the world. The number of geniuses participating in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club is no more than 100. But there are probably at least 200 to 300 geniuses gathered here now. The number of places in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Association is directly related to the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao ranking. Seeing Jiang Chen's shocked expression, Yu Wushuang could not help but softly explain to Jiang Chen the rules of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club quota. The quota of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club is mainly determined by the Great Desolate Tianzhao ranking. There are a total of 36 places on the Great Huang Tianzhao list. Ranked after the 30th place, the forces behind it can get 3 places in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. If you rank 21st to 30th, you can get 5 places for your forces. If you rank 11th to 20th, you can get 7 places. And for the top 10, each of them can get 10 places in the Great Wilderness Club for the forces behind them. There are also some realm gods who do not belong to any forces in the Great Wilderness Realm, and their disciples can also be eligible to participate in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Society. Every Great Wilderness Tianzhao will gather hundreds of top talents from all over the Great Wilderness world. Hearing this rule, Jiang Chen couldn't help being taken aback. This way, wouldn't the number of Dawang Shenzong participating in the Dawang Tianzhao meeting be many? According to Jiang Chen's understanding, in the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao list, the top 10 Tianzhao of the Great Desolate Sect all reached 3. Only these 3 people can get 30 places for the Great Desolate Divine Sect. The Great Desolate God Sect ranks among the arrogances of the Great Desolate God Sect, far more than these 3. Yu Wushuang nodded and said, yes, every time the Great Desolate Tianzhao will, the people of Great Desolate Divine Sect will almost occupy 1/3 of the quota. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath. This Great Desolate Divine Sect was worthy of being the only divine king power in the Great Desolate Realm, and it was far from being comparable to the realm god power. Since the quota of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club was determined by the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao Club, why does the Glacier Sect also have a place for the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club? Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and soon found Venerable Tianhe and his party not far away, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Lang Gaohan, who is ranked 35th in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, is a member of the Glacier Sect. He is now over 1,000 years old, and he is no longer able to participate in this Great Desolate Tianzhao party, but the 3 places in the Glacier Sect are still there. If there is no one in the Glacier Sect this time on the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, there will be no fixed quota for the next edition. Yu Wushuang explained softly. That's it. No wonder the many world-censored forces in the Great Desolate Realm are very fancy of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society. The achievements of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society are almost equivalent to a symbol of strength and status for many forces in the Great Desolation Realm. How you? Is this the disciple you brought to join the Great Desolate Tianzhao party this time? It doesn't seem to be great. When Jiang Chen and Yu Wuxuang were talking in a low voice, a sneer with a bad tone also rang suddenly in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen was startled slightly, and couldn't help but look up and follow the voice. I saw a black-robed old man with an unfathomable aura and extremely gloomy expression, and led 5 black-robed youths toward Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen looked at the black-robed old man and his group, his eyes condensed slightly. The auras on these people are almost the same as the auras of the ghosts of the mountain that they had encountered in the eternal void. People of the Ghost Sect. At first, Yushin Ghost chased him from the eternal void to the great wilderness, and finally he used the heavenly god Jia town to kill him outside the Nanli god city. Now, after a few years, he is finally the person who has encountered the Ghost Sect again. People from the Ghost Sect came to the door. Do they know that I killed the ghost of the ghost? The Ghost Sect is very good at the power of the Soul Tao, and Jiang Chen is not sure whether the Ghost Sect knows that he killed the ghost of the ghost. Even though the Ghost Sect really knew about this, Jiang Chen would not have the slightest fear. He has now broken through the super-rank celestial god, and he already has the power to shake the realm gods. Beside him is Venerable Haoyu from the Cold Moon Palace. The current Venerable Haoyu, but the hope of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society is pinned on him. How can he sit back and watch the ghosts make trouble for him? It's from the Ghost Sect of Heiyun Prefecture. Yu Wuxuang's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and he whispered to Jiang Chen. Decades ago, the palace tomb was on the list of the great arrogance of the wild, and the target of the challenge was the ghost. There was a look of surprise in Jiang Chen's eyes. There is such a grudge between Hanyu Palace and Ghost Sect. It seems that the people of the Ghost Sect may not be here for him. Chapter 1880. The first arrogant of the Ghost Sect, Xu Tianming. Black Soul Old Ghost, how strong is my Cold Moon Palace disciple? It's not your turn to worry about it. Looking at Venerable Black Soul in front of him, Venerable Haoyu couldn't help but snorted coldly. Venerable Black Soul sneered and said, "This time the Great Desolate Tianzhao will, my Ghost Sect will take good care of your Cold Moon Palace disciple." The Ghost Sect had 2 disciples in the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao list, one ranked 26th and the other ranked 32nd. Unexpectedly decades ago, the Hanyu Palace Brothers' Uterus Mausoleum challenged the 32 Ghost Soul Sect disciple. As a result, Ghost Sect has lost 3 places in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. This time the Great Desolate Tianzhao party, how could Venerable Black Soul make the people of Hanyu Palace feel better? I am waiting. Facing the provocation of Venerable Black Soul, Venerable Haoyu looked extremely calm. The 5 geniuses of the Ghost Sect who participated in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club were indeed very strong. If only relying on the 3 of the palace tombs, I am afraid it would be really difficult to contend with the genius of the Ghost Sect. Today's Hanyu Palace, but possesses a super-grade, censored, like Jiang Chen. Even the young Tianzhao who looked at the entire wilderness world could cause trouble to them, at most only 2 or 3 people. How could Venerable Haoyu care about the few disciples of the Ghost Sect? Venerable Black Soul snorted coldly, and didn't say anything anymore, and directly led the 5 Ghost Sect disciples to the side to communicate. You guys will listen to me. This time the Great Desolate Tianzhao will, if you meet the disciples of the Cold Moon Palace, don't be polite, just kill them for the deity. Venerable Black Soul confessed to the 5 Ghost Sect disciples with a murderous aura. Sect Master, the aura of the black-clothed youth in Cold Moon Palace is a bit weird. At this moment, a disciple of the Ghost Sect with black and white eyebrows, who looked a little weird, said suddenly. This Ghost Soul Sect disciple is exactly the first youth of the Ghost Sect today, Tianzhao Xu Tianming, who challenged the genius on the list of the Great Desolate Tianzhao 100 years ago and ranked 26th on the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. Hearing what Xu Tianming said, Venerable Ghost was slightly startled. Xu Tianming is a peerless genius who has never met the Ghost Sect in thousands of years, and his physique is special. His natural soul power is far better than Superman, and his perception power is more than that of his realm god. Since Xu Tianming found that the other party is not easy, then the other party must not be easy. Venerable Black Soul took a deep breath, and couldn't help looking at the direction of Hanyu Palace again. His gaze was also quickly locked on Jiang Chen. When he felt the breath on Jiang Chen's body, he was also taken aback. He is a majestic world god, no matter how enchanting genius, he has nowhere to hide in front of him. But the breath of this kid makes it difficult for him to see through. Don't worry, that kid probably has hidden treasures on his body, otherwise it's impossible for me to see through. Venerable Black Soul smiled faintly. In the entire Great Wilderness, the young Tianzhao who could truly make him invisible were the only super-grade gods who broke the limit of the gods. Venerable Black Soul really didn't believe it. This black-clothed young man in the Hanyu Palace could still be a super-grade god. Sect Master, the weirdness I'm talking about doesn't mean this. A few years ago, when my uncle fell, I once felt a breath through his broken soul card. Xu Tianming stared at Jiang Chen slowly and said, the aura on that kid's body is very similar to the aura I felt at the beginning. What do you mean? That kid was the one who killed Yushin Ghost. Venerable Black Soul's expression changed. The uncle Xu Tianming said is naturally the elder U3 ghosts of the Ghost Sect. At the time U3 ghosts suddenly fell, they thought that Yushin Ghost had fallen into the eternal void. It seems that this is not the case now. Not sure, but even if it is not him, it should be closely related to him. Xu Tianming said coldly, when the Tianzhao conference opens, I will figure out all this. If he really killed his uncle, I will let him pay for it. Venerable Black Soul said solemnly, if this is the case, you must not be careless. Yushin Gui is one of the strongest elders in the Ghost Sect, and has already reached the peak of the 6th order of the gods. That kid was able to kill Yushin Ghost, his strength might not be simple at all. Xu Tianming's expression is cold, but his whole body exudes a strong confidence. He broke through the 6th rank of the gods and made it to the 26th place in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. Over the years, his strength has improved a lot, but he has not been exposed, just to make a blockbuster at this Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting. His goal this time is to hit the top 10 of the Great Desolate Tianzhao. A mere disciple of the Cold Moon Palace, even if he has some strength, how can you be regarded by Xu Tianming? And when Venerable Black Soul was talking to Xu Tianming, Venerable Haoyu also solemnly exhorted the 3 of the palaces, the Great Desolation Tianzhao will be open for a while, and the 3 of you should try to join Jiang Chen. The 5 geniuses of the Ghost Sect, 3 of them are of the 5th rank and 2 are of the 6th rank. Especially the first heaven arrogant Xu Tianming of the Ghost Sect, even among the many geniuses in the valley, the strength belongs to the existence of the first echelon. If the Ghost Sect was determined to target Cold Moon Palace, the 3 of the palaces would be really dangerous. It seems that the Ghost Sect may really know that I killed the ghost of the Yushin. Feeling the gazes of Venerable Black Soul and Xu Tianming, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneered in his heart. Xu Tianming and others just don't trouble him. If he really dared to come, he wouldn't mind sending these guys to reunite with Yushin Ghost Underground. Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the sky above the valley. A great pressure suddenly descended from the void, and there was a faintly sharp voice, drifting around the world, pulling the mind. Jiang Chen was shocked and couldn't help but raise his head and look towards the void. I saw the clouds rolling over the valley, and a behemoth suddenly appeared. This is a huge palace, dark and solemn. It just, suspended in the void, a golden plaque depicting the word Great Wilderness was hung above the main entrance of the palace, and its invisible power shocked everyone. The valley that was originally noisy became quiet instantly. Jiang Chen couldn't help his eyes narrowing slightly when he looked at the hall that had suddenly descended. Great Desolate God Sect, the only censored king force in the Great Wilderness is finally on the stage. Under the gaze of everyone in the valley, an old man wearing a golden robe, holding a crutch with a dragon pattern, quickly stepped out of the black palace hanging in the void. As soon as this person appeared, the invisible power and turbulent space changed the color of the heaven and the earth. Chapter 1881, The First Ring, Competing for the Seal of Tianzhao. This old guy, terrifying strength. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the old man in the golden robe, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. Since stepping into the realm of God, Jiang Chen has also seen a lot of world gods. But the old guy in front of him is definitely the most unfathomable existence among the world gods he has ever seen. In Jiang Chen's intuition, I am afraid that only his own mysterious master Zan Dao can be compared with this golden robe old man. With a single thought, the world of thousands of miles changed its color. What a terrifying power. The palace mausoleum looked at the golden-robed old man in the void, and couldn't help but asked with astonishment, Master, is this the great wild god king of the great wild god sect? The great desolate god king is aloft, even if I an other world god venerable, it is difficult to see, how can it appear at this great desolate Tianzhao meeting? But, you only need to be on the list of the great desolate heavenly pride, you can participate in the great desolate divine king's divine king banquet, and then you can see the great desolate divine king's style. Venerable Haoyu shook his head, and immediately introduced Jiang Chen and the others. This old man is Venerable Tianyang, the first elder of the great divine sect, and possesses the cultivation base of a middle-grade god. Middle-grade world god. Jiang Chen moved in his heart and couldn't help but raise his head and look at Venerable Haoyu. Jiang Chen didn't know much about the division of the cultivation base of the Venerable World God, and now it is the first time he has heard of the middle-grade World God. The division of the realm gods is almost the same as the true, censored realm. They are divided into low-grade, medium-grade, and high-grade realms. In the Great Desolate Realm, most of the realm gods have their cultivation bases staying in the lower-rank realm gods, and very few can reach the middle-rank realm gods. Venerable Tianyang, as a middle-ranking realm god, is one of the few powerhouses in the entire Great Wilderness Realm. Speaking of this, Venerable Haoyu couldn't help but sighed slightly. Jiang Chen said with a look of astonishment, "So, isn't it very difficult for the low-grade realm gods to break through the middle-grade realm gods?" "It's more than difficult." Venerable Haoyu smiled bitterly. Venerable realm gods' power in cultivating realm gods, if there is no reason, it will be difficult for thousands of years to improve much. The promotion of lower-grade realm gods to middle-grade realm gods is far more than the breakthrough of realm gods. It's difficult. Venerable Haoyu had broken through the venerable realm god for more than 3 million years, but he had always stayed in the realm of the lower-grade realm god. If there is no great opportunity, I am afraid that in this life, he may not be able to step into the realm of the middle-grade realm god. The Great Wilderness, Tianzhao will begin now. Just as the two were talking, Venerable Tianyang's simple words, like thunder, exploded over the valley. Following the words of Venerable Tianyang fell. The valley below suddenly trembled, a mysterious force surged, and finally turned into a space formation of hundreds of meters in size. In the space formation, an ancient aura also instantly permeated the valley. Through the spatial formation, we can vaguely see that there is a magnificent new world inside. The world that this space formation leads to is the secret realm created by the great desolate god king himself for the Great Wild Tianzhao Association. The first part of each Great Wild Tianzhao meeting is held in this secret realm. Venerable Haoyu looked at the space formation and introduced Jiang Chen and the others in a low voice. The Great Wilderness Tianzhao will have 2 links, and now we will start the first link. In the void, Venerable Tianyang didn't waste time either, and he intuitively began to announce the rules of the first ring of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society. The rules of the first ring of the Great Huang Tianzhao Club are actually divided into simple ones. All young talents who have won the quota will enter this secret space in front of them. After entering the secret space, everyone's Great Desolation Order will condense a mark of Tianzhao. The main rule of the game is to fight for the mark of Tianzhao. Once there are 36 remaining people with the mark of Tianzhao, the first session will be over. Hearing the rules of the first link, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. On the Dawang Tianzhao list, only 36 Tianzhao were ranked in 1. Those who can finally win in the first link will be 100% on the list of the Great Arrogance. Hundreds of top talents compete for 36 places. This competition will undoubtedly be very cruel. Just when Jiang Chen's thoughts were flashing, in the great deserted temple in the void, a domineering man covered in thunder and lightning, with an aura that overwhelmed the world, exploded against the space formation below. Go with. The arrogant and dry laughter of the overbearing man also resounded in an instant. Ha ha, the 1,000 years of Great Desolation Tianzhao will finally start. This time the Great Desolation Tianzhao will be the top of the list. It is my Huang Jinglei. Desolate Thunder, the first genius of the Great Desolate God Sect in 1,000 years, successfully challenged the top 10 of the Great Desolate Tianzhao list 300 years ago, the owner of the Thunder Dao attribute Divine Body. It is said that this guy has broken the limit of the gods and entered the super grade gods. He is the top popular figure in this time. Jiang Chen looked at the first Huang Jinglei that rushed into the space formation, and his eyes also shot a sharp light. With the Huang Jinglei appearance, the countless young geniuses in the valley all rushed towards the space formation. You guys also go in quickly. Venerable Haoyu handed the 4 Great Wilderness Orders to Jiang Chen and the 4, with serious expressions. The Great Wilderness Tianzhao Association does not prohibit entry. There are many geniuses falling into it every time. You must be careful. Jiang Chen and the four of them did not hesitate in the result of the Great Famine Order, and instinctively moved towards the space formation below. Jiang Chen entered the spatial formation. A mysterious power instantly enveloped Jiang Chen's whole body. Jiang Chen seemed to be able to feel that this power seemed to be detecting Jiang Chen's bone age. He even saw the word 1002 appear on the head of the person next to him, and as a result, the whole person was shot out by the formation. The age of Dawang Tianzhao will be no more than 1,000 years old. This guy was obviously just over 1,000 years old and wanted to fish in troubled waters, but was kicked out by the formation. Jiang Chen quickly passed the age check, and a mysterious light suddenly condensed in front of him, and then turned into a white five-pointed star, printed on the Great Wilderness Order in his hand. Jiang Chen's figure was wrapped in the splendid spatial energy and disappeared into the spatial formation out of thin air. Jiang Chen's figure, intuition appeared in an ancient dragon mountain range. The vicissitudes of primitive modeled aura also instantly puffed his nose. Is this the battlefield of the first link of the great desolate Tianzhao society? Jiang Chen looked up and looked around. This was a mysterious world with extremely strong energy from the heavens and the earth. Even if it was compared with the ancient sacred dragon relics that Jiang Chen entered, it is estimated to be inferior. It deserves to be the secret world created by the censored king. It is really very ordinary. Jiang Chen exclaimed in his heart, and then he couldn't help but set his gaze on the Great Wilderness Order in his hand. Chapter 1882, Tier 6 Ancient Beast. Jiang Chen looked at the Great Waste Order in his hand. I saw a white five-pointed star mark on the golden Great Wilderness Order. With the keen perception of his super-grade god, Jiang Chen can even feel an extremely pure energy from the mark of the five-pointed star. This imprint of Tianzhao doesn't seem to be that simple. The first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao will not eliminate anyone in the whole process. In this process, the main purpose is to compete for the mark of Tianzhao on the Great Famine Order, and it will automatically end when only 36 people have the mark. Although the rule is that as long as one mark is kept, Jiang Chen intuitively tells that the number of Tianzhao's marks should have other functions. Get started. Jiang Chen was too lazy to think. Since the main purpose of the first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society is to plunder the mark of Tianzhao, he will try to get as many as possible. Jiang Chen's figure flashed, and he began to explore this world. Suddenly, a loud roar came from a distance, causing the sky and the earth to tremble. What a strong aura! I'm afraid it is at least a fierce beast comparable to the 6th rank of the gods. It seems that the Tianzhao battlefield created by the Great Desolate King is not simple at all. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, and quickly swept away in the direction of the burst of breath. Jiang Chen walked through thousands of miles of mountains and forests and came to a small valley. I saw a violent wind over the valley, mixed with a little dazzling knife light, sweeping around. A huge figure was looming in the storm. It was a huge purple bear. Its belly, back and arms were covered with a layer of purple scale armor. With a roar from the corner of its mouth, the valley shook and the storm raged. A purple claw light with a violent and devastating aura, tearing through the world. On the opposite side of the purple giant bear, there was a silver-robed young man with a silver long knife in his hand. The blade of 100 Jiang intuition cut the sky and the earth out of a huge black crack. This guy's strength is probably better than the palace's. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and soon had a general judgment about the strength of the silver-robed youth in his heart. The Great Wilderness Tianzhao will be held once every millennium, and the participants are all young Tianzhao who are no more than 1,000 years old. Every time the Great Desolate Tianzhao will be a shuffle of the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. In the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao list, there were only a handful of those who were like the palaces, who were less than 1,000 years old and ranked on the Great Desolate Tianzhao list through challenges, and were eligible to participate in this Great Desolate Tianzhao. The silver-robed youth in front of him, even if he was not the Tianzhao from the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao ranking, might have the strength to enter the top 30 this year. The giant purple armored bear on the opposite side is not only comparable to the existence of the 6th order peak of the gods, but also has an extraordinary bloodline and extremely powerful combat power. Even in the face of a domineering blow from the purple armored bear, he can only temporarily avoid the edge. The purple giant claw penetrated the space and landed on the rock wall on the side of the valley, instantly leaving 500 Jiang ravines on the rock wall. 100 Shadows Heaven Sword. The silver-robed youth avoided the attack of the purple-armored giant bear, and slashed out the silver broad knife in his hand. Hundreds of domineering knife shadows slashed out, and the terrifying power seemed to strangle the purple-armored giant bear and the surrounding hundreds of miles into nothingness. The purple-armored giant bear turned its body, and aimed the back covered by the purple lin at the attack of the silver-robed youth. Jingle bell! Hundreds of knives in the silver-robed youth landed on the back of the giant purple bear, splashing countless knives and sparks, and the sky-shaking metal slamming sounded instantly through the world. Damn it, even buying Tiandao can't break through this stupid bear's defense. Seeing that the purple-armored giant bear was unharmed by his full blow, the silver-robed youth screamed in his heart, and his complexion also became unsightly. This purple-armored giant bear's combat power has surpassed the powerhouse at the peak of the Sixth Order Heavenly God. Even with his strength, he would have to pay a lot of price to deal with this giant purple armor. Now the great desolate Tianzhao gathering has just begun. If you fight too hard with this purple-armored bear now, it will be very unfavorable for him next. This purple-armored giant bear's lair, but there are many treasures that make him extremely fascinated, and the silver-robed youth is obviously not willing to give up. I can't just leave it alone. Senior brother Lu Kuang should not be far away from me. It seems that I can only tell senior brother Lu Kuang to share the treasure guarded by the purple-armored bear with him. The eyes of the silver-robed youth flickered slightly, but at this moment, the sky-shaking roar of the giant purple bear on the opposite side suddenly resounded. Humans, dare to run wild on my territory, I will smash you into pieces. The purple-armored giant bear was very angry, and the energy around the world exploded, and a terrible blood pressure made the silver-robed youth startled. The giant purple-armored bear's huge paw kicked in the void, and its figure slammed into the silver-robed youth. Stupid bear, wait for me. Sooner or later I will cramp you and use your bear paw to stew the soup. The Yinpao youth's complexion changed, and it turned into a bright silver light, and swept toward the outside of the valley. This giant bear is really a bit difficult to deal with. He still meets senior brother Lu Kuang before talking. I will kill you first. The purple armor roared angrily, and that huge figure turned into a purple glow, chasing the silver-robed youth. The sound of fighting faded away. Jiang Chen groaned slightly, and then flashed towards the valley. The great desolate Tianzhao club mainly fights for the mark of Tianzhao. The silver-robed youth obviously wouldn't provoke an ancient beast whose strength is not inferior to him for no reason, unless there is an opportunity to make the silver-robed youth's heart move. The valley is not big, only 1,000 miles in radius. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he could barely see the situation of the entire valley at a glance. After hesitating in the battle just now, the entire valley was ruined. Only one cave did not seem to have been affected at all. Jiang Chen moved in his heart and appeared at the entrance of the cave in a flash. Just as Jiang Chen was about to enter the cave, a purple energy burst out of the cave suddenly, and appeared at a distance of less than 10 feet from Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and gently shook the purple energy, and instantly solidified the purple energy in midair. This purple-armored giant bear is not stupid. It has left such a method in his lair. Jiang Chen dissipated the purple energy easily, could not help but mutter to himself, and then strode into the cave. The means left by the purple armor bear is triggered, and its body must be able to detect it. Jiang Chen didn't care too much about this either. It's just an ancient fierce beast of the 6th rank of the gods. What if it comes back? The big deal is to kill it. Chapter 1883. Bai Ling Zanbi Secret. Jiang Chen stepped into the cave, his eyes swept slightly in the cave, and on a huge boulder the size of 100 meters, he found many colorful plants, fruits, and leaves. Blood-burning Ganoderma, 10,000 years thunderstone, purple extreme fruit. Jiang Chen looked at the things on the boulder, his eyes lit up slightly. Almost all the rare and precious materials placed on the boulder were some of the rare and precious materials above the censored level, which were obviously treasures scraped by the giant purple bear. That's right, this purple armor's family property is not inferior to Venerable Huiyan's legacy. Just as he was about to step forward and put the precious materials on the boulder into his bag, he smelled a refreshing sweet fragrance. Jiang Chen looked towards the right side of the cave in response. There, a transparent honeycomb with a diameter of 2 or 3 long, hung in the center of the cave wall. In the honeycomb, there are drops of crystal clear liquid, dripping down the lower edge of the honeycomb, and falling into a wooden pot below. And the fragrance that Jiang Chen sensed was obviously from this transparent liquid. Is this the legendary Bailing Xuanfang secret? Jiang Chen looked at the dripping liquid from the honeycomb, his eyes also showed a touch of surprise. Bailing Xuanfang dense is brewed from the heaven and earth worm Bailing Xuanfang, which collects the nectar of hundreds of different spiritual flowers between the heaven and the earth, and has extremely powerful effects. It is said that Bailing Xuanfang's secret can not only improve physical talents, but also greatly help martial arts practice. Even if the venerable world gods take the Bailing Xuanfang secret, there is a significant effect. No wonder the silver-robed youth will provoke this purple-armored giant bear. This is a treasure. As Jiang Chen said, he walked directly towards Bai Ling Zan Feng Mi, planning to put Bai Ling Zan honey in his bag first. Just when he was about to collect Bailing Xuan honey, a slight fluctuation suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. Jiang Chen looked up at the door of the cave and said coldly, "Since it's here, get out of it." At the entrance of the cave, a thin young man with a sharp-mouthed monkey cheek also appeared out of thin air in Jiang Chen's sight. The thin young man looked at Jiang Chen with a look of surprise in his eyes. He is a disciple of the Shadow Gate, and his best is the way of hiding. Although his cultivation is at the 5th stage of the gods, it is generally difficult to find his traces at the 6th stage of the gods. The boy in front of him could detect his existence, which was really strange. "With your little tricks, you can't hide it from my eyes," Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Take advantage of my good mood now, give you 3 breaths time to leave by yourself, otherwise you will be at your own risk." The thin young man's complexion sank slightly. "This friend, Qi, the disciple of the Shadow Gate, Your Excellency wants to swallow the Bailing Xuan Peak secret. It's a bit uncomfortable." The time when the skinny youth came here was almost only a little bit longer than the silver-robed youth. Because of fear of the powerful strength of the silver-robed youth, he has been hiding in the dark, waiting for the opportunity. The silver-robed youth explored the valley, fought against the giant purple bear, and led the giant bear to chase out of the valley. The time came when the thin young man was taking advantage of the fisherman's profit, but he did not expect that at this time, a black-clothed young man would be the first to enter the valley. Seeing someone rob business with him, the thin young man was furious. The thin young man was not eager to show up. As a disciple of the Shadow Gate, hiding the dark place to give a killer blow at a critical moment is what they are best at. The thin young man didn't expect it. The black-clothed youth in front of him would have such a keen perception that he was discovered by the black-clothed youth the moment he just approached the cave. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and he uttered a cold sentence, 3. Your Excellency must not be too much. The thin young man's expression was cold. Although the purple-armored giant bear was led away by the silver-robed youth, no matter who wins, I am afraid they will come back here soon. We are in conflict now, and it will not benefit anyone. 2. 1. As the word in his mouth fell, a monstrous breath suddenly erupted from Jiang Chen. The strong sense of oppression made the thin young man instantly feel suffocated. What a horrible breath! The thin young man's heart was cold, and his whole body flashed with black light, and the whole person disappeared in front of Jiang Chen strangely. The way the Shadow Gate is good at is a bit weird. But in front of absolute power, everything is nothing but vain. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, raised his hand and pointed out in a certain direction on the right side of the cave entrance. A muffled hum came out of the void, and the figure of the thin young man who had just disappeared also emerged in embarrassment. I saw that his chest was suddenly penetrated by a sword aura, leaving a huge blood hole, and the red blood was like a fountain, continuously spraying out from the blood hole. Big hero, spare your life. I am willing to hand over the imprint of Tianzhao to leave here, and hope that the hero can spare my life. The thin young man was horrified and quickly begged Jiang Chen for mercy. The black-clothed youth in front of him not only perceives extremely horrible, but also makes his way of concealment invisible. I am afraid that his cultivation has reached at least the 6th rank of the gods. He could only take the initiative to beg for mercy to save his life, and after he reunited with the brothers of the Shadow Gate, he would settle the account with this kid. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and volley pointed at the thin young man again. The thin young man looked desperate and horrified, and he exploded with all his strength, trying to avoid Jiang Chen's blow. But in the surrounding space, there seemed to be a force that confined him to that force. No matter how hard he struggles, it is difficult to shake that force. The invisible sword finger instantly penetrated through the thin young man's body. A bloodline suddenly spread down from the center of his forehead on the body of the thin young man. The thin young man was divided into 2 parts, but he fell to the ground with a thud. With just an understatement of the sword finger, Jiang Chen killed the thin young man from the Shadow Gate, as well as the spirit. After solving the thin youth, Jiang Chen moved his palm, and the famine order on the thin youth flew directly into his palm. He took off the imprint of Tianzhao on the decree of the thin young man, and the imprint of Tianzhao immediately merged into the imprint of the Prince of Tianzhao on Jiang Chen's decree. The light on Jiang Chen Tianzhao's mark also became brighter in an instant. Chapter 1884. Hand over the mark of Tianzhao and spare you not to die. Seeing the change of Tianzhao's mark, Jiang Chen found that his guess was correct. The mark of Tianzhao on the Great Desolate Decree, the more Tianzhao marks are fused, the stronger the energy will become. Although Jiang Chen didn't know for the time being, what is the use of the energy of the imprint of Tianzhao, but it should not be easy to think about it. Incorporating the imprint of Tianzhao from the thin young man, Jiang Chen took out the jade bottle and collected the Bailing Xuanfeng secrets, and then put the treasures in the boulder into his bag. After confirming that there were no other treasures in the cave, Jiang Chen turned and left. Just as Jiang Chen walked out of the cave, a roar of anger came from outside the valley in an instant. Where did the shameless little thief stole the treasure from the cave while I was dealing with that stupid bear? Hoo-hoo! The gust of wind roared between the sky and the earth, like a sharp knife piercing the void within a radius of hundreds of miles was cut into countless huge spatial cracks. A silver figure also suddenly landed 100 meters away from Jiang Chen. The person here is not someone else, but the silver-robed youth who led the giant amethyst bear out of the valley before. Behind the silver-robed youth, there was another golden-robed youth slowly approaching. The young man in Jinpao had a cold face, and he was carrying a golden long knife behind his back. He exuded an extremely overbearing aura. The strength of this golden-robed youth is very strong. It seems that the giant purple-armored bear has probably been killed by the two. Jiang Chen looked at the young man in the golden robe who stepped slowly, his eyes condensed slightly. Not only was the cultivation base of this golden-robed youth stronger than that of the silver-robed youth, but the attainments of the swordsmanship were also significantly higher than that of the silver-robed youth. He stood there like this, his whole person was like a peerless heavenly sword, exuding a sharp edge of the world. Of these two guys, 9 out of 10 should come from the domineering sect. Before coming to participate in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao meeting, Jiang Chen also had a certain understanding of the major forces in the Great Wilderness 13 states. There is only one world god power in the Great Wilderness that is good at swordsmanship, and that is the Overlord Sword Gate of the Bawangzhou. The domineering sect is also one of the best existence world censored sects among the realm censored forces in the entire Great Wilderness world. In the last Great Desolate Tianzhao list, the domineering sect was among the top 10, and its strength was extremely powerful. Boy, even Grandpa dared to steal my things, let me die. The silver-robed youth was full of murderous awe. With a turn of the silver long knife in his hand, he slashed towards Jiang Chen with a volley. The silver blade slashed down, and the cold light flashed in the sky, blending with an overbearing blade light, as if the thunder was born, piercing the void with the momentum of the sun and the moon, and slashed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, raising his hand as a shocking fist piercing through the world. The knife gang collided with the fist light, causing the entire valley to shake. The terrifying energy storm radiated in all directions, tearing the surrounding air to pieces. The bodyguard of the silver-robed youth vibrated violently, and his body retreated in embarrassment, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He looked up at Jiang Chen, who stood proudly with his hands, and there was also a touch of indirect horror on his face. As one of the few talented disciples of the Overlord sect, the silver-robed youth is still very confident in his own strength. Soon after the opening of the first link of the Great Wilderness Tianzhao, the first opponent he encountered defeated him with just an understatement. Defeating the silver-robed youth with one move, Jiang Chen condescendingly looked down at the two silver-robed youths, and said lightly, "Hand over the mark of Tianzhao, and forgive you not to die." Seeing that Jiang Chen not only stole his own treasure, but also deliberately wanted to plunder their Tianzhao mark, the silver-robed youth burst into anger with a scream, and the fierce momentum all over his body broke out again. Just when the silver-robed youth was about to take another shot, the golden-robed youth behind him grabbed him. "You are not his opponent, let me do it," the young man in the golden robe said, and immediately stepped out. His eyes with a light golden glow were also directly locked on Jiang Chen's body. He took a deep breath and held his fist at Jiang Chen. "Lu Kuang at the Tyrant Sword Gate, I don't know which power your excellency comes from." "Hold Moon Palace, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen said with an impatient look. Stop talking nonsense, do you pay the mark of Tianzhao or not? Hanyu Palace. Lu Kuang, the young man in the golden robe, couldn't help being taken aback. Cold Moon Palace was once the top realm, censored, sect of the great wilderness world, but now it has fallen a lot. This time the Great Desolate Tianzhao Association, Hanyu Palace also ranked 32 on the list of the Great Desolate Tianzhao, and barely managed to gain his sight. But I didn't expect that in addition to Jiang Chen, Hanyu Palace had such a genius. Your Excellency wants my mark of Tianzhao, so you have to ask whether the knife in my hand agrees or not. Lu Kuang's voice fell, and backhand pulled out the golden long knife behind him. A dazzling golden sword chi broke through the world and turned into a golden rainbow, slashing out towards Jiang Chen. Wherever he went, the world was divided into two instantly. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, his palms turned horizontally, and he volleyed. The void collapsed, and a gleaming golden seal of the heavenly opening god crashed down with the power to suppress everything. The Cadian divine seal collided with the golden sword, directly shattering the golden Chenghong that penetrated the void into golden light. It was easily broken by Jiang Chen with a knife, but Lu Kuang's expression remained unchanged. He flashed to the sky above Jiang Chen, and the world power of the sixth order celestial god was urged to the extreme, and an overwhelming domineering might instantly spread. He saw hundreds of miles of space all over his body, as if he could not withstand such a terrifying power, and he was constantly shaking. King Burning Heaven / Lu Kuang stood proudly in the void, and the golden light flickered in his eyes, like a king who dominates the world. The golden long knife in his hand seemed to contain the will of the sky, and he slashed against Jiang Chen. As Lu Kuang slashed out, the space below continued to collapse. Between the sky and the earth, more than a dozen flame dragons with a length of 100 meters emerged out of thin air, carrying the sky-shaking dragons and penetrating down towards Jiang Chen, as if to burn Jiang Chen and the space around him clean. Looking at Lu Kuang's shocking stab, Jiang Chen's eyes also showed a look of surprise. This Lu Kuang is indeed a genius of the domineering swordsman. The power of this sword is more powerful than Mo Zihan's vision of condensing the ice road divine body. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, he was full of golden ons clashing, and a golden sword phantom standing between the sky and the earth also condensed instantly behind him. Chapter 1885. Defeat the enemy with one move. Ever since Jiang Chen broke through the true, censored realm, the divine body vision has always been one of Jiang Chen's most powerful cards. Faced with Lu Kuang, the arrogant swordsman, Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest politeness, and directly condensed the divine body vision. Under Jiang Chen's control, the golden sword phantom smashed into Lu Kuang's Xian like a force-smashing Washan. The sky and the earth are dim, the sun and the moon are dull. A terrible storm of destruction swept across the valley, and the space that passed by was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Even the silver-robed young man who was watching the battle was forced by the destruction storm to withdraw from a distance of hundreds of feet in embarrassment. He looked up at the space in front of him that was shrouded in a storm of destruction, and his expression also looked shocked. Senior brother Lu Kuang is the second-ranked young genius among their generation of young geniuses who dominate the swordsman. With his strength, even if he couldn't rank in the top 10 of the Great Desolate Tianzhao, he would not have any problems entering the top 20. But the Hanyu Palace disciple on the opposite side was actually on a par with senior brother Lu Kuang. The silver-robed youth originally thought, with his strength, it should be more than enough to enter the Great Desolate Tianzhao list this time. But now a disciple of the Cold Moon Palace randomly popped out, unexpectedly has such a terrifying strength. The silver-robed youth didn't know what to say at this moment. If this time the Great Desolate Tianzhao will be all evildoers like Jiang Chen, then he is still playing a fart. Just when the Yinpao youth was frightened, a loud noise suddenly rang from the sky. A golden figure suddenly flew out of the space enveloped by the destruction storm. This figure flying out is his senior brother Lu Kuang. Seeing Lu Kuang stepped back more than 10 steps in the void, his face also showed a pale look. His eyes were locked tightly on a spot in front of him. There, a figure standing proudly, slowly walked out of the storm of destruction. Do you want to continue? Jiang Chen walked out of the devastating storm, looking at Lu Kuang calmly, his faint voice resounding through the world. Your Excellency is strong, Lu is ashamed, take the imprint of Tianzhao. Lu Kuang shook his head, immediately waved his palm, and threw the imprint of Tianzhao on his great famine order to Jiang Chen. He turned to the Yinpao youth and said, give him the imprint of Tianzhao, and let's go. The silver-robed youth suddenly looked incredulous and authentic. Brother. Lu Kuang didn't wait for the silver-robed youth to finish speaking, he already swept away from the valley. When the silver-robed youth saw this, his expression suddenly changed. He had to gritted his teeth, handed over his mark of Tianzhao, and left with Lu Kuang without a word. Brother, are we really leaving like this? Leaving the valley, the silver-robed youth looked at Lu Kuang in front of him, and his face also showed an extremely unwilling look. Although Jiang Chen from Hanyu Palace was very strong, he was at best slightly better than Lu Kuang. If their brothers join forces, they may not be qualified for a battle. In all likelihood, Jiang Chen has obtained the many treasures of the Purple Armor Bear Lair and the Bailing Xuanfeng secret. The silver-robed youth really couldn't understand. With Lu Kuang's temperament, in the face of Bailing Xuanfeng's temptation, he would actually choose to back down, and he also took the initiative to hand over the mark of Tianzhao on his body. Lu Kuang in front did not answer the silver-robed youth at all. He trembled in vain, and a mouthful of blood squirted out wildly. Upon seeing this, the silver-robed youth suddenly changed his expression. Brother, are you injured? Lu Kuang wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and looked at the silver-robed youth coldly and said, that Jiang Chen is very strong, and he definitely has the strength to rank in the top 10 of the great desolate Tianzhao. If you want to find your own way, I will not stop you. In the fight with Jiang Chen just now, it seemed that he was only slightly at a disadvantage. But only Lu Kuang knew how miserable he was. Jiang Chen's blow almost caused severe damage to his internal organs. He just suppressed the injuries in his body by force. Lu Kuang even vaguely felt that Jiang Chen hadn't used all his strength yet. If he continues to fight, he will definitely die. Lu Kuang chose to hand over the mark of Tianzhao without hesitation. This link of the great desolate Tianzhao will not eliminate anyone. Having lost the mark of Tianzhao, as long as they get a mark of Tianzhao and come back as soon as possible, they still have a chance to be ranked among the great desolate Tianzhao. Although Lu Kuang is naturally arrogant, he also knows how to judge the situation. No matter what, you must save your life first. Brother, how do I feel that this great desolate Tianzhao conference is very unusual? The silver-robed youth suddenly couldn't help but smile wryly. This casually popped out a disciple of the Cold Moon Palace, who actually had the strength to rank among the top 10 of the great desolate Tianzhao. Shouldn't it be so exaggerated? This year of the great desolate Tianzhao conference, there are indeed many geniuses. Lu Kuang's face solemnly said, not long ago, I met a disciple of the Glacier Sect who possessed the Ice Dao divine body, and his strength was not much inferior to me, so I have to act more carefully in the future. This time the great desolate Tianzhao meeting, the strength of the participating disciples was generally higher by a level. If they were not careful, they would really have to capsize in the gutter. Jiang Chen merged Lu Kuang's mark of Tianzhao, and the brilliance of mark of Tianzhao skyrocketed again. Jiang Chen didn't stay too much in the valley, and continued to explore this world, looking for the next goal. Go all the way east. While looking for the treasures of heaven and earth, Jiang Chen looked for targets to plunder the marks of Tianzhao, and even took out a bite of Bailing Xuanfeng secretly from time to time. Ding! You took a bite of Bailing Xuan honey, and the power of Kendo gained 2 million * 100 experience. Ding! You took a bite of Bailing Xuan honey, and the power of the Fire Wei gained 2 million * 100 experience. Hearing the continuous system prompts in his mind, Jiang Chen also had to feel the power of this. Bailing Xuan honey. With every sip of Bailing Xuan honey, the power of the 7 worlds he mastered would be greatly improved. Because Jiang Chen's cultivation time was too short, almost none of the 7 powers he mastered reached the perfect state. His cultivation is able to overwhelm opponents of the same realm, relying on the incomparably powerful Divine King technique. If you encounter a genius who cultivates God King's exercises, I am afraid it will not be so easy to deal with. Now with Bailing Xuan honey, even if he can't make his 7 powers complete, he will definitely reach a whole new level. The only thing Jiang Chen regrets is, this Bailing Xuan honey seems to have no effect on the understanding of the origin of martial arts. I am afraid that he can quickly complete the origin of time and become a god-level censored who masters the power of the 8 realms. Chapter 1886. One is more brutal than the other. Jiang Chen just tasted Bailing Xuan honey while exploring. And the power of the 7 worlds he mastered was also increasing at a terrifying speed. Ding! You took a bite of Bailing Xuan honey and gained 2 million * 100 experience for the power of Kendo. Ding! You took a bite of Bailing honey and gained 2,000,000*100 experience with the power of Fire Dao. Within half a day, Jiang Chen almost ate half a bottle of Bailing honey. His kendo power directly reached the peak realm in one fell swoop, only one step away from completion. The power of the other 6 realms also reached the realm of great achievement. Tisk tusk. This Bailing honey is really a good thing. Feeling the improvement of his various powers, Jiang Chen's heart was also shocking. A half bottle of Bailing honey is probably worth the penance of most of the heavenly gods for hundreds or even thousands of years. It is a pity that Bailing honey is limited in quantity. If you come to such a bottle, relying on the system's 100-fold increase, his 7 powers will probably reach the perfect state. Even so, he now suppresses his cultivation in the same realm, and even if he does not rely on the addition of the Divine King's technique, his world power will not be inferior to most geniuses in the Great Wilderness. The talents of these geniuses in the Great Wilderness realm are only 1 in a million. They can reach the 5th stage and even the 6th stage of the Celestial God in just a few hundred years, and they are not stepping up to the first step in the first step. Most geniuses are almost the same as Jiang Chen, and they have been a number of fellow practitioners from the beginning. There are even some top geniuses who directly step into the 3rd and even 4th order devas as soon as they break through the Celestial realm. These peerless arrogances, not every power of Dao has cultivated the realm of complete Dao. For example, Lu Kuang, who had previously ruled the Sword Gate, only cultivated his best sword way to the perfect state. As for the power of the other 5 realms, most of them are still in the realm of Dacheng. After shook his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it, his divine consciousness continued to explore around. The mystery created by the great desolate king was vast and boundless. In this half a day, apart from encountering a genius from another sect, Jiang Chen plundered a mark of Tianzhao, and never saw other figures. 2 hours have passed, night began to fall. Although Jiang Chen possessed the strength of a super-grade god, he didn't plan to move at night in this strange relic. Just when he was about to find a place to rest for a night, his spiritual consciousness had discovered. Jiang Chen's heart moved, and he couldn't help but flashed out in a certain direction on the right. A few hundred miles away from Jiang Chen, under a huge old tree, there is a tree hole. A strong man with a faint golden light was meditating to heal his injuries. The woman in the cold moon palace is also too terrifying. I am afraid that at least she has the strength of the top 30 in the Tianzhao list, or even higher. The strong man opened his eyes and recalled the scenes just now, but he couldn't help feeling lingering. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the 2 great geniuses of the Ghost Sect, he would have to explain. At any rate, he was also one of the last great wild arrogances. Although it was only ranked last, it was already very impressive to be able to be on the list of the Great Desolation Tianzhao before this Great Desolation Tianzhao conference was held. With his own strength, it is not a problem to advance to 10 or 8 in the ranking of the Great Desolation Tianzhao this time. Who knew that on the first day, he was hit hard by an unknown person and lost his face? I don't know how the 2 Ghost Soul Sect geniuses are fighting with the woman in the Cold Moon Palace. That place should be a treasure land. Should I go back and hide in the dark to see if I can get something cheaper? The strong man's eyes flickered slightly. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed a breath quickly approaching him. Someone is coming. The strong man's complexion changed, and his figure was about to flash out of the tree hole. Just as he was about to move, a turbulent group of golden fistlights had already arrived. The towering old tree, which was 10 feet in size, instantly turned into countless debris, leaving a huge pit in place. Boy, you dare to attack me when you step into Ma. The strong man retreated hundreds of meters away in embarrassment. He stared at the black-clothed youth with sorrow, his whole person instantly becoming murderous. The black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared was naturally Jiang Chen. Standing with his hands behind, he looked at the strong man and said lightly, "If you don't want to die, just hand over the imprint of Tianzhao." Boy, what are you, dare to let Lao Su hand over the imprint of Tianzhao? The strong man suddenly became furious. He was beaten up by an unknown woman not long ago, and now the brat boy in front of him actually asked him to hand over the imprint of Tianzhao. Do these people still regard him as a soft persimmon that anyone can knead? Jiang Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense either. His strength erupted from his fist, and he directly blasted the strong man with a sharp punch. A simple punch, but it contained an incomparably overbearing power, and directed at the heart of the strong man, making him feel inexplicably cold. The pupils of the strong man shrank, his whole body skyrocketed, and his whole body was instantly elevated. He suddenly clenched his fists, directly bringing up a domineering force of shattered world, and banging against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's seemingly simple punch was unstoppable. The strong man trembled all over, his whole body fell apart, his body flew upside down and fell to the ground fiercely. Wait, I am willing to hand over the mark of Tianzhao. The strong man was full of souls in his heart. He quickly got up from the ground in embarrassment, and shouted at Jiang Chen in horror. After receiving the imprint of Tianzhao, Jiang Chen ignored the strong man and started looking for the next target. Does this still have to live? Looking at Jiang Chen's leaving back, the strong man felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The woman named Yu Wushuang in Hanyu Palace almost crippled him. Now this unknown young man can't even take the other party's trick. How can the contestants of this year's Great Desolation Tianzhao Association be more brutal than each? Before the opening of the Great Desolate Tianzhao, the strong man felt that he could move forward on the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. But now the strong man has no confidence in himself at all. If the contestants in this year's Great Desolation Tianzhao list are all such perverts, he still sucks. No, this world is too cruel. I have to rush to grab a mark of Tianzhao, and then find a place to hide, hoping that I won't be put off the list of Tianzhao. As the strong man said, he quickly disappeared into the silent forest. Chapter 1887. Yingyu Divine Body Yu Wushuang. Night fell gradually. A round moon hangs high in the sky, and the moonlight falls on the earth, rendering the entire secret space a faint silver layer. Under the moon-shrouded night, a valley filled with cold air. The three figures interlaced back and forth in the void, a terrifying energy storm swept across the world, and the sound of shocking collisions was endless. One of the women is dressed in white, her skin is as gelatinous, and her body is full of bright moonlight. With a light wave of her jade-like palm, the bright moonlight divine light directly turned into a bright moon to suppress the quartet. This peerless woman is no one else, she is Yu Wushuang of Hanyu Palace. On the opposite side of Yu Wushuang, there were two black figures in the strange black mist. These two people are the first heavenly arrogant Xu Tianming of the Ghost Sect and his junior brother, Soul Si. The two of them looked at the bright moon that was suppressing them, and the black mist exploded in an instant, and then turned into a trembling giant palm, and patted the bright moon in front of them. Two giant palms of nothingness collided with the bright moon, igniting a vast and incomparable light, still in all directions. Brother, how can the strength of this woman in Hanyu Palace be so strong? Soul Si stepped back into the void, and an incredible horror appeared in his eyes. The geniuses of Hanyu Palace who participated in the Great Desolate Tianzhao party had all been met. Except for the existence of the palace mausoleum who was on the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, only the other black-clothed youth was worthy of their attention. This Yu Wushuang, whom they hadn't put in their eyes at all, actually had such a powerful strength. He, the genius of the Ghost Soul Sect at the peak of the Fifth Order God, plus Xu Tianming, who was ranked 27th in the Great Desolate Tianzhao, could not win Yu Wushuang in half an hour. This woman has a weird physique. Don't delay it, you must fight quickly. Xu Tianming's eyes looked extremely gloomy. As a genius with a cultivation base reaching the 6th rank of the gods, and being extremely good at Soul Dao, Xu Tianming naturally felt Yu Wushuang's weirdness. When they first came here, Yu Wushuang's displayed strength was almost the same as that of Soul Si. But as night fell, the moonlight in the sky became more and more prosperous, and Yu Wushuang's combat power became stronger and stronger. This woman can even deal with them both on her own. If you continue to procrastinate, maybe something will happen. He was ranked 26th in the last Great Desolate Tianzhao list. If he couldn't deal with the unknown person like Yu Wushuang, wouldn't it be a joke to spread it out? I saw Xu Tianming's body soaring into the sky, and finally turned into a black Beizong ancient beast phantom behind him. This ancient beast phantom was extremely black. As long as ordinary people take a glance, they seem to have a feeling of soul being swallowed. And just when Xu Tianming broke out with all his strength. Above a void outside the valley, Jiang Chen, who was attracted by the movement of this place, also showed unconcealed shock in his eyes. Although Yu Wushuang has always been very mysterious in Hanyu Palace, but Jiang Chen still didn't expect Yu Wushuang's strength to be so strong. In the face of the two Ghost Sect geniuses, one of whom was even better than the absolute genius of the Ghost Sect ranked 26th in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, Yu Wushuang showed no signs of defeat. Even Jiang Chen vaguely felt that Yu Wushuang's combat power was gradually increasing. It is said that the palace tomb is the first arrogant of Hanyu Palace, but Yu Wushuang's displayed combat power, compared to the palace tomb that has broken through the sixth order of the gods, is probably even better. What shocked Jiang Chen even more was, Yu Wushuang's cultivation base is only at the 5th rank of the gods. With such a powerful combat power erupting from the 5th tier cultivation base of the celestial god, even if he was at the 5th tier celestial god, it would be difficult to easily defeat Yu Wushuang. Jiang Chen stared at Yu Wushuang in shock. Jiang Chen finally discovered Yu Wushuang's strangeness. I saw the moonlight falling from the sky. When it touched Yu Wushuang's body, it was absorbed by Yu Wushuang at a strange speed. Yu Wushuang also became stronger and stronger just because of absorbing the essence of the moon. This physique. Is it the legendary Yingyu divine body? Jiang Chen saw this scene, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The Yingyu divine body, like the attribute divine body, is a natural-born divine body chosen from 1,000 in the god's domain. The Yingyu divine body is more mysterious and rare than the attribute divine body. It is said that Yingyu divine body can not only absorb the essence of the moon for cultivation, but also can continuously absorb the power of the moon to double its combat power by fighting in a place with moonlight. Yu Wushuang's current situation is almost the same as Yingyu's divine body. Just when Jiang Chen was frightened, the coercion contained in the ancient beast phantom condensed behind Yu Ximing became more and more palpitating. Na Yu Ximing had obviously also noticed the abnormality of Yu Wushuang's physique, and was not prepared to give Yu Wushuang any time to delay. However, Yu Wushuang's cultivation base was still at the 5th rank of the heavenly god after all. Even after absorbing some of the essence of the month, the combat power has increased a lot. I am afraid it is still difficult to stop the full eruption of Yu. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and headed straight into the valley. The soul coercion of the ancient beast phantom behind Yu Ximing has also become stronger and stronger, and Yu Wushuang's beautiful face has gradually become more solemn. Yu Wushuang, even though you have a weird physique, you want to use this to compete with me, but you are still a bit close. Yu Ximing's eyes were sharp, slightly disdainful. Yu Wushuang's cold beautiful eyes flashed, and a detached and powerful aura faintly revealed from her body. On his forehead, a half-moon-shaped moonlight mark was gradually paid out. Just when she was about to work hard, she suddenly sensed something, and the moonlight mark on her forehead disappeared instantly. She raised her head slightly and looked in the direction of Taniguchi. There, a figure that made her very familiar was walking towards them. A faint sneer was also slowly resounding over the valley. Yu Ximing, I don't want to trouble you Ghost Sect. I didn't expect you to dare to do something with the people in my cold moon palace. I think you are impatient with your life. Yu Ximing looked at Jiang Chen who was walking in the air, his eyes condensed suddenly. Yu Ximing stared at Jiang Chen with a sneer. I was about to find you, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. If this is the case, then I and you will settle the bill between us. Chapter 1888. Terrified Yu Ximing. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. What are you going to do with me? Boy, don't you want to pretend to be in front of me? Several years ago, my uncle Yushin Ghost fell, and his broken soul card has an aura that is almost the same as yours. Yu Ximing stared at Jiang Chen sternly. If I guess right, his fall should have a close relationship with you. The Ghost Sect is indeed a realm-censored sect who is good at soul Dao. It is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Yes, I killed Yushin Ghost. Sure enough it is you. When Yu Ximing heard Jiang Chen's words, the whole person instantly became murderous. Today I will take your life to pay tribute to the uncle spirit in the sky. As Yu Ximing's voice fell, the ancient beast phantom behind it rapidly expanded, turning into an ancient beast that reached a height of 10,000 meters and was enveloped in black demon energy. As soon as it opened its eyes, countless eyes shot out, as if it could directly penetrate the soul. Soul Eater, kill, Yu Ximing snorted coldly, and the phantom of the ancient beast behind him, with a terrifying coercion, stepped on Jiang Chen. At that moment, the world trembled. A strange black glow leaned down from the sky like a yellow spring from Juyu. Even if it is an ordinary heavenly god realm powerhouse, just a glance at that black mang has a feeling that his soul is about to be swallowed. Yu Wushuang watched the Yu Ximing burst out with all his strength, but a look of compassion appeared in her beautiful eyes. As the number one arrogant of the Ghost Sect, Yu Ximing had already reached the 26th place on the list of the great desolate Tianzhou 100 years ago, and was indeed very strong. Such a character, with good luck, will not be a problem to compete for the top 10 of the Great Desolate Tianzhao. But he chose to do something with Jiang Chen. Doing hands with a super grade censored who is an enemy of the world gods, is this different from sending them to the door for death? It's worthy of being one of the few Tianzhao figures in the great wilderness world. This guy's physique is also extraordinary. Jiang Chen looked at Xu Tianming, which seemed to hit the soul directly, and couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. He slowly stretched out his finger and pointed at the pouring black light volley. Jiang Chen's finger was light and fluttering, without the slightest air of fireworks, and seemed very ordinary. Between heaven and earth, there was not even the slightest change because of Jiang Chen's finger, only the black on, which was like a Wangquan waterfall, poured out facing Jiang Chen. Xu Tianming watched the scene before him, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but set off a sneer. Boy, under my soul eater, I dare to be so arrogant, really. Before Xu Tianming was finished, there was a loud noise in the sky. I saw a ghostly colorful sword glow in the cascading Wangquan waterfall. When this colorful sword light first started, only Jiang Shu came along. Gradually, the colorful sword light became more and more dazzling in the yellow waterfall, and finally expanded sharply with a kind of terror. The colorful sword light penetrated the entire Wangquan waterfall, breaking it into two halves in the void. The colorful sword glow that split the Wangquan waterfall was unstoppable, and finally soared into the sky, and slashed towards the phantom above. The Wanzhong phantom did not have any resistance at all, it was penetrated by the colorful sword light from the soles of the feet to the head, and finally burst into the void with a bang. The Soul Eater Demon Shadow was smashed by Jiang Chen with a single sword, and Xu Tianming trembled all over, and the whole person flew upside down in embarrassment for thousands of meters. The blood in his mouth was like a fountain, and the sky was instantly spilled. 7. The power of the 7 realms. You turned out to be a super-grade censored who masters the power of the 7 realms. How is that possible? Xu Tianming was embarrassed to stabilize his figure. The whole person was like a ghost, and the incredible screams were also instantly resounding through the world. That kid turned out to be a super-grade censored who mastered the power of the 7 realms. Behind Xu Tianming, that soul see's gaze was horrified, and he almost couldn't believe his own eyes. Super-grade god, this is the existence that breaks the limit of the god. The Great Wilderness Realm, as the only realm of the Great Wilderness Sphere, has more than tens of millions of practitioners. But among so many practitioners, there are only 2 or 3 super gods born every 1,000 years in the Great Wilderness Realm. Such strongest evildoers generally appear in the Great Desolate Divine Sect. Xu Tianming never expected that this guy from the Cold Moon Palace had already broken the limit of the gods and entered the realm of the super-grade gods. Xu Tianming finally understood why when he first saw Jiang Chen, he felt that Jiang Chen's aura was very strange, and even their sect master Black Soul could not understand Jiang Chen's cultivation. This guy is not a treasure with a hidden aura on his body at all, but his cultivation level has really reached a realm that even the world gods can't see through. Xu Tianming was in horror. The super-grade gods are comparable to the existence of the world gods. Even if his cultivation reaches the 6th order deity, the power of the soul has already reached the perfect state. Among the many 6th level deity arrogances in the great wilderness, there are only a handful of people who can defeat him. But facing a super-grade censored who broke the limit, he still didn't have much power to fight back. Xu Tianming didn't have any hesitation at all, he didn't even care about the soul sea on the side, and directly turned into a black light and swept toward the outside of the valley. Since it's here, leave it to me forever. Jiang Chen didn't have a good impression of Ghost Sect. This Xu Tianming has a close relationship with that Yu Mountain Ghost, so why would Jiang Chen let him go so easily? He stretched out his hand and grabbed the volley at Xu Tianming. The colorful giant palm condensed by the power of the 7 Daos, instantly appeared on top of Xu Tianming's head. I saw that Xu Tianming's entire body was completely banned under the colorful giant palm. Looking at the colorful giant palm that came from the suppression, Xu Tianming only felt a shadow of death enveloped his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly took out a scroll exuding the blackness of the Venerables' coercion, and urged it to open. The endless black light rose from the scroll to the sky, condensing a black shadow of 1,000 feet in the air. Sheng supported Jiang Chen's colorful giant palm. A mere decree of the realm censored also wanted to stop me and break it. Jiang Chen slammed his palm, and the light on the colorful giant palm rose sharply, directly with the force of suppressing the world, and slapped it on the shadow of thousands of meters. The Chenjiang black shadow didn't have any resistance at all, and directly jumped out of the void. The colorful giant palm shattered thousands of feet of black shadow, like the palm of the sky, crushing everything. Xu Tianming did not have any resistance at all, and the whole person was completely annihilated in the colorful giant palm. Chapter 1889, Bad Deity's Big Event, Kill It. The colorful rays of light slowly dissipated, but there was no more Xu Tianming figure in the void. His body and spirit seemed to be transformed into nothingness under the giant colorful palm. Just a palm. Xu Tianming, the No. 1 Heavenly Pride of the Ghost Sect and the 26th in the Great Desolate Heavenly Pride, was completely obliterated. Seeing this terrifying scene before him, Hun Hai looked desperate and horrified, and his whole person seemed to be mad, and fled towards the outside of the valley with all his strength. Even Xu Tianming, who urged the decree of the world god, was slapped into scum. The super-grade gods are really terrifying. Soul C now only wanted to escape as far as possible, and never appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the future. In front of me, can you escape? Jiang Chen faintly glanced at the frantically fleeing Soul C, only to point out lightly. He first killed the elder of the Ghost Sect, Yu Shangui, and then killed the first arrogant of the Ghost Sect, Xu Tianming, and he was destined to be unable to do good with the Ghost Sect. How could he let the Ghost C escape? Following Jiang Chen's instruction, a horrible colorful energy instantly condensed all the void of thousands of miles into iron plates. Everything in the entire radius of 1,000 miles is frozen in space. I saw the fleeing figure of the Soul C, still directly in the void, like a mosquito in the amber, unable to move a finger. Hun Hai was in horror. He struggled with all his strength, trying to break free from the condensed space around him. A sword finger was placed abruptly on the forehead of the Soul C, piercing through the center of his eyebrows. The Soul C was taken aback for a moment. Before the whole person could react, he exploded directly in the void, turning into a mist of blood and dissipating between the heaven and the earth. Junior brother Jiang is worthy of being a super-grade censored who masters the power of the 7 realms. Seeing that Jiang Chen killed the 2 Ghost Sect geniuses indifferently, a look of surprise appeared in Yu Wushuang's beautiful eyes. Senior sister Yu hides quite deeply, too. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smiled faintly. There is no one in a million Yingyu divine body. It seems that the name of the first genius of the Hanyu Palace in the palace is just a vain name. Presumably junior brother Jiang has seen it too. Although Yingyu's divine body is strong, it also has obvious drawbacks. Before the divine body is consummated, it can only be used where there is moonlight. If it is during the day, I really may not be the opponent of the palace. Yu Wushuang shook his head and chuckled lightly. What's more, with junior brother Jiang, who else can take away the title of the first genius in Cold Moon Palace? While collecting the spoils, he asked curiously, Senior sister Yu, what is this place? Why are you conflicting with Xu Tianming and the others here? Yu Wushuang shook his head and said, I came here not long ago. I felt that this place was not easy. I was about to explore it. As a result, I met the 2 of Xu Tianming. Jiang Chen couldn't help looking into the depths of the valley. With his super-grade deity's perception, he naturally sensed the extraordinariness of this place. He even vaguely sensed that there seemed to be some traces of broken formations and gods in Shanggu. How does this place feel like the ruins of some ancient power? Jiang Chen was shocked and couldn't help but lose his voice. This secret realm, isn't this secret realm space created by the great desolate king? How can there be ancient relics? The censored king is the supreme existence above the realm. Gods. The secret realm created by the great desolate god king was able to give birth to heaven and earth spiritual things such as the Bailing Xuanfang secret, which he could barely accept. But even in the divine king realm, it is impossible to create a secret realm space with ancient ruins. Junior brother Jiang must have misunderstood. Each generation of god king of the Great Wilderness Sect is actually called the Great Wilderness God King. The creator of this secret realm is not the current censored king of the Great God Sect, but the first generation of the Great Wild God Sect. Moreover, according to the information I learned in an ancient book, this secret realm was not created by the first generation of the Great Wilderness God King, but he moved an ancient secret realm here with supreme magic power. No bilingualism is surprisingly authentic. If so, it makes sense that there will be ancient relics here. With the supreme magic power, to move such a secret world forcibly, such a method is indeed a bit shocking to the world. God King, it is worthy of being at the pinnacle of God's domain. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, cast aside his happy thoughts, and then looked at Yu Wushuang and said, Senior sister Yu, since this place is an ancient relic, let's go in and take a look. Since it is an ancient relic, there must be a chance, there is no reason not to go in and take a look. Yu Wushuang naturally had no objection to this. The two did not hesitate, and swept toward the depths of the valley. At the same time as Jiang Chen and the two were exploring the valley. In the center of the eternal void, on a vast and mysterious continent, there is an ancient mountain that exudes the breath of ancient and wildness. Here the gloomy air is cold, the ghost is lingering, and the extremely cold aura is constantly beating. If a person with a too low cultivation base rushes closer to this place, I am afraid that even the soul will instantly collapse. Suddenly, the originally peaceful ancient mountain peaks began to tremble violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. A powerful psychic power that penetrates the sky and the earth bursts out above the mountain peak like a round of emptiness and darkness. Within tens of thousands of miles, everything was silent, and the day was plunged into darkness instantly. A stalwart and tall black figure wearing a dark gold crown directly emerged in this dark void without warning. An icy roar that seemed to come from Juyu also slowly resounded in this piece of heaven and earth. Damn it, who killed the deity's reincarnated souls? If you dare to destroy the deity's major event, you should kill it. With this roar resounding throughout the world, the tall black shadow wearing the crown quickly pinched a magic trick with both hands. A black glow instantly turned into a magnificent black phantom, and it suddenly descended on a huge palace thousands of miles away. More than a dozen realm gods in the palace also flew out quickly, bowing to the phantom in the sky. Meet the ancestors. The magnificent phantom looked down at the more than a dozen figures below, and threw a pitch-black token directly. The voice that contained endless coercion was also rippling in the sky. Soul Shu, immediately send someone to the south of Eternal Void to find this person and bring him back. This token can sense the approximate location of this person and help you find him. The deity wants to see people when it lives, and the corpse in death. Chapter 1890, Conscious Bone. The gloomy valley filled with cold. The two Jiang Chen carefully explored the depths of the valley. Not long after, the two had already reached the depths of the valley. Neither Jiang Chen encountered any obstacles nor found anything. Junior brother, Jiang, look ahead. At this moment, Yu Wushuang seemed to sense something suddenly, and looked up at a certain point ahead. His complexion could not help but change slightly. Jiang Chen followed Yu Wushuang's gaze. I saw a place 100 miles away in front. The ground was covered with crippled bones, and the monstrous evil spirit was constantly surging in the air. Behind these wrecks, a hole can be vaguely seen. Be careful, this place is probably not easy. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly leaned towards the cave. Entering the cave, an extremely spacious passage appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Before Jiang Chen and the others had time to look at the passage in front of them, the space in front of them trembled slightly, and a powerful and incomparable yin evil corpse aura filled the passage instantly. A skeleton glowing with green light suddenly burst out of the mountain. After the skeleton of the skeleton appeared, there was a roar in his mouth, and a strange sound that frightened the soul was also echoing in the passage. Upon seeing this, Yu Wushuang raised his hand and waved a palm at the skeleton of the skeleton. The holy moonlight instantly illuminated the dark passage and enveloped the skeleton of the skeleton. The strength of this skeleton is nothing more than a level 1 practitioner. With Yu Wushuang Heavenly God's 5th level cultivation base, dealing with it is naturally easy. I saw that the skeleton of the skeleton was shrouded in moonlight. Without any resistance at all, it turned into a pile of bones and scattered on the ground. It seems that because of the valley link, all the dead here have turned into undead creatures. Jiang Chen shook his head and continued to walk into the cave. Along the way, Jiang Chen and the others encountered some skeleton creatures sporadically. The weakest of these skeleton creatures have reached the realm of heavenly gods, and the strongest ones are even comparable to the powerhouses of ordinary heavenly gods. Such skeleton creatures did not pose a threat to Jiang Chen at all. Those undead creatures that jumped out of the cave were crushed into a pile of bones by Jiang Chen and the others. The two Jiang Chen finally walked out of the passage and came to a huge and spacious underground cave mansion, which looked like a huge palace. Just because it has existed for too long, most of the decorative items in the cave have decayed. From the traces of decay, Jiang Chen could still feel how magnificent this cave was once. His gaze swept slightly in the cave, and Jiang Chen's gaze quickly settled on a stone platform in the center of the cave. There are 3 bones in total. One of them was sitting cross-legged on a rock. The bones all over his body were exuding a faint black glow, and a huge black air was enveloped around it. Beside this skeleton, there are two black and white skeletons guarding the left and the right. The two bones also instantly sensed the two Jiang Chen who broke into the cave. There was a sudden flash of blood from their hollow eyes, and there was also a burst of intermittent roar in their mouths. The trespasser. Death. These two undead creatures with weak consciousness directly brought a horrible evil spirit and killed them towards Jiang Chen. The two undead creatures in front of them were much stronger than any one they encountered outside, and they were almost comparable to the powerhouses at the peak of the Sixth Order heavenly gods. Undead creatures of this level are still nothing to Jiang Chen. He just made an understatement and blasted out a punch, and the two undead creatures that had rushed in directly turned into a pile of bones on the ground. The two undead creatures were solved with one punch, and Jiang Chen's eyes fell directly on the black skeleton sitting cross-legged on the stone platform. The aura radiating from this skeleton is even more terrifying than the two in the distance. If he guessed right, this skeleton was probably at least a powerhouse at the level of a world god. This skeleton seemed to be really just a skeleton. From when they appeared in the cave to when he killed the two skeletons beside him, there was no movement from this skeleton. He still sat cross-legged on the stone platform quietly, holding a mysterious bead between his palms. This bead is about the size of a fist, and the whole body is exuding a faint dark purple light, which looks like an extremely mysterious feeling. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. This bead, is it the legendary soul-fixing stone? Yes, this bead should be the soul-fixing divine stone in all likelihood. Yu Wuxuang took a deep breath, a look of shock also appeared in her beautiful eyes. The soul-fixing sacred stone is a rare and peerless fetish in the world, with a guardian mind, and the miraculous effect of resisting attacks from the soul. Even the realm censored who cultivates the power of the soul can hardly break the defense of the soul-fixing censored stone. This soul-fixing sacred stone is much more precious than many Soul Dao realm artifacts. In addition to the soul-fixing sacred stone, beside the skeleton, there is also a black ancient sword and a primitive jade bottle. The black ancient sword is obviously a powerful world artifact. As for what is left in the quaint jade bottle, no one knows. However, Yu Wuxuang felt vaguely that the contents of the jade bottle seemed to be sensitive to her bloodline of the censored body, which should be very important to her. Junior brother Jiang, do it. Yu Wuxuang couldn't help but anxiously said, I only need the things in the jade bottle. The soul-fixing divine stone and the black ancient sword belong to you, how about? Jiang Chen nodded, then calmly looked at the black bones sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, and said faintly, okay, no pretense, I know you are still alive. As Jiang Chen's voice fell, a terrifying aura also burst out from the black bones in an instant. I saw the black bones suddenly stood up from the stone platform and turned into a ghost of a skeleton in a black robe, behind which the black robe danced wildly, exuding a thrilling power. Jia. The kid has good eyesight, he can see that the deity is pretending. The skeleton ghost looked at Jiang Chen, and the evil sneer also instantly resounded in the cave. Do you consider me an idiot? The environment here can turn your subordinates into undead creatures. You were at least a realm censored before you were alive. How can it be just a skeleton? Jiang Chen curled his lips and said indifferently, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Hand over the 3 treasures in front of you. I will give you a chance to continue to live here, how about? Chapter 1891. Surrender or die, choose one yourself. Jia. You dare to speak up when you die. Since the deity has consciousness, all human beings who break into this place are all divine. The physiques of the two of you are extraordinary, presumably the blood must be very delicious. It seems that the deity can have a big meal today. The ghost smiled evilly, the hollow eye pupils flickered with blood, and between the waving of both claws, a frigid black ghost fire directly screamed at the two Jiang Chen. Jiang brother Jiang, be careful, this guy's strength is probably comparable to the realm god. Feeling the irresistible and terrifying pressure from the ghost of the skeleton, Yu Wuxuang's pretty face instantly became more solemn. Although the super-ranked celestial god can rival the realm god venerable, Yu Wuxuang has never seen the super-ranked celestial god fight with the realm god realm. The skeleton ghost in front of him was an old monster who didn't know what era it existed in. Yu Wuxuang was not sure whether Jiang Chen could handle it. Don't worry, it's just a surviving undead creature. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and when he raised his head, he blasted out a fistless punch at the ghost of the skeleton. The bright colorful fists, with the endless power of destroying everything, extinguished the oncoming black ghost fire in a blink of an eye. The power of the 7 realms. Yu Are you a super-grade god? Feeling the power contained in Jiang Chen's punch, the unbelievable screams of the skeleton ghost also rang in the cave. Jiang Chen looked at the ghost with a blank face. You take the initiative to hand over the treasure now, maybe it's still too late. The skeleton ghost smiled coldly. Even if you are a super-grade deity, when the deity crossed the world, it was not that the super-grade deity never killed it. Okay, don't bluff in front of me. Your cultivation base during your lifetime is indeed very powerful. I am afraid that it has at least surpassed the level of the lower realm god. Because of this, coupled with the fact that you are good at Soul Dao, you can simulate the powerful aura you had in your lifetime and shock others' minds. But the power you really have right now is no more than reaching the level of the world gods in front of you. Jiang Chen stood with his hand holding his hand, his eyes calmed, and the enemy looked at the ghost of the skeleton. If you are really sure to deal with us, I am afraid that you will do it the moment we appear. How can you pretend to be dead and wait for the opportunity? Jiang Chen's plain words suddenly made the skeleton ghost figure tremble slightly. Boy, stop talking nonsense. The skeleton ghost roared angrily. A chill ghostly aura instantly stirred up all directions, causing the entire cave space to constantly change and twist. But in fact, the skeleton ghost has already panicked. When Jiang Chen and the other two arrived just now, he did feel the extraordinariness of the two, so he didn't directly do it. He first let his two subordinates test Jiang Chen, and the two subordinates were immediately killed by Jiang Chen with a punch. Seeing this, skeleton ghost didn't dare to act rashly. Originally, he thought that Jiang Chen and the other two would directly rob under the temptation of Zongbao, and he could take the opportunity to make a sneak attack. Who knew Jiang Chen could see through it at a glance? What made him even more unexpected was that the black-clothed youth who saw through him was still a super-grade censored who broke the limit. In his current state, facing a super-grade god, I am afraid that there is really no big chance of winning. I have given you the opportunity, but you didn't cherish it yourself. Since you don't plan to hand it over, then I can only destroy you first, and then take it myself. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the colorful fists gathered by the seven powers once again punched the skeleton ghost. The skeleton ghost's complexion changed, and the monstrous ghostly evil aura instantly turned into a pitch-black claw, colliding with Jiang Chen's colorful fist. The two played against each other constantly. Every collision caused a sound like Hong Zhang Dalu, enough to shake the sky and the earth, and the mountains and rivers collapsed. Yu Wushuang, who was watching the battle, was forced to retreat into the tunnel of the cave because of the terrifying energy caused by the two fighting. If it weren't for the very powerful ancient prohibition remaining in the cave, I am afraid that the two of them would make the entire cave collapse completely in an instant. After the two banged 7 or 8 moves in a row, the skeleton ghost screamed, and the whole person was blown out by Jiang Chen with a punch, and finally hit the rock wall of the cave heavily. Only a loud noise was heard, and the whole cave was shaken like an earthquake. Even the ancient bands around the cave had a shaky feeling under the impact of the ghost of the skeleton. The skeleton ghost climbed up from the ground in an embarrassing manner, his expression frightened. I saw that his chest was punched through by Jiang Chen, and several ribs were shattered under Jiang Chen's punch, and even his whole body felt like he was about to fall apart. Slow. This little brother, I am willing to hand over the treasure, and please raise your hands high and go around me for life. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was swinging at him with the power of the 7 Daos, the ghost image of the skeleton quickly begged Jiang Chen for mercy. Kill you, these treasures are also mine. Jiang Chen faintly glanced at the ghost shadow of the skeleton. If you want to survive, then I will give you another chance. As long as you submit to me, I will spare your life. How to say this skeleton ghost shadow also has the combat power comparable to the realm god. If he could subdue it, he would be equivalent to having a world god level thug, and it would save a lot of trouble. Your Excellency, don't go too far. If you push the deity in a hurry, I'm afraid it won't be good for anyone. When the skeleton ghost heard that Jiang Chen asked him to surrender, he was immediately angry. Before he was alive, he was a high-ranking realm censored who crossed the realm of the gods, a super strong person second only to the censored king. Even if he is now an undead, how can he easily surrender to others? You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me. Surrender or die, choose one of the two. Jiang Chen was expressionless, and the colorful fists on his fist made the surrounding space constantly change and twist. Wait, I surrender, I am willing to surrender to you. The skeleton ghost saw the horrible fist on Jiang Chen's fist, only feeling the souls in his heart, and hurriedly called to Jiang Chen. If it were the peak period in front of him, he would naturally not be afraid of super-grade gods like Jiang Chen. But now he has been reborn as a dead spirit. Although he has awakened part of his consciousness before his death, his strength is equivalent to the lower realm censored who just broke through. With his current strength, unless he blew himself to death with Jiang Chen, he was really not an opponent. The skeleton ghost finally reborn, but he doesn't want to be destroyed by Jiang Chen. No matter what, surrender this kid to save his life. As long as you recover your peak strength and clean up a mere super-grade god, isn't it easy? Chapter 1892, The Vanished Kangyu Realm. After struggling for a while, the ghost finally chose to admit counsel. After encountering a pervert like Jiang Chen who has stepped into a super-grade god, his strength has not recovered now, so he can't even admit it. With the skeleton ghost succumbing to Jiang Chen's lustful power, everything is much simpler. Jiang Chen first planted a soul mark in the skeleton ghost body, and then put all the 3 treasures on the stone platform into the bag. Watching this scene, the ghost of the skeleton only felt blood dripping from his heart. These 3 treasures are almost the most precious things in his lifetime. In particular, the soul-fixing divine stone is a rare soul Dao treasure in the world, and it can even help him condense the divine soul and quickly restore his peak strength. Now this treasure is about to fall into Jiang Chen's hands. When I regain my peak strength, I will remove the imprint of the soul that this kid has left in my body, and I will definitely take back the soul-fixing stone. The skeleton ghost swears secretly in his heart. He surrendered to Jiang Chen. Naturally, he was not willing, but it was an expedient measure to save his life. As a high-level world censored who didn't know how long he had existed, and he was good at soul Dao, he didn't care too much about the soul mark left by Jiang Chen. As long as his strength is restored to 70% to 80% of the peak period, is it easy to crack Jiang Chen's imprint? Sister Yu, this is for you. Jiang Chen collected the 3 treasures on the stone platform and threw the jade bottle directly to Yu Wushuang. Junior brother Jiang, thank you. Yu Wushuang took the jade bottle, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help showing a look of gratitude. From the moment I saw this jade bottle when I entered here, Yu Wushuang had already felt that the things in this jade bottle had a very important role for her reflecting moon divine body. If it hadn't happened to meet Jiang Chen, she would have suffered severe damage even if she didn't die before facing the Xu Tianming of the Ghost Sect. And if you want to enter this place, it is even more impossible to get this jade bottle under the eyes of this undead creature comparable to the world gods. You don't have to be polite, senior sister Yu, everyone is a disciple of the Cold Moon Palace, so it's right to help each other. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, and soon his gaze fell on the ghost of the skeleton, and asked curiously, "Little skeleton, what is your name, and why does it exist in this secret space?" The person in front of him was also a realm censored before his death, and now he has regained consciousness, and he must have some understanding of this space. Jiang Chen also wanted to see if he could get some useful information from this guy. Seeing that his grandeur of the realm censored was actually called a little skeleton by Jiang Chen, the ghost image of the skeleton couldn't help but twitch. At this moment, the ghost shadow of skeletons naturally did not dare to have the slightest dissatisfaction with Jiang Chen, and hurriedly said with a smile, "Master, my name is Zhan Hun, and I used to be a superior world god. Although I have regained some consciousness now, I have memories of my life not much. I'm going." This guy turned out to be an upper world god. Hearing the words of the skeleton ghost, Jiang Chen was also taken aback. According to the introduction of Venerable Hanyu, in today's great desolate realm, most of the realm gods are just lower realm gods. Even the middle-ranked realm gods are almost always numbered, let alone higher-ranked realm gods. Although Jiang Chen could feel that the strength of this skeleton ghost surpassed the lower realm censored during his lifetime, he did not expect it to reach the upper realm god. The upper world god, this is the powerful existence of the censored king. Even in the ancient times hundreds of millions of years ago, high-ranking realm gods in places such as the Great Desolate Heaven territory were extremely rare powerhouses. It seems that this guy called Xuanyun's identity during his lifetime is probably not simple. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then looked at Xuanyun and said solemnly, "Tell me the information you know." "In my memory, this place is called Kangyu Realm. I should come from the top power Kangyu Shrine in Kangyu Realm." Later, a shocking change occurred in the Kangyu Realm. In all likelihood, I fell under that change. As for why I appeared here and became the state I am now, even I don't know at all. When Xuanyun said this, there was also a Vague expression of confusion in the hollow pupils. Kangyu Temple. In God's domain, even if it is the top realm God-level power, they dare not easily add the word, God, to their power name. In general, the powers with the word of God are almost all powers of the God-King level with the God-King. For example, the Great Desolate God Sect is the only force in the Great Desolate Realm with the word of God, and it is also the only God-King level force in the Great Wild Realm. Could it be that the Kangyu Temple in the mouth of the Profound Soul was also a God-King power? The place where they are now should be the Kangyu Realm, once a great realm with the power of the King of Gods. Jiang Chen couldn't understand it anyway. Why does such a great realm with the power of the censored king become a secret world where the Great Desolation Tianzhao will be held? Kangyu Realm, Kangyu Temple. At this moment, Yu Wushuang, who was on the side, also let out an incredible cry of exclamation. Jiang Chen was startled slightly. He couldn't help looking at Yu Wushuang, and asked curiously, "Senior Sister Yu, you also know Kangyu Realm?" "I have seen records about Kangyu Realm in ancient books." Yu Wushuang took a deep breath and slowly said the text of an ancient book. Dawang Tianyu, Kangyu under the Great Wilderness, respected by Kangyu Hall of the top world, censored sect. The master of the Hu Kangyu Hall witnessed the Tao God King, was promoted to the Kangyu Temple, and was defeated in a 1,000-year battle with the Great Desolate Divine Sect. The Kangyu Realm has since disappeared in the Great Desolate Heaven. Hearing this written record from Yu Wushuang, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath. This paragraph introduces almost everything very clearly. The Kangyu Realm was originally supposed to be a realm second only to the Great Desolate Realm in the Great Desolate Heaven Realm. In the Kangyu Hall of Kangyu Realm's top sect of Divine Sect, a powerful master of the Divine King Realm was born, and Kangyu Hall was promoted to the Kangyu Temple of Divine King Force in one fell swoop. And the Great Desolate Divine Sect, naturally did not allow the Great Desolate Heaven territory to have a second God King power, threatening its hegemony in the Great Desolate Heaven territory. A territorial battle led by the power of the censored king broke out. The Great Desolate Divine Sect fought against the Kangyu Temple for 1,000 years, and finally the Kangyu Temple was defeated, and Kangyuji completely disappeared because of the defeat of the Kangyu Temple. This disappeared Kangyu realm was obviously turned into a secret world by the Great Desolate God King of the Great Desolate Divine Sect with supreme magical powers, and it became the battlefield of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Association's many princes. The secret world they are now in is simply an ancient great world that has disappeared in the wilderness. Chapter 1893. The Role of the Imprint of Tianzhao. Knowing the origin of this secret world, Jiang Chen was shocked. This secret world will turn out to be an ancient great realm in the Great Desolate Heaven territory, once capable of competing with the Great Desolate Realm. After the Great Desolate Divine Sect defeated the Kangyu Temple in the first place, it turned the Kangyu realm into a secret world and used it as a battlefield for the Great Desolate Tianzhao society. The resources of such an ancient realm are absolutely abundant. As the only God King power in the Great Wilderness Realm, no one dares to refute even if this world is taken as his own. But why does the Great Desolate God Sect use this place as the battlefield of the Great Desolate Tianzhao society? Dawang Shenzong's move is probably not as simple as it seems. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately raised his head to look at the ghost shadow of the skeleton and said, "Xuanyun, are there still living people in this Kangyu realm?" At the peak of the Kangyu realm, it was a great realm that could compete with the Great Waste realm. The number of practitioners in such a large realm is probably not less than that of today's Great Wilderness. Could these practitioners be driven to death by the Great Desolate Divine Sect? Master, there is not much in my memory about what happened that year. Xuanyun shook his head and said, "Since my consciousness was born, I have never left this place. I don't know what is going on outside now." Junior brother Jiang, after this Kangyu realm was transformed into a secret realm space by the Great Desolate Divine Sect, it has become a dead realm, and the probability of having a living person is extremely low. Yu Wushuang chuckled and said, "And, even if there are descendants of the Kangyu realm who have survived by chance, I am afraid that their strength will not be able to break through the true gods." Sister Yu, you said that this place is already a dead world. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Yu Wushuang. An unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. In the space in front of him, the richness of heaven and earth energy completely surpassed the small realm of the ancient dragon world, and it was not much inferior to the Great Wilderness world. How could such a place be a dead world? In God's domain, the so-called dead realm refers to the world without the origin of realm heart. The Great Desolate Divine Sect defeated the Kangyu Divine Hall back then, obviously plundering the realm of Kangyu realm. In a world without a realm of origin, no matter how strong the energy of the heavens and the earth is, the creatures in this world can't provoke the divine calamity, thus transmuting the gods and breaking through to the level of the true gods. He quickly thought of the giant purple armored bear he had encountered not long ago. Since this place has become a dead world, why can that guy grow to a level comparable to the sixth order of the gods? After shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it. He looked up at Yu Wushuang and said, "Senior sister Yu, let's rest here for one night, and we will fight for the mark of Tianzhao together tomorrow. What do you think?" "Junior brother Jiang, I won't go to fight for the mark of Tianzhao." Yu Wushuang shook his head and chuckled, "I intend to practice in retreat until the end of the first session." Now that she got the things in the jade bottle, where did she still have the mind to fight for the mark of Tianzhao? As long as he could have a mark of Tianzhao and enter the next link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club, it was enough for Yu Wushuang. Seeing that Yu Wushuang had her own plan, Jiang Chen didn't force it either. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the specific role of the Tianzhao mark, since this was the main theme of the first link, the competition would be very fierce. Yu Wushuang's non-participation is undoubtedly a very knowing choice. "Junior brother Jiang, your strength is extraordinary, but you can try to make your Tianzhao mark more than 36 before the end of the first session." At this moment, Yu Wushuang suddenly said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help looking at Yu Wushuang with a look of surprise. "Senior sister Yu knows the function of the imprint of Tianzhao. I don't know what exactly the imprint of Tianzhao does. But as far as I know, in every great desolate Tianzhao meeting, those who have the mark of Tianzhao up to 36 Dao, will condense the divine light of Tianzhao. As for the role of Tianzhao divine light, only those who have condensed Tianzhao divine light will know." Yu Wushuang did not hide it, and told Jiang Chen everything she knew. It turns out that the purpose of plundering the mark of Tianzhao is to condense the light of Tianzhao. That being the case, no matter what effect condensing Tianzhao's divine light had, he also figured out a way to plunder the 36 Tianzhao marks. In the early morning of the second day, Jiang Chen said goodbye to Yu Wushuang and continued to explore this world with the subdued profound soul. An endless secret world, in an ancient mountain forest. A series of shocking energy collisions continued to resound in the void. I saw 3 figures dressed in all gold robes, fully displaying them, launching a siege on a black-clothed man. The terrifying energy storm almost turned the flowers and trees in a radius of hundreds of miles into nothingness. Under the siege of the 3 golden figures, the man in black didn't have much resistance at all, and was quickly hit hard one after another, and finally turned into a cold corpse on the ground. "Sister Wang, it's your turn to collect this Tianzhao seal," resolved the man in black lightly, and smiled at a woman next to him, the head of a young man in a golden robe. The woman walked to the body of the black-clothed man, happily collected the spoils, and incorporated the imprint of Tianzhao on her Great Desolation Order into her imprint. "Let's go, next one." Seeing that the woman had received the spoils, another thin, golden-robed man hurriedly urged. The 3 of their brothers and sisters were all from the Great Desolate Sect, and they happened to meet together soon after entering here. The 3 began to team up to plunder the mark of Tianzhao, and the trophies were collected by the 3 in turn. Now that junior sister Wang has collected the spoils, the next target should be the thin man. The thin man is naturally very excited. Just when the 3 of them were about to leave, the headed young man with a cheeky face suddenly stopped. He glanced to a certain direction on the right and whispered, "Someone is coming." The thin young man and the woman surnamed Wang were shocked, and both immediately entered a state of preparation, their eyes fixed on the right side. Before they could find anything, a faint voice came through the thousands of miles of void. "The 3 of you, hand over the imprint of Tianzhao, and spare you not to die." The 3 young people with Luojihu were taken aback for a moment, and the 2 figures soon appeared in their sight. These 2 figures are naturally the undead skull mysterious souls that Jiang Chen and him conquered. "Hee. Boy, you really don't have eyes, you want to plunder the imprint of Tianzhao from us." The thin young man looked at the oncoming Jiang Chen and couldn't help but smiled coldly. "We should say this. If you are more acquainted, you should obediently hand over the mark of Tianzhao." Chapter 1894. Kill the quartet and scrape the mark of Tianzhao. Where did the Maoto boy dare to run wild in front of me? The headed young man with cheeks pointed his finger at the corpse on the ground, and said with a sharp killing intent, "Hand over the mark of Tianzhao, otherwise you will end up like him." As the only God-King force in the great wilderness realm, the disciples of the great wilderness divine sect always feel that they are superior, and hardly put the geniuses of other forces in their eyes. The young man named Lu Feng, whose cultivation base has already reached the 6th rank of the gods, is the 23rd genius in the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao list. In addition, the strength of the 2 juniors beside him is not weak, both of them are the peak of the 5th rank of the god. As long as the 3 of them work together, as long as they don't encounter those few abnormalities, almost no one can pose a threat to them. And the unfamiliar young man in black was obviously not any of those abnormalities. As for the black-robed skeleton behind Jiang Chen, Lu Feng naturally could see that this should be an undead creature that Jiang Chen had conquered. The strength of this black-robed skeleton is absolutely impossible to be stronger than Jiang Chen. How could Lu Feng take it in his eyes? I don't want to pay, right? Then I will fight until you are willing to pay. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and said indifferently, Xuanyun, do it. Xuanyun responded, and a layer of dark and simple magic light burst out of his body instantly, lifting the fleshless palm and blasting it out. Although this punch seemed simple, it brought a terrifying pressure to the souls of the 3 of Lu Feng, and the 3 of them couldn't help feeling that it was difficult to contend with. Lu Feng was horrified in his heart, and quickly urged his whole body to prepare to resist. A powerful yin and evil spirit power, turned into a dark black ripple, spread out from the void, and quickly enveloped the 3 of them. The spirits of the 3 of them seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, and the whole person was dizzy, only feeling the sky dim. As a disciple of Tianzhao of the Great Desolate God Sect, Lu Feng quickly woke up from that terrifying soul pressure. The furious punch of the black-robed skeleton on the opposite side has shattered the space of thousands of meters and landed above their heads. An ancient sword, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and hurriedly urged his entire body to swing out a sword. The bright golden sword light was instantly crushed by the evil fist coming down. And the other 2 disciples of the Great Desolate Divine Sect, just after waking up from the pressure of the Soul Tao, they were already in the midst of the powerful punches. The bodies of the 3 of them were almost like kites with broken wires, and they fell hundreds of meters away in an instant, and the blood in their mouths spurted out like a fountain. Especially the thin youth with the weakest strength, was directly beaten to death by a punch. The remaining 2, Lu Feng, looked at the black-robed skeletons opposite, with unconcealable horror in their eyes. The 3 of them were severely wounded with one punch. How could this black-robed skeleton possess such terrifying power? Undead creatures are bloodthirsty and killing. If you want to control an undead creature, you must have the strength to crush the entire undead creature, otherwise it is very likely to suffer backlash. The entire undead skeleton in front of him is already so terrifying. What kind of terrifying will the strength of the black-clothed youth on the opposite side reach? Stop, stop, I am willing to hand over the mark of Tianzhao. Lu Feng looked at the black-robed skeleton that was about to take another shot, only feeling the souls of the dead, and quickly shouted in panic. With just one punch, the 3 of them could not fight back. This black-clothed skeleton was definitely a powerhouse at the level of a world god, possessing some of the power of a world god. Such an existence is definitely not something the 3 of them can handle. After receiving the imprints of the Tianzhao of the 3, Jiang Chen floated away directly with the profound soul, and began to look for the next target. Master, brother, who is that kid? How could there be such a terrifying undead skeleton around him? The woman surnamed Wang looked at Jiang Chen's disappearance, still lingering in her heart. How could I know? Lu Feng was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally, Lu Feng thought that as long as their team did not meet the top talents, they could walk sideways in the first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. Who knew that a strange young man in black suddenly popped out, and the 3 of them were scrapped? It is impossible to bring any pets into the first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club. The undead skeleton of the black-clothed youth definitely came here to subdue. Being able to conquer an undead skeleton whose strength is comparable to that of a realm god, Lu Feng can't even imagine how terrifying the strength of the young man in black will be. Even if the black-clothed youth is not strong and used a special method to subdue the undead skeleton, few people in this place can help him. Encountered such a perversion, Lu Feng could only admit that he was unlucky. Go, quickly find a place to heal your wounds, and then go get the mark of Tianzhao. The first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society does not eliminate people, and there is no time limit. Once the remaining 36 people have the mark of Tianzhao, it will automatically end. No one knows when this end time. Now that their mark of Tianzhao has been taken away, they may be eliminated at any time, so they must grab a mark of Tianzhao as soon as possible. Lu Feng took a deep breath, and then quickly disappeared into the mountain forest with the thin, unconscious young man. After plundering the marks of the Tianzhao of the 3 disciples of the Great Desolate Divine Sect, Jiang Chen continued to carry out the operation of scraping the marks of the Tianzhao. As long as it was a genius Jiang Chen had encountered, they were all plundered by Jiang Chen without exception. Among them are 2 disciples of Tianzhao who are not weak in strength, and they have already integrated the marks of 4 or 5 Tianzhao. Under such a curtailment, the imprint of Tianzhao on Jiang Chen's great wilderness order quickly surpassed 30. At last 30 Dao, there are still 6 Dao to condense the so-called Tianzhao divine light. Jiang Chen murmured to himself, just as he was about to find his next target, a bright golden light rushed straight into the sky like a pillar of heaven. Almost all the geniuses in the secret world were startled by the golden light that directly led to the sky. Jiang Chen looked up at the sudden burst of bright golden light, and a strange expression could not help but appear in his eyes. He already felt vaguely, the energy in this golden light seemed to be somewhat similar to the energy in the imprint of Tianzhao on their Great Desolation Order. If he guessed right, this should be the censored of heaven in Yu Wuxuang's mouth. The first person to condense the light of Tianzhao was born. Chapter 1895, Qingming Sword Sect. Looking at the divine light of Tianzhao that illuminates the entire secret world like the light of stars, Jiang Chen was also taken aback. He has plundered the marks of Tianzhao with all his strength these days, and now he has only 30 marks of Tianzhao. Unexpectedly, someone collected the 36 Tianzhao imprints on such a piece. I don't know who is the first to condense the divine light of Tianzhao. Could it be Mo Jinglei of the Great Desolate Sect? Dawang Shenzong Mo Jinglei, the top 10 existence of Dawang Tianzhao. In the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao list, most of the top 10 Tianzhao were over 1,000 years old and had not participated in this Great Desolate Tianzhao. And Mo Jinglei is a peerless arrogant talent that has grown up in the Great Desolate Sect for hundreds of years. He was also the only one who participated in the top 10 of the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao. Mo Jinglei is the most popular candidate for this year's Great Desolation Tianzhao list, and there is no one. If anyone can condense the light of Tianzhao in this first session, I am afraid that more than 90% of the contestants are the same as Jiang Chen. The first thing that comes to mind is Mo Jinglei. After the condensed light of the Tianzhao, will it always exist? Jiang Chen looked at the divine light of Tianzhao that hadn't dissipated for a long time, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This Tianzhao divine light not only did not dissipate, it seemed to move with the condensed people. Even if Jiang Chen and the person who condensed Tianzhao's divine light followed 100,008 miles, they seemed to be able to lock that person's position through the Tianzhao divine light. Interesting. Upon discovering this situation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but raised a playful look. This Tianzhao divine light, like a locator, will completely expose the person who condenses Tianzhao divine light to everyone's eyes. The gods of the gods, this is a symbol of glory and status. Only the top Tianzhao of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club could have that energy activated. The weak can only avoid Tianzhao Shengguang, and some Tianzhao who have confidence in their own strength can easily find a person who condenses Tianzhao's divine light, and once they are defeated, they can replace them. Looking at Tianzhao's divine light for a while, Jiang Chen didn't intend to look for this person. As long as there are no accidents, the first person to condense the divine light of Tianzhao should be Thunder in all likelihood. The first genius of the Great Desolate Divine Sect is very likely to be a super-grade god. This guy came from the only censored king force in the Great Wilderness, and the background is probably extremely deep. In the face of such a peerless arrogant, Jiang Chen actually had no absolute certainty to defeat him. Even if he could defeat Mo Jinglei, he might have to pay some price. If you fight with Mo Jinglei and lose both ends, and let others take advantage of it, then you will lose out. Let's plunder the 6 marks first and activate Tianzhao's divine light. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately ignored the divine light of Tianzhao and continued to search for the next target. In the boundless mountains and forests, Jiang Chen didn't hide his breath at all, swaggering over the forest. Suddenly, Sandao suddenly rose from the dense forest below, and finally stood 100 meters away in front of Jiang Chen. All 3 of them were wearing long robes of Xingyi, and there was a sword-shaped pattern embroidered with the word Qingming on their chests, which seemed to give people an extremely deep feeling. A member of Qingming Sword Sect. Jiang Chen looked at the clothes of these 3 people, and almost immediately determined the identity of the 3. These three people, in all likelihood, belong to the Qingming Sword Sect. The Qingming Sword Sect is the top realm, censored, sect of the Great Desolate Realm, and also a sect majoring in swordsmanship. Its strength is almost second only to the existence of the Great Desolate God Sect. Boy, hand over the imprint of Tianzhao, I will spare you not to die. The first young man with sword eyebrows looked down at Jiang Chen condescendingly, his cold voice resounding directly in the air. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense, he just pointed out when he raised his hand. A golden sword aura was like a golden rainbow that pierced through the heavens and the earth, breaking through 100 feet of void in an instant, and slashed towards the Jianmei youth. The Jianmei youth felt Jiang Chen's horrible blow, and his expression suddenly changed. Jiang Chen said that he would take a shot, there was no sign at all, and this sword aura made him instinctively feel the crisis of death. The young man with Jianmei did not dare to hesitate, the power of the six realms burst to its limit instantly, condensing a world of cyan heavenly gods, and enveloping the golden rainbow that penetrates the world. Thousands of sword auras containing various attributes of wind, fire, thunder and lightning directly appeared out of thin air in the cyan world, and then slashed at the golden sword rainbow like 1,000 swords. These thousands of sword auras, in front of Jiang Chen's golden sword rainbow, were like paper paste, turning into powder in the blink of an eye. Golden Jianhong even pierced through the heavenly god world of Jianmei youth, and directly landed on Jianmei youth. The Jianmei youth trembled, and instantly hit a distance of thousands of meters. Wherever his figure passed, there was a dark crack 2 to 3 feet wide in the void. Ahem. Why is this kid so strong? The young man with Jianmei coughed up a mouthful of blood from his throat, and his expression was also terrified. It was just an understatement of a sword finger that defeated his heavenly god world with a blow to protect the body, leaving a censored movement on his chest. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, I'm afraid this finger would kill him. Apart from his Qingming Sword Sect, how could this great wilderness possess such a terrifying genius of swordsmanship? He is the top 3 swordsman genius of Qingming Sword Sect now. Even if the entire Qingming Sword Sect was able to beat him in the kendo, there were only 2 of them. But the boy in front of him randomly flicked his sword and defeated him unexpectedly. This kind of strength, even if compared to Liu Changqing, who was the first genius of their Qingming Sword Sect, it would probably not be too much. Just when the Jianmei youth was horrified, another ghostly sword finger appeared silently to his right. This sword finger seems to be plain and not much power, but it contains extremely terrifying energy, as if to confine the surrounding space. Jianmei youth looked desperate and horrified. It's just that as soon as he spit out a word of no, the sword finger had already penetrated through his eyebrows. The invisible sword energy penetrated through the center of the Jianmei youth's eyebrows, and then instantly dispersed, finally strangling the Jianmei youth into powder. Looking at this scene, the remaining 2 Qingming Sword Sect disciples are now ghosts and can hardly believe their eyes. Their senior, the 3rd-ranked genius of swordsmanship in Qingming Sword Sect, died like this. An unprecedented fear filled the hearts of the 2 of them instantly. Chapter 1896, Condensing Tianzhao Shengguang. You dare to kill my Qingming Sword Sect? It took a while for the 2 Qingming Sword Sect disciples to return to their senses, and unbelievable panic appeared in their eyes. The black-clothed youth club in front of them was so fierce that they wiped out their seniors as soon as they shot. The first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society, although killing is not prohibited, most of the time everyone will only fight for the mark of Tianzhao and will not kill anyone. Those who can participate in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao will be the top geniuses of the gods of all realms in the Great Wilderness world. If the loss is too great, it will be an unbearable price for any realm censored power. Unless they are forced to do so, or if the sect forces have a deep grudge against each other, everyone will not deal with it to death. This has almost become a default rule of Dawang Tianzhao. Especially people like their Qingming Sword Sect and other top forces in the Great Wilderness, and some other forces who are stronger than them, do not dare to kill them. Once the news of killing them spreads, they will bear the anger of the entire Qingming Sword Sect. But now, the boy in front of him actually killed their 3rd-ranked genius in Qingming Sword Sect. How dare he? Jiang Chen didn't speak, a golden light flashed between his fingers, and another sword finger that tore the world whizzed out. Now that he chose to do it, Jiang Chen naturally had to cut the grass and root out to avoid future troubles. If these 2 guys walked out of here alive, let Qingming Zhanzong know, maybe it would cause a lot of trouble. Seeing that Jiang Chen made another move, the souls of the two Qingming Sword Sect disciples were all gone. They looked at each other, then left and right, and fled in opposite directions. Jiang Chen's complexion was indifferent, and his palm was lightly squeezed against the void on the right. The body of the Qingming Sword Sect disciple instantly solidified, and then his whole body burst open with a bang. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the figure on the left that had escaped thousands of meters, and then lightly flicked his fingers. The invisible sword energy instantly penetrated the space of thousands of meters and fell on the disciple of the Qingming Sword Sect. This Qingming Sword Sect disciple snorted, and immediately the whole person was wrapped in a mysterious blue sword light and escaped into the void. Huh, I didn't expect this guy to have this life-saving hole card. Seeing that the Qingming Sword Sect disciple escaped, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stun slightly. This Qingming Sword Sect disciple was no more than the fifth-order cultivation base of the Heavenly God. Jiang Chen originally thought that his sword energy was more than enough to take his life. But he didn't expect that he would let the other party escape for a moment. The sword aura he had just hit the opponent. Even if this Qingming Sword Sect disciple used his whole card to forcibly escape, I'm afraid he won't survive for long. Jiang Chen shook his head and immediately began to clean the battlefield. The strength of the Jianmei youth is not weak, and the number of Tianjiao marks on the Great Desolation Decree has already reached 5. Another disciple of the Qingming Sword Sect also had 2 marks of Tianjiao. Yes, it seems that Tianjiao's divine light can be gathered directly. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, and then directly merged the 2 marks of Tianjiao on the Great Desolation Order into his mark. And just when Jiang Chen merged these imprints of Tianjiao, I saw the imprint of Tianjiao that exudes dazzling light on the Great Wilderness Order burst out, and finally turned into a dazzling Tianjiao divine light, like a heavenly divine bead, straight into the sky. All the geniuses in the entire secret world were stunned by this new Tianjiao divine light. Less than a moment after the first Tianjiao divine light appeared, the second supreme Tianjiao who condensed Tianjiao divine light had been born. Hey, I didn't expect the name of the second Tianjiao Shengguang to appear soon. In a rolling mountain range, a domineering young man surrounded by Tianjiao's divine light looked at another Tianjiao divine light that soared into the sky. There was also a strange look in the eyes that flashed with thunder and lightning. This domineering young man is the peerless Tianjiao Mo Jinglei of the Great Desolate Divine Sect, and the first person to gather Tianjiao's light. I don't know if it is Lu Changqing of Qingming Sword Sect or Xu Sijin of Dao Zong who is the second condensing Tianjiao's divine light. Mo Jinglei murmured to himself. This time the Great Desolate Tianjiao Society, it is only these 2 people that can be worthy of Mo Jinglei's face. If he guessed right, the second person who condensed Tianjiao's divine light would only be one of these 2. No matter who it is, no one will want to censor it from me. Mo Jinglei sneered coldly, and immediately ignored the divine light of Tianjiao and continued to explore this mountain range. Mo Jinglei didn't mean to make trouble either. This is only the first link of the Great Desolate Tianjiao Club, and there is no need for him to fight the other side to the end. This time he entered this place, but he still had a task to do, so naturally he would not waste time on this matter. Strange, Master said that an abnormal change occurred in this Kangyu realm, and I don't know what the abnormality is, why I haven't found anything. Mo Jinglei's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately unfolded his figure and quickly swept toward the depths of the mountains. In a deserted canyon, 6 or 7 disciples of Qingming Sword Sect gathered here. The head of the man with sword eyebrows and star eyes is as abundant as jade, and a pair of indifferent eyes flashes with cyan sword lights, and the whole body exudes an unfathomable breath. This cold and handsome young man is Lu Changqing, the #1 genius of swordsmanship in Qingming Sword Sect. This person was born with a sword body, swordsmanship and spirit, and in just 500 years of cultivation, he has reached the 11th place on the list of the Great Desolate Tianjiao. In this Great Wilderness Tianjiao meeting, Lu Changqing is the peerless Tianjiao second only to Mo Jinglei, and one of the few people who can compete with Mo Jinglei. Damn it, Xu Sijin, who asked Taozong, has condensed Tianjiao's divine light so quickly. Lu Changqing looked at the second divine light of Tianjiao rising into the sky, and his indifferent expression instantly became even more indifferent. As the first arrogant of the Qingming Sword Sect, Lu Changqing is undoubtedly very confident of his strength and talent. This time the Great Desolate Tianjiao Association, Lu Changqing's goal is obviously also the first in the Great Desolate Tianjiao. After entering this secret world, Lu Changqing was frantically plundering the imprint of Tianjiao, wanting to be the first to condense the divine light of Tianjiao, and in the first step, he tried to beat Mo Jinglei. Unexpectedly, not only did Mo Jinglei, who had not beaten the Great Desolate God Sect, but even Xu Sijin, who asked Dao Sect, was one step ahead of him. Lu Changqing stared closely at the two Tianjiao divine lights in the sky, and an overwhelming sword force spread from him in an instant. Chapter 1897. Lu Changqing's anger. Lu Changqing's eyes flickered slightly, and finally suppressed the idea of looking for the master of these two Tianjiao divine lights. This time the Great Desolate Tianjiao Club, only two people could be regarded as opponents by Lu Changqing. Mo Jinglei is the first arrogant of the Great Wild God Sect. Ask Daozong's first arrogant Xu Sijin. These two people must be the ones who condensed Tianjiao's light one after another. In the first session of the Great Desolate Tianjiao Club, only 36 Tianjiao qualified to be ranked in the Great Desolate Tianjiao will be selected. The specific ranking competition will be carried out in the next round. At this time, the head-on collision with Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin was obviously not a knowing choice. At present, the most important thing for him is to plunder the last few marks of Tianjiao and condense the light of Tianjiao. If someone else is the first to gather the third heavenly arrogant light, then he, the first heavenly arrogant of the Qingming Sword Sect, will really be ashamed and thrown to Grandma's house. Brother, the first link of the great wilderness Tianjiao will condense the light of Tianjiao, and luck occupies a very important element. We are not in a very good position. The contestants we met along the way were too few. If it weren't for this, the brother would definitely not be slower than them. Seeing Lu Changqing's somewhat unsightly expression, a disciple of the Qingming Sword Sect beside him could not help but quickly said, "Yeah, even if they first condense Tianjiao's divine light. With senior brother Lu's talent and strength, this year's Dawang Tianjiao ranked first, and it is senior brother Lu." When the other Qingming Sword Sect disciples heard this, they also agreed. Lu Changqing waved his hand and said, "Everyone is looking for geniuses from other sects separately. I want to gather the genius of Tianjiao as soon as possible." Just when Lu Changqing's voice fell, there was a sudden violent spatial fluctuation in the void not far from them. Lu Changqing and the others were shocked, and they couldn't help but suddenly looked in the direction of the wave. There, a space crack about several meters in size appeared ghostly. In the space crevice, a cyan sword light shot out of the void, and finally landed 1,000 feet away from Lu Changqing and the others with a bang. "Senior brother Lu, there seems to be the aura of our Qingming Sword Sect in this blue sword light." Many Qingming Sword Sect geniuses looked at this scene, their expressions could not help but change slightly. Lu Changqing said with gloomy eyes, "It should be junior brother Yi Yun. He seems to have been injured. Let's go and take a look." As the first arrogant of the Qingming Sword Sect, although Lu Changqing hadn't seen who was in the sword light, he already knew the identity of the other party only with that blue sword light. This cyan sword light was a life-saving method bestowed by the elder of Qingming Sword Sect to his disciples. The life-saving means of the Supreme Elder is not available to anyone. Among the disciples of Qingming Sword Sect who are participating in the Great Desolate Tianjiao Society, only two have this life-saving method. One of them is his first genius of Qingming Sword Sect, and the other is Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun's kendo talent can only be regarded as upper-middle level, he is the great-great-great-grandson of the Supreme Elder, and he is deeply loved by the Supreme Elder. If something happened to Yi Yun, I am afraid that even he could not bear the anger of the Supreme Elder. Lu Changqing took a deep breath, and his figure appeared where the blue sword light had landed. When he looked at Yi Yun, who was covered in blood and anger, his face instantly became extremely gloomy. "Lu, brother Lu." Yi Yun looked at Lu Changqing who appeared in his sight, and finally a bright light appeared in his extremely dark eyes. "Junior brother Yi, don't talk for now, I'll heal your injuries." With a move of Lu Changqing's palm, he took out a pill to feed it into Yi Yun's mouth. "I was slashed to death by a single sword, and even the soul was never able to escape. Even if the censored king came in person, I was already unable to return to heaven. Senior brother Lu, you must have killed that person to avenge me." Yi Yun's face was extremely pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted out again. Lu Changqing heard Yi Yun's words, and the whole person became murderous in an instant. "Junior brother Yi, don't worry. No matter who it is, I, Lu Changqing, must let him pay back 10 times. Just is the second cohesion." Yi Yun didn't finish speaking, his head tilted, and the whole person no longer had any breath. Seeing that Yi Yun was dead like this, the expressions of several Qingming Sword Sect disciples became extremely difficult to look. As the Tianjiao disciples of the Qingming Sword Sect, they naturally knew what kind of identity Yi Yun had in the Kingming Sword Sect. Now that Yi Yun died in front of them like this, how did they explain to the Supreme Elder after they returned to the sect? Who is it? Who on earth killed junior brother Yi? The expressions of the disciples of the Kingming Sword Sect all instantly became frightened. Their Kingming Sword Sect is the existence of the Great Wilderness Realm second only to the Great Wilderness God Sect, and it is not an exaggeration to call it the first realm god power of the Great Wilderness Realm. Under normal circumstances, very few people will kill the Kingming Sword Sect disciples at the Great Desolate Tianjiao meeting. Who was so courageous to attack the people of Kingming Sword Sect, and killed the great-great-great-grandson of their great elder as soon as he did it? Junior brother Yi has already said that it is obvious that he is the second person to condense Tianjiao's divine light. Lu Changqing looked up at one of Tianjiao's divine light, a sharp sword light burst into his eyes. The second person who condenses Tianjiao's light. Several Kingming Sword Sect disciples were slightly surprised. The person who was the first to condense the divine light of Tianjiao was definitely one of the top talents of Tianjiao this time. According to their guess, the two who now condense Tianjiao's divine light are Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin in all likelihood. The fierce beast that killed Yi Yun must be one of these two. Senior brother Lu, what are we going to do now? Whether it is Mo Jinglei of the Great Desolate Divine Sect, or Xu Sijin, who asks Dao Sect, they are the top geniuses of the Great Desolate Tianjiao Society, and they are definitely not a good role to deal with. Junior brother Yi was murdered, this matter can't be left alone. Otherwise. How will you explain to the Supreme Elder after you and I go out? Relax, the second person who condenses Tianjiao's divine light will definitely not be Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin. Lu Changqing said coldly, let's go, let me meet the second person who condenses Tianjiao's light. I want to see who dares to move my Kingming Sword Sect. If it had been before Yi Yun appeared, Lu Changqing would also think that it should be Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin who condense the divine light of Tianjiao. Lu Changqing is almost certain. Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin will definitely not be the second person who condenses Tianjiao's divine light. Chapter 1898, Kill Me from Kingming Sword Sect, Die. Senior brother Lu, you said that the second person to condense the divine light of Tianjiao is not Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin. How is this? How is this possible? When several disciples of the Kingming Sword Sect heard this, their eyes were filled with unbelievable expressions. They were very clear about the situation of the Great Desolate Tianjiao meeting this time. Mo Jinglei of the Great Desolate God Sect is currently ranked 9th in the Great Desolate Tianjiao list, and is also the only one in the top 10 of the Great Desolate Tianjiao to participate in this Great Desolate Tianjiao meeting. Asked the ancestor Sijin, 100 years ago, he challenged several Tianjiao in the Great Desolate Tianjiao list in one fell swoop, and reached the 12th place in the Great Desolate Tianjiao list. Lu Changqing, the first arrogant of the Kingming Sword Sect, was ranked 11th on the list of the Great Arrogants. These three are the peerless talents who are super first class in the Great Desolate Tianjiao, whose strength far surpasses other geniuses. These three have almost locked the top 3 of the Great Desolate Tianjiao list. If it were not Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin who condensed Tianjiao's divine light, it would be incredible. They can't believe it, there are people who can condense the Tianjiao Shengguang ahead of these three. Lu Changqing said indifferently, as Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin, they know every disciple of our Kingming Sword Sect, how can they kill junior brother Yi? The disciples of the Kingming Sword Sect were all startled slightly. Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin should indeed know the disciples of Kingming Sword Sect very well, and most of them even knew that Yi Yun was the great-great-grandson of their supreme elder. That being the case, how could they easily kill Yi Yun? Their Kingming Sword Sect is the first realm-censored power in the Great Wilderness, and the Supreme Elder is also a realm-censored powerhouse who can rank in the top 3 of the Great Wilderness. Even the Great Desolate Divine Sect would not easily anger such a existence. Although the Great Desolate Divine Sect is the only divine king power in the Great Desolate Realm, if it really pushes the Kingming Sword Sect into a hurry, I am afraid it will also pay a high price for it. I didn't expect that this time the Great Desolate Tianjiao would still hide such a dark horse. I don't know who it is. Several Kingming Sword Sect disciples looked up at the second Tianjiao divine light, and there was also an incredible shock in their eyes. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to move my Kingming Sword Sect will definitely die. Lu Changqing's cold voice fell, directly turned into a sword light, and burst out in the direction of the second Tianjiao divine light. If the masters of this second Tianjiao divine light were Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin, Lu Changqing might still be jealous. As long as it is not these two, what fear does Lu Changqing have? Is this Tianzhao Shengguang? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked up at the divine light that directly led to the sky, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Under the envelope of Tianzhao's divine light, Jiang Chen obviously felt an invisible huge energy, blessed in his body. And his own body seemed to be automatically absorbing the energy in Tianzhao's divine light and transforming it into the power of the world. The system's prompt sound also kept ringing in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding! You absorb the mark of the censored king, and the power of the sword world gains 1,000,000*100 experience. Ding! You absorb the mark of the censored king, and the power of the fire world gains 1,000,000*100 experience. Ding! You absorb the mark of the god king, and the power of thunder world gains 1,000,000*100 experience. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but a look of shock in his eyes. This so-called Tianzhao mark turned out to be a mark of the God King that was condensed by the power of the Divine King realm. Once the 36 marks are collected to condense the divine vision, the energy in the marks can be absorbed and the power of the world can be quickly increased. Unexpectedly, condensing Tianzhao's divine light would still have such benefits. If this Tianzhao Shengguang blessed for long enough, it would be easy for him to cultivate the power of the 7 paths he currently mastered to the state of consummation. Now that I have gathered Tianzhao's divine light, I don't know if I continue to plunder Tianzhao's mark, if there will be any effect. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and immediately began to search for the next target. Because of the concentration of Tianzhao's divine light, Jiang Chen's movement track appeared almost clearly in the sight of everyone in the secret world. Everyone is very clear in their hearts. People who can condense the divine light of Tianzhao are all Tianzhao among Tianzhao. When they learn about Jiang Chen's things, they naturally avoid it. For half a day, Jiang Chen almost never met any disciple again. It seems that with such a divine light of Tianzhao, I am afraid it will not be easy to continue plundering the mark of Tianzhao. Jiang Chen couldn't help but show a helpless look on his face. In his current situation, unless someone took the initiative to send it to the door, it was almost impossible for him to rob the mark of Tianzhao. Shook his head, Jiang Chen obviously didn't plan to continue searching for the target to plunder the mark of Tianzhao. This secret realm space, but the Kangyu realm that once disappeared in the wild heaven. The secret space formed by such a big world must have a lot of opportunities. That being the case, why should he persist in wasting time? Jiang Chen looked at the links around him, and finally his eyes fell on a huge mountain range that undulated quickly on the edge of the eastern sky. This mountain range should be very extraordinary, maybe you can explore it. Jiang Chen stared closely at the phantom of the huge mountain range, and saw that there was a divine light of Tianzhao, slowly moving. The other person who condensed the divine light of Tianzhao should be in that huge mountain range. Jiang Chen no longer hesitated at the moment, and flew directly towards the eastern sky. A cyan streamer suddenly pierced the sky on Jiang Chen's right, and blasted towards where Jiang Chen was. Huh, did someone take the initiative to send it to the door? Jiang Chen stared at the cyan streamer on the right, and he was taken aback for a while. And at the moment when Jiang Chen was stunned, the cyan streamer instantly traversed thousands of miles of space and appeared hundreds of meters away from Jiang Chen. Countless cyan cold light sword auras woven into a dense sword net in the void, bursting out at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent, and he turned his hand with a palm print, and smashed the cyan sword net into pieces. As the cyan sword net shattered, a cyan figure also appeared directly away from Jiang Chen 100 meters away. He was tall and slender, his face was cold, his eyes were cold, and the blue sword light was lingering around him. He looked like a peerless sword god. The person here is not someone else, but Lu Changqing, the first arrogant of the Qingming sword sect. He stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes, and a sharp killing intent was also instantly diffused from him. Are you the one who killed my Qingming sword sect disciple? Chapter 1899. Super Grade God Showdown. Lu Changqing's atmosphere is full of 7 sword lights of different shapes, which surround him like a stream of water. A fierce sword light impacted the nearby space, and a pitch-black space crack continuously emerged from Lu Changqing's body. Are you Lu Changqing of Qingming sword sect? Jiang Chen looked at the man in Xingyi who suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. This man in Xingyi is overwhelmingly powerful, and he is obviously also a super-grade censored who masters the power of the 7 realms, and specializes in kendo. Such a character, besides Lu Qingming, the first arrogant of Qingming sword sect, who else can there be? Yes, I am Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing stared at Jiang Chen murderously. You kill my disciple of the Qingming Sword Sect, today I will take your life to sacrifice the spirits of my juniors. What about killing? Jiang Chen said calmly, since your juniors want to kill me and take the mark of Tianzhao, they must be prepared to be killed by me. Although Jiang Chen did not expect that the disciple of the Qingming Sword Sect who had fled before he died, Lu Changqing, the first arrogant of the Qingming Sword Sect, would be brought over. Now that the matter is over, Jiang Chen won't have the slightest fear. If Qingming Sword Sect really finds trouble for him, he will accompany him. Today I, Lu Changqing, would like to learn, what is your ability as the second? Condensing Tianzhao divine light, Lu Changqing's icy angry laughter fell, and the cyan long sword behind his back appeared in his palm. The power of the monstrous swordsmanship turned into a dreamlike hazy starlight, covering thousands of miles of void. Endless galaxy sword chi. The black-clothed youth in front of him was able to condense the divine light of Tianzhao for the second time, and his strength would be extremely extraordinary. Lu Changqing didn't even have any reservations at all, and as soon as he shot his hands, he displayed the unique knowledge of Qingming Sword Sect. Thousands of stars twinkling sword aura, like raindrops, fell towards Jiang Chen. I saw that the void above Jiang Chen's head instantly became like a honeycomb, with dense black holes appearing in space. Tianshu. Jiang Chen had no expression on his face, and the power of the seven realms exploded at the same time, and the heavenly fire divine sword appeared out of thin air in his palm. A map of the Big Dipper directly appeared in the endless void above Jiang Chen's head. The Tianshu star was instantly lit by an inexplicable force. The dazzling starlight fell from the sky, and then turned into a star sword energy that smashed the world, colliding with Lu Changqing's endless sword energy. As Jiang Chen broke through the super-rank heavenly god realm, the Divine King's skill 7-star heavenly sword art finally showed its true power. Even if only one of the stars of the Big Dipper was inspired, the sword energy condensed was not inferior to a top-notch realm god-level peerless knowledge. Two different sword auras were intertwined in midair, and a violent storm of sword aura spread in all directions, causing the void to continue to collapse. Lu Changqing couldn't stop his figure, and his whole body retreated a distance of thousands of meters under the impact of the sword chi storm. Every time he took the next step, he stepped on a dark spatial ripple in midair. How could it be possible that senior brother Lu was repelled? In the midair hundreds of miles away behind Lu Changqing, the disciples of the Qingming Sword Sect who were rushing here saw this scene like a ghost, almost unable to believe their eyes. The first arrogant of their Qingming Sword Sect, Lu Changqing, who had already entered the super-rank heavenly god realm, was actually repelled by the guy opposite. This is too unbelievable. Sure enough, you have also broken through the super-grade gods. No wonder you can gather the gods of the gods so quickly. Lu Changqing raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and finally a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. This time the great desolate Tianzhao party, his opponents were only Mo Jinglei and Xu Sijin, but he did not expect that such a super-grade deity would come out now. Lu Changqing, although you are good at strength, you are not qualified to kill me. Jiang Chen stood proudly with his sword, watching Lu Changqing lightly. I don't want to fight you in the first link of the great desolate Tianzhao club. If you leave now, maybe it's too late. This Lu Changqing is the first heavenly arrogant of the Qingming Sword Sect, and his cultivation has also broken through the super-grade gods. Even if he wants to defeat Lu Changqing, I am afraid it will take a lot of effort. He now condenses Tianzhao's divine light, and his every move is being watched by many geniuses in the secret territory. Just in case, Jiang Chen didn't want to fight Lu Changqing at this time. HMPH, what can I do if I don't leave you? If you kill several disciples of my Qingming Sword Sect, how can I, Lu Changqing, forgive you? Lu Changqing smiled coldly, and the monstrous sword power broke out again. Take me one more trick, Qinglong splits. The sky, yin. In the void, Lu Changqing swung a sword, and the sound of dragons shook the world. I saw the blue sword shadow in the sky, turning into a blue dragon, entrenched on top of his head. The cyan long sword in Lu Changqing's hand shook, and the cyan dragon directly took the power of the world and roared down at Jiang Chen. It was full of sword energy, causing the space along the way to be constantly broken and collapsed. In that case, let's fight. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, directly motivating the power of the sky jade star, and slashed down at the blue dragon with a sword. The sword aura of Tianshuan cut through the void, slashed the cyan dragon with one sword, and instantly split the cyan dragon into two. I saw that the cyan dragon exploded directly in the void. A sword smashed the blue dragon. Jiang Chen did not give Lu Changqing any chance to breathe. The sword light of the stars condensed by the Tianji star, once again fell to Lu Changqing. Lu Changqian's pupils shrank, and he blasted with the sword energy coming from Jiang Chen with all his strength. The sky and the earth are dim, the sun and the moon are not light. The emptiness of thousands of miles in a radius was constantly collapsing in the confrontation between the two. Jiang Chen's kicking heavenly sword Zhu's sword aura continued. Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Xiaoguang kept attacking Lu Changqing from the stars. With the strength of Lu Changqing, Rao couldn't bear it under Jiang Chen's continuous attacks. Lu Changqing was shocked by Jiang Chen's offensive and flew out, knocking out a huge hole in the air. Damn it, where did this kid come from? How could his strength be so terrifying? Lu Changqing suppressed the churning breath in his body, and he was also frightened. The black-clothed youth in front of him not only broke through the super-grade god, but the power of the world in his body was stronger than him. In particular, the sword skill he displayed was extremely powerful, and every sword aura was hardly inferior to a top-notch world god-level martial arts. The first pride of his dignified Qingming sword sect was actually suppressed by this kid in front of him in the sword. Chapter 1900. God King Level Exercises Vision. Unexpectedly, this time in the great desolate Tianzhou society, there will be a Tianzhou like you. Your excellency is really hidden. Lu Changqing took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on Jiang Chen. I wonder which force your excellency comes from. Jiang Chen said faintly. Hanyu Palace, Jiang Chen. He participated in this great desolate Tianzhou meeting as a disciple of the Hanyu Palace. Sooner or later Lu Changqing would know his identity, and Jiang Chen naturally had to conceal it. Lu Changqing's pupils shrank. As the peerless Tianzhou of the Qingming Sword Sect, Lu Changqing is very familiar with almost all the realm-censored forces in the Great Wilderness. Although Hanyu Palace was once the top world-censored power in the Great Wilderness, it has fallen a lot now. Today's Hanyu Palace, the only genius who can do it is the Palace Mausoleum that ranks 32 on the list of the Great Desolate Heavens Jade. But Lu Changqing never thought of it. The Hanyu Palace actually hides a super-grade, censored, like Jiang Chen. The Hanyu Palace is really a good method. It hides a peerless arrogant like you to the present, without letting anyone notice it. Lu Changqing recovered, couldn't help but look up at Jiang Chen and said slowly. Jiang Chen stood proudly with his sword, and the face looking at Lu Changqing also showed an impatient look. Lu Changqing, don't talk nonsense. Do you want to fight again? War. Lu Changqing's momentum skyrocketed, and he stared at Jiang Chen coldly. You killed my Qingming Sword Sect disciple. If you don't kill you today, how can I explain to the master? If Jiang Chen only killed the ordinary geniuses of Qingming Sword Sect, Lu Changqing might also consider avoiding the edge for now. But among the disciples of the Qingming Sword Sect that Jiang Chen killed was Yi Yun, the great-great-grandson of the Qingming Sword Sect's supreme elder. Now that he knew that the murderer of Yi Yun was Jiang Chen, he naturally ignored him. Even though he is the first arrogant of the Qingming Sword Sect now, I am afraid it is difficult to bear the anger of the Supreme Elder. As the #1 swordsman genius of Qingming Sword Sect, he must not shrink back. Although Jiang Chen is a supreme arrogant at the same level as him, if even Jiang Chen's entire unnamed person can't be defeated, what qualifications does he have to compete with Mo Jinglei and Zhu Sijin for the ranking of the great arrogants? 1. Jiang Chen, let's fight. Lu Changqing's eyes flickered with blue sword light, and a long roar from his mouth. The dazzling green light burst out of his body. Behind Lu Changqing, the green light quickly intertwined and merged, and finally turned into a huge cyan phantom. The cyan phantom's complexion was indifferent, like a peerless sword, censored, overlooking all living beings, and his whole body exuded a terrifying sword force that could shatter the sky. Jiang Chen, how about even if you break through the super-grade god? My Qingming Sword Sect is the first Godzong gate of the great wilderness world, and the ancestor Qingming Venerable is a peerless power one step away from the divine King realm. He once created the Qingming Sword Classic of the false, censored King's technique. Today, I will let you see the power of the censored King level cultivation technique vision. Qingming Sword Classic has a heavy vision. Qingming is angry. Lu Changqing's icy voice fell, and the cyan phantom behind it became more and more dazzling, almost illuminating the entire world of thousands of miles. An angry roar containing the coercion of endless swordsmanship suddenly came from the mouth of the cyan phantom. As soon as the howling sound came out, it instantly turned into a terrible blue sword light, surging towards Jiang Chen like a tide. The Chenjiang void in front of Jiang Chen was annihilated into nothingness by the blue sword light. Among the cyan sword light, there was even a burst of sound. If an ordinary heavenly, censored, realm powerhouse heard this sound, I am afraid that there will be a feeling that his soul is about to be crushed in an instant. Lu Changqing, based on the vision of your pseudo-god king's technique, you still don't have the qualifications to be wild in front of me. Jiang Chen's faint laughter fell, and the Taixu Sacred Dragon map also turned around instantly, and the power of the vast world instantly drew the vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth, and finally turned into a huge Qinlongzhen sky map. Accompanied by a trembling dragon chant, the Taixu Sacred Dragon picture, a double vision, Qianlong Town sky picture, directly carried a divine might covering the world and collided with the vision condensed by Lu Changqing's Qingming sword cannon. The two terrifying exercise visions collided in the void, and the void continued to collapse, as if the end had come. I saw a vision of Lu Changqing's Qingming sword classic, directly under the suppression of Jiang Chen Qinlongzhen Tiantu, together with the surrounding space, turned into nothingness. And Lu Changqing's figure, directly under the suppression of Tiantu in Qianlong Town, smashed into the earth from the sky, and smashed a huge hole on the ground. Lu, senior brother Lu, he was defeated. Several Qingming sword sect disciples stared at the situation in front of them with a dull expression, and almost couldn't believe their eyes. Lu Changqing, this is the first pride of their Qingming sword sect in 1,000 years. 100 years ago, Lu Changqing was already ranked 9th on the list of the great desolate talents. 30 years ago, Lu Changqing broke the limit of the gods and became a super-censored who mastered the power of the 7 realms. This time the Great Desolate Tianzhao Association, Lu Changqing is a peerless existence who is qualified to be the first in the Great Desolate Tianzhao. With Lu Changqing's talent and strength, he was now defeated by the unknown young man in black. Just when the disciples of the Qingming sword sect were horrified, a blue sword light suddenly rushed out of the huge pit below. The figure in this cyan sword glow is surprisingly the dusty Lu Changqing with disheveled hair. He stared at Jiang Chen icily, and his whole body was filled with a monstrous chill. Lu Changqing was really angry. His dignified Qingming sword sect's first heavenly arrogant, even if he looked at the entire great desolate realm, the geniuses of his generation who could be regarded by him were almost a handful. Since he entered the Qingming sword sect, he has never suffered like this. Now that he is injured by an unknown little boy like Jiang Chen, how can he not be angry? Lu Changqing once again urged the Qingming sword cannon of the false, censored, king's exercises to the extreme, and the dazzling Qingming once again turned into a cyan phantom standing in the sky. The double vision of Qingming sword classic, Qingming Ji. Lu Changqing yelled, the cyan phantom behind him and the cyan long sword in his palm instantly merged into one, turning into a sword light that pierced the sky. The sword glow was so brilliant and gorgeous, as if it could break the void of the universe. At that moment, in the entire world, there seemed to be only this terrifying sword light that was enough to make the world go to nirvana. The vision of Qingming sword code exercises Qingming Ji. The second vision of this false, censored, king exercise was also unfolded by Lu Changqing at this moment. Chapter 1901. Lu Changqing. When the double vision of Lu Changqing Qingming sword classic turned into this shocking sword and fell. In the void, cyan thunder and lightning exploded out of thin air, endless cyan sword aura agitated, even the sun's rays were eclipsed by this sword. The double vision of the Qingming sword classic, Brother Lu has already displayed the second vision of the Qingming sword classic. Several Qingming sword sect disciples watched this scene and couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. The Qingming sword classic is the first practice method of the Qingming sword sect, created by the founder of the Qingming sword sect, Qingming Venerable. Although the pseudo-god king level exercise method cannot be compared with the real god king exercise method, it is far better than the top realm. Practicing the pseudo-god king cultivation method not only has the power of the world in the body more vigorous than that of ordinary people, but also condenses the vision of the twofold cultivation method. The power of the first heavy exercise is almost the same as that of the top realm of magic. The power of the second heavy exercise is more than 10 times more powerful. Back in the Qingming sword sect, they saw Jiang Chen defeating a realm god level elder in the Qingming sword sect with the second vision of the Qingming sword classic. The black-clothed youth in front of him forced Lu Changqing to cast the second vision of the Qingming sword classic so quickly. Haha. The dual strength technique vision is not only for you. Looking at the shocking, Sword of Jiang Chen's double technique vision. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He urged the Taixu sacred dragon picture with all his strength, and the bright golden light rose directly into the sky, and then condensed a dragon roar 9-day picture that covered the sky and the sun on the void above his head. Long Shao 9 heavens picture, give me town. Accompanied by a sky-shaking dragon's roar resounding through the void, Jiang Chen controlled the dragon Shao 9 sky map and directly suppressed Lu Chengqing's sword light that extinguished the world. The two terrifying visions collided again, and a shocking explosion suddenly shook out in the void. The endless golden glow on the 9 heavens picture of Long Shao intertwined with Lu Chengqing's cyan sword glow in midair, making the world of thousands of miles away into nothingness. Although the Qingming Sword Sect's pseudo-god exercise method is strong, how can it be compared with the real God King exercise method Taixu Sacred Dragon? The two visions intertwined in midair for a while. I saw that the cyan sword light that penetrated the emptiness finally became dim under the suppression of Long Shao 9 Heavens map. Long Shao 9 Heavens map directly crushed the 10,000 Zhang Azure sword light with the force of destroying it. The cyan sword light shattered, and the remaining golden light of Long Shao 9 Heavens map also poured down on Lu Chengqing, covering Lu Chengqing's whole body. Lu Chengqing let out a scream, and the whole thing fell from the void again, crashing into a mountain 1,000 meters away. The top of the Beizong Peak was razed to the ground in an instant. If it hadn't been for Lu Chengqing's critical time to condense the heavenly world to protect him, I am afraid that even the body of the heavenly censored would suffer severe damage. In this scene, the disciples of the Qingming Sword Sect were all sluggish. Lu Chengqing, who displayed the vision of the double censored king exercise method, was suppressed again. This Nima shouldn't be so outrageous. Ahem. The dual strength technique vision. You are also practicing the pseudo-god king technique. Lu Chengqing stabilized his figure in embarrassment, and finally an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes looking at Jiang Chen. Previously, Jiang Chen suppressed a vision of his Qingming Sword Classic with the vision of his cultivation technique, but Lu Chengqing did not care too much. Qingming Sword Classic has a heavy vision, not too strong. Many of the top-notch realm gods' practice visions are almost comparable to them. But Lu Chengqing never expected it anyway. After he exhibited the vision of the second layer of the Qingming Sword Classic, Jiang Chen unexpectedly suppressed him again with the same vision of the second layer of exercises. There is only one vision of the realm gods, even the top realm of the gods. It is impossible to condense two visions. This kid in front of him, at least like him, is practicing the technique of the false censored king. Pseudo-god king cultivation techniques, even in the entire great wilderness realm, possess only a handful of powers. As far as Lu Chengqing knows, apart from the great desolate divine sect, the only one who has a false censored king technique is Qingming Sword Sect and Wendao Sect. Lu Chengqing couldn't believe it. This guy from Han Yugong turned out to be practicing a pseudo-god king level technique, and at least it was a pseudo-god king technique that was stronger than the Qingming Sword Classic. Lu Chengqing, I said long ago that you are not qualified to show off in front of me with the vision of your pseudo-god king level exercise technique. Jiang Chen's voice fell, and he walked directly towards Lu Chengqing, and the Big Dipper figure above the void above his head appeared again. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and the heavenly fire sword in his hand moved quickly, and the star power of the Big Dipper was attracted by Jiang Chen almost at the same time. This is God King skill. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Chengqing's pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Chengqing had naturally seen this trick Jiang Chen showed just now. Jiang Chen had only mobilized the power of a star each time, condensing a star sword light. Lu Chengqing originally thought that this was just a powerful martial arts discipline. Seeing that Jiang Chen could actually mobilize the 7 stars at the same time, Lu Chengqing's expression instantly changed. Inspiring a star sword light condensed by the power of the stars, the power is no less inferior to a top world martial arts. Now that the forces of the 7 stars are simultaneously mobilizing, Lu Chengqing can't even imagine how terrifying the power of Jiang Chen's sword would be if it were condensed. This is definitely a censored king skill that surpasses the world censored martial skill. Lu Chengqing was in horror. He never thought that Jiang Chen not only cultivated the false censored king technique, he even mastered the censored king skills. The strength of the black-clothed youth in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. The cultivation base and cultivation technique of the super-grade celestial god are also stronger than his Qingming sword cannon, and now he has mastered the God King technique with the might of against the sky. Such a strength, even if he was regarded as the great desolate divine sect Mo Jinglei, who was regarded as his life's greatest enemy, I am afraid it could not be better than this. Lu Changqing's eyes flickered slightly, and retreat was already in his heart. This son's strength is too terrifying. Even if he fully displays his whole cards, I am afraid that he will lose more and win less. Jiang Chen, you wait for me, today's matter, my Qingming sword sect will never finish with you. Lu Changqing glanced at Jiang Chen coldly, apparently not planning to fight Jiang Chen at this time, and directly turned into a blue sword light, swooping towards the sky. Chapter 1902, Kangyu Temple Ruins. Lu, brother Lu is defeated, hurry up, run away. Seeing Lu Changqing, who was flying directly towards the sky, the expressions of several Qingming sword sect disciples suddenly changed. They all fled towards the distance in a panic like a frightened bird. Master, do you want to catch them and kill them? Seeing this, Xuanyun couldn't help but appeared beside Jiang Chen. He looked at Jiang Chen in front of him, and his tone became more respectful. That super-grade deity named Lu Changqing is extremely powerful. Especially the vision of the pseudo-god king's exercise technique that was finally performed can definitely easily kill it into scum. But even with Lu Changqing's strength, he was still easily crushed by Jiang Chen. Fortunately, he didn't choose to fight Jiang Chen to death, otherwise I'm afraid he wouldn't know how he died. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Changqing and his group who were leaving quickly, but he didn't mean to pursue them. This Lu Changqing is also a Tianzhao figure who has broken through the super-grade celestial god, and comes from the Qingming sword sect and other top realm censored forces, and he must have some whole cards in his body. Although he defeated Lu Changqing, if he wanted to kill him, it might not be easy. Let's go, let me go and take a look in the mountain range ahead. Jiang Chen said indifferently, and immediately rushed towards the rapidly undulating mountains in the east. At the same time as Jiang Chen and Lu Changqing fought, in a mountain range exuding the aura of ancient times, Mo Jinglei, who was heading towards the center of the mountain range, suddenly stopped, and couldn't help but look back at the heavenly arrogant light in the void. Tianzhao Shengguang has an inexplicable feeling between each other. As the first person to condense the divine light of Tianzhao, Mo Jinglei naturally found that someone had fought with another person who condensed the divine light of Tianzhao. A strange look suddenly appeared in Mo Jinglei's eyes. It is almost certainly not a genius among geniuses who can condense the divine light of Tianzhao in the first link of the great desolate Tianzhao society. In the face of the existence of cohesive Tianzhao's divine light, most people will choose to retreat, and no one wants to face it in the first link. I don't know who it is, but he has the courage to challenge the person who gathers Tianzhao Shengguang. It's a pity, I have a task now, otherwise I can take a look. Mo Jinglei shook his head, immediately ignored it, and quickly flashed towards the depths of the mountain range. Mo Jinglei's figure appeared in front of a towering mountain. Here the world is silent, there is no even the tiniest life, as if completely turned into a dead zone. Mo Jinglei raised his head slightly, his gaze fell on the top of the mountain where the peak plunged into the sky. There is a vaguely gray world. Endless space storms sealed the entire world, even if an ordinary Tier 6 powerhouse fell into it, it would probably be torn to pieces instantly. The thunder light in Mo Jinglei's eyes shone, as if penetrating the endless space seal and seeing a huge world inside. In that world, there are many magnificent pavilions and halls. These pavilions and halls, even if they were not only sealed here for many years, are still extremely intact, exuding an atmosphere of ancient vicissitudes. Is this the site of the Kangyu Temple? Mo Jinglei looked at the situation in front of him, and couldn't help but let out a low murmur. As a disciple of Tianzhao of the Great Desolate God Sect, Mo Jinglei naturally knew very well that the secret world they were in was the Kangyu realm that was once famous in the Great Desolate Heaven. And where he is now is the site of the Kangyu Shrine, the power of the Kangyu realm God King. More than 100 million years ago, in the Kangyu realm of the Great Desolate Heaven, a censored king force-like Kangyu Temple was born. In order to stabilize the hegemony of the Great Wilderness Heavenly Sect, a great battle broke out with the Kangyu Temple. The Kangyu Temple was defeated by the Great Desolate Divine Sect, and even the Great Desolate Divine Sect controlled the Kangyu realm and became a secret world used by the Great Desolate Divine Sect to hold the Great Desolate Heavens Jiao. Everyone in the world thought that in that battle, Kangyu Temple had completely disappeared in the dust of history. Only the core figures of the Great Desolate Divine Sect knew that the Kangyu Temple had not completely disappeared. Especially the Kangyu God King in the Kangyu Temple, in fact, has never died. Although the lifespan of the Divine King realm is extremely long, it generally does not exceed 100 million years. The Kangyu Divine King of the Kangyu Temple should be unlikely to live to the present. But the Kangyu God King practiced extremely special exercises, and it was said to be a God King level exercise called Immortal Heavenly Art. The most terrifying aspect of this practice is that it is immortal. Divine King Kangyu cultivates this immortal heavenly skill, not only has a lifespan that is far longer than the power of the general Divine King realm, but it also cannot kill. The founder of the Great Wild God Sect, the previous generation Great Wild God King of the Great Wild God Sect, once defeated the Kangyu God King, but could not kill him at all. Their previous generation of Great Desolate God King tried various methods, but they failed to destroy God King Kangyu. Even if the body of God King Kangyu was blown up, God King Kangyu could quickly reorganize in a short period of time with his immortal attributes. Every time God King Kangyu's body is reorganized, his strength will rise to the next level. In desperation, the previous generation of the Great Desolate God King could only seal the supernatural powers with the Supreme Seal to seal the Kangyu God King on the site of the Kangyu Temple. Every 1,000 years, the Great Desolate Sect will send people here to strengthen the seal. Because the Kangyu realm had become a dead realm that had been plundered from the origin of the realm, it couldn't accommodate the powerhouses above the realm gods to enter it. In the matter of strengthening the seal, the ordinary heavenly gods are simply incapable of doing it. Every time the Great Desolate Tianjiao will be opened, the candidates sent by the Great Desolate God Sect to reinforce the seal here are all super-grade deities who have broken through the limits of the deities. As the first arrogant of the Great Desolate God Sect, Mo Jinglei is naturally the best candidate to strengthen the seal. If only to reinforce the seal, the Great Desolate Divine Sect would not share the secret world with all forces in the Great Desolate Realm. The reason why the Great Desolate God Sect set up the place of the Great Desolate Tianjiao meeting here was also to deal with the Kangyu Temple. Because God King Kangyu had left behind some backhands everywhere in Kangyu Temple, the Divine Sect of the Great Desolate allowed all the geniuses of the Great Desolation Realm to enter it, which wanted to use the geniuses of the great forces of the Great Desolation Realm to explore the Kangyu Realm, and crush the trails left by the Kangyu Divine King. I don't know what the backhand Kangyu God King left behind, but the most urgent thing is to strengthen the seal here. Mo Jinglei murmured to himself, and immediately stepped out and appeared directly out of thin air. I saw him sitting cross-legged in the void, and a series of mysterious handprints slowly condensed in his palm. Chapter 1903, The Sealed Kangyu God King, Kangyu World. In front of an ancient mountain range that undulates with almost no end in sight, two dark shadows slowly stepped into the sky from the sky. One of them was shrouded in a beam of light that directly led to the sky. These two black shadows are naturally Jiang Chen and the undead creature Xuanyun he conquered. After repelling Lu Changqing, Jiang Chen rushed towards the huge mountain range in front of him. This way, because of the existence of Tianjiao's divine light, all the geniuses who participated in the Great Desolate Tianjiao party had already retreated almost when Tianjiao's divine light approached. Jiang Chen hardly encountered any obstacles. Even if he occasionally encountered one or two fierce beasts blocking the way, it was easily resolved by Zan. What a huge ancient mountain range! Jiang Chen looked at the ancient mountain range in front of him like a giant dragon, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. He walked all the way from Shenwu continent, and he has seen a lot of majestic mountains and rivers, but there are few mountains that can compare with this mountain range in front of him. Jiang Chen even has an intuition. This mountain range was once in the Kangyu realm, and it must have been a well-known existence, and it is very likely to be the residence of a top sect in the Kangyu realm. Master, this place, I seem to have a very familiar feeling. As Jiang Chen looked at the mountain range in front of him, the long-lasting voice of the profound soul suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Hearing Xuanyun's words, Jiang Chen's eyes condensed suddenly. The profound soul venerable beside him was a supreme realm god venerable from the Kangyu temple in his previous life. Although venerable profound soul had long since fallen, and now he was only reborn in the form of undead, he had already borne consciousness, and there was a vague memory of his life. Since Xuanyun felt that this place was very familiar, it was enough to prove that he should come here often in front of him. A place where the gods of the Kangyu temple often appear. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out with a burst of brilliant light. The ruins of the Kangyu temple are hidden in this mountain range. Master, I seem to feel the depths of the mountains, a familiar breath beckons me, do you want to check it out? Just when Jiang Chen was uncertain, Xuanyun's voice rang in Jiang Chen's ears again. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. He is almost certain that this place is the ruins of the Kangyu Temple. Although Jiang Chen didn't know exactly what the breath that summoned profound souls was, but since he came to the site of Kangyu Temple, he naturally wanted to take a look. Hearing this, Xuanyun didn't talk nonsense, and led Jiang Chen quickly towards the depths of the mountain range. The two flew all the way through the mountains. Jiang Chen was quickly surprised to find that their current position was constantly approaching the first Tianjiao Divine Light. Their final destination is most likely the place where the Tianjiao Divine Light is. If this place is really the site of the Kangyu Temple, then the first person to condense the divine light of Tianjiao might have already entered the site of the Kangyu Temple. Thinking that the first person to condense the divine light of Tianjiao was most likely Mo Jinglei of the Great Desolate Sect, Jiang Chen quickly relieved. As for the situation in the Kangyu realm, absolutely no one in the entire Great Desolate Realm knew better than the Great Desolate Divine Sect. With Mo Jinglei's identity in the Great Desolate Divine Sect, he must be very clear about the situation in the Kangyu realm. It was reasonable for him to be the first to find the site of Kangyu Temple. At the same time, Jiang Chen followed Xuanyun to fly towards the depths of the mountain range. Outside the ruins of Kangyu Temple, Mo Jinglei, who was strengthening the seal in the void, also instantly sensed the rapid approach of another Tianjiao Divine Light. Mo Jinglei cursed secretly in his heart, and his face instantly turned not so good. According to Mo Jinglei's guess, the other person who condensed Tianjiao's divine light was probably one of Lu Changqing and Xu Sijin. These two people must have guessed that the first person to condense Tianjiao's divine light was him. No matter who Lu Changqing or Xu Sijin is the second to condense Tianjiao's divine light, they should not choose to come directly at him in the first link. But now this condensing Tianjiao's divine light is really coming at him. Isn't it Lu Changqing and Xu Sijin who condensed the divine light of Tianjiao? But even if it is the Tianjiao divine light gathered by other people, it shouldn't rush up to him stupidly, right? Mo Jinglei hadn't thought about it at all. The people came for the ruins of Kangyu Temple. In today's great wilderness realm, there are almost a handful of people who know this secret world as the Kangyu realm. As for the Kangyu Temple site, even their great desolate divine sect, only a handful of high-ranking sects could know it. Regardless of the person who condenses Tianjiao's divine light, it is absolutely impossible to know that this place is the site of Kangyu Temple. I knew I should strengthen the seal first, and then gather the Tianjiao's divine light. Mo Jinglei cursed secretly in his heart, and immediately ignored the rapidly approaching Tianjiao divine light, and his palms changed faster and faster. He can only do his best to complete the reinforcement of the seal before the person who condenses Tianjiao's divine light feels it. I'm afraid it will be troublesome then. As Mo Jinglei tried his best to reinforce the seal, time slowly passed bit by bit. Unconsciously, half an hour passed in a flash. Jiang Chen also appeared under this world under the leadership of Xuanyun. With a slight glance, Jiang Chen saw Mo Jinglei sitting cross-legged in the void in the towering mountain peak in front of Mo Jinglei. When he saw the situation on the top of the mountain, his pupils suddenly shrank. On top of this mountain, there is a palace pavilion that is like a suspended peak above the cloud. The ruins of the Kangyu Temple. If he guessed right, the palace and pavilions in this seal are the ruins of the Kangyu Temple. Master, the aura I felt should have been sealed in that palace. Is it possible that the aura is very strong? I am afraid it is much stronger than before I was alive. Xuanyun stared at the mountain in front, and his hollow eyes were also shining with dark light. When Jiang Chen heard Xuanyun's words, his heart was shocked. Xuanyun was a high-ranking realm censored who was only in the realm of god kings. If the aura in the sealed palace was much stronger than the profound soul in his lifetime, what a terrifying existence would it be? Jiang Chen seemed to have thought of something, and an incredible horror finally appeared in his eyes looking at the sealed palace. Kangyu God King. Could it be that the Kangyu Divine King in the Kangyu Temple was sealed in that palace? Chapter 1904. Change. The God King Kangyu was actually sealed at the site of the Kangyu Temple. Jiang Chen looked horrified. The Kangyu realm disappeared in the Great Desolate Heaven territory, far more than 100 million years ago. In the power of the censored King realm, the general life expectancy will not exceed 100 million years. How could God King Kangyu survive from that era to the present? But according to Xuanyun's induction, this being sealed at the remains of the Kangyu Temple is far more terrifying than he was in his lifetime. If it weren't for the Kangyu God King, who would he be? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the horror in his heart, and his eyes fell on Mo Jinglei, who was cross-legged in the void. Mo Jinglei's hands in the void kept changing, and mysterious energy imprints kept blending into the space storm on the top of the mountain. This guy seems to be strengthening the seal. Jiang Chen looked at the scene before him, his eyes condensed slightly. Mo Jinglei is the strongest Tianjiao of the Great Desolate Divine Sect generation. He will come here to reinforce the seal, which is enough to prove that the seal of the Kangyu Temple site was arranged by the Great Desolate Divine Sect. The Great Desolate God Sect placed a seal at the Kangyu Temple site. Who is it for sealing? Except for that Kangyu Divine King, Jiang Chen couldn't think of anyone else who deserves to be sealed by the Great Desolate Divine Sect with such a big hand. I didn't expect that the second person who condensed Tianjiao's divine light was really not Liu Changqing and Xu Sijin. Your Excellency came here all the way, and it must be directed at me. At this moment, Mo Jinglei's somewhat surprised voice also rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen didn't answer Mo Jinglei, but directly appeared in a place 100 meters away from Mo Jinglei, and said indifferently, "If I guessed correctly, this should be the site of the Kangyu Temple, right? How do you know?" Mo Jinglei's pupils shrank suddenly. The location of the site of the Kangyu Temple, even the genius of their Great Desolate Divine Sect who entered this place, apart from him, almost no one would know. This overwhelming Liu Changqing and Xu Sijin, who is the second mysterious genius who condenses the divine light of Tianjiao. Why did he know the existence of the Kangyu Temple site, and what is the purpose of coming here? Jiang Chen pointed his finger at the mysterious soul next to him, and said lightly, "This guy was taken over by me not long ago. He was from the Kangyu Temple during his lifetime. So, Your Excellency is here for the ruins of Kangyu Temple." Mo Jinglei's eyes condensed, and his face instantly became extremely difficult to look at. With Mo Jinglei's eyesight, it was natural to feel that the undead creature beside Jiang Chen already had the strength comparable to that of a realm god. This undead creature is powerful, not only has consciousness, and even vaguely restored some memories from his life. It is no wonder that this guy in front of him can know that this place is the site of the Kangyu Temple. The ruins of the power of the gods are rare in the world. Now that I know it, I have to come and see it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and immediately raised his head to look at Mo Jinglei. "You are strengthening the seal here. It seems that the person who is sealed inside is probably the Kangyu God King." "Yes, God King Kangyu was indeed sealed by my Great Desolate Divine Sect at the site of this Kangyu Temple." Mo Jinglei nodded, and then said solemnly, "I would advise you not to attack the Kangyu Temple site. Once the Kangyu God King breaks out, the consequences may be unimaginable." The black-clothed young man in front of him clearly understood the situation here, and there was no point in continuing to hide it. Only with this plan, he had to find a way to make this guy dispel the idea of exploring the ruins of the Kangyu Temple. With this guy's strength, coupled with an undead creature comparable to a world god, he might not be able to stop him easily. The censored king realm has a lifespan of 100 million years. The censored king in the Kangyu Temple has been more than 100 million years ago. Has he really lived to the present? Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise in his eyes. A general divine king realm might have a lifespan of no more than 100 million years, but the Kangyu divine king is different. According to the records of my Great Desolate Divine Sect, God King Kangyu cultivated a technique called Immortal Heavenly Art, possessing the terrifying power of immortality. My previous generation of the Great Wild God Sect, the Great Wild God King who suppressed the Kangyu God Queen, had broken her body and soul several times, but the Kangyu God King can quickly reorganize her body, and every time she regroups and regenerates, her strength will become greater. Strong. The previous generation of the Great Wild God King had no choice but to lay a peerless seal and put it in the Kangyu Temple site. Mo Jinglei slowly said the secret. Immortal power, immortal and immortal. Hearing Mo Jinglei's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. There is such a sky-defying technique in this world. I don't believe that there will be such a heaven-defying exercise in the world, but the facts make me have to believe it. Mo Jinglei smiled bitterly. If the Kangyu God King was really unkillable, how would the Great Desolate God Sect choose to seal it here, and would send people to strengthen the seal every 1,000 years? Jiang Chen was silent. The Great Desolate Divine Sect originally attacked the Kangyu Temple, mainly because the Great Desolate Divine Sect threatened the position of the Great Desolate Divine Sect in the Great Desolate Heaven. And the biggest threat is undoubtedly the great power of God King Kangyu. If the Kangyu Divine King could be killed to avoid future troubles, the great desolate divine sect would definitely not have spent so much time sealing it here. You continue to reinforce the seal, I will not attack you. Since God King Kangyu was sealed by the great desolate divine sect at the ruins of Kangyu Temple, Jiang Chen obviously had no intention of finding out. The seal here was arranged by the censored king of the previous generation of the great desolate divine sect, and it was not easy to break it. If the seal was really destroyed and the God King Kangyu was born, it would be enough to shake the entire great desolate realm. Once God King Kangyu was born, it was inevitable that he would not attack them. Is it as easy as slaughtering a chicken and a dog to kill them? For his own safety, Jiang Chen naturally didn't want the unstable factor of God King Kangyu to break the seal. Thanks a lot. When Mo Jinglei heard Jiang Chen's words, his hanging heart relaxed slightly. Fortunately, this guy did not insist on exploring the remains of the Kangyu Temple, otherwise he would really be in trouble today. Mo Jinglei did not completely relax his vigilance because of this. While using the sealing method to reinforce the seal of the Kangyu Temple site, he followed Jiang Chen's every move. But at this moment, the front suddenly changed. I saw the ruins of the Kangyu Temple in the seal tremble slightly, and a strange sound of howling also came from the ruins of the Kangyu Temple through the sealed space. Chapter 1905, Kangyu God King's Backhand. The harsh sound of sound penetrated the sealed space, instantly completely the world, and a terrifying soul pressure was also instantly diffused in the sound of sound. Mo Jinglei was the first to be among them, his body trembled slightly, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spout out wildly. Jiang Chen also let out a muffled hum. The whole person stepped back more than 10 steps in the void, and a pale look appeared on his face. Okay. Terrible sound. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the Kangyu Temple in the seal, his eyes also showed an unconcealable horror. If he guessed right, this scream is probably from the God King Kangyu who was sealed in the ruins of the Kangyu Temple. The great power of the censored king realm is worthy of being standing on the top of the pyramid of the gods. Even if it's just a voice howl, its power is extremely terrifying. If it were not for the space seal arranged by the great desolate god sect, which would have weakened the power of this sound by more than half, even with the strength of his super-grade god, I am afraid that he would not die. He was seriously injured. No, the God King Kangyu in the seal has changed, and the seal reinforcement must be completed as soon as possible. Mo Jinglei strongly suppressed the churning aura in his body, his complexion instantly became extremely solemn. The previous generation of the Great Wild God Sect used the Supreme Seal to suppress the Kangyu God King, but the power of the seal will continue to weaken with the passage of time. The Great Desolate God Sect sends people to strengthen the seal every 1,000 years. Now another 1,000 years have passed. Before Mo Jinglei completed the seal reinforcement, the power of the seal was the weakest time in the 1,000 years. At this time, it is undoubtedly the best time for Kangyu God King to break through the seal. Mo Jinglei didn't care about the injuries in his body at all, so he gritted his teeth, and quickly struck out energy handprints toward the sealed space. I hope this guy can strengthen the seal smoothly. Jiang Chen looked at the scene before him, and couldn't help but let out a low whisper. The power of the censored king realm is really too terrifying. Even if it is a super-grade god, it is no different from the ant in front of it. If the Kangyu God King were to be born, this would definitely be an unprecedented disaster for them in the entire Great Desolate Realm. Just as Jiang Chen focused on Mo Jinglei, the profound soul beside him suddenly moved. I saw that he seemed to be under the control of some kind of power, directly like a walking dead, rushing out of the sealed space. Xuanyun, what are you doing? Get me back. Jiang Chen's complexion changed suddenly, and without hesitation, he immediately activated the imprint of the soul left on Xuanyun's body. Under the control of Jiang Chen's imprint of soul, Xuanyun's body trembled slightly, and then finally stopped in midair, and a ray of light was restored in the hollow eyes. Master, this sound is very strange, it can make an undead creature like me lose consciousness instantly. If it weren't for your imprint on my body, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get rid of the control of this sound, and go to destroy the space seal in front of me. Let's leave quickly, I have a feeling that I am probably not the only one controlled by this sound. Zhan Hun quickly retreated to Jiang Chen's side, his tone also looked horrified. What do you mean? This sound is very likely to call some undead creatures similar to you. When Jiang Chen heard this, his heart was also shocked. The sound of the sound just now has almost spread all over the world. If this sound can control an undead creature like Xuanyun and summon an army of undead to come, it will be troublesome. This friend, the situation is in crisis now, and I cannot strengthen the seal smoothly with my own strength. I hope you can stay and help me. Mo Jinglei is grateful. At this moment, Mo Jinglei's somewhat anxious voice could not help but rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, Mo Jinglei, if you want me to help you, then you have to tell me the specific situation. Do you know what is going on with this sound? I don't know the situation of this sound. According to the records of our great desolate divine sect, although the Kangyu divine king was suppressed here, he has left behind. As for the specifics of this backward, I still haven't figured out what the great desolate divine sect is. But now I vaguely feel that God King Kangyu's backhand should be related to this sound. Mo Jinglei said quickly, Kangyu God King's rear hand. A great ability left behind by the King of God. After hearing Mo Jinglei's words, Jiang Chen's expression instantly became extremely solemn. The only thing left by God King Kangyu is that undead creatures like Xuanyun cannot succeed. Generally speaking, once a practitioner of God's domain, no matter what realm, falls, they will completely dissipate in this world. Unless there are some special circumstances, it is impossible to regenerate as a dead soul. It is a very abnormal thing that the profound soul can regenerate in the state of undead in the Kangyu realm. Among them, it is even very likely that someone is behind them. And the Kangyu Divine King is probably the only one who can change all of this with human power. If the Kangyu God King really lays down his back, the powerhouses who have fallen from the Kangyu temple will regenerate in the form of undead, and then he will be summoned by a sound. With this kind of power, maybe God King Kangyu could really break the seal and return to the world. Just when Jiang Chen was in a state of uncertainty, two weird energy fluctuations suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Chen's complexion changed, and he couldn't help looking back. I saw the distant sky, two ghosts wrapped in gloom and black light, directly carrying a billowing suffocation, and bursting towards where they were. Sure enough, this is really the backhand of God King Kangyu. Mo Jinglei looked at the two undead creatures that burst out, and his whole person became panicked instantly. He hurriedly said to Jiang Chen, Friends, please help me stop them for a while, and let me reinforce the seal, otherwise God King Kangyu will really break the seal. Hurry up, I shouldn't be able to stop it for long. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn and authentic. If this were really the backhand of God King Kangyu, obviously it could not be as simple as the two ghost shadows in front of him. Jiang Chen didn't feel low in his heart for how long he could block Mo Jinglei. Divine King Kangyu has been suppressed by the Great Desolate God Sect for hundreds of millions of years, and it is obviously impossible to have any feeling for the people in the Great Desolate Realm. Once God King Kangyu was born, the probability of their survival was almost zero. Even if he knew that the next thing was dangerous, he had to help Mo Jinglei. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, no longer hesitated at the moment, and directly led the profound soul to kill the two ghosts. Chapter 1906. Great Undead. The strength of these two ghosts is not strong, and at most they are comparable to the ranked 6 powerhouse of ordinary gods. With the strength of the two Jiang Chen, it was just an understatement to kill these two ghosts in seconds. But just as Jiang Chen and the two of them solved the two ghosts, violent spatial fluctuations came again in the void in front. Shaladao undead creatures filled with black aura once again flew towards the ruins of Kangyu Temple. These more than a dozen undead creatures, the aura of each one is not weaker than the power of the 6th order deity. Especially the leading ghost image that is so angry that it will not be inferior to the mysterious soul. He was unusually tall, and on the body that looked like a skeleton, he was wearing a large torn gown, and his eyes were faint and bloody, which seemed to give people a very strange feeling. This guy at the head, like Xuanyun, is already an existence comparable to a realm god. It seems. These undead formed through mutation are really the backhand of God King Kangyu. Jiang Chen looked at the situation in front of him, his brows were twisted together involuntarily. God King Kangyu didn't know what method was used, so that after the death of many powerful people in Kangyu Temple, they all regenerated in the form of undead. These undead creatures, hidden in the Kangyu realm, have fully grown after hundreds of millions of years of evolution. Although they are far from being compared with their lives, they are already very scary. Just the group of undead creatures in front of me is probably enough to sweep the weaker world-censored forces like Nanli clan. At the peak of the Kangyu Temple, the existence that could compete with the Great Desolate Divine Sect for thousands of years, the strength can be described as unfathomable. If the strong people of the Kangyu Temple were all turned into such undead by the Kangyu God King, Jiang Chen couldn't imagine what a terrifying force this would be. And just when Jiang Chen looked at this group of undead creatures, the ghost headed by the skeletons brought a group of undead creatures to a stop at a distance of kilometers away from Jiang Chen and them. His bloody, hollow eyes were directly locked on Xuanyun's body, and his hoarse voice was slowly spreading between the world. Venerable profound soul, I have already felt your breath. You can survive in this way. It is the new life that the Palace Master bestows on you. Why do you want to be with the people of the great desolate realm? As soon as the skeleton ghost said the words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but his eyes became serious. Venerable profound soul had been affected by that whistling sound before, but the skeleton ghost in front of him was completely awake. Listening to this guy's tone, it seems that he has completely awakened his memories. From this it can be seen that the strength of this guy during his lifetime would never be below the profound soul. Who are you and why do you know my name? Xuanyun frowned slightly and snorted coldly, who should I be with? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Although Xuanyun had already felt that the person who made the howling sound and the ghost of the skeleton in front of him should have a certain relationship with him. He has now surrendered to Jiang Chen, and his life and death are in Jiang Chen's hands. No matter what kind of relationship he had with these during his lifetime, Xuanyun didn't bother to care. If he wants to live now, he can only obediently obey Jiang Chen's orders. I am the left guardian of the Kangyu Temple, Venerable Kang Ming. Venerable profound soul, as a high-ranking member of the Kangyu Temple, you have betrayed the owner of the temple and took refuge in the great wilderness. Today, the deity will take the place of the Lord first and destroy you, a traitor. When Venerable Kang Ming spoke, a sharp chill also spread from his body instantly. Venerable Kang Ming gave an order and directly directed the 10 undead creatures behind him to kill Jiang Chen. He himself also carried a death aura that swept across the world, and burst out at Venerable Profound Soul. Venerable Profound Soul's complexion changed, and his figure exploded, but at the same time he quickly urged the power of the dead in his body and collided with Venerable Kang Ming. Seeing that the Profound Soul dragged Venerable Kang Ming, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at the moment. He directly held the Heavenly Fire Sword, like a tiger into a flock, and killed more than a dozen undead creatures. Knowing that the situation is not optimistic, Jiang Chen has no reservations at all. I saw the 7-color sword light flashing on the Skyfire Divine Sword. Every time he cleaved a sword, a ghost of a skeleton instantly turned into ashes under the colorful sword light. More than a dozen ghosts of skeletons comparable to the 6th rank of the gods were all killed by Jiang Chen. Seeing that more than a dozen skeleton ghosts were destroyed by Jiang Chen so quickly, Venerable Kang Ming was also frightened. With more than a dozen undead who are comparable in strength to the 6th order powerhouse of the gods, even if they can't deal with that kid, they can still hold him back. As long as he solves the Profound Soul smoothly, that kid is destined to be difficult to fly. Venerable Kang Ming never expected that the strength of the black-clothed youth could reach such a powerful level. More than a dozen undead who were comparable to the powers of the 6th order gods were all easily killed by the opponent like cutting melons and vegetables. Venerable Kang Ming, the master is a super-grade censored who breaks the limit of the gods. If you want to deal with him with a few undead skeletons equivalent to the 6th order of the gods, it would be too whimsical. Seeing this scene, the profound soul that had been suppressed by Venerable Kang Ming couldn't help but smile. Proudly, he couldn't help but shouted to Jiang Chen quickly, "Master, don't waste time, let's join hands and get rid of this guy." This Venerable Kang Ming was indeed very powerful, and he suppressed him to death from the moment he shot. Without Jiang Chen's help, I'm afraid he would really not last long. Jiang Chen didn't speak, just as he was about to step forward to join forces with the Profound Soul to kill Venerable Kang Ming together, there was another wave of distance fluctuations behind him. A monstrous death black gas, like a tsunami, rolled towards Jiang Chen. A ghostly black shadow also slowly emerged from the black death breath. Yu Ying, you came just right, kill that kid quickly, and help the Palace Master break the seal with me. Venerable Kang Ming was immediately overjoyed when he felt the breath of the coming person, and hurriedly called out to the black ghost that had stepped into the air. While the black ghost voice resounded indifferently, the monstrous death aura all over his body surged directly at Jiang Chen, instantly turning the thousands of feet around Jiang Chen into a dead zone. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent, and the Heavenly Fire Divine Sword in his hand shook, and a monster flame burst in front of him instantly, and then quickly turned into thousands of flames and sword aura shot out in all directions. The surrounding dead areas where the dark death black energy condensed instantly became fragmented under the thousands of flame sword energy. Even the death black energy that permeated the void was burned clean by the hot energy on the flame sword aura. Chapter 1907, Strange Stars from the Seal. The super grade censored who broke the limit. No wonder you have the guts to block the deity. Seeing that Jiang Chen had cut through the dead zone with a sword, the shadows and black eyes were watching Jiang Chen tightly, and his tone was unusually cold. Jiang Chen didn't speak, but the gaze looking at Yu Ying was a little more solemn. This guy called Yu Ying must be a powerful existence at the same level as Venerable Kang Ming. Although it turned into a dead spirit now, it was far less than the peak period in his lifetime, but he also possessed a complete consciousness and memory, and his strength was probably stronger than the average lower realm god. Even Jiang Chen had to be cautious. What about the super-grade gods? It's not that the deity never killed him. No matter who you are, you will only die if you dare to stop the deity from saving the temple master and reviving the Kangyu temple. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't speak, Yu Ying let out a cold snort, his body surging with death-black energy, and then quickly split into 2 in the void, and 2 into 4. The shadows had turned into 8 identical black ghosts occupying all directions, besieging Jiang Chen in the center. These 8 ghosts were all carrying the monstrous death-black aura, and at the same time they killed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's complexion changed, and he directly activated the 7-star Heaven Sword Art, 7 different forms of Star Sword aura, almost at the same time cut out towards the 7 black ghosts. And the Heavenly Fire Divine Sword in his hand brought up a 7-color sword light, and the sword smashed into the last black ghost. As the two met, a terrifying storm of destruction instantly swept across the sky centered on the two. If Jiang Chen hadn't deliberately opened the battlefield by hundreds of miles before, I am afraid that Mo Jinglei, who is strengthening the seal, would be affected by the storm of destruction at this moment. Under the impact of the destruction storm, Jiang Chen also stepped back more than 10 steps in the void. He looked up at Venerable Yu Ying on the opposite side, behind which was a golden sword shadow that condensed quickly. Divine Body Vision, Golden Sword Phantom. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all, and directly displayed the Divine Body Vision. The situation is very unfavorable for them now. Profound Soul is not the opponent of that Kang Ming Venerable. I am afraid he will soon be defeated. Once the Profound Soul was defeated, Jiang Chen could hardly cope with 2 such powerful world god level undead. Since these undead creatures were arranged by God King Kangyu, they would definitely not be second to them. If the delay is too long, more undead creatures will come here, and he must make a quick decision. Under Jiang Chen's full urging, the golden sword's phantom light shines brightly, and on the sky-reaching sword body, grass, trees, mountains and rivers appear on one side, the sun, moon and stars appear on the other side, and it even gradually has a feeling of condensing into a solid body. With Jiang Chen breaking through the super-grade celestial god, the divine body vision has clearly entered a whole new level, and its power is not the same. Jiang Chen controlled the divine body vision, like an ancient censored, splitting the heavens and the earth, with a sword facing Venerable Shadow. Death Barrier. Venerable Yu Ying looked at Jiang Chen's slashing vision of the divine body, and his death-black energy surged crazily, turning into a dark death barrier, shrouded in a space of hundreds of meters. The golden sword phantom fell on the death barrier, causing the black energy on the death barrier to quickly dissipate. I saw the entire death enchantment trembled suddenly, and then it burst open under the power of the golden sword phantom. The heavens and the earth have faded, the sun and the moon have no light, and the void in a radius of hundreds of miles is turned into chaos. I saw the figure of Venerable Yu Ying, also under Jiang Chen's sword, and withdrew from a distance of hundreds of meters in embarrassment, and even the black death aura around his body became much dim. Damn it, if I wasn't controlled by my body, how could I allow a super-grade, censored, to be rampant in front of me? Venerable Yu Ying was frightened in his heart. He is the God King Kangyu using special methods to regenerate him in the undead situation. Although at this moment he already possesses power comparable to that of the lower realm gods, this undead body does not have the world power of the realm gods at all, nor can he use the many magical powers he had in his lifetime. Even if it was just a super-grade god, he could now be suppressed to the death. This is troublesome, and I don't know how long Mo Jinglei will take. Jiang Chen looked at Venerable Yu Ying in front of him, his eyes became more solemn. The strength of this Venerable Shadow is very strong. Even if he makes a full shot, it is not easy to kill him in a short time. and the profound soul on the side was almost unable to hold up under the offensive of Venerable Kang Ming. Not to mention that there may be undead creatures coming in a while. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and was about to urge the Taixu Sacred Dragon diagram to kill Venerable Shadow with all his strength, but a sudden violent energy fluctuation came from behind him. Jiang Chen was taken aback for a moment, and couldn't help looking back suddenly. I saw that Mo Jinglei, who had been sitting cross-legged in the void, had already stood up for some time. In front of him, one after another incomparable handprints converged into a huge incomparable seal. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen was also slightly relieved. Mo Jinglei, is this guy finally going to complete the reinforcement of the seal? Yu Ying, stop him quickly, and can't let him complete the seal. With a roar, Venerable Kang Ming directly abandoned the profound soul that he had beaten and fled in embarrassment, and blasted towards Mo Jinglei. Venerable Yu Ying also turned into a black shadow, instantly disappearing in front of Jiang Chen. Mo Jinglei, be careful. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed, and the seven-star heavenly sword art instantly turned into a giant sword of stars that overwhelmed the heavens and the earth. A sword blocked the heavens and the earth, blocking the two people's approach to Mo Jinglei. Don't worry about that kid, just attack the seal. Venerable Kang Ming gritted his teeth, directly brought the monstrous power of death, and blasted towards the sealed space ahead. Mo Jinglei stood proudly in the void, with long hair flying, his hands also controlling the huge seal, pointing out the seal space in front of him. The huge sealed ground flew out, and when it was about to merge into the sealed space in front, there was a sudden violent tremor in the sealed space. A weird golden glow, accompanied by a harsh sound, violently penetrated the sealed space. The golden light soared into the sky, shot into the void of thousands of miles, and finally burst with a bang, turning into thousands of golden stars, falling in all directions like a meteor. Before Jiang Chen could recover from the sudden change in front of him, a golden star burst ghostly from the void. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank suddenly, and quickly shot the golden star with a palm. The golden starlight penetrated Jiang Chen's palm without hindrance, and blended into his body. Chapter 1908. Unbreakable Tiangong comes out. The golden star light submerged into Jiang Chen's body, and a large amount of information also poured into Jiang Chen's mind instantly. This turned out to be an immortal skill. When Jiang Chen received the content of these messages, an incredible horror finally appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen never expected it anyway. The golden star light that suddenly fell into his mind, the content inside turned out to be the immortal heavenly skill cultivated by the Kangyu God King. At the beginning, God King Kangyu used this technique to achieve an immortal body, making the great wild God King helpless and could only seal it here. As a result, the Kangyu Divine King broke the life limit of the power of the Divine King realm and has survived to the present. God King Kangyu, the immortal and indestructible cultivation technique against the sky, came out suddenly. Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe in his heart. The immortal heavenly art cultivated by God King Kangyu is definitely one of the most heaven-defying methods in the world. Now God King Kangyu spread the immortal power in this way. The golden light that broke the seal just now exploded into thousands of golden stars in the void. If Jiang Chen's guess is correct, every golden star light that descends, there is most likely an immortal heavenly power. These golden stars will take the initiative to find their hosts. Now that there are so many great desolate realm Tianzhao in the Kangyu realm, I am afraid that many people have already obtained the immortal heavenly art. Such a god-defying technique that can make people immortal and immortal can definitely make countless Tianzhao of the great wilderness who have obtained immortality go crazy. God King Kangyu's move obviously wanted the many Tianzhao of the great desolation realm to cultivate his immortal heavenly power. Although Jiang Chen didn't know what God King Kangyu wanted to do, there was definitely a huge conspiracy hidden in it. No matter how defying the heavenly power of this immortality is, it is absolutely not allowed. Once you practice this immortal power, the consequences may be unimaginable. And, when Jiang Chen was shocked by the sudden change, Venerable Kang Ming was also taken aback by the Li Shao that came out of the seal. Yu Ying, the Lord has an order, let's go. Venerable Kang Ming returned to his senses and couldn't help but snorted to Venerable Yu Ying. They also stopped paying attention to Jiang Chen and Mo Jinglei, and directly turned into a cloud of black energy, and quickly disappeared into this space. As the two venerable undead left, Mo Jinglei's sealed handprints quickly merged into the sealed space in front of him, making the originally trembling sealed space completely calm. Finally, there is no danger, and the reinforcement of the seal has been successfully completed. Mo Jinglei looked at this scene, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Thinking of the immortal power that had just appeared in his mind, Mo Jinglei's face became extremely difficult to look at again. Although he successfully completed the seal this time, he couldn't help but suddenly raised his head to look at Jiang Chen, and said solemnly, "Friend, I don't know what message you seem to have just received." "Yes, the content is the immortal heavenly skill cultivated by God King Kangyu." Jiang Chen nodded, and slowly said, "If I guess right, all the great desolate realm Tianzhao in the secret world should have obtained the cultivation method of immortal heavenly art." When Mo Jinglei heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. The great desolate divine sect defeated the Kangyu divine hall that year and caused the Kangyu realm to disappear from the great desolate heaven. The Kangyu divine king would never have any good impressions of the people in the great desolate realm. Not to destroy the heavenly power, it is a rare and supreme power in the world. Anyone who has obtained this technique will probably not easily spread it out. The God King Kangyu not only broadcasted the immortal heavenly art, but also passed it on to all the Tianzhao of great wilderness who entered this place in batches. Mo Jinglei could think of it with his toes, there must be a conspiracy in it. Because they know the origin of this immortal heavenly power, they naturally understand that this immortal heavenly power cannot be practiced. But the rest of the great desolate realm Tianzhao didn't know. Those Tianzhao in the great wilderness world suddenly received such a heaven-defying technique. I am afraid that few people can resist the temptation to give up cultivation. If the hundreds of Tianzhao disciples of the great desolate realm's generation had all cultivated the Kangyu God King's immortal heavenly art, in the end they were all controlled by the Kangyu God King, causing hundreds of immortal heavenly art to emerge from the great wilderness realm, enemy. Just thinking about it, Mo Jinglei couldn't help but numb his scalp. Originally, before that, Mo Jinglei thought that Kangyu realm's powerful Kangyu temple rebirth in the form of undead were the game of the Kangyu God King. Propagating the immortal heavenly art, I am afraid that it is the true back of God King Kangyu. No, I have to find a way to end the first ring quickly. Mo Jinglei's eyes flickered slightly. The immortality of God King Kangyu came out in this way, which is of great importance. If it is a little careless, it can even affect the safety of the great desolate divine sect. He must spread the news as soon as possible to let the senior officials of the great desolate divine sect know about it. My friend, thank you for helping me with today's matter. Momo still has important things to deal with, so don't let it go. When the great desolation Tianzhao will end, Momo will sincerely thank you. Mo Jinglei hugged Jiang Chen and disappeared in front of Jiang Chen directly into a stream of light. This Kangyu divine king is really a good method. Jiang Chen looked at Mo Jinglei's leaving back, and could not help but let out a low whisper. Immortal heavenly kung fu is a rare defying heavenly kung fu technique in the world. If you practice to the extreme, you can immortalize. Such a technique is a fatal temptation for any practitioner. Now the top Tianzhao of many forces in the great desolate realm has all obtained the immortal skill, even the great desolate divine sect. I am afraid it is impossible to prohibit everyone from practicing. Jiang Chen had a hunch. If someone succeeds in cultivating the immortal art, it will surely bring a huge disaster to the great wilderness. Master, it's actually not just you. Those of us who exist in the Kangyu realm also have the cultivation technique of immortal heavenly art in our minds. At this moment, Xuanyun suddenly walked to Jiang Chen's side, speaking in a surprisingly authentic voice. Jiang Chen's mind was suddenly shaken. He looked at the profound soul with an unbelievable expression. This immortal heavenly power, can't you undead also cultivate? Xuanyun nodded and said, yes, this immortal heavenly skill is very peculiar. It seems that any form of creature in the world can cultivate. Xuanyun, you have heard clearly from me, absolutely can't practice the immortal heavenly art. Once you dare to practice the immortal heavenly art, I will kill you mercilessly. Jiang Chen couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. The Kangyu God King who was sealed was definitely using his immortal power to make the next great chess game. Chapter 1909. Kangyu God King's shocking situation. Naturally, the other Tianzhao of the Great Wilderness had no knowledge of what happened to Jiang Chen and Mo Jinglei at the Kangyu temple site. All the Tianzhao of the Great Desolate Realm were baptized by the golden stars that suddenly descended from the void at almost the same time. In their minds, there is a technique called immortal heavenly art for no reason. When they felt the heaven-defying and powerful power of the immortal heavenly power, their hearts instantly became extremely hot. Indestructible heavenly kung fu, grade not inferior to God King Kung Fu, not only powerful, but also can increase the lifespan of the practitioner. If you cultivate to the extreme, you can never die. Such a peerless exercise is definitely the existence that countless practitioners dream of. Except for a few calmer Tianzhao in the great wilderness world, who felt that the origin of the immortal art was too strange, and there was a trace of alertness in their hearts, everyone else was completely fallen. Some impatient people even gave up the fight for the mark of Tianzhao, and directly sought a hidden place to retreat and practice immortal heavenly power. In a dark mountain stream, the surroundings were silent, and there was a pungent, censored breath floating in the air, and there was a cold and solemn meaning. A man rushed out from the ground in embarrassment. His white clothes had been dyed a fascinating red with blood, and the scars of white bones could be seen all over his body, which was even more shocking. This man in white is the first arrogant of Hanyu Palace, the palace mausoleum. At the foot of the palace, there is a horrible corpse, which is the white star sword of Hanyu Palace. Knowing the cruelty of the great desolate Tianzhao society, the palace tombs and the white star sword soon gathered together after entering the secret world. The two teamed up, although the strength is not strong, but it is also at the middle level, and most people can't help them. Gongling two people have always been very careful to explore this world, and occasionally encountered a weaker lone genius. They shot to grab the mark of Tianzhao. Down the road, both of them went well without encountering any danger. But not long ago, when they explored this area in front of them, they encountered several Tianzhao from the Great Desolate Sect. They wanted to hand over the imprint of Tianzhao to save their lives, but the other party did not intend to let them go. They fought a battle with those few Great Desolate Shenzong Tianzhao. Bai Xingjian was killed by a Tianzhao of the Great Desolate Divine Sect in the battle, and the palace also escaped everything because of the arrival of Tianzhao from other forces. Gongling has been hiding in the underground retreat to heal his wounds, until the previous golden star light fell into his mind, and he woke him up. Junior brother Bai, rest in peace. Now I am blessed by the heavens, and I have obtained the unstoppable heavenly skill of the peerless exercises. When I am successful in my cultivation, I will definitely avenge you. Gongling waved his palm, burying the body of Bai Xingjian in the mountain stream, and then headed outside the mountain stream without looking back. Dawang Tianzhao was not important in his eyes. He is looking for a safer place, doing his best to retreat and practice the immortal power in his mind. Since entering the Hanyu Palace and becoming the disciple of Venerable Haoyu, the palace has become the first arrogant of Hanyu Palace in just a few hundred years. In the Hanyu Palace, the imperial mausoleum disregarded his disciples of the same generation and hardly put anyone in his eyes. In the Tianzhao challenge in Hanyu Palace, he was completely defeated by Jiang Chen in a nearly crushing manner. He practiced hard for several months and broke through the 6th rank of the gods in one fell swoop. He thought he would be able to shine in this great desolate Tianzhao meeting, but he suffered another heavy blow. Gongling had just realized clearly how far he was from the true top arrogant of the great wilderness world. In front of these people, the achievements he had made in the Cold Moon Palace were nothing at all. Whether it is talent or strength, he has no advantage. To make himself stronger, the only thing the palace can rely on is the immortal power that suddenly appeared in his mind. Although this exercise was a little weird, Gongling didn't care at all. As long as he can become stronger, he will not hesitate to pay any price. Leaving the ruins of the Kangyu Temple, Jiang Chen did not continue to explore the Kangyu realm, but went straight back to Yu Wushuang's retreat. Yu Wushuang was not only a disciple of the Hanyu Palace, but also one of his few friends after he came to the Great Wilderness. Jiang Chen naturally didn't want Yu Wushuang to practice this so-called immortal skill. When Jiang Chen found Yu Wushuang, explaining the situation of the immortal power, Yu Wushuang seemed indifferent. She smiled at Jiang Chen and said, "Relax, my Yingyu divine body is extraordinary. Just when this immortal exercise appeared in my mind, I had already deduced it again and found that this exercise seemed too defective. Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised suddenly. I feel that this is not the real immortal heavenly power. It should be a kind of exercise created by the immortal heavenly power, but it is very close to the immortal heavenly power." Yu Wushuang nodded, and said astonishingly, "People who practice this technique will most likely become the puppet of the Kangyu God King." When Jiang Chen heard the words, his eyes became extremely solemn in an instant. That Kangyu Divine King was really taking advantage of this technique to make a great game of chess. Jiang Chen didn't intend to continue exploring the Kangyu realm either. He found a secluded place in Yu Wushuang's retreat and waited for the end of the first link. Jiang Chen knew very well in his heart, because of the advent of immortal heavenly art, Mo Jinglei will definitely do everything possible to end the first link of the Great Wilderness Tianzhao as soon as possible, and inform the Great Wilderness Divine Sect of this news. It won't be long before the first link of Great Desolate Tianzhao should be over. Under Jiang Chen's waiting like this, half a day passed in a flash. Within half a day, in the Kangyu realm, 2 successive existences condensing the heavenly arrogant divine light were born. If Jiang Chen guessed right, these 2 should be Liu Changqing and Xu Sijin. It does not rule out that in the Tianzhao of the Great Wilderness Realm, there is a powerful dark horse like him, which condenses the divine light of Tianzhao faster than Liu Changqing. With his current strength, no matter who is condensing Tianzhao's divine light, he won't have the slightest fear. After the 2 Tianzhao divine lights condensed, Jiang Chen waited quietly for 2 more hours. Suddenly, there was a strange wave of fluctuations in the entire Kangyu realm, and all the great desolate realm Tianzhao felt that this world seemed to be trembling. I saw that all the Tianzhao of the great wilderness realm were wrapped in a strange light, and then disappeared into the Kangyu realm out of thin air. Chapter 1910, the second part, the battle for the throne of Tianzhao, Great Wasteland. Numerous great wilderness experts stood proudly in the air, staring at the entrance of the Tianzhao battlefield below. Some of the more familiar experts in the Great Desolation realm began to talk in a low voice. A few days have passed, the first link must be almost done. I don't know how many people will gather the Tianzhao's light this year. No accident, Mo Jinglei, Liu Changqing, and Xu Sijin should all be fine. All 3 of them are said to have reached the realm of super-grade gods. As for the others, it depends on luck. Oh, I don't care who condenses Tianzhao's divine light. I only hope that someone from Luo Yuzong can pass the first link this time, and I will be satisfied. When many powerful people were talking about it, the space teleportation formation below suddenly sent a violent wave. When everyone saw this scene, their spirits suddenly lifted. Looking at this situation, the first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao will be over soon. Under the gaze of many powerful experts in the Great Wilderness, a group of human figures quickly emerged from the space formation below. These figures are naturally the many great wilderness geniuses who have returned from the Tianzhao battlefield. Compared with before, the number of people coming out of the Tianzhao battlefield is undoubtedly much less. This time, in the first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club, many geniuses fell on the Tianzhao battlefield. The gazes of many experts in the Great Wilderness also directly fell on the geniuses of the Great Wilderness. Especially the 4 figures shrouded in dazzling light are extremely dazzling. These 4 people are the Jiang Chen 4 who condensed Tianzhao's light. The divine light of Tianzhao condensed by the mark of Tianzhao did not dissipate because of the end of the first link. Many experts in the Great Wilderness looked at the 4 Jiang Chen surrounded by Tianzhao's divine light, and their hearts were shaken. I didn't expect that in the first part of this Great Desolate Tianzhao party, 4 people would gather the light of Tianzhao. Yes, Mo Jinglei, Liu Changqing, and Xu Sijin are in my expectation. Who is the young man in black at the end, and he can also gather the light of Tianzhao? Tisk tusk. It seems that this time the Great Desolation Tianzhao will be a shocking dark horse. Many experts in the Great Wilderness looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes couldn't help but amazed. Only the Haoyu Venerable of the Hanyu sect had unconcealable excitement in his eyes. Although he already knew that Jiang Chen was a super-grade censored who broke the limit, his strength was already on par with the top Tianzhao in the Great Wilderness. But before the result came out, Venerable Haoyu was always very worried. Now that Jiang Chen successfully condensed the divine light of Tianzhao in the first link, Venerable Haoyu's hanging heart finally relaxed slightly. With Jiang Chen's existence, Han Yizong will definitely shine this time. And not far from Venerable Haoyu, Venerable Black Soul of the Ghost Sect, his complexion became extremely difficult to look at this moment. Before entering the Tianzhao battlefield, Venerable Black Soul had already ordered Xu Tianming and the others to target the people of the Cold Moon Sect, but he did not expect that Jiang Chen of the Cold Moon Sect would actually become the existence of the condensing Tianzhao divine light. What made the Black Soul furious even more? Only 2 of the 5 geniuses of the Ghost Sect who participated in the Great Desolate Tianzhao party returned safely. The other 3 including Xu Tianming, the first Tianzhao of the Ghost Sect, all fell on the battlefield of Tianzhao. Venerable Black Soul couldn't help but let out an unbelievable roar in his heart. Xu Tianming, the No. 1 Tianzhao of the Ghost Sect today, was already ranked in the 20th place in the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao list. Most of the people who ranked in front of Xu Tianming in the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao ranking were over 1,000 years old and lost the qualification to participate in this Great Desolate Tianzhao. At this Great Desolate Tianzhao conference, there are definitely a handful of people who can pose a threat to Xu Tianming. With your strength, how could it be possible to fall into the Tianzhao battlefield? Venerable Black Soul stared at Jiang Chen, who was surrounded by Tianzhao's divine light, and there was also a sharp cold glow in his eyes. This sun can condense the divine light of Tianzhao, and is as famous as Mo Jinglei's 3 great Tianzhaos in the Great Wilderness, absolutely extraordinary. Venerable Black Soul just understood. The reason why he couldn't see through Jiang Chen's cultivation base, and because Jiang Chen had a hidden aura of treasure, was that he was very likely to have reached a super-grade god. Xu Tianming and others, maybe because of the trouble of finding Jiang Chen, they finally fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Venerable Black Soul cursed inwardly, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Knowing this a long time ago, he said that you shouldn't let Xu Tianming and others go to Jiang Chen's trouble. Originally possessing the existence of Xu Tianming, it is very possible that the Ghost Sect will give birth to a top 10 peerless arrogant. It's probably unknown whether anyone in the Ghost Sect can enter this year's Great Desolate Tianzhao list. The first part of the Great Desolate Tianzhao will be over, and now we will enter the second part of the Great Desolate Tianzhao, the battle for the throne of Tianzhao. Just when many great wilderness experts were shocked by Jiang Chen, the vigorous voice of Venerable Tianyong of the Great Wilderness Divine Sect rang again. As Venerable Tianyong's voice resounded, the atmosphere in the valley became quiet again. Everyone's gazes were directed towards Venerable Tianyong. In the first ring of the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Club, the 36th Tianzhao who ranked in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao this year were selected. In the second session of the battle for the throne of Tianzhao is a ranking battle to determine the specific ranking of this world's Great Wild Tianzhao. While everyone was waiting for Venerable Tianyong to start the second session, Venerable Tianyong suddenly said in a surprising manner, "Everyone, for some reason, this time the second session of the Great Desolate Tianzhao will have a feast with the Great Desolate God King. It will be held simultaneously." As soon as Venerable Tianyong said this, everything in the field was immediately shocked. In the past Dawang Tianzhao meetings, after the second session, Dawang Shenzong would invite 36 Tianzhao to participate in the Great Desolation God King banquet. Now the second link has to be carried out simultaneously with the Great Desolate King banquet. Will the Great Wild God King come here personally? Just when everyone was frightened, a golden light suddenly appeared in the void. Amidst that golden light, a stalwart golden figure stood proudly. He stood quietly on the void in this way, a supreme mighty power that suppressed everything in the world, spreading across the world. Even the many world gods present, under this supreme power, even the soul has a shuddering feeling. Chapter 19:11. Great Desolate King coming. Looking at the golden figure that overwhelms the world in the void, even the countless world gods of the great wilderness show an expression of incomparable awe. The Great Wilderness God King, the only God King realm power in the Great Wilderness realm, is here. Is this the mighty power of the Divine King realm, really terrifying? Jiang Chen raised his head and stared at the golden figure with an invisible face in the sky, and he couldn't help but let out a low whisper in his heart. The power of the censored King realm is level with the heaven and the earth, holding the way of heaven, and you can suppress a realm with a single thought. Even if he is as strong as the realm god, in front of the censored King realm power, he is still no different from the ant. If the Great Desolate God King were to deal with them, I am afraid that all the people present could be wiped out instantly with a single thought. Jiang Chen even vaguely felt that the golden figure in the void was just an incarnation of the Great Desolate God King. An incarnation possesses such a mighty power. If the Great Desolate God King himself comes in person, what a terrifying existence will it be? I am the Great Desolate God King. This time the Great Desolate Tianzhao will be hosted by this seat next. Just when Jiang Chen was shocked, the voice of the Great Desolate God King that shook the heavens and the earth also slowly spread in the void. I saw the Great Desolate King suddenly waved his hand, and layers of golden ripples appeared in the void. The sky trembled, as if everything in the world had been suppressed in the wave of the Great Wild God King. The golden ripples rippling in the void suddenly turned into a huge square shrouded in golden light. The golden thrones of golden mansions are slowly emerging. 36 golden thrones, large and small, were directly condensed on the huge square. The second part of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Association, the battle for the throne of Tianzhao, is open. All those who hold the mark of Tianzhao are invited to enter. Above the square of the great desolate God King proudly, the calm voice resounded like the sound of heaven and earth. Following the words of the great desolate God King, numerous geniuses who had kept the mark of Tianzhao in the first link all rose into the sky, scrambled to fly towards the square in the void. 36 geniuses who passed the first link all appeared on the square in the void. Their eyes were staring at the 36 golden thrones in front of them. These 36 golden thrones are divided into many rows from low to high. The 6 in the bottom row look the most ordinary, and the remaining 3 rows are all 10 positions, and the golden thrones in each row are more refined and luxurious than the back row. Especially the 3 golden thrones in the center of the first row are even higher, as if they have a kind of kingly aura overlooking the world. These 36 golden thrones represent the rankings of this time. This ranking is not only a symbol of honor and status, but also has a close relationship with the next Great Desolate King banquet. Every time the Great Desolate Tianzhao conference, the Great Desolate God King will entertain the Tianzhao of the Great Desolate Tianzhao. In this Great Desolate Censored King banquet is a great opportunity for all the people on the list of Great Desolate Gods. Every Tianzhao who participated in the Great Desolate God King's banquet can taste a delicacy given by the Great Desolate God King himself. These delicacies were made by the God King of Great Desolation with heaven and earth gods, and each one is precious. The Great Wild God King will also give different delicacies based on the final ranking of the Tianzhao ranking. The higher the ranking, the better the taste. Especially the things tasted by the top few of the Great Desolate Tianzhao rankings are definitely enough to make the world gods salivate. The battle for the throne of Tianzhao is very important to everyone in the field. Just as Jiang Chen and others were looking at the Tianzhao throne in front of them, the Great Desolate God King condescendingly overlooked the audience, his faint voice resounding through the world. The battle for the throne of Tianzhao is open, choose your own throne. Chapter 1912. Fierce Competition. 36 Tianzhao of the Great Desolate Realm was slightly taken aback when hearing the words of the Great Desolate King. Choose by yourself. Isn't there any rule to fail in this battle for the throne? Since there are no rules, let's fight. This time the Great Desolate Tianzhao will have my place in the top 10. A sturdy young man looked up at the 10 golden thrones in the first row with a fiery light in his eyes. The soles of his feet slammed on the ground, and the black magic energy appeared all over his body, stirring up a piece of black chi that tore through the void, rushing wildly. He was like an awakened ancient fierce beast, rushing towards the golden throne in the first row with a surging weather. At this moment, in front of the strong young man, a ghostly figure appeared out of thin air. He was surrounded by the incomparably bright Tianzhao divine light, and the force of the endless thunder crushed the void, and his every move exuded an unstoppable power. This person is no one else, but the first pride of the Great Desolate Sect, Mo Jinglei. He waved his hand, and the power of the vast world was intertwined into a dazzling colorful divine thunder, swept across the 4 directions with incomparable power. The several Tianzhao around him were all forced to retreat in embarrassment by the incomparable colorful divine thunder. Mo Jinglei smashed through the void and appeared next to the center of the first row in a flash. But just when Mo Jinglei was about to sit on the golden throne that belonged to the first place in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, a ghostly shadow flashed out of thin air and landed on this golden throne 1 step ahead. It's you. Mo Jinglei looked at Jiang Chen, who suddenly appeared, and his expression was stunned. Jiang Chen faintly smiled and said, "Brother Mo, Jiang Chen, who is the number 1 place on the list of arrogances, also wants to sit down. Let's do our best. Well, Momo will definitely discuss 1 or 2 with you in a while." Mo Jinglei nodded and smiled, and immediately sat down in a position beside Jiang Chen. If it hadn't been for Jiang Chen's help that day, it would have been impossible for him to reinforce the seal of the Kangyu Temple site smoothly, and he might even fall into the Kangyu realm. Jiang Chen has great affection for him in the Great Desolate Sect. As the first heavenly arrogant of the Great Desolate God Sect, Mo Jinglei would not easily let go of the top spot on the list of the Great Desolate Tianzhao, but he would not face Jiang Chen in life or death. After the melee was over, he challenged Jiang Chen again, and it was not too late for the first place in fair competition. Will you fight again later? Seeing Mo Jinglei's behavior, Jiang Chen couldn't help narrowing his eyes. It seems that the battle for the throne of Tianzhao is not just over after a melee. The Great Wilderness God Sect is the only God King power in the Great Wilderness Realm. For thousands of years, the first place in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list has been almost occupied by the Great Desolate God Sect. This Tianzhao Great Wilderness ranking first, to a certain extent, symbolizes the supreme status and dignity of the Great Wilderness Sect. Even if he had some friendship with Mo Jinglei could not easily give him the first position. Although Mo Jinglei is strong, he may not be able to defeat him. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about it, and sat on the golden throne that belonged to the top of the Great Huang Tianzhao list. This golden throne, Jiang Chen didn't know what the Great Desolation God King was made of. It looked extremely soft and gave people a very comfortable feeling. The faint light radiating from the golden throne enveloped Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's whole body, even his soul, was wrapped in a mysterious and gentle power, unspeakably comfortable and cozy. A series of pleasing system prompts also rang in Jiang Chen's mind continuously. Ding! You are baptized by God's kingly way, and the power of Kendo gains 3,000,000*100 experience. Ding! You are baptized by God's kingly way, and the power of Fire Way will gain 3,000,000*100 experience. Ding! You are baptized by God's kingly way, and the power of Thunder Way gains 3,000,000*100 experience. The heavenly arrogant thrones created by the Great Wilderness God King are indeed extraordinary, and they contain the power of the censored King Realm. Zhu Sijun, this position is mine, get out of here. At this moment, Lu Changqing's cold burst of shouts came from the side in an instant. I saw that Lu Changqing and Zhu Sijun directly fought for the third throne of Tianzhao. The fighting between the two of them was a super-grade censored who broke the limit, enough to compete with the world gods, and the aftermath of the battle was extremely terrifying. Even in this square created by the Great Desolate King, all the power was weakened to some extent. The battle between the two of them still turned the space of thousands of square meters into a vacuum zone that no one dared to approach. No matter how terrifying the aftermath of the two fights, it did not affect the 36 thrones of Tianzhao on the square. No matter what kind of power, whenever you touch these thrones of Tianzhao, they will be gently bounced away, and then quickly annihilated in the void. After the two had a shocking battle, Zhu Sijun finally relied on his speed advantage to land on the No. 3 Tianzhao throne. Although Lu Changqing was unwilling, he was helpless. The throne of Tianzhao is immune to all attacks, and Lu Changqing cannot attack Zhu Sijun, who is sitting on the throne of Tianzhao, so he can only sit on the throne of Tianzhao number 4 with a stern face. And as the 4, peerless Tianzhao who condensed the Tianzhao Shengguang took their seats, other geniuses also began to compete fiercely. Many geniuses have obtained a satisfactory throne of Tianzhao, all of them have all their cards, and they will do everything. A series of shocking sounds of energy crashed out of the void square continuously. After a fierce competition, one genius after another all sat on the throne of Tianzhao. The 10 positions in the first row of the Tianzhao throne were already full. Among the 10 people in the first row, apart from Jiang Chen and the 4 who condensed the existence of Tianzhao's divine light, the remaining 10 were almost the only geniuses who were not already on the list of the previous Great Desolate Tianzhao. The first row of Tianzhao throne is full, and the melee in the square is still continuing. The second row and the third row are also very competitive. About a quarter of an hour later, the 36 thrones of Tianzhao were all seated. Many people were wounded in the melee, their noses and faces were swollen, but their expressions were extremely excited. Jiang Chen glanced slightly, and found that Gong Ling and Yu Wushuang were sitting in the third row. Counting his words, this time the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club, Hanyu Palace previously written as Hanyuzong, sorry. A total of 3 people are on the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, and they are all within 30. Such achievements, even in the entire Great Wilderness Realm, are probably one of the few in existence. Chapter 1913. Challenge Open. Looking at the 36 Tianzhao sitting in the void square, the many great wilderness experts below couldn't help but a commotion. Some forces with better results are naturally extremely excited. However, the complexion of some forces that have not reached their expected goals becomes extremely difficult to look at. Venerable Haoyu is undoubtedly the most excited existence among them. Because there was not much genius in Hanyu Palace, no one was listed on the list of the Great Arrogance. Had it not been for the successful challenge of the palace decades ago, this time the Great Desolate Tianzhao Party, Hanyu Palace would not even have a place to participate in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Party. In Hanyu Palace, there are 3 people on the list of the Great Desolate Heavens Journeys, among which Gongling and Yu Wushuang are in the top 30. Jiang Chen even overwhelmed Mo Jinglei and sat on the seat of the No. 1 Tianzhao throne. Even if there will be some changes in a while, with Jiang Chen's strength, it is easy to stabilize the top 10 position. As long as there are no accidents, the next great desolate Tianzhao Hanyu Palace will have a full 20 places. The prestige of the Cold Moon Palace must rise so much, and it is not impossible to even return to the peak. Oh, this time the Great Desolate Tianzhao Club, there are so many dark horses coming up, I didn't expect my performance in the Palace of the Sunshine to be worse than the previous one. Yeah, even the dark horse that overwhelmed Mo Jinglei of the Great Desolate Divine Sect has appeared. This is too outrageous. This is not necessarily the case. The battle for the throne of Tianzhao is not over yet. Although the kid is strong, it is not easy to overpower Mo Jinglei to get the first place. Many powerful people looked at the situation in the empty square, and they couldn't help but talk. Although the number of the throne of Tianzhao who was seated at random was generally higher, there were still some exceptions. Many people with strong strength failed to compete for a better position in the end because their reaction was slow. The ranking of the Great Desolation Tianzhao has always been a symbol of strength and status, and there will be no water. The current ranking is obviously impossible to be the final ranking of the Great Desolate Tianzhao. When everyone was talking about it, the voice of the Great Desolate God King in the void resounded once again. 36 Tianzhao have all been seated and are now entering the challenge phase. If you collect more than 10 marks of Tianzhao in the first link, you can consume 10 marks of Tianzhao and get a challenge. Successful challenge can replace the other party's position. The faint voice of the Great Desolate God King revealed a bit of majesty, instantly suppressing all sounds, as if the only voice between heaven and earth. As the Great Desolate God King announced the next rules, the 36 Tianzhao on the throne of Tianzhao could not help but a commotion. Some people who have 10 marks of Tianzhao and are dissatisfied with their position have all started gearing up to hit a higher ranking. And those who don't pay much attention to the imprint of Tianzhao are full of regret in their hearts. The most frightening people are those who luckily ranked high. Once this challenge phase is started, it will probably be difficult for them to keep their position. I didn't expect this imprint of Tianzhao to have such a role in the second link. Hearing the next challenge rules, Jiang Chen couldn't help muttering to himself. Jiang Chen agreed with this rule in his heart. It is definitely not a weak one who can obtain 10 marks of Tianzhao in the first link. Let these people get a chance to challenge, no one can have a fluke, and such a ranking of the Great Desolate Tianzhao list is obviously more convincing. Haha, originally I thought that the top 10 had no chance with me, but I didn't expect that there would be a challenge session. God help me. Fang Cheng, don't think that you are sitting on the 10th throne one step ahead of me. That position is yours. I want to consume 10 Tianzhao marks to challenge you, come out and fight me. At this moment, the blonde young man who was ranked number 11 in the second row, the throne of Tianzhao laughed, and immediately flew directly from the throne of Tianzhao and landed in the center of the void square. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he was firmly locked on a white-robed figure in the throne of the 10th arrogance. The fair-haired young man is exactly the famous realm god family and the first arrogant Jin Shao of the Jin Zan family in the great wilderness world. And the person he challenged was Fang Cheng, the first Tianzhao of Tianhemen. Seeing that Jin Shao challenged himself, Fang Cheng didn't talk nonsense, rushing out of the throne of Tianzhao, turning into a bright white electric light, making people tremble. Jin Shao, if you want my position, you have to see if you have that ability. Fang Cheng's icy voice fell, and the breath of the peak of the sixth order of the gods also instantly filled the void square. His whole body was shrouded in a white and holy power, behind a huge white crane, also slowly condensed. Fang Cheng obviously didn't have any reservations about the fight for the throne of Tianzhao, and as soon as he shot his hands, he fully displayed his cultivation technique vision. Jin Shao was not afraid. The monstrous golden thunder also swept out of his body suddenly. The white crane with a holy breath collided with the golden thunder that ruined the world, and bursts of breathtaking noises erupted in the void. It's so strong, it's worthy of a battle for the top 10 of the Great Desolate Tianzhao. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them, and couldn't help but take a breath. The top arrogance of this great wilderness is really extraordinary. Seeing the burst of power from the two in the center of the square, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. If his cultivation base is still at the 6th rank of the gods at the moment, it will take some effort to defeat these two people. Haha, I have long heard that the Tianhemen crane true art technique is unparalleled, but now it seems that it is not enough. Jin Shao blocked the vision of the exercise method just now, and the loud laughter of the heroic dry cloud also instantly resounded through the world. I saw his body move, his eyes shot out stunning golden light. In his hand, a golden dragon patterned knife emerged out of thin air, and then slammed it out. A fierce and domineering knife gang turned into a golden dragon, exuding the terrifying power of the ancient sacred dragon, and roared at the opponent before it rushed out. Fang Cheng's complexion was gloomy, and a dense sacred radiance exploded from him quickly. His eyes flashed with sacred rays, as if they were not stained by an ancient god. Just a palm shot, the sacred light directly turned into a crane god's palm, colliding with Jin Shao's sword in a domineering and peerless posture. Two terrifying forces clashed together in an instant, and the dragon chant and lightning spread instantly over the void square. Chapter 1914. Advanced Lu Changqing, the origin of the pseudo-world god. Brother Jiang Chen, who do you think can win? Looking at the two in the battle, Mo Jinglei couldn't help but smile and talk with Jiang Chen next to him. The two are almost the same in strength, and the outcome is not yet known. Jiang Chen groaned slightly, but, although the Jin Shao of the Jin Zan clan seems to have the upper hand, if he can't win in a short time, I am afraid he will definitely lose. Hearing Jiang Chen's analysis, Mo Jinglei's heart attached more importance to Jiang Chen. Jin Zan clan Jin Shao is good at swordsmanship, and is very domineering. Although he completely suppressed Fang Cheng in a short period of time, such an offensive would also make him consume more quickly. If he couldn't beat Fang Kai in one go, he might be the one who lost. In fact, just as Jiang Chen and the other two expected, after Jin Shao failed to defeat Kai with 3 consecutive swords, his aura gradually weakened a lot. Fang Cheng was directly a giant palm that shone with holy light, shattering the power of Jin Shao's body with one palm, knocking him out in embarrassment. Jin Shao, if you want to take our position from Fang Cheng, it seems that you are not qualified yet. Fang Cheng glanced contemptuously at the embarrassed Jin Shao, and immediately flashed back to the throne of number 10 Tianzhao. Jin Shao clenched his fists, the back looking towards Fang Cheng almost burst into flames. If you lose, you lose. Under the eyes of the great desolate God King, even if he gave him 100 courage, Jin Shao did not dare to mess around, and had to return to the 11th Tianzhao throne with a look of unwillingness. The challenge continues. Many people who got 10 marks of Tianzhao in the first session have challenged them one after another. After several rounds of challenges, the ranking of the second and third rows of Tianzhao throne has also changed a lot. Especially Mo Zihan of Tianhe Sect, from 23rd to 18th in one fell swoop. Although the challenge was extremely fierce, the 10 people on the throne of Tianzhao in the first row, except that Fang Cheng was challenged by Jin Shao once, basically did not move. Among the 10 people in the first row, apart from Jiang Chen and the other 4 who condensed Tianzhao's divine light, the remaining 6 were all famous Tianzhao figures in the Great Wilderness, and naturally they did not dare to challenge easily. As for the top 10 Tianzhao, they will not easily challenge each other. Among the 10 people, except for Jiang Chen and other 4 super-grade gods who condense the light of Tianzhao, the remaining 6 are all tier 6 geniuses, and the difference in strength is not big. Even if the challenge succeeds by fluke, moving the ranking forward by 1 or 2 will cost a lot. Once you accidentally get serious injuries, and then you are challenged by others, and you can't even keep your top 10 position, you will lose more than you gain. There are not many people who collect 10 marks of Tianzhao in the first ring of the Great Desolate Tianzhao. After a few rounds, the challenge soon came to an end. Seeing no one appeared, Lu Changqing on the 4th throne of Tianzhao finally moved. He turned into a blue sword light, appeared in the center of the void square, his sharp eyes shot directly at Jiang Chen like a sharp sword, and his cold voice instantly resounded through the world. Jiang Chen, the position of the throne of Tianzhao is not something you can sit on. Come out and fight me. Following Lu Changqing's words, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen's body. Lu Changqing wants to challenge Jiang Chen. Everyone couldn't help being shocked. These 2 people, one is the number 1 arrogant of Qingming Sword Sect, and currently ranks 4th on the throne. One person is the biggest dark horse of the great desolate Tianzhao society, directly aspiring to the number 1 throne. Both of them are also the supreme Tianzhao who condensed Tianzhao's divine light. This battle must be very exciting. Jiang Chen was expressionless, his figure slowly stepped out of the number 1 throne. He looked at Lu Changqing with disdain, and said indifferently, Lu Changqing, you are nothing but my defeated man. I really don't know where you have the courage to challenge me. Lu Changqing turned out to be Jiang Chen's defeated opponent. Could it be that in the first link, the two had already fought in the Tianzhao battlefield, and Lu Changqing had already lost to Jiang Chen? When Mo Jinglei heard the words, he couldn't help but stunned. When Jiang Chen condensed the second Tianjiao divine light, he felt that Jiang Chen should have fought with others. It seems that the person who fought Jiang Chen should be Liu Changqing. Mo Jinglei still knew how strong Liu Changqing's kendo was. Even if he wants to defeat it, I am afraid it will take a lot of effort. It seems Jiang Chen's strength might be a bit stronger than he thought. Jiang Chen, if I hadn't taken the initiative to leave that day, you thought you could easily defeat me. Today, I, Liu Changqing, let you see my true strength. Liu Changqing screamed in anger, the super-grade god surging weather breath also instantly filled the void. The power of Liu Changqing's 7 worlds was urged to the extreme, and a cyan world of heavenly gods also evolved from behind in an instant. Behind Liu Changqing, the world of cyan heavenly gods kept changing, gradually turning into a slightly illusory cyan giant sword. This is the origin of the pseudo-world god. Feeling the changes in Liu Changqing's world, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. In the cultivation system of God Realm, the Heaven God Realm mainly comprehends the power of the world. Once you have mastered the power of the 6 realms of the world and reached the perfect state, you can unite the 6 realms, return to the original source, and condense new power in your body. This kind of power is called the origin of the world god. The birth of the realm, censored, is the sign of breaking through the realm god. Now the power of Liu Changqing's heavenly god's world has gradually merged, transforming towards a new power. Although this transformation has not been completely completed, it can already be called the origin of the pseudo-world god. The current Liu Changqing was just half-footed into the realm of God. Once his censored world can completely transform and condense the real-world censored origin, he can trigger the world censored calamity and become a real-world censored venerable. I didn't expect that Liu Changqing could already evolve the origin of the pseudo-world god. Now brother Jiang Chen is in trouble. Mo Jinglei looked at the scene in front of him, and a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. Although the origin of the pseudo-world gods is far less than the real-world gods, it is still many times more powerful than the world of the gods. Even for him, facing Liu Changqing's attack, I am afraid that he will have to pay a high price. Jiang Chen, I have half-footed into the realm of venerable realm god. I want to see how you can resist my origin of the pseudo-world gods gathered with the power of the 7 ways. Liu Changqing stared at Jiang Chen with cold eyes, directly controlling the cyan giant sword behind him, with the terrifying power of slaying the heavens, and approaching Jiang Chen to suppress it. Chapter 19:15. Long Yu Taixu compresses the world. I didn't expect Liu Changqing to have evolved the origin of the pseudo-world god. This time I am afraid it is very likely to be the first in the great desolate Tianjiao. Yes, with Liu Changqing's current strength, even Mo Changqing of the great desolate sect may not be able to stop him. Now that kid is afraid of losing. Everyone looked at Liu Changqing's destructive blow with the origin of the pseudo-world god, and they couldn't help showing a look of pity to Jiang Chen. Liu Changqing was originally a super-grade censored who mastered the power of the 7 realms, and his strength was comparable to that of the realm god. Nowadays, the origin of the pseudo-world censored is evolved with the power of the 7 realms, and the combat power is several times greater, and it has even far surpassed many ordinary world gods. Even though Jiang Chen is the biggest dark horse of the great desolate Tianjiao society, I am afraid he can't resist the powerful offensive of Liu Changqing's pseudo-realm god origin. On the void square, Jiang Chen looked at Liu Changqing's sword of destroying the world condensed with the origin of the pseudo-world god, but his eyes were extremely calm. He tried his best to urge the God King's technique of Taixu Sacred Dragon, and his faint sneer resounded instantly. Liu Changqing, it really surprised me that you can evolve the origin of the pseudo-world god. But what can I do even so? I was able to defeat you for the first time, and today I can defeat you a second time. Jiang Chen was furious, and the bright golden light rose from his body like the divine brilliance of the sun. A golden picture scroll exuding endless sacred power also slowly condensed above Jiang Chen's head. In the picture scroll is a vast and eternal Taixu world. In this Taixu world, the primordial sacred dragon, which entangles thousands of miles of void and exudes monstrous power, swims in it. It was enveloped by a sacred golden light, with an eternal breath that will never die. With this mysterious picture appearing, even the many realm gods below can't help feeling a sense of trembling. Unexpectedly, there are such geniuses in the great wilderness. Above the void square, the great desolate god king looked at the battle below, and there was also a look of surprise in his eyes. As a divine king realm great power who has comprehended the divine king's way, how old the eyesight of the great desolate divine king is. He could almost see at a glance that what Jiang Chen displayed was a vision of the technique. In the realm of the gods, only exercises above the realm censored level can condense visions. Realm god level exercises can condense one-fold vision. False god king exercises can condense two-fold vision, and true god king exercises can condense triple vision. And the vision of Jiang Chen's cultivation technique was a vision of the third realm. This kid named Jiang Chen is practicing a real god king exercise. This is still a more powerful technique for the king of gods than the great desolate sect's 8 desolate 6 combination techniques. Long Yu is too weak to suppress the world, give me town. When everyone was shocked by the mysterious picture that Jiang Chen condensed, Jiang Chen's faint voice resounded again in the void. The Taixu Sacred Dragon picture is the supreme technique from the ancient, censored, King Power Sacred Dragon heavenly skill. Before breaking through the super-grade gods, Jiang Chen could only display the first 2 visions of the Taixu Sacred Dragon. Now that he has broken the limit and achieved a super-grade god, he already has the power comparable to that of a realm god. This third vision of the illusory Sacred Dragon map can naturally be displayed. Only before this, no one could force Jiang Chen to use this trick. Now facing Liu Changqing's origin of the pseudo-world god, Jiang Chen finally displayed this third vision. A voice of dragon chants that overwhelmed the world suddenly rippling out of the golden scroll. The golden picture scroll, also with the terrifying power of suppressing the world, collided with the sword of destruction of the world condensed by Liu Changqing's pseudo-world god. The entire void square was filled with infinite power at this moment. Space collapsed, chaos shattered. If it weren't for this empty square to be a space created by the great desolate king, I am afraid that the entire space of thousands of miles would be transformed into nothingness in an instant. Hi! What a terrifying confrontation. Many experts in the great wilderness looked at the empty square and couldn't help taking a breath. These two are worthy of being the top talents in the great wilderness world. Even those who are the world gods, facing this level of power, I am afraid that they will be suppressed if they are not careful. I didn't expect his strength to be so strong. On the 25th Tianzhou throne, the palace looked at Jiang Chen who was fighting with Liu Changqing, and his heart was full of bitter smiles. When the Hanyu Palace Tianzhou challenge started, he didn't have to take Jiang Chen to heart. Jiang Chen actually defeated him in a situation that was almost crushed, and replaced him as the first arrogant of the Hanyu Palace. He broke through the 6th rank of the gods, thinking that he could fight Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen was Mo Zihan who fought against Tianhe Sect, showing the power of a super-grade god, and defeating Mo Zihan's realm god. In today's great desolate Tianzhou society, Jiang Chen still doesn't fall behind in the face of Liu Changqing who has evolved the origin of the pseudo-world god. The difference between him and Jiang Chen is probably more than 10,000 miles. However, the palace did not sink, but an extremely strong will to fight broke out. This time the great desolate Tianzhou Association, he was lucky enough to obtain the unstoppable heavenly kung fu. After he succeeds in practicing immortal heavenly art, he will definitely recover what he once lost 10 times from Jiang Chen. Just when everyone was shocked by the terrifying confrontation between the two Jiang Chen, a loud bang suddenly came from the void. I saw Liu Changqing's cyan great sword condensed from the origin of the pseudo-world god, and finally it was unable to withstand the terrifying force of Jiang Chen Longyu Taixu, and it exploded directly in midair. The cyan giant sword burst, Liu Changqing's figure trembled, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his stature retreated hundreds of feet in embarrassment. The third layer of cultivation technique vision. You are actually practicing the real God King technique. Liu Changqing coughed up blood while looking up at Jiang Chen, an unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. He had already fought Jiang Chen in the first session of the Great Wilderness Tianzhou Party. At the beginning, Jiang Chen condensed 2 visions of exercises, which overwhelmed the visions of the Qingming Sword Classic of his false gods. Although Jiang Chen's move was more than 10 times more powerful than those 2 exercise visions, its aura was exactly the same as those 2 exercise visions. What Jiang Chen just displayed was definitely the third layer of cultivation technique that only the censored king technique can condense. Liu Changqing finally understood why Jiang Chen dismissed his pseudo-god Gong method Qingming Sword Classic. It turns out that Jiang Chen's cultivation is the real God King technique. Chapter 1916. Spiritual God War. Triple Vision, Censored, King Level Technique. How can this be? Everyone looked at Jiang Chen in the center of the proud void square, and there was an incredible horror in their eyes. God King level exercises, this is extremely rare in God's domain. In the entire Great Desolate Realm, only the Great Desolate Divine Sect possesses a censored king level technique. Even if it was the Qingming Sword Sect and Wen Dao Sect and other top realm censored forces, they only had the pseudo God King technique. They did not expect it either. Jiang Chen's practice turned out to be a real God King level technique. Lu Changqing, I said long ago that I could beat you back then, but I still can. Jiang Chen stood proudly in the center of the void square with his hands in his hands, and looked down at Lu Changqing faintly. Are you going to fight again? Lu Changqing glanced at Jiang Chen with a sullen expression, and then turned back to the number 4 throne without saying a word. Jiang Chen's strength has completely exceeded his imagination. Even though he used the biggest trump card of the pseudo-realm god origin, he couldn't shake Jiang Chen any bit. Instead, he suffered a serious injury. If he continued to fight, he would just take his own humiliation. I didn't expect that Lu Changqing, who had evolved the origin of the pseudo-world god, was defeated by Jiang Chen. Many experts in the Great Wilderness watched this scene, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This guy might really be able to get black to the end, aspiring to be number 1 in this year's Great Desolate Tianzhou list. Jiang Chen ignored everyone's gaze, nor did he rush to return to the throne of Tianzhou. He looked directly at Mo Jinglei on the second throne, and smiled and said, "Brother Mo, I think you won't easily give up the fight for the first place. Do you want to come up and compare 1 or 2? Since Brother Jiang Chen invited him, it's better for Momo to be respectful." Mo Jinglei smiled heartily, and then slowly walked to the center of the void square. Everyone's eyes gathered on the two of them. Mo Jinglei, the first arrogant of the Great Desolate God Sect, the only God King in the Great Desolate Realm, is also the person most likely to be ranked first in this year's Great Desolate Tianzhou list. Jiang Chen, this time the Great Desolate Tianzhou will be the first dark horse, and even Lu Changqing, who has evolved into the origin of the pseudo-world god, can hardly compete with him. The battle between the two is the pinnacle of this time the Great Desolate Tianzhou will. Everyone wants to know, in the face of Mo Jinglei, the unworldly arrogant of the Great Desolate Divine Sect, whether Jiang Chen will be able to get rid of it and claim the first place in the Great Desolate Tianzhou list. Mo Jinglei slowly came to a place 100 meters away from Jiang Chen, and said with a smile, "Brother Jiang Chen, you are careful. Although you are good to me, I won't want to let this arrogant Tianzhou rank first. The first place in the Great Desolate Tianzhou list naturally depends on strength." Jiang Chen nodded and smiled calmly. "Don't worry, I will go all out." "Okay, let's do our best to fight." Mo Jinglei's voice fell, and a magical light of thunder suddenly burst out of his eyes. Jiang Chen only felt a flower in front of him, and his whole person seemed to be dragged into an unfamiliar space by the divine light of the thunder from Mo Jinglei's eyes. This is the soul space. Seeing that he actually appeared in this space in the form of a soul body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "Yes, this is indeed a soul space I created. My Great Desolate Divine Sect has a peerless method of warfare called spiritual god warfare, which allows opponents to fall into the soul space created by myself." At this moment, Mo Jinglei's illusory figure condensed directly in front of Jiang Chen. He smiled and explained to Jiang Chen, "In this space, fighting with the soul body, I will have an absolute advantage. Brother Jiang Chen should be careful. Fight in the spirit of the body." Jiang Chen lifted his slightly illusory palm and smiled faintly. "It's kind of interesting. If that's the case, let's fight." Mo Jinglei responded, and black thunder suddenly burst from his body, and then rushed towards Jiang Chen overwhelmingly. The terrifying black thunder seemed to destroy Jiang Chen and the space around him. "Seal of soul destruction, break it for me." Jiang Chen flipped the palm of his hand, and a huge black square seal, also with a terrifying soul pressure, fell from the void and collided with the overwhelming black thunder. And just when Jiang Chen and Mo Jinglei's soul clash, the two of them closed their eyes tightly, stopped everything suddenly, and stood motionless. What's the matter? Aren't the two going to face off? Why did they stop suddenly? Many people looked at the actions of the two with a puzzled look on their faces. They are already in a duel, it's just not an ordinary way of fighting. A veteran of the world god stared at the two Jiang Chen closely, and slowly said, "As far as I know, the Great Desolate God Sect has a peerless method of war, called the Spiritual God War, which can make opponents fight with themselves. Level combat, soul fighting, When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Soul combat, although it seems calm, is actually several times more dangerous than normal combat. Most people don't dare to easily start soul-level combat. Dawang Shenzong is different. As the only god king with a long history in the Great Wilderness Realm, the inheritance of the Great Wilderness Sect is naturally very strong. Spiritual illusion, censored warfare is one of the top inheritance of the Great Wild God Sect. This peerless tactic is well known for opening the soul-level battle, and it is an invincible tactic in the Great Wilderness. Under the premise of the same realm, as long as he fell into the illusory and censored warfare of the Great Desolate God Sect, he would almost certainly lose. Jiang Chen wanted to win under Mo Jinglei's magical warfare, which is probably impossible. Under the gaze of countless gazes around, Jiang Chen and the other two stood motionless and faced each other in the empty square. The two people who had been standing still in the air finally had a slight change. I saw that the two of them began to tremble constantly, and a pale look gradually emerged on their faces. The bodies of the two men seemed to have received heavy blows at the same time, each flying backwards in opposite directions. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Mo Jinglei's mouth, and the whole person stepped back more than 10 steps in the void. He looked up at Jiang Chen, who had stabilized his figure after only 3 or 5 steps back, and he couldn't help but reveal a shocking look in his eyes. This guy is really perverted, and he broke his magical warfare. Mo Jinglei shook his head and smiled bitterly, and immediately said with a look of admiration, "Brother Jiang Chen is really extraordinary. I lost this battle." Chapter 1917. God King Banquet begins. The spirit of the gods was broken, and Mo Jinglei obviously did not intend to continue fighting with Jiang Chen, and he simply surrendered. The tactics of phantom gods are peerless tactics of the Great Desolate God Sect. With this method of tactics, Jiang Chen fell into the psychic space he created to fight, and he had already taken advantage. But under such circumstances, he not only failed to get the slightest bargain, but was defeated by Jiang Chen's spiritual god warfare. If Jiang Chen couldn't be defeated even with the phantom and censored warfare, his chance of winning a normal battle with Jiang Chen would never exceed 30%. In this case, there is no need for this battle to continue. Mo Jinglei actually gave in like this. Seeing that Mo Jinglei took the initiative to admit defeat, everyone almost couldn't believe their eyes. Since the birth of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society, the top position of the Great Desolate Tianzhao list is almost always dominated by the Tianzhao disciples of the Great Desolate Divine Sect, and no one can easily shake it. Jiang Chen was actually able to act as a dark horse in this Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting and aspired to the top of the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. Accepted. Jiang Chen forcefully suppressed the churning aura in his body, and couldn't help but clasp his fists at Mo Jinglei. Coming this way from the lower realm, Jiang Chen could also be regarded as encountering countless martial arts geniuses of all kinds. But this guy in front of him is definitely the most powerful opponent Jiang Chen has ever encountered, and there is no one. This guy has an unparalleled physique, no matter his cultivation technique or background, he is not much inferior to him. In the battle just now, even though it seemed calm on the surface, in Mo Jinglei's magical warfare, Jiang Chen used almost all his power. But even so, Jiang Chen could not take too much advantage in Mo Jinglei's hands. Fortunately, he possessed a piece of the Tree of Life. Even if he was caught in Mo Jinglei's magical warfare, his energy was continuously restored. He could gradually gain the upper hand under the stalemate with Mo Jinglei, and finally broke Mo Jinglei's magical warfare. Brother Jiang Chen is polite, your strength is extraordinary, even if you continue, my chances of winning are not great. Mo Jinglei smiled and said, let's go back, it's time for the Great Desolate God King Banquet to begin. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled, okay. While talking, the two returned to their respective thrones of Tianzhao side by side. After the battle between the two of Jiang Chen ended, Void Square also fell into a brief silence, and no one appeared to challenge again. In the first part of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society, the number of Tianzhao imprints is limited, and there are not many who can collect 10 Tianzhao imprints. Almost all of these people have already challenged once. Among these 36 Tianzhao, there is no shortage of those who have collected 20 Tianzhao marks, and they can challenge for the second time. Almost such people are already ranked very high. It is almost impossible for them to challenge the opponents ahead. And like Jiang Chen and the others, although they have many opportunities to challenge, there is no need to challenge at all. The Void Square was completely quiet like this. Such quietness lasted about a quarter of an hour, and the faint voice of the great desolate God King finally waved over the empty square. This is the end of the great wilderness Tianzhao, and I will host a banquet for the 36 newly promoted Tianzhao from the great wilderness world. With the voice of the great desolate God King resounding through the world, the spirit of countless people was shocked. Great Desolate God King Banquet. This banquet was specially prepared by the Great Desolate God King for the Tianzhao of the Great Desolate Tianzhao. Even the many realm gods in the Great Wilderness Realm have not witnessed it with their own eyes. Because in the past, the Great Desolate God King Banquet was held after the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting ended. Moreover, the place where it was held was still in the Great Desolate Divine Sect, and even the many realm gods in the Great Desolate Realm knew nothing about the Great Desolate God King Banquet. This time, they could finally witness the Great Desolate King Banquet with their own eyes. In the Void Square, the 36 Tianzhao who were on the throne of Tianzhao all sat up straight at this moment, with excitement that could not be concealed on their faces. Fourth row, serve. In the void, the Great Desolate God King waved his hand casually, and the space behind it was suddenly distorted, and then white ripples appeared. Among the white ripples, 6 white jade trays of unknown material floated out one after another. Each of the 6 white jade trays held a jade bowl on it, slowly floating in front of the 6 Tianzhao in the fourth row. Jiang Chen couldn't help but looked at the jade bowl. In that jade bowl, it seemed that there was half a bowl of clear white soup boiled without knowing the material, accompanied by the warm smoke drifting, a refreshing faint fragrance, which also permeated the empty square. Although the powerhouse of the heavenly god realm has long since transformed into a god, there is no problem even if he does not eat or drink. But facing this bowl of clear white soup, Jiang Chen felt a sense of appetite. The 36th to 36th place on the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, give a bowl of soup from the Rootless Avenue, which can help one of your world powers quickly reach consummation according to different situations. Dawang Shenwang slowly introduced. This bowl of soup can actually make the power of the heavenly god realm powerhouse quickly reach the realm of consummation. When everyone heard the introduction of the Great Desolate God King, they couldn't help taking a breath. It is not easy for a strong person in the heavenly god realm to master the power of a world and then cultivate the power of the world to the perfect state. Ordinary experts in the heavenly god realm can hardly do it even if they have cultivated for thousands of years. Even these top geniuses in the great wilderness world, despite their far superior talents, have become the powerhouses of the sixth order of the gods for hundreds of years. But even though they have mastered the power of the 6 realms of the world, there are only 1 or 2 realms that truly cultivate to the state of consummation. This bowl of rootless road soup can definitely save them decades or even hundreds of years of cultivation time. The countless geniuses who have not been able to enter the Great Desolate Tianzhao list are full of regret, and they all show envy, jealousy and hatred. Even Jiang Chen and the rest of the Tianzhao who were ranked on the throne of Tianzhao couldn't help coveting this bowl of rootless road soup. While they were envious, they also looked forward to the next Great Desolate King Banquet in their hearts. The Great Desolate King Banquet, the higher the ranking, the more precious the dishes obtained. Now the rootless Daotang soup, the last 6 on the Dawang Tianzhao list, has such an effect, then how terrifying the other dishes will be. Chapter 1918. Peerless Treasures of the Great Desolate King. Under the gaze of everyone, the 6 Tianzhao who had received the rootless avenue soup all drank it with excitement. My fire world power has broken through. The Tianzhao sitting on the 32nd throne screamed with excitement after drinking the rootless avenue soup. The power of his fire world was originally in the realm of Dacheng, but now, under the influence of the rootless road soup, he reached the peak realm almost instantly. He could still clearly feel that the effect of rootless Dao Tang had not completely dissipated, and he was still continuously improving his fire Dao world power. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to completely absorb the rootless road soup. Once the energy of Wugan Dao Tang is completely absorbed, he will surely make his fire Dao world power reach the perfect state. Not only him, the remaining 5 geniuses who received the No Root Avenue soup have a world power that has been greatly improved. It deserves to be the sacred soup made by the Great Desolate King himself. This is too powerful. Yes, this night of rootless avenue decoction is worthy of many panacea, enough to save me 100 years of hard work. The countless geniuses who failed to make the list of the Great Desolation Tianzhao all sighed and regretted. The Great Desolate God King's banquet was held only once in 1,000 years. Once they failed to rank in the Great Desolate Heavenly Pride list this time, and were eligible to participate in the Great Desolate God King banquet, it meant that they had missed it. Although everyone was very greedy for the Great Desolate God King, no one dared to make trouble easily. This Great Desolate Censored King banquet is a banquet held by the only censored King realm power in the Great Desolate world. Even if everyone present adds up, I'm afraid they will have to be suppressed by the Great Desolate King. Making trouble at the Great Desolate King's banquet is tantamount to seeking a dead end. Third row, serve. Just when everyone was envious of the 6 people who consumed rootless avenue soup, the Great Desolate God King in the void spoke again. With the words of the Great Desolate King, everyone's gazes couldn't help but looked at the Great Wild God King in the void. Especially the 10 people in the third row of the throne of Tianzhou, trembling all over, even their breathing became extremely rapid. Ripples in the space behind the Great Wild God King resurfaced. 10 identical jade plates floated steadily in front of the 10 Tianzhou. I saw a semicircular pastry in the jade plate. This pastry is about 3 inches in size, and the whole body is green and transparent, with light green mist floating on it, which is constantly intertwined and churned in the air. Seeing this scene, countless people couldn't help but took a breath. A piece of cake that can condense visions. From the 21st to the 30th in the Great Desolate Tianzhou list, I will give a piece of void Haiyuan cake. The main material of this cake is void Haiyuan crystal. After eating, it can greatly change the aptitude and physique, and 50% of the chances will evolve into physique. Quote. The Great Wild God King once again introduced the dishes to everyone. Cakes made with void Si Yuanjing is the main material. Everyone was once again stunned by the handwriting of the Great Desolate God King. All present are the strong talents of Tianzhou from the major forces of the Great Desolation Realm, and their experience and knowledge are extremely extraordinary. Almost all of them have heard of such treasures as void Si Yuanjing. Since the ancient times, the divine realm has changed greatly, and the divine realm continent has turned into billions of dust, distributed in boundless eternal void. This eternal void is not just a void of space, there will also be void continents and void seas in some places. Void Si Yuanjing is one of the heaven and earth gods born in void sea. The growth environment of the void sea element crystal is extremely harsh, and it generally exists on the bottom of the void sea. The void sea of the eternal void is generally a gathering place for void beasts, which will contain countless powerful void beasts. Even the venerable world god dare not get involved easily, not to mention going to the bottom of the void sea to find the void sea element crystal. It turned out to be void Si Yuanjing. Jiang Chen looked at the cakes on the jade plate, and was shocked. Void sea primal crystal, this is a mysterious crystal hidden deep in the bottom of the eternal void sea. As far as Jiang Chen knows, the hardness of this crystal is amazing, and it is invulnerable. Even a normal world artifact can hardly shake the void sea element crystal. Although void Si Yuanjing does have the effect of changing aptitude and physique, it is generally used to build artifacts to achieve this purpose. But the great wilderness god fetish made the void Si Yuanjing into edible cakes. These methods are too unbelievable. The 10 Tianzhou who received the Zukong Haiyuan cake all eagerly picked up the chopsticks and delivered the cakes in the jade plate into their mouths. The pastry melts in your mouth. The 10 people felt a refreshing storm, suddenly sweeping through their bodies, washing every cell in their bodies. The injuries they suffered in the battle for the throne of Tianzhou were all recovering at an astonishing speed. All 10 people returned to their peak state, and even their temperament had undergone significant changes at this moment. Especially for one of the red-haired men, a faint red light slowly appeared on his body surface. These rays of light gathered behind him, and finally turned into a huge lotus flower condensed by red flames. This is the red lotus fire body. Seeing the changes in the red-haired man, Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. Void Si Yuanjing, worthy of being a treasure of changing physique, actually allowed this guy to condense the red lotus fire body. The red lotus fire body is one of the fire, censored, bodies formed by the day after tomorrow. This kind of physique, although slightly inadequate compared to the innate Huo Dao divine body, is undoubtedly a very powerful existence. The red-haired man gathers the red lotus fire body, and his strength will undoubtedly take a qualitative leap. Gosh, this void Si Yuan cake, the effect is too bad. Everyone's expressions were extremely shocked, and even many of the world gods had their eyes red with jealousy. This void Si Yuan cake, even for them, probably has a lot of effect. The 10 Tianzhou ate the Zukong Haiyuan cake quickly. The physiques of the 10 people have all undergone tremendous changes. Except for the red-haired man who evolved into the Red Lotus fire body, there are even 3 of them who have a vaguely evolving trend toward a special physique. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen also made some new discoveries. Although the dishes obtained by each row of Tianjiao are the same, the weight and effect are obviously different. For example, for the 10 Tianjiao who obtained the Void Haiyuan cake, the top ones have significantly greater benefits, while the bottom ones are much worse. Second row, serve. Just when the crowd was immersed in the shock brought by the Void Si Yuan cake, the great desolate God King moved his palm, and the jade plates appeared ghostly in front of the second row of Tianjiao. Chapter 1919. Half-Step God King Realm Dragon Meat. Everyone's gazes couldn't help but glance at the jade pan in front of the second row of Tianjiao. In the jade plate, there was a bowl of gruel filled with aroma. I saw that in the gruel, there were 8 different rays of light intertwined faintly, which added a gorgeous and mysterious color to this food. The 11th to 20 places on the Great Huang Tianjiao list, and a bowl of enlightened 8 treasure porridge. This porridge is made by gathering 8 kinds of rare treasures in this seat. It can lay the foundation stone for you and others to attack the world gods. Eating this porridge, as long as there are no accidents, will definitely allow you to break through the realm of God within 1,000 years. With the words of the great desolate God King, countless onlookers were shocked. Enlightenment 8 treasure kanji, it will definitely break through the realm of God within 1,000 years. Although there is only a word difference between the realm of the gods and the realm of the gods of the sky, there is an insurmountable gulf between the two. Even the geniuses of the great wilderness realm are extremely talented, reaching the 6th rank of the gods in less than 1,000 years. But it is not an easy task to break through the world gods. Many people even spend their entire lives, and they may not be able to cross this path and successfully become the realm gods. And this bowl of enlightened 8 treasure porridge can actually allow them to break through the realm of God within 1,000 years. Such a magical effect, it is far more against the heavens than the world spirit crystals gathered by the world gods. The 10 Tianjiao in the second row heard the introduction of the great wild God King, and their expressions were extremely excited. They all started eating the enlightened 8 treasure porridge in front of them carefully, for fear of wasting any drop of it. The 10 Tianjiao in the second row all ate the enlightened 8 treasure porridge without leaving a drop, and even the expression of unsatisfactory expression appeared on their faces. Under the baptism of enlightenment 8 treasure kanji, these 10 people have all sublimated and their strength has been greatly improved. Especially the disciple of the great desolate God sect on the throne of the 11th Tianjiao, has successfully evolved the origin of the pseudo-world god, and has taken the most critical step towards the world god. As long as he is given some more time to polish the power of the 6 realms, he can gradually transform the origin of the pseudo-world censored into the true origin of the world god. As long as he has survived the tribulation of the realm god, he can become a real venerable realm god in one fell swoop. Finally it's our turn. Seeing that the second row of Tianjiao had finished eating, the first row of Tianjiao, including Jiang Chen, revealed an urgent look in their eyes. They also want to know how the food that the great desolate God King prepared for them will be against the sky. First row, serve. The great desolate God King did not waste time either, and directly announced that he would serve the first row of Tianjiao. The 10 jade pans shrouded in the white jade brilliance landed firmly in front of Jiang Chen and the 10. A strong smell of meat instantly diffused from the 10 jade plates, and drifted to all directions. Even the people outside the void square were attracted by this refreshing meaty fragrance. There was only a sound of drooling in the sky and underground. Jiang Chen and other 10 Tianjiao all stared fiercely at the jade plate in front of them. When the meat fragrant mist dissipated, only a piece of meat the size of a palm was seen. The flesh was crystal clear, exuding a faint blood-red light, and looked like a nearly transparent blood-colored crystal. If it weren't for the rich smell of meat that permeated it, I'm afraid no one could tell that it was a piece of meat. They even felt that this piece of meat could bring them a hint of coercion. This. What kind of meat is this? Jiang Chen and the others looked at the meat in front of them. They couldn't help but swallowed their saliva secretly, their expressions were shocked. The 10 Tianjiao in the first row are almost the 10 most powerful geniuses in the great wilderness in the past 1,000 years. Especially the 4 Jiang Chen, who broke through the existence of the super-grade gods. Even the ordinary lower world gods can't bring them the slightest pressure. And the piece of meat in front of them can still make them feel pressure. They could hardly imagine how terrifying the origin of this piece of meat would be. 800 years ago, this seed traveled to the realm of the gods, and encountered a profound dragon of the 9 underworlds in other realms that was comparable to a half-step divine king realm, and killed it easily. The 1st to 10th place in the Great Huang Tianzhao list give a piece of 9 underworld profound dragon meat. This seed is also integrated with more than 10 kinds of rare materials, such as the heavenly soul jade liquid, which has the effect of strengthening the body, changing life against the sky, and enhancing the aptitude, and allows you to quickly grasp the origin of the soul. Dawang Shenwang introduced this dish as always. In the surroundings, everyone heard the introduction of the great desolate god king, and it has been a long time to recover from the shock. A piece of meat from the 9 underworld profound dragon of the divine king realm. Such terrifying ingredients, even the many world gods of the great wilderness realm, are unheard of and unseen. Whether it was Jiang Chen and other top 10 Tianzhao, or the onlookers around, they all stared at the 10 crystal clear flesh and blood, and there was nothing else in their eyes. Strengthen your physique, change your fate against the sky, enhance your aptitude, and quickly master the origin of the soul. This piece of 9 underworld profound dragon meat, the effect can be said to be against the sky to the extreme. Especially the effect of quickly mastering the origin of soul Dao made the hearts of the 10 Tianzhao all hot. Once a practitioner enters the celestial realm, talent becomes extremely important. The reason why many practitioners of the 1st rank of the gods have failed to break through the 2nd rank of the gods in their lives is mainly because they are limited by their aptitudes and have difficulty understanding the origin of the 2nd martial art. Unless they get the chance to change their aptitude, these people will not be able to break through the 2nd-tier celestial god. Although the 10 of them are among the top 10 in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, their talents are far beyond ordinary people, but they also have their limits. Among them, the limit of most people can only comprehend the power of the 6 realms. Even the 1st arrogant Mo Jinglei of the Great Desolate God Sect, his limit is to comprehend the power of the 7 realms and become a super god. If there is no chance against the heavens, Mo Jinglei will not be able to comprehend the 8th martial art's origin, advance to master the power of the 8 realms of the gods, but only use the super gods to break through the world gods. Now the piece of 9 underworld profound dragon meat prepared by the great desolate god king can undoubtedly break these shackles and change his fate against the sky. Jiang Chen and the 4 super grade gods, eating this piece of 9 underworld profound dragon meat, can condense the origin of the soul, and attack the god grade gods. And the remaining 6 people also have the opportunity to become a super grade god. This piece of 9 underworld profound dragon meat is definitely a great opportunity to change their destiny. The 10 Tianzhao all suppressed the excitement in their hearts, picked up the chopsticks one after another, and began to eat the Zhuming Xuanlong meat in front of them. Chapter 1920. The origin of the soul is perfect. Jiang Chen picked up the chopsticks and put a small piece of Zhuming Xuanlong meat into his mouth. Half-step divine king realm dragon meat, the energy contained in it is very terrifying. Even if it is only a small piece, it is probably enough to burst their gods in these days. If it were for normal times, Jiang Chen would definitely not dare to eat such a piece of 9 underworld profound dragon meat. Now that the great desolate god king dared to take this meat to Jiang Chen and the others, there must be no such problem. These 10 great arrogances, I am afraid that none of them will survive today. The 9 underworld profound dragon meat secretly made by the great desolate god king was extremely smooth and tender, and the entrance turned into a torrent, spreading rapidly in Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen only felt hot and cool, alternating in his body, washing his whole body, making every pore slightly open and extremely comfortable. Ding! You took a bite of the secret 9 underworld profound dragon meat, and the divine body vision was 100 times stronger. Ding! Your divine body vision has been promoted to the realm of Dacheng. Ding! You took a bite of the secret 9 underworld profound dragon meat and obtained 10 million * 100 of the soul origin. Hearing a series of system prompts, Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a breath. Although he had expected the effect of this piece of 9 underworld profound dragon meat of the great desolate god king to be terrifying, he still didn't expect it to be such a level against the sky. A small mouthful of 9 underworld profound dragon meat allowed him to master the 9th martial art power, Soul Dao. The 9 underworld profound dragon meat was given by the genuine soul origin. Once the Soul Dao origin is complete, he will be able to condense the power of the Soul Dao world and become a god-level censored who masters the power of the 8 realms. His divine body vision has also been strengthened 100-fold, and he has been promoted to the realm of Dacheng in one fell swoop. Since condensing the divine body vision, Jiang Chen has clearly felt that it is very difficult for his divine body vision to improve. In the ancient dragon clan, he also relied on countless ancient dragon essence and blood to promote the divine body vision to the Shaocheng realm. Although Jiang Chen's divine body vision became stronger as his strength increased, he still failed to break through. Now, after eating a bite of 9 underworld profound dragon meat, his divine body vision finally succeeded in breaking through the realm of Dacheng. This 9 underworld profound dragon meat is not only effective against the sky, but also has unparalleled deliciousness. This piece of 9 underworld profound dragon meat is definitely the most delicious food Jiang Chen has ever eaten. He unknowingly picked up a small piece of Juming Xuanlong meat and sent it into his mouth. Ding! Your soul Dao origin has reached the perfect state. Accompanied by bursts of melodious reminders, Jiang Chen quickly wiped out the 9 underworld profound dragon meat in the jade plate with no residue left. And this whole piece of 9 underworld profound dragon's flesh, with the system's hundredfold increase, directly brought the soul of the soul to the perfect state. Starting from eating the 9 underworld profound dragon meat, and almost less than a stick of incense from now, Jiang Chen mastered the soul origin of the consummation realm in one breath. Jiang Chen can now condense the power of the soul Dao world at any time and become a god-level censored who masters the power of the 8 Dao. The super-grade gods can rival the lower world gods, and the gods of the gods are comparable to the existence of the middle world gods. With Jiang Chen's current strength, if he used his full power, even if he looked at the entire great wilderness realm, there were only a handful of realm gods who could contend with him. It deserves to be the God King banquet held by the great wild God King. Jiang Chen looked at the empty jade plate in front of him, and put down his chopsticks somewhat reluctantly. And the other 9 Tianzhao in the first row are the same. They stared at the empty jade plate in front of them, and they all felt an unending loss. The vitality of the flesh and blood on their bodies is undergoing earth-shaking transformations under the influence of the 9 underworld profound dragon flesh. It seems that every cell in his body, even his soul, has been greatly sublimated, giving people an indescribable sense of comfort. The origin of the soul, I didn't expect that I actually realized the origin of the soul. A top 10 Tianzhao came back to his senses, and his face also showed unprecedented excitement. Limited by his talent, he had no chance to comprehend the 7th martial arts power. Now, under the baptism of 9 underworld profound dragon meat, he has successfully changed his fate against the sky and mastered the origin of the soul. This is also true of the other Tianzhao who eat 9 underworld profound dragon meat. Although they didn't have the system's hundredfold bonus, the effect was not as good as Jiang Chen's, but they all successfully mastered the power of the soul. Especially the 3 people headed by Mo Jinglei, they ranked relatively high. The effect of the 9 underworld profound dragon meat obtained was second only to Jiang Chen, and their mastery of soul Dao origin had even reached 50%. As long as they are given a certain amount of time, they will be able to cultivate the soul Dao origin to the consummation realm, and attack the higher level gods and gods. The Great Desolate God King Banquet, this is really an eye-catching feast. Countless great wilderness experts looked at the situation in front of them, and their eyes were full of surprises. 36 Tianzhao on the Great Desolate Tianzhao list have all been promoted at different levels. Especially the top 10 Tianzhao, under the influence of the 9 underworld profound dragon meat, it seemed to suddenly transform from a snake into a dragon, and the whole body was undergoing an astonishing transformation. The Great Desolate God King Banquet, this is over. After Jiang Chen and other 10 Tianzhao ate the Juming Xuanlong meat, Great Desolate God King waved his palm and directly retracted the jade plate in front of Jiang Chen and them. Jiang Chen and the 36 Tianzhao all stood up together and saluted the Great Desolate God King. This time the Great Desolate God King Banquet, the opportunity that the Great Desolate God King gave them was too great. Everyone, now the Great Desolate Tianzhao Party and the Great Desolate God King Banquet have ended successfully. Because there were some accidents in the first part of this Great Desolate Tianzhao Party, we are now going to announce an important thing. At this moment, the faint voice of the Great King God King resounded through the world again. Following the words of the Great Desolate God King, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but shudder. It seems that the Great Desolate God Sect has fully understood what happened in the first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society. The Great Desolate God King came personally this time, and apart from holding the Great Desolate God King Banquet, I am afraid that in all likelihood, it is to deal with the immortal gods coming out. Chapter 1921. The memory is wiped out, Jiang Chen's shocking discovery. The first link of the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Society unexpectedly changed. What is going on? It seems that the Great Desolate God King will come in person this time. Apart from holding the Great Desolate God King banquet, I am afraid there are other purposes. I don't know what happened. It is worth the Great Desolate God King to come personally. Many powerful people in the Great Wilderness were in an uproar, and could not help but talk. Jiang Chen calmly looked at the Great Desolate God King above the void. This time the first link of the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, the sealed Kangyu Divine King, but spread his own immortal power. Almost all the geniuses who participated in this Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting have obtained the cultivation method of immortal heavenly art. What will the Great Wild God King do next? The first link of this year's Great Wilderness Tianzhao Club, because of some accidents, all the geniuses who participated in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Club got something extremely weird inexplicably. If this thing is spread in the Great Wilderness Realm, it will definitely bring a great crisis to the entire Great Wilderness Realm. Therefore, for the safety of the entire Great Wilderness Realm, this Sect decided to erase the memories of all geniuses present after entering the Tianzhao battlefield. As Jiang Chen thought to himself, the faint voice of the Great Desolate God King slowly rippled from the void. Erase everyone's memory. Following the words of the Great Desolate God King, the complexions of many Great Desolate Realm geniuses could not help but change slightly. Regarding the weird things in the mouth of the Great Desolate God King, these Great Desolate Realm geniuses were also very clear in their hearts. It should be referring to the peerless exercises they inexplicably obtained, the immortal heavenly power. Originally, they thought that this peerless exercise should only be obtained by themselves, so it was not mentioned by anyone. Almost all the people who participated in the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society have obtained this immortal skill. Even so, they don't want to be erased. This indestructible heavenly skill is really too bad. Even though the process they got is extremely strange, no one is willing to give up easily. Senior God King, erasing our memory will inevitably cause us losses, and it may even hurt our foundation and affect our future cultivation. I am afraid it is not good. Some great geniuses couldn't help but say. Don't worry, this seed will erase the memory and will not cause you the slightest damage. Furthermore, this seed is just telling you, not discussing with you. If anyone doesn't want to erase the memory, this seed will give him a death. Dawang God King's indifferent words revealed unquestionable majesty. Following the words of the Great Desolate King, many geniuses dare not speak even though they are extremely unwilling. Even some of the world gods who wanted to speak, chose to be silent at this time. As the only God King realm power in the Great Wilderness Realm, the Great Wilderness God King is undoubtedly the true master of the Great Wilderness Realm. How can his decision be questioned by ordinary people? If anyone dared to question the decision of the Great Desolate King at this time, it would be no different from seeking a dead end. The Great Wild God King did not waste the world either. As soon as he moved his palms, a bright golden energy suddenly condensed between his palms. With the constant changes of the palms of the Great Desolate God King, the golden energy finally burst like a brilliant firework, turning into golden glows and falling down, sinking into the minds of many great wild geniuses. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm, letting that golden light fall into his mind. Since the Great Desolate God King decided to erase all the memories of the Great Desolate Realm Tianzhao present, there was no point in resisting. Indestructible Tian Gong was originally a game set by the Kangyu God King, and it would be a good thing for the Great Desolate God King to erase the memory. Because the temptation of immortal power is really too great. If the immortal heavenly power is allowed to exist in his own memory, even if he knows that cultivating the immortal heavenly power will not end well, Jiang Chen can't guarantee that he can always maintain his sense. If it is an impulse, and can't help but practice the immortal art, the consequences may be disastrous. Jin Meng lost his mind, and then quickly dissipated. Just when Jiang Chen was ready to erase his memory, a system prompt sounded suddenly in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding! Your memory is erased by the power of the God King's Avenue, and the system will automatically block it for you. Jiang Chen was immediately stunned. Obviously he did not expect that the system would jump out at this time and directly block the power of the Great Desolation King that used to erase his memory. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. I originally thought that the immortal power of heaven could disappear from the memory, but who knew that the system had allowed him to keep this memory alive? Suddenly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of a very crucial question. Since he can save this memory through the system, there may be other geniuses who can also save this memory through some special means. The advent of the immortal heavenly power was a shocking situation laid by the Kangyu God King. When he let the immortal heavenly power spread, how could he not expect the great desolate God King to stop it? If the great desolate God King erased his memory, he could destroy the Kangyu God King's layout, then the Kangyu God King's layout would be too simple. Jiang Chen suddenly had a hunch. Even if the great desolate God King erased the memories of all geniuses in this way, I am afraid it may not be able to stop the immortal heavenly power from coming out. The elaborate layout of God King Kangyu would never be broken so easily. Jiang Chen couldn't help taking a deep breath, and glanced at the other Tianzhao on the void square without a trace. I saw that the memories of most of them should have been erased by the great desolate God King, and there was a dazed expression in their eyes. Jiang Chen still noticed a trace of vision from one of them. This person is the palace tomb of Hanyu Palace. Although his expression looked extremely blank, as if he had lost a recent memory. But Jiang Chen clearly felt that there was a hint of excitement hidden in his eyes. This guy just pretended to come out. The power of the great desolate God King's great way wiped out the memory of the palace and failed. I don't know what means this guy used, even the power of the great power of the censored King Realm was blocked. The power of the great power of the censored King Realm is the power of the heaven and the earth, even the realm gods. There is no room for resistance at all. How did this palace tomb resist? Could it be? This has something to do with the immortal heavenly power of God King Kangyu. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise a look of extreme alertness. Chapter 1922. Intercepted. After the Kangyu God King erased the memories of hundreds of geniuses with the power of the Great Avenue, it directly turned into a little golden light and dissipated out of nowhere in the void. In the void square where Jiang Chen and the others were located, together with the 36 thrones of Tianzhao, quickly disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. The great desolate God King was too confident about his own means of erasing memories, and he didn't think anyone could preserve this memory. The God King Kangyu deliberately used the hands of many geniuses in the Great Desolation Realm to make the immortal power come out, which was actually a game with the Great Desolate God King. In this game, God King Kangyu was obviously better. Jiang Chen even had a hunch that the Great Wild, censored, King's carelessness would bring a shocking crisis to the Great Wild World. Jiang Chen also had plans to inform the Great Desolate God Sect of this matter. Although he is now the top genius on the list of the Great Desolation Tianzhao, he is still lighthearted. Even if they said it by themselves, the people of the Great Desolate Sect might not believe it. Jiang Chen didn't want to expose the things that his memories were not sealed. Being able to remain unaffected by the mighty power of the King of God Realm is an incredible thing. Once exposed and removed, it will cause unnecessary trouble for yourself. For the great wilderness world, Jiang Chen didn't have much sense of belonging. After returning to Hanyu Palace this time, he will follow Master Zan Dao to the true Divine Realm continent. As long as he left with his mother, no matter what happened in the great wilderness, it had nothing to do with him. Junior brother Jiang Chen, congratulations. After this great desolate God King banquet, you will soon be able to rise to the next level and become a rare, censored, in the world. At this moment, Yu Wushuang stepped forward and congratulated Jiang Chen with a smile. In the great wilderness realm, the super-grade gods who master the power of the 7 realms are already very rare, and there may not be a few born in 1,000 years. And the gods of the gods, who mastered the power of the 8 realms, have disappeared. Today's great desolate realm, I am afraid that at least there have been tens of thousands of years without a god-level god. Jiang Chen was already a super-grade god, and now he can master the origin of the soul and become a god-grade god. Isn't it just around the corner? Hearing Yu Wushuang's words, Jiang Chen couldn't help being surprised. Could it be that Yu Wushuang also used any special means to save her memory? At this moment, other Tianzhao's comments came from all around. The powerful means of the Divine King Realm is really incredible. Yes, I originally had all the memories of the great desolate Tianzhao society wiped out, but I didn't expect that only the memory of the first link disappeared, and all other memories were preserved. Hearing this, Jiang Chen had to be amazed by the methods of the great desolate God King. He couldn't help but smiled and said to Yu Wushuang, "Senior sister, you must have also gained a lot of benefits. I'm just lucky." Because of the immortal power of God King Kangyu, the great desolate God King wanted to erase the memories of all geniuses, obviously. Making up for it at the great desolate God King banquet. This time the great desolate God King banquet, the things the great desolate God King took out were more precious. Especially the 9 underworld profound dragon meat obtained by the top 10 of the Great Desolate Tianzhao list is a peerless delicacy that can help them break the limit. The 10 special 9 underworld profound dragon meat that the Great Wild God King took out can create 4 gods and 6 super gods. Such a peerless delicacy, I am afraid that it would be difficult to see at any previous banquet of the Great Wild God King. They are ranked 36th in this year's list of great arrogances, and they are a blessing in disguise. Let's go, ready to return to the Cold Moon Palace. When the two were talking, Venerable Haoyu also appeared beside them with a smile on his face. Venerable Haoyu was naturally very satisfied with the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting this time. Although one of his disciples, Bai Xingjian, was damaged in the first link of the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Guild, there were 3 in Hanyu Palace on the Great Wilderness Tianzhao list. Especially Jiang Chen, Mo Jinglei, who overwhelmed the Great Desolate God Sect, successfully made it to the top of the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. This is definitely a great honor for Hanyu Palace. As long as there are no accidents, the next Great Desolate Tianzhao Hanyu Palace will have a full 20 places, and it will surely attract many geniuses to join. As a result, Hanyu Palace will surely usher in a rapid development. Venerable Haoyu didn't waste any time either. He directly summoned the Silver Moon warship, carrying Jiang Chen and the others quickly disappearing over the valley. And just when Jiang Chen and his party left, the Black Soul Venerable of the Ghost Sect stared at the direction Jiang Chen and the others had left, but there was a touch of coldness in his eyes. Jiang Chen, Hanyu Palace, this deity will definitely not let you go easily. In the endless blue sky, a huge silver warship swiftly passed like a silver meteor. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged in a room in the cabin, digesting the harvest of the Great Desolate Tianzhao Society this time. This time in the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting, Jiang Chen not only improved the power of the 7 Dao, but also comprehended the origin of the Soul Dao in one effort, and could step into the realm of the God level, censored, at any time. Jiang Chen's strength has increased more than 10 times compared to before participating in the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting. The super-grade gods are the enemy of the world gods. The God-level gods are the existence of the reversible killer gods. With my current strength, if I broke out with all my strength and slayed ordinary lower world gods, it would probably not be too difficult. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered slightly, his eyes also showed an expression of extreme confidence. At this moment, a loud and deafening noise suddenly sounded, and the entire Silver Moon battlefield shuddered as if it had been hit hard. Someone is attacking the warship. Jiang Chen was shocked, and immediately shook his figure, and appeared ghostly above the battleship. As soon as he appeared, a terrible storm of destruction swept over the Silver Moon warship. With a wave of his palm, Jiang Chen dissipated the devastating storm that was sweeping towards him, and couldn't help looking at a place ahead. I saw Venerable Haoyu, fighting with a figure shrouded in black robe. Venerable Black Soul, Jiang Chen is no stranger to this black-robed figure, he is the Black Soul Venerable of the Ghost Sect. He obviously did not expect that Venerable Black Soul would come and kill them. Haoyu, today the deity comes only for Jiang Chen. As long as you hand over Jiang Chen, the deity will spare you not to die. In mid-air, Venerable Black Soul shook Venerable Haoyu back with a single blow, and the murderous voice resounded across the world in an instant. Chapter 1923. Let's go together. Venerable Haoyu smiled coldly, with a disdainful expression on his face. Black Soul, if you want to do something with my Cold Moon Palace disciple, it depends on whether you have that ability. The Cold Moon Palace and the Ghost Sect had always had grievances, but Venerable Haoyu did not expect that Venerable Black Soul would come to intercept them. Although Venerable Black Soul is slightly stronger than him, it is not easy to defeat him. Jiang Chen is also a super-grade deity comparable to the realm gods, and the Black Souls wanting to deal with them on their own is too whimsical. Venerable Black Soul smiled grimly. Don't worry, the deity naturally knows that I can't deal with you by my own strength, so I specially prepared a great gift for you. Following the voice of Venerable Black Soul fell. Suddenly there was a violent fluctuation in the void behind it. 2 figures exuding the power of the world gods, one white and one black, also instantaneously crossed the space and appeared beside the Black Soul Venerable. Black and White Venerable Ancient Demon Hall. Looking at the 2 realm gods who suddenly came across the sky, the pupils of the Haoyu Venerable suddenly shrank. The 2 people who suddenly appeared were the 2 venerables of the Ancient Demon Palace of the World Censored Power. The Ancient Demon Hall has a very close relationship with the Ghost Sect, and Venerable Haoyu has naturally heard of it. He didn't expect that in order to intercept them, Venerable Black Soul invited the two venerables of the ancient demon hall. Black Soul, it seems that you really have lost money this time. Venerable Haoyu's eyes were gloomy, and his expression was frightened. Aren't you Ghost Sect planning to fight Cold Moon Palace? 3 world gods, if they are a little careless today, I'm afraid they will really fall here. Even if the deity really wants to go to war, what can you do? Venerable Black Soul smiled coldly and said, as far as I know, your elder in Cold Moon Palace has already fallen a few years ago. As long as you kill you today, Cold Moon Palace will not be a concern. Black Soul, don't deceive others too much. Venerable Haoyu said with stern eyes, even if you call Venerable Black and White and want to kill the deity will certainly make you pay a heavy price. Haoyu, my deity has already said that today I am not here for the Cold Moon Palace. Jiang Chen first kills my Ghost Sect elder Yu Shangui, and then kills my Ghost Sect's first arrogant Yu Siming. Today I only want his life. The deity will give you another chance. If you are willing to hand over Jiang Chen and leave, the deity will not be your enemy. Venerable Black Soul's eyes were calm and authentic. Venerable Haoyu's strength is not weak, and coupled with the super-grade censored Jiang Chen who ranked first in the Great Wild Treasures list, and the other 2 geniuses ranked in the Great Wild Treasures list, the combat power is also very strong. Even if he invited Venerable Black and White to come to help, it might not be easy to deal with. If Venerable Haoyu could take other people away, Venerable Black Soul would not intend to be an enemy of Venerable Haoyu. This time he came to intercept and kill the people in the Cold Moon Palace. The main purpose is to Jiang Chen. In all likelihood, Jiang Chen was the murderer who killed Yu Siming. And Yu Siming is not only the number 1 arrogant of the Ghost Sect, but also a very fond of the ancestor of the Ghost Sect. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, how would he explain to his ancestors when he returned to the Ghost Sect? Venerable Haoyu said coldly, Black Soul, this deity will not leave the disciple of the Cold Moon Palace. You die this heart. Jiang Chen is now not only a disciple of the Cold Moon Palace, but also the No. 1 Tianzhao in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list. Losing is definitely a huge loss for the Cold Moon Palace. Jiang Chen is also a disciple of Venerable Zan Dao. If something happens to Jiang Chen, it will surely make Venerable Xuandao furious. That one, but even the Supreme Elder of their Cold Moon Palace is extremely afraid of existence. Even without the use of the Ghost Sect, Cold Moon Palace would no longer exist. Haoyu, this deity has already given you a chance. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill you. Venerable Black and White, please also take Jiang Chen for me. The voice of Venerable Ghost fell, and the terrifying aura that overwhelmed the emptiness for thousands of miles was also overwhelmingly rushing towards Venerable Haoyu. Jiang Chen, I know that you should have a way to inform your master, and call him to help. Venerable Haoyu's expression changed, and he could not help but hurriedly spoke to Jiang Chen. Now facing the interception of the 3 realm gods, the only way is to call the profound Tao to help, so that they can get a glimmer of life. After Venerable Haoyu finished speaking, the aura of the whole body also broke out to the limit, and once again fought with Venerable Ghost. Hearing Venerable Haoyu's voice transmission, Jiang Chen calmly looked at the black and white Venerable opposite, but his expression remained unchanged. Although he did have a way to get the master to come to help, it was no longer necessary at this moment. If he faced such a situation before participating in the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting, Jiang Chen might still find it very troublesome. But today's Jiang Chen is no longer what he used to be. How can he put the 2 lower world gods, black and white Venerable, in his eyes? And when Jiang Chen stared at Venerable Black and White, the 2 black and white sages on the other side also fixed their eyes directly on Jiang Chen. Ghost, just to deal with such a junior, he actually called both you and me. It's too small to use. The black Venerable Black curled his lips, then turned his head to look at the white Venerable beside him, and said lightly, you or me? Don't be too careless. Just to be cautious, let's do it together. The Great Desolate Tianzhao ranks first in the rankings, the super-grade deity who overwhelms the Great Desolate God Sect Mojinglei. Such a character is not so easy to deal with. Venerable White said solemnly, the super-grade gods are the enemy of the world gods, not to mention that this guy is still the best among the super-grade gods. If the 2 of them don't join forces, I'm afraid they might not have won this kid. Why bother with others' ambitions and destroy your own prestige? Nothing more than a super-grade god, watch me turn over and suppress it. Venerable Black snorted coldly and swung a paw at Jiang Chen volley across Bily Void. The super-grade gods can be enemies of the world gods, that is only the enemy. As a veteran realm censored who has lived for millions of years, can he not be a super-grade celestial god? A huge, pitch-black giant claw instantly confined hundreds of miles of space, and grabbed Jiang Chen with a monstrous devilish energy. With a flick of his finger, Jiang Chen pierced through the world with a sword finger, piercing through the void, crushing Venerable Black's claw with the monstrous demon energy into nothingness. Standing with his hands in his hands, he looked down at Venerable Black from a high level. And his proud voice resounded instantly. Your companion is right, you are alone, but you are not my opponent yet, so let's go together. Chapter 1924. One Enemy 2. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't put himself in his eyes, Venerable Black shouldn't let out an angry shout. His devilish fist directly brought up a fist that shattered the void and slammed it against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was not afraid, directly urging the power of the seven realms, and punched out without evasiveness. Both of them did not flinch and collided head-on. The dazzling seven-color fist light and the black fist light of the devilish energy kept colliding in midair, bursting out loud noises. A series of fist gang storms that made the void continue to collapse, also directly swept across the sky. The two had already blasted more than 10 punches in the void. Jiang Chen became more and more courageous as he fought, and in the end he directly blasted the Black Venerable out of a distance of thousands of feet. Before participating in the Great Wilderness Tianzhao meeting, Jiang Chen was already a super-grade censored who mastered the power of the seven realms. In this Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting, Jiang Chen first received Bailing honey in the first link, and he condensed the Tianzhao's divine light and was baptized by the Tianzhao divine light. He successfully won the top spot of the Great Desolate Tianzhao, and received the 9 underworld profound dragon meat from the Great Desolate God King at the Great Desolate God King banquet. Even if Jiang Chen didn't condense the power of the Soul Dao world and broke through the gods, his strength had reached a very powerful level. Even if it was Venerable Black, a veteran low-level world censored, like the Great Wilderness world, it was suppressed by Jiang Chen. Venerable Black suppressed the surging aura in his body, and the gaze that looked at Jiang Chen gave him an unbelievable look. As an old monster who has lived for millions of years, Venerable Black is not without having fought with the super-grade gods. Although the super-grade gods have the ability to rival the realm gods, the general super-grade gods will be suppressed to death by him. But this guy in front of him had the absolute upper hand during the collision with him. I said long ago that this guy is not so easy to deal with. You should believe it now. Seeing that Venerable Black was repelled by Jiang Chen, Venerable White appeared directly beside Venerable Black in a flash, and said lightly. Although they are not ordinary lower world gods, Jiang Chen is also no ordinary super god. Venerable White had witnessed Mo Jinglei of the Great Desolate Sect with his own eyes and had a clear understanding of Mo Jinglei's strength. Even if he fights against Mo Jinglei, I'm afraid he won't be able to ask for any advantage. But Jiang Chen was able to suppress Mo Jinglei's existence at the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting. Especially after experiencing the Great Desolate King's banquet, Jiang Chen's strength may have been even higher. Venerable Black is not Jiang Chen's opponent, and it is reasonable. Don't waste time, let's do it together. Venerable White slowly took a deep breath, and the overwhelming aura instantly filled his body. Junior brother Jiang, let's help you. Seeing that Jiang Chen was besieged by the Black and White Venerables, Yu Wuxuang also flew from the Silver Moon warship behind, ready to help. Not only Yu Wuxuang, but even the Palace Tomb, who was not very friendly with Jiang Chen, took the shot. The Palace Mausoleum is also very clear at this moment. If Jiang Chen were to fall under the siege of the two Black and White sages, today, none of them could leave alive. No, you guys step back. There are just two lower world gods, but they can't help me. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand to stop the two of Yu Wuxuang, staring closely at the Black and White Venerable in front of him. His eyes also burst into a shocking war. Although both Yu Wuxuang and Yu Wuxuang were geniuses on the list of the Great Desolation Tianzhao, they were both extremely powerful. But it's not easy to deal with one of the Black and White sages. A little carelessness, the two are even in danger of falling. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he was not afraid of the Black and White Venerable in front of him, and naturally there was no need for Yu Wuxuang and the two to step forward. It's worthy of being the top arrogant of this year's Great Desolate Tianzhao list. It is really proud. The deity wants to see if you really have the ability to put neither of us in the eyes. Venerable White's faint voice fell, and a throbbing black flame suddenly emerged from his body. His whole person was shrouded in black flames, like the reincarnation of gods and demons. A huge black phoenix emerged behind his blanket. The horror and ferocious aura rose wildly, instantly sweeping across the void. And beside Venerable White, the black demon energy on Venerable Black's body became stronger, and it directly turned into a sea of black mist, constantly rolling and roaring in the void. 7-star Heavenly Sword, cut. Jiang Chen held the Heavenly Fire God sword in his hand, and turned the 7 stars on top of his head, and finally turned into a huge and incomparable celestial heavenly sword. The sword blocked the heaven and the earth, and fought against the black and white sages. A terrible storm of destruction swept across the sky instantly. Under the impact of the devastating storm, the 2 men of Yu Wuxuang directly retreated to the Silver Moon ship 100 miles away. With the help of the defensive formation on the Silver Moon ship, they barely stabilized their figure. Venerable Hao Yu saw Jiang Chen being besieged by Venerable Black and White, and his expression instantly became frightened. He is now completely restrained by Venerable Black's soul, and the opponent's strength is only stronger than him. Even though he was extremely anxious, he had no time to take care of it. Now he can only pray that Venerable Zan Dao can rush to him quickly after receiving Jiang Chen's summon. Today they are really dangerous. In the void, the battle of the 5 great realm gods shook the sky, and the terrifying energy ripples continued to sweep out in all directions. With 1 enemy and 2, Jiang Chen was almost at full combat power. Taixu Sacred Dragon Diagram's triple technique vision. Facing the siege of the 2 great realm gods, Jiang Chen did not have the slightest reservation, but directly used his own means. Although his combat power is extraordinary, the black and white venerable is not the one looking for. These 2 are not only well-known veterans in the great wilderness, but also a pair of brothers. The 2 of them joined forces, and the combat power they exerted also reached an extremely terrifying level. There are only a handful of people in the entire great wilderness that can compete with them. Even if Jiang Chen is fully fired, he is still at a disadvantage. Jiang Chen was directly hit by the 2 of black and white venerables, and withdrew from a distance of thousands of meters in embarrassment, and a trace of red blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand, and there was also a solemn look in his eyes looking at the black and white venerable. The 2 black and white sages joined forces, and their strength was indeed extremely powerful. He wanted to use the power of a super-grade, censored, to fight 1 against 2. It was really not an easy task. Chapter 1925. Super-grade is not good, what about super-grade? Senior Brother Jiang is going to be unable to hold on anymore. Senior Brother Gongling, let's do it together. Seeing Jiang Chen's defeat, Yu Wuxuang's pretty face suddenly changed, and quickly faced Gong Lingdao beside her. Gong Ling reached out and stopped Yu Wuxuang, with a calm expression on his face. Since Jiang Chen has the confidence to fight 1 against 2, he must still have something to rely on. Take a look first. Yu Wuxuang's Lu eyebrows raised, and he said coldly, Brother Gong Ling, I know you are very dissatisfied with Junior Brother Jiang. But the situation is very unfavorable to us now, and I hope you don't be arrogant. Relax, I know the severity, and I won't make jokes about my own life. If we act randomly now, it will not affect Jiang Chen's performance well, wait and see. Gong Ling raised his head and looked at the battlefield hundreds of miles away, with a strange light in his eyes. Ever since he obtained the immortal Kung Fu in the first session of the Great Wilderness Tianzhao Society, Gong Ling has been trying to practice the immortal Kung Fu. Although in just a few days, Palace Mausoleum was far from successfully cultivating the immortal heavenly art, but it had mastered a trace of immortality and possessed some incredible abilities. When the great desolate king erased the memory, the palace relied on this indestructible power to keep the memory intact. Gong Ling can also vaguely feel that there is still a powerful force in Jiang Chen that has not exploded. Once it explodes with full force, even if facing the 2 of the black and white sages, it may not be without the power to fight. Jiang Chen, you, the No. 1 Tianzhao in the Great Desolate Tianzhao list, really deserves a reputation. You can be proud of being able to persist for such a long time under the 2 of us together. Venerable White stared at Jiang Chen tightly, and there was a shock that could not be concealed in his eyes. The strength of Jiang Chen's combat power was beyond imagination. The strength of the 2 of them is almost always ranked among the many lower realm gods in the great wilderness. Together, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Once the 2 of them joined forces, they were almost invincible among the lower world gods. Unless the middle world, censored, makes a move, no one can match them. And Jiang Chen in front of him, relying on the strength of the super-rank heavenly god to fight 1 against 2, has persisted in their hands for such a long time. If it is one-on-one with Jiang Chen, either of them, I'm afraid they will definitely lose. What's more frightening is, this time the great desolate god king banquet, Jiang Chen once again got the opportunity to break through, and it is very likely that he will become a god-level censored who masters the power of the 8 Tao. The realm of the super-grade gods, the combat power is so abnormal. Venerable White couldn't imagine at all, if this guy broke through the gods, what kind of battle power would he achieve? Never let this kid leave alive. Venerable White's gaze flickered slightly, and a sudden killing intent filled his body. The talent potential of this child is really terrifying. Since he chose Jiang Chen as an enemy today, he must kill Jiang Chen and not give him any chance to continue to grow. Once this son breaks through the gods of the gods, I am afraid that their ancient demon temple will be destroyed. The black and white venerable of the ancient demon temple is worthy of the famous world god venerable in the great wilderness world. Together, the strength of the two is extremely powerful. But you two are still not qualified to kill me. Jiang Chen looked at venerable black and white with a calm gaze, and said lightly, I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to fall here, you still have time to leave now. When you die, you still dare to speak up here. With the strength of your super-grade god, wanting to kill us is simply wishful thinking. Big brother, talk nonsense with him, let's kill him together. Venerable Black sneered with disdain. The power of the black world, censored, exuding the earth-shattering devilish energy instantly turned into a 1,000-meter-long magic dragon, roaring at Jiang Chen with teeth and claws. Venerable White is also surrounded by black flames, like an ancient demon god, with the power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, with a palm toward the general suppression. Looking at the venerable black and white who once again joined forces to kill, Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest panic, but a ghostly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Venerable Black, you are right. I can't kill you with the power of my super-grade god. Since the super-grade, censored, is not good, don't you know if the censored is good? As this faint laughter fell, the soul origin of the perfect realm also burst out of Jiang Chen's body in an instant. The invisible soul power coerced the world, and then went straight to the sky. The wind and clouds change, and the sky around thousands of miles seems to have become dim at this moment. This is the origin of the Soul Tao in the realm of consummation. His Soul Tao origin is actually complete. Venerable White looked at this scene in his eyes, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly exclaimed with a look of horror. No, he wants to gather the power of the soul world to break through the gods, and retreat. Venerable White was shocked in his heart, and quickly dissipated all his power, and in the blink of an eye he broke away from a distance of tens of thousands of feet. On the other side, the Black Venerable also forcibly scattered the Chenjiang Devil Dragon, and his whole person was like a scared rabbit, and he retreated in panic. This lunatic actually triggered the thunder tribulation of the god-ranked censored at this time. As Venerable Black's figure exploded, his expression was also terrified. Divine rank god, this is a more terrifying realm than super rank god. The thunder tribulation of the super-grade celestial god is said to have been comparable to the world divine tribulation of the sixth order breakthrough world god. And how terrifying is the divine ranked celestial tribulation that surpasses the super-ranked celestial tribulation? This is the existence that the Black Venerable dare not imagine. If they reacted a little more slowly just now and were involved in Jiang Chen's divine rank, they would probably die ugly by then. This kid is really looking for his own death. Divine rank celestial tribulation is not so easy to get through. Venerable Black looked at Jiang Chen who had caused the divine calamity, and a sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not always. This kid is a little weird. Since he dares to trigger the divine calamity at this time, he must be certain. Venerable White's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said in a deep voice, "Be prepared, if he succeeds in crossing the tribulation in a while, we will immediately take action and kill him as quickly as possible." Chapter 1926, Divine God, Breakthrough. Venerable White stared at Jiang Chen tightly, his expression extremely solemn. The kid in front of him is really terrifying. If he guessed right, Jiang Chen was at the great desolate God King's banquet in all likelihood. After eating the 9 underworld profound dragon meat, he had only mastered the origin of the soul. Jiang Chen's soul Tao origin can directly reach the realm of consummation, and he has the qualifications to break through the gods. This guy is a freak that can't be described by common sense. Although the battle evoked the celestial tribulation, it was indeed incredible. But Venerable White did not have the slightest doubt in his heart as to whether Jiang Chen could survive the heavenly tribulation smoothly. The power of the gods and gods is still very terrifying. Even if Jiang Chen could survive the thunder tribulation, he would have to pay a lot of price. They want to kill Jiang Chen now. The best choice is to not give him any chance to breathe at the moment Jiang Chen just passed the thunder tribulation. Once Jiang Chen slowed down, even if the two of them joined forces, I am afraid it would be difficult to compete with Jiang Chen who broke through the gods. The gods and gods, looking at the thunderclouds that quickly gathered above Jiang Chen in the sky, whether it was the two Yu Wushwang on the Silver Moon battleship or the two Haoyu Venerables who fought in the void, their faces showed unconcealed horror. Although they all knew that Jiang Chen had experienced the Great Desolate King Banquet, had mastered the origin of the Soul Tao, and had the opportunity to break through the gods, they still didn't expect that Jiang Chen's soul origin would reach the perfect state in one breath. This guy is too bold. He actually caused thunder tribulation in the battle. Venerable Haoyu looked at this scene, but his eyes became more solemn. Divine rank censored calamity. This is even more terrifying than the realm-censored calamity of ordinary practitioners. Jiang Chen hastily mobilized the divine rank heaven and god tribulation, and it is not an easy task to get through. Even if he successfully survived the divine tribulation, Jiang Chen would definitely suffer a severe injury from the divine tribulation, and it would take a while to recover. The two Venerable Black and White will certainly not miss this wonderful opportunity. Even if Jiang Chen broke through the god-ranked god, the next situation would still be very dangerous. Venerable Haoyu knew very well at this moment that Jiang Chen had no choice but to inspire the divine rank in heaven at this time. Both Black and White Venerables are both famous world gods. Together, there are almost only a handful of people who can stop the entire Great Wilderness Realm. With the power of a super-grade god, Jiang Chen could support the two for so long. Obviously he had reached the limit. Probably it was Jiang Chen's only way to inspire the divine rank Tianxian Jia to continue to delay time. It's a pity that these two guys were not able to be affected by the divine calamity. Seeing that the Black and White sages had left the ship in a blink of an eye for a long time, a look of regret appeared on Jiang Chen's face. If they can be involved in their own divine rank celestial tribulation, I am afraid that he will not be used at all, and the Black and White sages will be annihilated under the enhanced version of the divine rank celestial tribulation. But the reaction and speed of Venerable Realm God were almost at the extreme, and he was completely capable of leaving the battlefield in an instant. Back in Nanli God City, if it weren't for the carelessness of the ancestors of the Nanli clan, he might not have been affected by his super-grade celestial tribulation. It seems that I want to block the assassin from thunder tribulation in the future. I am afraid it is impossible. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, and then quietly waited for the thunder robbery in the void to disperse by itself. Although they could not make use of the two of the god-ranked gods, the Black and White Masters, as long as they broke through the god-ranked gods, the Black and White Masters would no longer be able to pose any threat to him. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the terrifying thunder that contained a heart-palpitating breath was constantly rolling. The terrible power of thunder rolled in the void for a while, but it did not land. I saw the dense black clouds in the void and the power of the thunder that kept rolling, all retreating quickly like a tide. In just a few breaths, Wanli Void has recovered Qingming again. All the people present have a dull face, the whole person is like a ghost. I can't believe my eyes. Jiang Chen drew the divine rank deity Calamity, but after the divine rank deity brewed for a long time, instead of landing, it just disappeared inexplicably. Ignore the laws of heaven. You turned out to be the legendary ancient supreme divine body. Venerable White took the lead in recovering from the horror. He also thought of something instantly, and he couldn't help but scream. The ancient supreme divine body, ignoring the laws of the heavens, made the robbery retreat. Venerable White finally understood why Jiang Chen dared to induce the gods to rob him at this time. This divine rank god tribulation was a decoration in front of Jiang Chen. Junior brother Jiang Chen turned out to be the ancient supreme divine body in the legend. It is no wonder that his ability overwhelms the Dawang Tianzhao and ranks first on the list. Yu Wushwang looked at this scene, and there was an excitement that could not be concealed in her beautiful eyes. In the palace tomb next to him is also difficult to recover from the shock for a long time. Ha ha, Venerable Black Soul, it seems that your plan is going to fall to nothing. In the void, Venerable Haoyu couldn't help laughing proudly when he saw Jiang Chen directly ignoring the tribulation and directly breaking through the divine rank god. Venerable Haoyu thought that Jiang Chen should only be delaying time with the divine rank celestial tribulation. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to give him a big surprise once again, ignoring the tribulation, and instantly breaking through the divine rank god. And the god-ranked heavenly gods above the super ranks were almost comparable to the existence of the middle-ranked gods. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even if the two of black and white venerables join forces, I am afraid they may not be their opponents. God of God, this kid has broken through the God of God like this. Venerable Black Soul was frightened in his heart, and his complexion instantly became extremely difficult to look. In order to kill Jiang Chen, he did not hesitate to spend a huge price to invite the black and white venerable from the ancient demon temple to take action. The three realm gods made the move, and the Black Soul had originally thought it was foolproof. But he never thought that the situation would become the way it is now. This kid Jiang Chen hides too deeply. He not only mastered the soul Dao origin of the consummation realm, but also could ignore the laws of the heavens and break through the gods of the gods at any time. Divine rank God, this is a terrifying existence that can defeat the gods of the world. Even if the two of black and white sages joined forces, facing Jiang Chen who broke through the gods, I am afraid it will undoubtedly lose. Chapter 1927. I bully you, what can you do? As the thunder disaster in the void dissipated, the power of Jiang Chen's whole body has also been sublimated once again, and he has become a divine censored who masters the power of the eight Tao. He looked up at the black and white sage opposite, and the corners of his mouth could not help but set up a slight arc. Black and white, your plan to sneak attack while I am weak. I am afraid that it will be lost. This sun breaks through the gods of the gods, you and I are no longer the enemy, go. Venerable White forcefully suppressed the horror in his heart, and said to Venerable Black beside him, stretched out his hand to open the void in front of him, and was about to leave the space. The two of them joined forces, although among the lower realm gods, there were few rivals. Jiang Chen, who can break through the gods of the gods, is almost as powerful as a venerable middle-ranked world god. Compared with the lower deity, the middle deity is different. When Jiang Chen was still a super-grade god, he was able to fight one against two, unbeaten for so long in the hands of both of them. Now that they have become the gods of gods comparable to the middle world gods, it is not difficult to suppress them. If it continues, maybe they will be killed by Jiang Chen. Want to leave? Jiang Chen, can't be intercepted if you want to intercept it. Since it is here, leave it to me forever. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, reached out his hand and pointed at the void where the black and white venerable was. The void within a radius of 100 miles is instantly transformed into nothingness. The figures of the black and white venerables were also forced back hundreds of feet by Jiang Chen's terrifying finger. Jiang Chen, our brothers are willing to leave here and promise not to interfere with your affairs with Venerable Black Soul. Don't deceive people too much. Venerable White was frightened and hurriedly shouted to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, who had broken through the gods, had a terrifying power now. Just an understatement can force the two of them into such a panic. Such strength is definitely not something they can resist. I just want to bully you, what can you do? Jiang Chen smiled coldly. Since you dare to come and kill me for Venerable Black Soul, you must have the consciousness of being killed by me. People do not offend me, I do not offend people. If anyone offends me, it will be refunded 10 times. Jiang Chen has never been a soft-hearted person along the way. From the moment Venerable Black and White appeared, he was almost sentenced to death in Jiang Chen's eyes. Shoot together, fight with him. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't intend to let them go, Venerable White couldn't help but suddenly flashed a hideous expression in his eyes. He was full of demonic energy, and a black phoenix evolved from a black flame behind him, and he raised his eyes to the sky and let out a long, harsh moan. The origin of the world god. Facing Jiang Chen who had broken through the gods, Venerable White had almost no reservations, and directly urged the power of the realm god. On the other side, the black venerable also did not hesitate at all. The real power of the world censored instantly turned into a black magic sea that stretched for thousands of miles behind him. The two great realm gods urged the realm gods at almost the same time to evolve the strongest blow, killing Jiang Chen. The two terrifying world gods' origins instantly caused the world to collapse and the chaos reopened. Even if it is a strong person of the sixth order deity, under the power of the black and white venerable realm censored origin, it may be turned into nothingness when touched. The origin of the realm god, This is the essence of power that truly belongs to the realm god, and it can be contended by the extraordinary heavenly god. The two realm gods came to oppress Jiang Chen, and the void suddenly roared. In Jiang Chen's eyes, it seemed that there were only these two world gods that destroyed everything. Before they fell, they had already locked the space around Jiang Chen. The mighty power that destroys the heavens and the earth seems to crush Jiang Chen and the surrounding 10,000 meters of space into nothingness. Can junior brother Jiang withstand the strong blow of the two great realm gods? Looking at the strong blow from the black and white sage, Yu Wushuang's beautiful eyes couldn't help but a dignified look appeared. This blow by the black and white venerables was really terrifying. Although Jiang Chen had already broken through the divine rank deity, Yu Wushuang didn't know exactly to what extent the power of the divine rank deity could reach. She can only pray in her heart now that Jiang Chen can block this blow that destroys the world by virtue of the power of the gods. Looking at the strong blow of the black and white venerable, Jiang Chen looked extremely calm. She is not evasive in figure, just standing in the void with her hands on her back. The bright 8-color light also burst out of her body in an instant. The 8-color divine light rose up into the sky, and instantly evolved into a chaotic world around him. Facing the black and white venerables who are fully exerting the origin of the world god, Jiang Chen obviously does not want to waste the world with them. The world of the gods was also condensed in an instant. Standing proudly in this chaotic world, Jiang Chen looked up at the two realm gods who suppressed the world above his head, and directly took this chaotic world into the sky. The smashing sound like the collision of meteorites spread all over the world in an instant. The incomparably splendid splendor and splendor swept away in all directions, and there was chaos in the void, leaving only pure light. The horrible energy penetrated into the earth from 1,000 feet high, directly smashing into the ground a pit the size of thousands of feet, causing thousands of mountains to collapse, 3,000 miles of rivers, and even more dry. A storm that ruined the heavens and the earth swept through 1,000 miles of void. Yu Wushuang and Gong Ling even flustered and controlled the Silver Moon battlefield to retreat hundreds of miles away. They looked up at the void space that had turned into chaos, and there was an unprecedented shock in their eyes. Chapter 1928. Venerable Deity. The horrible fluctuations shake the sun and the moon, destroy the storm, and make the void continue to collapse. After this situation lasted for a while, it finally disappeared, showing three figures. Venerable White's mouth was bleeding, and his white robe had been dyed a strange red with blood, his breath was declining, and he looked extremely embarrassed. As for the black venerable not far from him, blood marks visible to the naked eye appeared all over his body, and his entire body almost collapsed. Compared to the two black and white sages, Jiang Chen looked unusually calm. I saw him standing proudly in the void with his hands under his shoulders, condescendingly overlooking the black and white venerables, like an invincible censored of war. In this thrilling battle, Jiang Chen didn't even have a trace of scars, even his hair and beards and corners of his clothes were not messed up, and he was still calm and calm. Yu Wushuang and the others stared at this scene dumbfounded. It's been a long time to recover from the shock. Although they all knew very well that the god-ranked gods above the super-ranked gods must be extremely terrifying, they still did not expect the god-ranked gods to be so powerful. The two great realm gods made all their efforts, but they were suppressed by Jiang Chen's understatement. The gods are really terrifying. Tisk tisk. The god-ranked deity, it is worthy of being comparable to the middle deity, and the combat power is really not ordinary horror. Venerable Hao Yu looked at this scene with a look of amazement, and the tight heartstrings also relaxed slightly. This time, faced with the interception of the three realm gods including Venerable Black Soul, they were already in a situation of 9 deaths. Venerable Hao Yu did not expect that Jiang Chen would actually reverse the situation with his own power. Ignoring the laws of the heavens, making Tianji retreat, stepping into the realm of the god-level heavenly censored in one fell swoop, and with the momentum of thunder, suppressing the two black and white sages in one move. Today's Jiang Chen, even looking at the entire great wilderness, is probably one of the few decision-making powerhouses. Jiang Chen, today our two brothers were only bewitched by Venerable Black Soul, before they attacked you, so why bother to kill them? Venerable White suppressed the injuries in his body, and his expression was frightened. My ancient demon temple is one of the few realm gods in the Great Desolation Realm, and there is a middle-ranked realm censored author in the sect. Do you really want to be with me? Can the demon temple be immortal? Jiang Chen, who broke through the gods, was too powerful. Even if the two of them joined forces, there was almost no resistance in front of Jiang Chen. I said long ago that since you dared to kill me, you must be conscious of being killed. What if I never die with the ancient demon temple? Don't say it's you too, even if the middle world, censored, of your ancient demon temple dares to attack me, I can't kill it. Jiang Chen's faint voice fell, and the stars in the void fought around, and then turned into a giant sword of stars that split the world and sealed the void. The terrifying star sword aura only tore the emptiness above the heads of the black and white to pieces in an instant. Ancient Demon Temple, the top 5 Godsong Gate in the great wilderness world. As far as Jiang Chen knows, the ancient demon temple not only has no less than 5 world gods, but also has a middle world, censored, who sits at the center, and the strength is very powerful. If it were before breaking through the gods of the gods, Jiang Chen might not have been afraid of this class of realm gods. But he now has the strength of a god-ranked god. Even if he is the middle world, censored, of the ancient demon temple, it is difficult to pose too much threat to him. In today's great wilderness realm, apart from the great wilderness divine sect, even the Qingming sword sect and other top realm divine sect sects, Jiang Chen would not be too concerned at all, let alone the mere ancient demon temple. Looking at Jiang Chen, the shocking sword that drew the power of the stars, the pupils of the black and white sages couldn't help but suddenly shrink. The blow they had just condensed the origin of the realm gods not only was crushed by the world of Jiang Chen's god-level god, but also the whole person suffered heavy damage. Especially the black venerable, who was slightly weaker, his body almost collapsed at this moment, and his combat power was almost non-existent. They all felt a strong death crisis in the face of Jiang Chen, the star sword that blocked the world. Venerable black and white dared to have the slightest hesitation, both of them couldn't help but let out a low roar between their throats, and the essence of the realm, censored, remaining in their bodies burst out with all their strength. Sky Demon Phoenix Nest, Magic Mist Dead Sea. With 2 shouts resounding through the world, a heavenly demon and phoenix nest was evolved behind Venerable White, while Venerable Black turned into a black mist-shrouded Dead Sea. At the juncture of life and death, the black and white venerables hardly hesitated, and directly manifested the original world of the realm god. Venerable. The figures of the 2 of them also slammed into the manifested origin world. The star sword condensed by Jiang Chen's 7-star heavenly sword art was also crashed on the origin world of the black and white venerable. Just like the voice of Hong Zhang Dalu, it instantly shook thousands of miles into the void. Breaking through the gods of the gods, the Divine King's skill 7-star heavenly sword art is in the hands of Jiang Chen, and its power has reached an unimaginable level. Not to mention that Venerable Black and White has already suffered severe damage at this moment. Even if they are in their peak state, facing Jiang Chen's strong sword, I am afraid that it will be unstoppable. Venerable Black and White's original world, under Jiang Chen's sword, didn't even hold on for a while. There was a crisp click. The cracks visible to the naked eye spread quickly like a spider web in the world of Venerable Black and White. I saw Venerable Black's Demon Mist Dead Sea, which was the first to be unable to withstand the power of the Star Heaven Sword, and burst into the void with a bang. And the black venerable hidden in the Dead Sea of Demon Mist could no longer resist the power of the Star Heaven Sword. The entire body and the spirits burst into bursts, turning into a cloud of blood and falling down from midair. Venerable White's heavenly demon phoenix nest also quickly reached its endurance limit, and a series of huge cracks appeared on the heavenly demon phoenix nest like the mouth of an ancient troll. The 10,000 Zhang heavenly devil phoenix nest collapsed in the void, revealing the figure of Venerable White. I saw him trembled, his orifices bleed, and his whole body was like a kite with a broken wire, flying upside down a distance of thousands of feet in an instant. Puff. Venerable White's blood vomited wildly, and his heart was terrified. He didn't even look at Jiang Chen again. He hurriedly supported his dilapidated body and fled away in panic like a frightened bird. At the moment when Venerable White just turned and fled, a sword energy 10 times faster than his speed instantly cut through the sky. Venerable White had no time to react. The sword chi had penetrated his body, and he cut it into 2 pieces. Chapter 1929. Venerable Black Soul blew himself up. Jiang Chen's body was cut into 2 parts with a single sword, and the spirit of Venerable White screamed out quickly, and there was a scream in his mouth. He raised his head to look at Jiang Chen on the opposite side, and a look of horror appeared in his illusory eyes. Jiang Chen, forgive me, I am willing to serve you as Lord for the rest of my life. Venerable White didn't choose to flee, he just opened his mouth and whispered to Jiang Chen for mercy. Jiang Chen, who broke through the gods, had a terrifying combat power. Even if he was at his peak, he could only be suppressed by Jiang Chen. Now his body is destroyed, only a soul remains, and he doesn't even have the right to escape in front of Jiang Chen. He wants to live, the only chance is to kneel and surrender. I'm afraid he will really disappear into the world completely. Serve me as Lord, unfortunately I don't need it. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and when he flipped his hand, a soul-killing mark was suppressed from the top of Venerable White's head. Venerable White looked desperate and horrified, and quickly urged his soul power to resist the black square seal from the suppression. Jiang Chen's soul destruction seal was originally designed to counter the attack of the soul. To cast this seal with the power of Jiang Chen's divine rank deity, the spirit of Venerable White was unstoppable. Venerable White's divine soul has been completely annihilated into nothingness by the power of the soul destruction seal. Venerable Black and White, these two venerable world gods from the ancient demon temple, have completely fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. Seeing that Venerable Black and White was killed by Jiang Chen in this way, Venerable Black Soul who was confronting Venerable Haoyu also looked terrified. In order to intercept Jiang Chen, Venerable Black Soul did not hesitate to spend a huge price and invited Venerable Black Soul from ancient demon temple. Jiang Chen is so deep that he has become a god-level censored who can kill the Venerable in one fell swoop. Even the Black and White Venerables joined forces and were killed by Jiang Chen's understatement. Don't talk about intercepting Jiang Chen now, I'm afraid that he is a little careless, even he is at risk of falling here. The only thought in Venerable Black Soul's heart now is to flee here quickly. Almost everyone of the Black and White Venerable of the ancient demon hall has a strength that is not inferior to him. Together, the two are almost invincible among the lower world gods. Jiang Chen can easily kill even Black and White Venerable. Isn't it easy to kill him? The moment Venerable Black Soul was about to leave, Venerable Haoyu naturally guessed it. He obviously didn't plan to let Venerable Black Soul leave. The power of the gods in his body also burst to the limit instantly, and he was entangled with Venerable Black Soul with all his strength, and he did not give Venerable Black Soul any chance to leave. Venerable Black Soul couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. Ha ha, Black Soul, this is what you asked for. Since you dared to intercept us today, then don't want to leave alive. Venerable Haoyu laughed loudly and confronted Venerable Black Soul without evading. Venerable Black Soul's gaze was extremely sharp, and the monstrous soul power crushed the heavens, pushing Venerable Haoyu back in front of him, and his figure would dissipate in place in a flash. At the moment when Venerable Black Soul's figure was about to disappear, a star sword aura fell from the sky, instantly smashing the bily space where Venerable Black Soul was and collapsed. I saw Venerable Black Soul's figure that had already stepped into the void space, and it also appeared in embarrassment. Looking at Venerable Haoyu and Jiang Chen, who had firmly locked themselves one after another, Venerable Black Soul's expression was also ugly to the extreme. Jiang Chen, if you want to kill me, the deity wants you to pay a heavy price. Venerable Black Soul stared at Jiang Chen grimly, and a crazy look flashed in his eyes. I saw Venerable Black Soul's body suddenly heard a crackling explosion, and the whole body quickly swelled in a terrifying way. It seemed that there was an extremely violent energy, brewing sharply in the body of Venerable Black Soul. Be careful, this guy wants to reverse the realm censored from explosion. Venerable Haoyu looked at this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. The power of the world censored is so terrifying. Once the world censored blew himself up, it might be enough to turn thousands of miles into a dead zone. Even those who are the same realm gods, I'm afraid they will be seriously injured even if they don't die. Jiang Chen, you forced me to die together. Venerable Black Soul smiled grimly, and the rapidly swelling body, directly like a meteorite, slammed into Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength is too terrifying. If he fights Jiang Chen head-on, Venerable Black Soul knows that he has no chance at all and will only be easily killed by Jiang Chen. Venerable Black Soul did not hesitate to have the origin of the dazzling world god, exploding the body of the world god. The Ghost Sect was originally good at Soul Dao. Even if he blew himself up and couldn't take Jiang Chen to bury him with him, he could force Jiang Chen back and give himself room to use the Soul Dao secret technique to escape. Abandoning the body of the world god, this is the only chance of survival Black Soul Venerable can think of. Give me a ban. Jiang Chen looked at the rushing Venerable Black Soul. The power of the 8 realms of the god ranking censored also burst to the extreme in an instant, and he reached out and shook his hand at the Venerable Black Soul. The power of the 8 paths was instantly dominated by the power of space, turning into a space barrier shining with dazzling light, solidifying Venerable Black Soul in the surrounding bily space. I saw Venerable Black Soul's figure that rushed towards Jiang Chen, and it also instantly changed from extremely fast to still. The origin of the world, censored, in the body of Venerable Black Soul also swelled to the limit, bursting into the void with a bang. A storm that ruined the world, instantly centered on the place where Venerable Black Soul exploded, raging wildly. Wherever the storm of destruction passed, the sky and the ground fell into utter silence in an instant. Even the bily space that was solidified by Jiang Chen was bursting every inch. The storm of destruction directly hit the surrounding space enchantment. The space barrier formed by Jiang Chen's fusion of the power of the 8 worlds, just lasted for less than a few breaths, and was completely broken under the impact of the destruction storm. Although the storm of destruction broke through Jiang Chen's space barrier, its power was also weakened by most under the space barrier. In the end, it only spread hundreds of miles in the void and gradually dissipated. Venerable World God blew himself up. It really is not an ordinary terror. Jiang Chen looked at the destruction storm slowly dissipating in the sky, and couldn't help feeling a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he has broken through the gods of the gods. Faced with the Black Soul Venerable in his peak state, he blew himself up. I'm afraid he would have to peel off even if he didn't die. Chapter 1930. Venerable Xuandao's Guess. As the power of Venerable Black Soul's self-detonation slowly dissipated, a spirit power fluctuation suddenly spread in the void. Hundreds of Black Soul Venerables condensed by soul power directly shot out in all directions. For a moment, even Jiang Chen couldn't tell which one was the main body of the Black Soul Venerable Divine Soul. Jiang Chen's censored ejected again and again. Dozens of sword auras burst out in the air, destroying the phantom of Venerable Black Soul in the blink of an eye, but he did not touch the body of Venerable Black Soul Divine Soul. The remaining phantom also took advantage of this gap to burst out thousands of miles in an instant, and then quickly disappeared into the sky. Even this guy escaped. Looking at the vanishing shadows of Venerable Black Soul, Jiang Chen could only helplessly shook his head. Soul Dao is indeed one of the most mysterious Dao in 3000 Dao. Ghost Soul Sect was originally the Realm God Sect in the Great Wilderness Realm who was best at Soul Dao, and Venerable Black Soul was the Realm God Sect of Ghost Soul Sect, undoubtedly possessing extremely high attainments in Soul Dao. The secret art of Soul Dao performed by Venerable Black Soul just now is far from reaching the legendary state of transforming one mind into 3000, but it is also very terrifying. Even with the strength of his God-level God, it is difficult to keep it. The Ghost Sect guys have always been weird, and there are so many ways to save their lives. It is not easy to kill them completely. But, even if the Black Soul saved his life, it would be difficult to restore his peak state without hundreds of years. Venerable Haoyu flashed before him and couldn't help but smile. Facing the interception and killing of the 3 realm gods, Venerable Haoyu thought that they would be ill-tempered this time. However, he did not expect Jiang Chen to directly break through the gods of the gods at the critical moment, not only to kill the Black and White Venerable, but even the Black Soul Venerable to explode easily. Although the spirit of Venerable Black Soul finally escaped, it was not that important. It was already a very lucky thing that they were able to retreat under the interception of Venerable Black Soul and others. Jiang Chen didn't get too entangled in this issue, and said directly, "The movement just now is too big, I am afraid it will attract other strong people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, let's leave first." Venerable Haoyu naturally had no objection to this. The two quickly returned to the Silver Moon warship, and the Silver Moon warship also instantly turned into a stream of light, heading towards the Cold Moon Palace. On the next trip, Jiang Chen and the others were not hindered anymore, and soon returned to the Cold Moon Palace smoothly. After returning to Hanyu Palace, Jiang Chen also came to the residence of Master Zan Dao for the first time, and reported to Venerable Zan Dao what would happen to Dawang Tianzhao. "Yes, although the teacher expected you to have a chance at the Great Desolate Tianzhao meeting, but did not expect you to break through the gods of the gods in one fell swoop. It seems that the Great Desolate Kings indeed made the blood in this Great Desolate God King banquet." Venerable Zan Dao looked at Jiang Chen with a very satisfied smile on his face. Divine rank God, even in the God Realm continent in the center of the eternal void, that is a rare Tianzhao figure. Today's Jiang Chen is qualified to compete with the real sons of Tianzhao in the God's domain continent. Neither did I expect that the 9 underworld profound dragon meat bestowed by the Great Desolate God King would have such a heaven-defying effect. Jiang Chen smiled, and immediately asked curiously, "Master, I don't know what you think of the immortal kung fu thing. According to your description, the immortal heavenly art should indeed be a game set by the Kangyu God King. The immortal heavenly power spread by God King Kangyu should be the sub-gong method he created based on the immortal heavenly power. Once you have cultivated to a certain level, there are only two results that are not controlled by God King Kangyu, and you will become part of God King Kangyu. You can save the memory, it should be related to your ancient supreme divine body. And the palace has already practiced the immortal heavenly art in all likelihood. With the help of the immortal heavenly art and the power of the Kangyu God King, it has resisted the memory wipe of the great wild God King, except. Venerable Profound Tao said slowly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. So, God King Kangyu is really going to be born. Immortal Heaven Kung Fu is a very tempting practice for any practitioner. Jiang Chen had no doubt that among the hundreds of geniuses who screamed at the great desolate Tianzhou society, there were others who had directly practiced the immortal art like the palace. The great desolate God King banned the immortal Kung Fu by erasing memory, which was a complete failure. Although Divine King Kangyu scattered the seeds with immortal power, these seeds do not have a century of time, and it is difficult for them to take root. In a short time, Divine King Kangyu cannot be born. Venerable Profound Tao smiled faintly, and immediately said astonishingly, and, if I guess it right, even the Kangyu Divine King is probably just a chess piece. This. Isn't it possible? Jiang Chen's mind was shocked, and there was an unconcealable shock in his eyes. Divine King Kangyu, but a great power in the Divine King realm, who else can use Divine King Kangyu as a chess piece? Divine King realm great power, although he is already a strong man at the peak of the God realm, it is not the end of the practitioner. It is said that in the ancient times, there were many existences in God's domain that were superior to God Kings. The immortal King Kangyu's cultivation has even gone beyond the level of the God King's technique. The person who created this technique is not a simple character. Venerable Zan Dao came from an ancient force on the continent of God's domain, and his experience was naturally extraordinary. Indestructible heavenly kung fu, even the top censored king realm power in the God's domain continent, could not be created at all. The existence of creating the immortal heavenly power, passing the immortal heavenly power to the Kangyu Divine King, may not have been well intentioned. Venerable Profound Tao's words also made Jiang Chen not recover from the shock for a while. If God King Kangyu could really control others with the immortal heavenly kung fu, the existence that created the immortal heavenly kung fu might not be able to control the God King Kangyu. The existence above a censored king uses the power of the censored king realm as a pawn. As long as Jiang Chen thinks about it, his scalp can't help but feel numb. Okay, don't think too much about it. No matter what secrets are hidden behind the immortal art, none of you and I can explore them. Venerable Profound Tao waved his hand, avoided this topic, and said directly to Jiang Chen, the teacher is about to return to the mainland of God's domain, are you with me? Jiang Chen was surprised. So fast. It's almost time, and it's time to go back. Venerable Xuandao also flashed a complex look in his old eyes. Because of something that year, he fled out of God's domain continent in embarrassment. 10,000 years have passed. There are some things that I should go back and do. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.